County of the Kingdom of Saldam. Clear sunny weather, the facade of a white building with turrets on the roof. Around the building are flowering green trees. In a red-colored room, sunlight streams through the window. Against the wall is a bed covered with white sheets. There is a stirring going on in the bed. On the bed covered with white sheets lies a boy with hair the color of sea waves. He looks up pensively, unmoving. He grins. The boy leisurely places his hand on the white sheet, leaning lightly on the bed. The boy puts his feet down on the floor, putting his slippers on his bare feet. He sits on the bed, leaning back with his arms. He is wearing white pajamas of a sleeve shirt and culottes. The boy has his slipper-clad feet off the bed. He looks down thoughtfully, sighs, saying aloud, "There's that dream again. He is Jamie Welton." Jamie Welton is the Earl's firstborn, the rightful heir. He has light blue eyes, hair the color of the sea. Down in space, a man's body flies in a thunderstorm. Blood spurts from him to the sides. A chain with sharp tips wriggles around his body. An unknown voice speaks. "We're typing you." Lightning flashes pierce the space. A pink ball has appeared in the center, from which a glow emanates. A man is in the center of the glowing circle of symbols. He's on his knees, coughing. The 12 heavenly gods cannot match him. The man finds them helpless, gathered together. All they have left to do is apply the seal. The man laughs loudly. It is impossible for him to keep from laughing. He suggests they try the seal, but when he awakens again, their dazzling light will be swallowed up by the darkness. Despairing at his inability to leave for the other world, the gods will beg him to leave this world. The gods look forward to that day, turning to Diablo Wolfir. However, from then on, he is doomed to spend eternity in the throes of imprisonment. Diablo Wolfir has been sealed by the 12 gods in the infinity of time. After managing to break the barrier, he was reborn as the firstborn of a family of aristocrats. The infant Jamie Welton lies in a crib making short sounds. His parents are standing over him and watching his expression and eyes with emotion. Baby Jamie Welton is trying to speak. Making short sounds, he looks questioningly in front of him and wonders why he can't speak. Diablo Wolfir became the aristocratic offspring of Jamie Welton, the recipient of excessive parental love. That's how he lived for 9 years. On the second floor of the mansion, a woman in black and white clothes hurriedly runs down a long hallway. A corridor with high ceilings, lots of windows. Jamie Welton stares thoughtfully and silently out the window. He is frozen in place, calm gaze fixed forward, lips tightly closed. Jamie Welton took a deep breath, making a short sound. He slightly lowers his head forward and closes his eyes. Jamie Welton stands at the tall windows, looking out thoughtfully. He sighs. Another tedious day is looming. He stands in his white pajamas and slippers. A woman ran into the room and exclaimed, "Young master!" She squinted her eyes joyfully. Her gray hair is tucked into a bundle. She held up the hem with her hands. Jamie Welton turned sharply toward the door where the woman had entered and said cheerfully back, "Nanny, good morning." Nanny walked up to Jamie Welton, surprised at the early rise, and inquired what he had been doing. He replied that he had been looking at the beautiful morning sky. Nanny exclaimed in joyful surprise that the gentleman's sense of beauty was perfectly developed, to which Jamie Welton wondered if he had one at all. The nanny brought a costume for Jamie and said that the master and mistress were waiting and suggested that he start dressing. Jamie Welton happily agreed. Jamie Welton changed into a burgundy and black suit. Nanny and Jamie walked purposefully down the hallway. Nanny walked in front, Jamie followed her. Nanny approached the room with the gentleman and alerted him that Jamie had arrived. Jamie stood behind her back and watched thoughtfully with his hands in his pockets. Jamie grudgingly put his head down and closed his eyes. He exhales and thinks to himself, 25 again. In the room at a large table sit Jamie's parents and his sister. They cheerfully at the same time begin to approach Jamie to join them for a meal. Jamie Welton happily and approvingly responded to his mom. His eyes opened wide. He was experiencing embarrassment. Jamie Welton walked over to the table where his sister, father, and mother are sitting. The table is set for breakfast. The mother looks lovingly at Jamie and his sister and admires what beautiful children they have. At this point, Jamie and his sister embarrassingly continue to munch their food. Jamie's mom is the only daughter of the Great Bell family, Sheesbell Welton. Sheesbell looks at the children with love and admiration. Cute and adorable. Jamie Welton's birth father, head of the county of Welton, and one of the 5 sword masters of the kingdom, Count Argino Welton. Hair and eyes the color of the sea wave. In Jamie's eyes, his father is a goon, obsessed with his family. At the table, everyone is chatting among themselves, laughing, radiating love and tenderness for each other. The second child and daughter of the Welton family is Sarah Welton, blonde-haired girl with big bright eyes. She holds out a piece of food on a fork to Jamie. Jamie Welton eagerly eats the piece of food on her fork, keeping her eyes on Sarah. Jamie affectionately strokes his sister's head, thanking her for sharing the goodies with his brother. Sarah continues to feed Jamie the food. She's and Argeno are watching, admiring it. Argeno pronounces that it's their Sarah likes them best. Jamie strokes Sarah's head, turning his head thoughtfully toward Argeno. Jamie is so tired and wants to be alone. Jamie Welton happily ran up to his bed, anticipating peace and solitude. Jamie Welton instantly falls onto the bed, face down, resting against the pillow. His arms are positioned along his body. Jamie Welton closes his eyes, reasoning that it's true. He never got used to these callow tendernesses. He lay face down on the pillow, propping his arms up on it. But he's grown up a bit. He had a bad lisp at an early age. Still, he loves this house with its many opportunities and the Earl's personal library. Jamie Welton's musings were interrupted by a lingering sound overhead. A black, round creature with wings and a large eye moved instantly. The creature sits on top of Jamie's head, beeping longingly. Jamie stares perplexedly in front of him. His level is pretty damn low right now. But it's not all bad. Jamie Welton instantly grabs the creature from his head with his hand. The creature squeaks perplexedly. As reincarnation itself has become a new chance for Diablo Wolfear, Jamie clenched his fist tightly, spittle splattering. The 12 gods still existed, supported by believers who are like blood-sucking parasites. Jamie grinned as the black mass dripped from his unclenched palm. Magic isn't even developed in this era. With the powers he has now, Diablo Wolfear is capable of little, but time is certainly on his side. 12 gods, continue to sit arrogantly on your thrones. This power. Jamie didn't finish, his teeth clenched and his head down in rage. The nanny turned to Jamie, peering cautiously out the door. Mister, it is time for the reading of Tales from Mistress. Jamie froze in place. He remained silent, standing with his back to the nanny. Jamie didn't understand why he was addressed as Mister. Jamie Welton turned his head toward Nanny. Slightly embarrassed, he cheerfully approved that they could go sooner. Mentally, he scolded. Diablo Wolfear, who was in Jamie's body, hesitated. Every time he pretends to be nice, he wants to be sealed up again. The nanny hurried him along. In the blue-colored room, Shezbel and Sarah Welton sat on the couch. They cheerfully, with warm feelings, began to call to Jamie to go to them, rather. Jamie Welton walked quickly across the room on the blue-patterned carpet to Shezbel and Sarah Welton sitting on the couch. Jamie lowered himself to Shezbel's feet, holding his hands on her lap and embarrassingly asked fondly, Mommy, what book are you going to read to us today? Shezbel and Sarah Welton looked at Jamie perplexed. They froze in place, eyes wide open. Out of overwhelmed emotion, Shezbel and Sarah Welton pounced on Jamie and began to hug him tightly, accompanied by warm and affectionate words. Shezbel Welton voiced that they would be reading Archmage Hans today. She asked Jamie if he liked that sort of thing. Shezbel sits in the middle of the couch, holding the book in her lap and starting to read. Sitting on the sides are Jamie and Sarah, who are starting to fall asleep from reading. So Hans lived happily ever after. Shezbel Welton finishes reading the book, slamming it abruptly shut with her hands. Shezbel wonders to Jamie and Sarah if they enjoyed the book. She watches the children's reactions with interest. Jamie looks at his mom with embarrassment and replies, yes, he wants to be an archmage like Hans. Shezbel grinned. He will definitely be a great wizard. Sarah falls sound asleep on the couch. Shezbel replies to Jamie, he has already surpassed 3 wizard teachers after all. Jamie took that as sarcasm. Shezbel Welton put her hand on Jamie's head, stroking it. She pronounced that for Jamie's sake. Shezbel Welton cheerfully says to Jamie, this time Daddy called the most outstanding wizard. Jamie realizes this is not sarcasm, replying that Daddy is the best. Shezbel Welton checks with Jamie to see if he will now go to the library. Jamie stands in the center of the room, looks at his mom and answers yes. Shezbel asks Jamie not to stay out too long. Sometimes it's okay to frolic. She stretched her arms out to him in a wide embrace. Jamie grudgingly turned his head towards her and sighed. He wanted to just leave. Jamie instantly throws himself around Shezbel's neck for a hug. Out of surprise, she opens her eyes wide and utters, God. Jamie hangs on Shezbel's neck. She hugs him warmly. She asks him not to go to the library to stay and play with Mommy, noting that he is charming. Jamie grudgingly asks Mommy to keep her temper in check. The Welton family's white mansion with trees planted in front of it and a large area enclosed by a fence. Jamie sits in a blue armchair and windows into the sunlit personal library of the Earl. In Jamie's hands is a closed, thick red book. On the cover is a picture of a star. Jamie had read this book on mana breathing techniques, but it was mediocre. There were no books he could learn from. Jamie remembered it was mealtime again. It was tiring to eat 3 meals a day. Jamie decided he had to go before they sent a babysitter to pick him up. On his way to the dining room, Jamie suddenly encountered a man in a long white robe in the hallway. Jamie stood in front of him and froze. The man with a long white beard and white robes is looking at the statue. Could it be that the Earl of Welton is using such an artifact to decorate the entrance to the dining room? Jamie scrutinizes the man across from him. He wonders who he is. The man kindly raised his hand in greeting. Jamie notices he has so much mana, it just spills out like a huge blast wave. Jamie looks away thoughtfully. The man has at least 7th grade, but how did he get through here without a guide? Must be teleportation. The man sees Jamie clench his fist. Did the man invade uninvited? He looks relaxed, for someone who broke into a swordmaster's house. The man hesitated, scrutinizing Jamie. Blue eyes warily stare forward. Jamie calmly asks the man who he is. Jamie stands still. Jamie seriously asks how the man got in here. That's not easy for a normal man to do. He thinks about it. The son of a tiger is also a tiger. That is unusual. Jamie is silent. Earlier, he had made him kneel down immediately, but here he is just talking. The man is annoyed at his assessing nonchalance. Jamie's 2 fingers dip down, gaining strength with a bright glow. He doesn't like it. It would show him how his rash actions could turn out. The man wondered if he hadn't been told about the lesser power, a 9-year-old child possessing such mana. He even became curious, what Jamie was capable of. A bright glow appeared around the man. His eyes lit up. Jamie stared at him, perplexed. Jamie wrinkled his forehead, arching his eyebrows. Anger overwhelms him. He stares intently at the man. How dare he test him? He is Diablo Wolfear, who in the past had nearly defeated the gods themselves. Jamie raised his hand in front of him, joining his fingers. A bright glow directed from them. Jamie Welton pointed his hand towards the man. Rapidly, a stream of power began to come over the man to strike. The man closed his eyes, frozen in place, hands down. A stream of force to strike from Jamie Welton flies towards the man. The glowing stream of force travels brightly through space, changing trajectory. Jamie Welton watches perplexed as smoke billows on the hallway floor in front of him. Jamie Welton is not happy. He knew it wouldn't work. However, Jamie Welton thought he would do some damage. He stands and looks towards the man. The man grits his teeth happily, smiling. He is surprised that this is really the magic of a 9-year-old. The man shouted decisively. Now it was his turn to attack. He stretched his arm forward, spreading his fingers, and directing a stream of power in the form of burning circles. Jamie Welton watched with interest and scrutiny as the man directed a stream of force in his direction. He presses his lips tightly together, his gaze focused. Jamie Welton ponders that this is pretty good. The flow of magic in a wave travels down the hallway in an instant. But this magic, not directed at Jamie Welton. Jamie frowned unhappily. He narrowed his eyes, looking in the man's direction. Why would he want to play with Jamie? The man looks at Jamie Welton, puzzled. He's surprised, scoffing. Jamie didn't even wag an eyebrow at the flow of magic being directed. Suddenly, his father Arjano appeared in front of Jamie Welton. He swung his sword and brought it behind his back, landing on the floor. Jamie froze. Arjano Welton seriously expressing his displeasure to the man, explaining to him that he had gone beyond all bounds of decency. Argonaut turned to Jamie and clarified if he was okay. Jamie froze in place and thoughtfully answered yes. Argonaut held the sword in front of him. Jamie replied that he was fine. He then slightly lowered his head down and closed his eyes, tears welling up in his eyes. Jamie begins to sob loudly, showing the extent of his fright. Arjano sadly shouted that his child was scared. Arjano Welton raised his sword in front of him and said menacingly that he needed to speak to Marquis Rinmol. Marquis Rinmol realized that Jamie was faking. Marquis Rinmol laughs loudly and uttered which means only one thing. Arjano Welton menacingly watches Marquis Rinmol with a look of displeasure. Marquis Rinmol squints his eyes contentedly and utters that he is jealous of the Count. Arjano Welton looks perplexed at Marquis Rinmol. He doesn't understand. Out of the blue, he attacked someone else's child. Has he lost his mind? Arjano Welton and the Marquis of Rinmol are sitting in the drawing room. They are drinking tea, holding cups in their hands. A hand with 2 fingers lightly holds the mug of tea without effort. Arjano Welton tells the Marquis of Rinmol decisively and menacingly that Jamie is his son, also Welton's heir. Marquis Rinmol calmly continues to drink his tea, squinting his eyes. He answers Arjano Welton that he knows. Arjano Welton angrily replied, "No, you say." Blue streams of aura rise upwards from him, Marquis Rinmol asked, holding his temper. Marquis Rinmol asked Arjano Welton how well he knows his son. Arjano Welton clarified what Marquis Rinmol meant. Arjano keeps his eyes on him. Marquis Rinmol cheerfully replied, squinting his eyes, that his son is a genius. Arjano Welton begins to get angry and express his displeasure. He therefore turned to the Marquis of Rinmol, but the Marquis suddenly attacked Jamie. Marquis Rinmol replied that it was better for Arjano Welton to remain in the dark. He would pretend not to have heard his request. Arjunol began to clarify what he meant. Marquise Rinmal is the strongest wizard in existence, an archmage of the 8th grade. Arjunol Welton wondered if the Marquis wasn't taking his son as his apprentice. Then Jamie wasn't as capable as he expected. Marquis Rinmal replies that this is not the case at all, to which Arjunol asks him to finally tell him what he means. Marquis Rinmal explains that he can't handle Jamie and can't take him on as an apprentice. Arjunol is surprised, if not the Marquis, who can mentor him. Marquis Rinmal looks at Arjunol carefully and replies that Jamie has counted all his energy. Arjunol exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Arjunol pondered with his head down slightly. "As special as Jamie is, it's impossible," the Marquis said with a smile. Most absurdly, he was sure that his charms had not touched Jamie in any way. Marcus explained that Jamie was clearly picking up his energy, and it was so amazing. Jamie had risen on his own to 3rd grade. If you don't count the level of physical development, it's already above 4th. Arjunol is excited about this. Marquis looks at Arjunol intently and pronounced that he thinks Jamie is a genius who was born a monster. Jamie doesn't need a mentor. He only needs material and spiritual help, then he will improve, or maybe he will become a 9th grade wizard. Arjunol sits silently in his chair. He is thinking about everything Marquis said. Arjunol clenches his hand tightly in a fist, which rests on the armrest of the chair. Arjunol stares thoughtfully ahead, his gaze unfocused. He thinks anxiously that his son might become a legendary 9th grade wizard. The Marquis rises from the couch, leaning on his cane. He apologizes to Arjunol for attacking his son. A great wind of change blows in the magical society throughout the world. The Marquis looks up excitedly. The Marquis leaves saying that it will be fun. He passes by Arjunol, who is frozen in his chair and looking down thoughtfully. Arjunol is silent, staring down. He is pondering the Marquis' words. Arjunol sits motionless in the chair. He has his head up into the ceiling and stares silently. The night sky was filled with a huge moon over the Welton mansion. The lights in the mansion turned on in the windows. Jamie walked into the room with his head down, leaning on the door. He said tiredly, "What a way to go." Jamie rolled his eyes unhappily, raising his hand. He was tiring of his mom hearing about the incident with the old man. She's Belle rushed a hug during the meal at Jamie, excitedly clarifies Jamie's condition, and promises to scold Grandpa. It was sticky for hours. Jamie Welton lightly reaches for his locket with manicured fingers. He pronounces that, however, pauses for a moment. Jamie was pleased to see skillful charms for the first time in a long time. He enthusiastically ties the tie around his neck, closing his eyes. Jamie recalls that Marcus Rinmal's level is not bad even for legends. Combinatorics, positioning, balance, quick reactions, all at a good level. But more than Marquis, his father is Count Arjunol Welton. Arjunol Welton holds his sword firmly in his hand, his other hand gaining magical power. Jamie knew his father was strong, but not that strong. This body definitely went into him. Jamie raises his hands up in embarrassment, closing his eyes. Suddenly, Marquis Rinmal appeared behind Jamie's back, asking what had him so amused. Jamie turned his head sharply in his direction. Jamie turned his head back toward the Marquis unhappily. He silently froze in place. Marquis calmly asked Jamie what he was laughing so hard about that he didn't even notice who had entered. Jamie shouted loudly with all his might. The whole mansion seemed to shake from the screaming. Jamie is sitting on the floor looking at Marquis. He is scared and is in a frenzy. Jamie asks what Marquis is doing here. Marquis sits down on the bed. Marquis starts laughing loudly, in a grin, saying out loud that this kid is so easy to surprise. Jamie sits on the floor and angrily asks Marquis how he ended up in his room. Marquis stands over Jamie, answering through a teleporter. Jamie angrily looks up at him from the floor. Jamie didn't expect the old man to use the teleporter easily. Marquis inquired. Jamie acted like a dutiful son around his father and changed in front of Marquis. Jamie gets up from the floor and angrily questioned that her family and strangers the same thing. Marquis chuckles, finding Jamie amusing. Marquis Rinmal looks at Jamie. He is sorry if Marquis' abilities were better. Jamie doesn't understand what Marquis means. Jamie looks at Marquis unhappily. It's the old man who's ruining his mood. First time they've met today, and he's staring at Jamie so strangely. Marquis Rinmal shows in his hand a blue book with a stone on the cover. It's a gift for Jamie. Jamie stands in the middle of the room, holding the book, flipping through the pages. He looks at her in surprise. The grimoire, and why to him? Marquis Rinmal leans over to Jamie and says that Jamie's way of breathing mana is very outdated, so he gives him this book. Jamie is silent. He is pissed off at being told that his way of breathing mana is outdated, considering it an insult. Marquis thinks Jamie is upset about the gift. The Marquis tells Jamie, this book describes a way of breathing, developed personally by Marquis Rinmal. Jamie Welton is the first person he shares it with. Jamie immediately opened the book. He was interested in this book as a way of breathing developed by a wizard, how it differs from the existing one. Marcus Rinmal tells Jamie Welton that he has high expectations. Jamie looks forward in surprise, putting the book down. Marquis Rinmal turns his head toward Jamie and finishes, "About you." Jamie Welton leaves the room, brooding. He wondered what would happen the next time he saw Marquis Rinmal. Jamie Welton holds up the book and says with an enthusiastic chuckle that it's probably impossible to even imagine. Mana breathing is accomplished by using the lungs through the mouth. After inhaling, mana accumulates in the heart. It has a big disadvantage in the form of volume restrictions. After Marcus Rinmal's words, Jamie was curious about what was so ingenious that he invented. Jamie reads the book with interest. Jamie is very curious. He flips through the book, looking at the pages with curiosity. Jamie abruptly slams the book shut. He ponders. However, the obstacle to entering this state is difficult to overcome. Jamie doesn't really feel the mana particles. They need to be categorized by size into those that can be inhaled by the skin. Strict control is necessary. How many people are even capable of doing that? It was almost impossible to learn the old way of breathing. Now Jamie had learned the two disadvantages. But this body of Jamie Welton belongs to Diablo Wolfir. Jamie Welton is lying on the bed. Next to him lies a book, which he picks up in his hand. Jamie Welton opens the book and says cheerfully, squinting his eyes, that the old man has taught him useful things. Jamie rolled over on his bed on his stomach and leafed through the book. He decided that he needed to gradually master this body. Need his help first. Jamie Welton released his palm forward with a wave of his fingers. A black blob emerged from his palm and floated in the air. A black round creature with a large yellow eye and red pupil appeared. It spread its wings and tail, making a short sound. The creature descended onto Jamie Welton's shoulder, making an extended sound. Jamie directed his gaze in its direction in surprise. Jamie turned to the creature with a smile. They would be sharing mana from now on. The creature sits on Jamie's shoulder and makes an extended sound approvingly. The creature covers its eye, spreading its wings out to the sides. It feels a surge of mana in its body. The creature abruptly opens its eye wide and stares forward. Its pupil narrows. The creature soars through the air above Jamie Welton. The first flaw in the old man's way of breathing, the separation into particles that can be inhaled by the skin. In a certain place and a certain shape, there is a limit to which one can continue. Jamie Welton raised his eyes to the creature in the air. Jamie Welton has Black, a creature that floats in the air, spreading its wings. Black directed his gaze upward. Thanks to a pact made between a soul from a past life and Black, now he could help share mana with Jamie. They decided to begin. If the body and heart have a limit to the amount of mana they can absorb into themselves, the mana storehouse can be shared. The possibilities are limitless. Welton Mansion, a new day begins. Outside the window, it is sunny and hot. Arjuna Welton and Nanny stand together in the hallway by the door. They freeze in front of the door. The nanny crosses her arms in front of her and pleads pitifully for the Count. Count Arjuna Welton looks forward in surprise, frozen in place. Arjuna Welton looks pensively around the room at Jamie, who sits cross-legged on the bed. The nanny looks at Jamie and utters, "Young lord." Jamie Welton sits quietly on the bed, cross-legged. His eyes are closed, arms crossed in front of him. Streams of mana hover around him. Arjuna Welton is frozen in Jamie's doorway. He tensely pondered the fact that he knew Marquis had passed something to Jamie, but overnight his mana had become like this. Arjuna Welton ponders that his sweet son is so talented. Arjuna Welton asked Nanny not to disturb Jamie today, but a servant must be brought in case he goes out. Nanny decides to stay. Arjuna Welton leaves with Nanny behind him. She crossed her arms and squeezed her eyes shut, saying pitifully if the master would be all right. Arjuna Welton leisurely walks away, pondering. So Jamie is not a swordsman, but a wizard. Perhaps it's an inheritance from his wife's family. Even if it is, Jamie's talent is superior. Arjuna Welton walks leisurely down the corridor in his blue uniform. A long tail hangs between his shoulder blades. Arjuna Welton closes his eyes and says, "Ninth grade Jamie is definitely my son." The thought brings him pleasure and joy. The Welton Mansion. A clear day outside the window, tree-lined hilltops can be seen behind the mansion. Jamie Welton continues to train mana, particles of which are scattered in the air. Jamie focusedly closes his eyes and lowers his head. Abruptly, Jamie Welton opens his eyes wide and looks in front of him. His lips are tightly pressed together. He is frozen in place. Jamie is pleased that he has succeeded. Moving and dividing the mana into particles is chaotic. He had difficulty at first. After a few tries, Jamie Welton is doing quite well. However, Class 4 mana is his limit. Jamie Welton sighs deeply. He's sorry, he's only one step away from Class 5. Black sits on Jamie's head, making short noises. Jamie responds, his body is too young and weak, overexertion should be discouraged. Black falls off Jamie's head onto his shoulder, making short, rapid beeping noises. Jamie tells Black, who sits on his shoulder, no need to rush to perfection. The nasty gods aren't going anywhere. It will be easier the second time around. Jamie points his index finger up at Black and says, Black, invisibility. Black floats in the air, almost transparent. Jamie is about to go to his father. It is imperative to hide Black's mana. His father can't know he exists. Black floats above Jamie in the air. Jamie mockingly voices that he can barely feel anything. Jamie stands with his back to the door while in his pajamas. Jamie ponders. It can't be otherwise since Black is his body's familiar. He wonders if his father has noticed. Jamie commanded Black, now let's go to his room. Jamie opens the door and walks out of the room. He has slippers on his feet. Jamie Welton walks confidently down the hallway, a dark stream of mana trailing behind him. An invisible Black flies above him. He is watching Jamie closely. Arjano Welton asks a man in a robe with a cross on it why he came here. The man puts his hands together and replies that he wanted to greet him. The man replies, he knows that creeds are not common in Hayes territory, so he expresses his gratitude for approving of Janice's religion. Arjano Welton replied he thought it would favor the residents. The man felt an awkward tension in apologizing. He asked again what Arjano meant. Since Arjano seeks the best, and since Janice is now in his lands, he hopes he made the right decision. It meant the designation of hierarchy. The man took it as a warning not to socialize the inhabitants as subjects of a god. Rumors had reached him, but Arjano was not an easy opponent. Arjano Welton pronounced that the man could go due to his busyness. The man grinned and thanked him for his trouble. Arjano Welton wished the man a happy journey. The man joined his hands together in front of him and said, may the god of Janice patronize him. The man left Count Arjano Welton's room. Arjano closed his eyes, a slight smile visible. Instantly, Arjano Welton's face changes. He becomes serious and focused. His lips are tightly closed, his eyes stare ahead without looking away. Jamie Welton silently hides behind the wall from the man who was recently at Arjano Welton's house. The man leaves, walking quietly down the hallway. He knew he would. Jamie, from around the corner, tensely stares after the man. Jamie grits his teeth. On the man's clothes is the symbol of a new moon girdling a yellow orb. A sickening, divine aura Jamie sensed from the old man. Jamie Welton became angry. Thoughts flashed through his mind. How so? Why? On the land where Jamie lives, how dare Janice? Jamie Welton wondered why his father had suddenly decided to allow religion to be preached on their land, and why Janice in particular. He can't let this happen and watch religion take root in his territory. Jamie chews tensely on his fingernails. He is left with one option. Jamie decides that since this religion is going to be spread with the Earl's permission, care must be taken to get his father to change his mind. Jamie will meet with his father first and then begin his investigation in the evening. Jamie stands in front of the door, putting his hands behind his backs. He answers, Father, it's Jamie. In the living room of the Welton family, Jamie and his father Arjano are chatting. Arjano is sitting in an armchair, Jamie is sitting on the couch. Arjano Welton cheerfully asks Jamie if he's already free. Hair falls over Arjano's face. He's wearing a uniform with a green stone around his neck. Jamie Welton cheerfully answers Arjano, yes. Jamie's shirt collar is turned up. Around his neck is a green tie with a brooch. Arjano Welton has his arms crossed in front of him and picks up on a rumor that Jamie's camping trip likes magic. Jamie looks at Arjano and replies that yes, very much so. Arjano Welton has his head down thoughtfully. He remains silent. Jamie asks his father with interest, why? He looks at him, waiting for an answer. Jamie makes a questioning sound. Arjano answers thoughtfully, pausing to say that he just thought Jamie would grow up to be an ordinary boy. Arjano Welton opened his eyes wide, looking forward. Jamie's abilities are truly outstanding. Arjano Welton closed his eyes in thought. The life of a genius is not an easy one. When a child grows up to discover his talents, those around him admire him. But when he grows up, all those who used to admire him want to tear him to shreds. And really, is that good for Jamie? Arjano Welton's hand rests calmly, unmoving on the arm of the chair. Arjano Welton's hand tenses sharply, clutching the surface of the chair. Arjano Welton tells Jamie if he wishes to quit wizardry, he can do so whenever he wants. As long as he's interested, Papa will be fully supportive. Jamie Welton cheerfully asks with a smile not to worry. There is no way he will quit wizardry. Jamie squinted his eyes. Arjano Welton squints his eyes and replies contentedly to Jamie, okay, that's his son. Arjano Welton feels Jamie's mana and wonders if it is really the mana of a 9-year-old. The mana comes from his heart and runs through his entire body. Arjano feels the energy of Jamie's mana from his whole body, and he continues to absorb it. Arjuna looks at Jamie thoughtfully, slowing himself down dramatically. Arjuna tensely looks at Jamie and doesn't understand why mana is emanating from his entire body. Is it possible for mana to accumulate somewhere other than the heart? Argonaut looks at Jamie warily and asks about the book Marquis Rinmal gave him yesterday, whether he was able to get through it. Jamie replies with interest, yes, and not only that, he was even able to fix his deficiencies. Argonaut tensely froze, feeling anxious. He wondered what the Marquis had done. Argonaut's eyes widened, looking anxiously forward. Arjuna wondered how much improvement this child had made in just a day. Arjuna wrapped his arms around the chair. Jamie sits quietly on the couch. Arjuna looks at Jamie and speculated Jamie really could be a legendary 9th grade wizard. Arjuna laughed with a smile as he closed his eyes. He realizes compared to Jamie, he's completely talentless thinking about 9th grade. Jamie looks at Arjuna perplexed and questioning. He asks what a father is. Jamie's eyes rounded. Arjuna squints his eyes and smilingly replies that he is proud of Jamie and happy about it, especially because of what happened today. Arjuna stands up abruptly from his chair and looks at Jamie. Jamie laughs as he continues to sit on the couch, resting his arms at his sides. Arjuna puts his hand on Jamie's head and strokes it. Jamie puts his head down contentedly and chuckles. Jamie tensed up from the prolonged stroking of his head. He gritted his teeth unhappily and thinks, "Stop stroking him already." Arjuna points his index finger at Jamie's head and clarifies, "This is his familiar." Jamie looks at Arjuna's hand in surprise. Above Jamie's head, Black freezes fearfully. Jamie stares dumbfounded at Arjuna, eyes rounded. Jamie stammered to clarify if he could really see him. Black squeaks perplexedly at Jamie. Jamie tenses, gritting his teeth. Jamie thinks this can't be happening, since he's cast the invisibility spell perfectly. Couldn't his father have smelled him anyway? Argento introduces Jamie's familiar, showing the size of it with his hands. He says it's a bat, but it's too round. Just how strong is father? Has father realized that Black is made of black magic? Jamie voices that he gave him the shape of a bat, but doesn't say, thinking his father would be surprised. Argonaut gives Jamie a hug. He is happy that Jamie made the familiar himself. Argonaut is surprised, rejoicing in Jamie's abilities. He is proud to be the father of a genius. Jamie leaves the living room after visiting his father. He closes the door tiredly and is silent. Jamie tensely puts his head down. He's very tired, wondering why this family is so lovelorn. The Welton Mansion. It's evening, the street lights around the mansion are lit. People are walking around. There are lights on in 2 of the mansion's windows. Jamie Welton is getting dressed, putting on his hood and buttoning up his clothes. Jamie gave Black a serious shout, looking away with a concentrated look. Black lowered himself onto Jamie Welton's head. Around them, mana discharges began to permeate the space. Black began to distort, changing shape. Jamie Welton intends to find out the reason why they entered his territory. He looks down thoughtfully. Jamie Welton flies high above the ground, flying over houses that were shrouded in a light fog. Black's wings have joined Jamie's back. In the narrow street between the houses, 2 men are sitting on crates. He's discussing what the man in charge said to continue if they don't want to leave this world. One of the men, Philip, is a mid-level leader of the rival criminal organization. He has his arms crossed in front of his face, not realizing what they have gotten themselves into. The second man, Jens, is a member of the rival criminal organization. Shouted menacingly, the head man sacrificed half of the organization for his own gain. Heist is a place where Earl Welton can turn a blind eye even to criminal organizations, as long as they don't cross borders. Human trafficking is out of bounds. Philip replies to Jens that, however, with luck, they can get away with it. Philip looks down thoughtfully. Jens looks down at Philip thoughtfully. He thinks it's as unreliable as a candle flame in the wind. Someday they'll get caught. Philip and Jens discuss that the Earl of Welton is terribly fond of his children, and if he were to find out that child trafficking is thriving in his territory, the underworld would fall that very day. Count Argento Welton mercilessly delivers crushing blows with his sword, blood spurting. Philip leans against the wall and says thoughtfully that it seems the chief is sure they won't be caught. Jans gritted his teeth and pronounced that it was at all possible not to get caught by the swordmaster. Hani's men said they'd look into it. Philip and Jens are across from each other and discussing. Hani will do anything for this. What's left to do, run away or denounce him? Code of the underworld. You can shift responsibility to the person involved, but snitching is forbidden. They decide it's better to run away. Philip and Jens discuss whether they have a plan. No matter how big the area is, the organization will search every corner. Everything possible must be done. Philip and Jens discuss whether they have another way out. They should do their best. Philip and Jens discuss among themselves. Who gave this idea of human trafficking in the first place? They don't see a man standing around the corner listening to their conversation. Jamie Welton is standing around the corner listening to Philip and Jens discussing what someone suggested. The main thing is easy to convince, but hard to understand. Suddenly, Philip and Jens stopped abruptly, turning their heads and staring stunnedly ahead. They clenched their teeth. In front of Philip and Jens, Jamie Welton appeared from around the corner. Jens assumed a fighting stance and asks, "Who is he?" Jamie Welton stands still and calmly says he is curious. They want to know who he is. Jamie Welton's face is hidden behind a hood. Jens clenches his fist tightly, feeling aggressive. He tells Jamie Welton that since he won't talk, "You're going to the other side of the world!" Jens swung his fist with force to strike Jamie Welton. Jens gritted his teeth, staring angrily ahead. Philip swings his knife, pointing it in Jamie Welton's direction. Philip stares forward in concentration. Philip and Jens swing sharply toward Jamie Welton. They look forward concentratedly and wondered. Philip and Jens look around and are surprised there's no one in front of them. They ask questions, where is he? Where has he gone? Philip and Jens tensely freeze, looking ahead. Jamie Welton speaks menacingly to them, calling them brats. They were talking about something quite interesting. Jamie Welton hovers over Philip and Jens. Philip looks up puzzled, mouth ajar. Jens looks up angrily, gritting his teeth. Jamie Welton demands Philip and Jens elaborate. He points his index finger in their direction, directing streams of magical power. Jamie Welton's streams of magical power are directed into Jens and Philip's face. They tensely look up. Jamie Welton sits on a crate, silently listening, his face hooded. Jens and Philippa sit on their knees in front of him, telling him how it was. Jens and Philip stare thoughtfully and sit motionless. Jens has raised his eyes to Jamie Welton. Philippa is looking in front of him. Jamie Welton tenses in thought. Human trafficking, also child trafficking. The crime his father despises most. Jamie Welton thinks, what are these knuckleheads even thinking? Going to the other world wanted. Jens and Philip cross their arms in front of them and sit on their knees. Jamie Welton is furious. The mere thought that the gods have the power to manipulate people makes him furious, and what people can do to their own kind. Jamie Welton wonders what their leader was thinking when he accepted the offer. Perhaps he doesn't know the temperament of Jamie's father. Jamie Welton has a bad feeling about this. Jamie stands abruptly in front of Jens and Philip, who sit obediently on their knees in front of him. Jamie Welton spreads his hand in front of Jens' face and directs the streams of the magic spell. Jens' eyes go blank. Jamie Welton orders Jens and Philip to run to the Earl's manor and lay out everything they were about to do. They obey while under hypnosis. Jamie Welton watches in silence as Jens and Philip slowly rise from their knees and tilt their heads forward toward the Earl's estate. Jamie Welton warily looks away and utters that it looks like there will be a commotion at dawn. Jamie Welton stands still and watches as Jens and Philip slowly walk away from him. Jamie Welton calmly looks in front of him and tells Black that they are coming back. Behind Jamie Welton's back, Black's wings appear. Jamie calmly looks away. Suddenly, the shadow of a man flies past Jamie Welton. From the man's feet comes a dark stream of used magic. Jamie froze in place. Jamie Welton turns his head sharply, warily to the side. Flying past Jamie Welton is Philip. Blood rushes from his face from the impact. Philip's teeth clenched, frightened eyes wide open and staring forward. Philip's body hit the wall, leaving a dent and cracks in the wall. The blow to Philip struck him in the stomach. Jamie Welton looks forward questioningly. Jamie Welton remains silent and looks in front of him at the two bodies of Jens and Philip lying on the ground. They lie without signs of life, immobilized. Laughter erupts from outside, calling Jens and Philip empty-headed. Jamie Welton watches as a campaign of men walk towards him. They tell the boss that too much noise has been made. The guards might show up. Jamie Welton looks at them calmly and doesn't understand where the madman came from. Jamie Welton is not happy. How dare he do such a thing to the people Jamie gave orders to? Jamie raises his hand with magic emanating from it. Jamie Welton raises his hand up. The power of the magic from the hand begins to illuminate the space. He stares angrily forward. Jamie Welton pointed his hand using magic towards Jens and Philip, who are lying on the ground with no signs of life. Jamie Welton has delayed their departure to the other world. They must complete the task and leave this world. Jamie stands over the bodies using magic. Hani is the mid-level leader of Rival's criminal organization. He grins, ordering those two types to be brought in along with this black guy. Hani asks Jamie Welton what's all the fuss about, going to the other side of the world. Jamie stands over Jens and Philip without turning to look at Hani. Jamie Welton turns his head back, directing his gaze at Hani and smirks in surprise. Hani orders those two dragged away first. He'll send them to the other side of the world again. Jens and Philip's bodies are dragged along the ground. Philip's bloodied face is downcast. He pauses to pronounce in syllables, Spa Sith. Jamie Welton watches silently on the ground as Jens and Philip's bodies are carried away. Jamie Welton stares angrily at Honey. keeping his gaze fixed on him. He utters, "Those worms." Honey laughed loudly, turning to Jamie Welton, which he mutters. He aimed a magical punch at Jamie's head. Jamie stares dumbfoundedly forward. Honey strikes one after another at Jamie Welton and repeats the phrase, "Go to the other side of the world." Jamie is frozen, bleeding to death. Honey laughs evilly, delighting in the blows thrown. Honey's face is covered in stitched scars. His ear is torn with 2 earrings. Drool drips from his teeth. Honey angrily says to Jamie Welton, "Let me hear the screams of being sent to the other side of the world." He strikes, pulling out his tongue, feeling pleasure. Honey looks at Jamie Welton's black body, which lies on a scorched magic mark on the earth. A black haze emanates upward from him. Fake Honey looks forward anxiously, turning to ask his boss why he did this to Finn. Honey angrily yells back what he's carrying. He's the one who sent the little guy to the other side of the world. From the side, Jamie Welton comes close to Honey's ear and gloatingly says, "If he's calmed down." Honey doesn't notice, staring intently ahead. Honey turns sharply to the side. He looks around frightened, not realizing where the voice came from. Jamie Welton is standing in front of Honey, talking angrily about whether he was having fun. Jamie's face is covered by a hood. Honey froze in place, exclaiming in surprise. Jamie Welton asks Honey if he's having fun sending one of his subordinates to the other side of the world. Jamie raises his hand and withdraws his index finger. Honey looks on apprehensively and wonders who it is. Why hasn't he gone to the other world? Is there really a mountain of ashes? He stops before finishing his thoughts. Jamie Welton stands still. Honey watches Jamie's body emit an ominous energy above him. Jamie doesn't think Honey should act like a lunatic if Honey's mana is only 3rd class. Honey is puzzled into silence at what he's heard. Honey got angry, gritted his teeth, and thought of Jamie Welton. That brat. "Go to the other world," exclaimed Honey. He raised his hand up, raising a 3rd-class fire-explosive magic fuse. Honey stares forward in concentration, although it couldn't compare to the impact power of the 5th-grade magic, but it could burn this kid's puny body to the ground. "Go to the other world, you damn kid!" Honey exclaimed. A bright, powerful light shot forward, illuminating the space around him. A short pause. Honey froze in place, making a short sound of surprise. Jamie Welton ponders, regarding the human mind. When faced with powerful adversaries, humans become incredibly insignificant. That's why Jamie loves brainwashing brainless people. Honey abruptly drops down to her knees, arms dropping down along her body. Honey abruptly falls face down and hits the ground. His eyes and mouth are open. Honey lies face down on the ground. His associates stand nearby and stare perplexed. One of them voices that Jamie disarmed Honey's boss so easily. The accomplices look at Jamie Welton fearfully, believing him to be a monster. They stammeringly begin to say, "Beebedge." Jamie Welton points his hand forward, flexing his fingers slightly. Dark energy slowly protrudes from his sleeve. Honey's associates were just unlucky. The dark energy spreads in front of the faces of the members of Rival's criminal organization. They stare at it fearfully. Eyes widened. Jamie Welton's outstretched hand clenches into a fist. Dark energy slowly emerges from the sleeve. He voices a spell for the energy. Jamie Welton stands with his arm outstretched towards the members of the Rival criminal organization. Rapidly, the dark energy struck, destroying them. Jamie Welton walked over to Honey, who was lying face down on the ground unconscious. He spoke thoughtfully. "Now." Jamie Welton grabbed Honey by the hair on the top of his head and began to lift his head. Jamie Welton knelt lower to Honey, who was lying on the ground holding his hair. Now Honey, Jamie's slave, would answer all the questions. Jamie Welton lifts Honey's head by the hair. Honey's mouth is drooling. His eyes are slightly ajar. He obediently says to Jamie, "Yes, master." Jamie Welton holds Honey by the hair and listens to him intently. Honey rolled his eyes upward and pronounced, "Maine, little kids." Jamie Welton pronounced, "Nothing new, just wasted time. Human trafficking isn't just a rumor. Through these two, you can make a denunciation to the father." Jamie Welton looks at Honey, wondering what to do with him. He has taught him a little lesson and his soul is completely destroyed. He's going to the other world anyway. If Honey is a 3rd-class wizard, he should have turned undead. Even so, because of his soul, he would start to decompose. Maybe on the battlefield it would be different. But the sight of rotting undead, what would happen if such a quiet place was disturbed? Jamie Welton closed his eyes and placatingly voiced that there was nothing to be done. Other options needed to be considered. Jamie Welton gloatingly said that a 3rd-class wizard simply had to have a mana burst. Jamie Welton wished him a pleasant appetite. He directed a stream of magical power into Honey's head with his hand. Jamie Welton uttered, "Not bad." He stands in front of Honey's body with steam coming out of it. Honey is lying face down on the ground. Jamie wipes his mouth with a handkerchief. There were impurities in the mana from outside the physical body. Jamie was lucky to absorb it in such volume. Jamie Welton turns around abruptly and looks at Jens and Philip. He wondered what to do with them now. Jamie Welton leaned over Jens and Philip. Even though Jamie Welton had injected them with mana and saved them against their will, they wouldn't last long like this. Streams of energy began to burst out of Jamie Welton's back and spread out to the sides. Streams of energy begin to blur into space, heading in all directions. Black appears. He floats in the air, beeping questioningly and looking up. Jamie Welton can't just send Jens and Philip to the other side of the world. They still have unfinished business. Jamie hasn't resorted to necromancy in a long time. Necromancy, the power that controls lifeless bodies, is like coming back to life. The lifeless bodies that rise up thanks to it no longer live. They reject the laws of nature and contradict the divine sense. The undead are the living lifeless. Jens and Philip are now Jamie Welton's loyal servants. Jamie Welton pronounced, using necromancy, live against being sent to the other world. There are magical charges hovering around Jamie. Jamie Welton asks Black to help. Black spreads his wings and looks ahead. Beside him, magical charges pass through space. From top to bottom, Black directs the magical charges at Jens and Philip. Black floats in the air and looks down. Jamie Welton stares forward menacingly and focused. He utters, "Let us begin. Lay down your lives and rise." Philip stares forward mesmerized and reaches for the magical charges. His eyes are wide open. Veins have begun to protrude across his face. Jamie Welton stares at Philip intently and thinks Philip is still clinging to life. Jamie Welton looks with burning eyes at Jens and Philip, who are sitting in front of him. He voices out, "A body for life awaits them. Be immune to being sent to the other world." Jens looks up, his eyes filling with magical energy. Tears roll down from his eyes. Philip looks up, his eyes filling with magical energy. Tears roll down from his eyes. Jamie Welton summons the sinners to him. He screams loudly and angrily. His pupils glow. Beside him, magical charges pass through space. Philip's eyes are empty, tears pouring from them. His gaze is directed forward. He cries out loudly in pain. Jens's eyes went blank, looking forward. Jens froze, making a prolonged sound. Drool pours from his mouth. Black hovers in the air, flapping his wings wide. He looks down. Jamie Welton looks down thoughtfully and watches the dark smoke billowing in the air beside him. Jamie Welton stands in front of Jens and Philip. They kneel obediently, dark smoke emanating from their backs. They are ready to follow their master's orders. Jamie Welton hesitated, looking up. He doubtfully pronounced that somewhere he was wrong. Why there was black smoke, Jamie Welton had forgotten. Jens and Philip froze in place and stared at Jamie. Black sat down on top of Jamie Welton's head. He started squeaking, looking down at him. Jamie Welton irritatedly yelled to Black what he was squawking about and dare not question himself. Jamie Welton took Black's hands in his and said, "He did everything perfectly, so no need to worry." Black squealed and closed his eye, resting it in Jamie's palms. It was Jamie who had missed something. He supposed he might not be able to pull it off, but seeing something like this made him uncomfortable. Jamie stretches Black out. Black gives a long squeak. Jamie Welton pronounced that he doesn't hold on to his past reputation, but it makes him a little dispirited. Jamie stretches Black. He squeaks a long squeak. Jamie Welton pronounced that, by the way, since he can't use Jens and Philip, should Jamie just get rid of them? Jamie Welton wondered if Jens and Philip were giving off black smoke. They couldn't sneak into Janice's church or even just the inn. Black twists from side to side on emotion, eyes wide open. Black bites Jamie Welton sharply on the cheek. Jamie looks in Black's direction in surprise. Jamie Welton is enraged and yells at Black how dare he bite his master's cheek so brazenly. This causes Black to fly off Jamie and squeak longingly. Black squeaks and lands on top of Jens' head, looking down at him. Dark smoke emanates from Jens. Jens sits motionless on the ground, black smoke coming from him. Black sits on his head, spreading his wings wide upwards. Jamie Welton looks at Black in surprise and says that he can do that too. Black silently closes his eyes with a satisfied look and puffs out his cheeks with his mouth closed. Black looks down intently and flies forward swiftly, flapping his wings. Jens and Philip kneel in front of Jamie Welton, folding their arms across their chests. Jamie Welton can use them now, observing the lack of smoke. Jamie Welton turns his head to the side and stares thoughtfully, mouth ajar. On the ground lies an exhausted Black. His wings hang down over his body. His tail lies unmoving, his eye closed. Black squeaks longingly. Jamie Welton leans toward Black, head down. Jamie put his hand on his body, closed his eyes, and pronounced that Black had done a glorious job. Jamie Welton said cheerfully that now it was time to name Jens and Philip and give them minds. Jamie tells them to wake up. Jens will now be Azamat. Azamat is serious. He looks carefully in front of him. Philip will now be Rise. Rise stares fixedly in front of him. Jamie Welton looks at them contentedly and with a smile asks them several times to wake up. Azamat and Reese stare ahead puzzled and motionless. Dark smoke emanates from their bodies. Jamie Welton raises his arm up. Dark streams of magical power emanate from his sleeve. Jamie Welton stands in front of Azamat and Rise. They sit silently on the ground on their knees. Rise looks questioningly in front of him. Azamat has his head slightly lowered and is tensely silent. Jamie Welton has a thought. Right now, Rise and Azamat must be confused. We need to wait for them to wake up. Jamie Welton stands in front of Azamat and Rise. They are kneeling against the wall with their arms crossed in front of them. Azamat raises his head and tensely asks Jamie Welton if he was created. Jamie Welton calmly looks at Azamat and answers yes. Jamie's face is covered by his hair. Azamat tensely wonders who Jamie is. He can't be more than 9 or 10 years old. And why does Azamat feel such a powerful and scary energy? To Azamat, Jamie Welton looked like he had stepped out of the pages of a book he had read as a child. Evil in the flesh that should not exist in our world. Azamat stares at Jamie Welton and thinks, disgusting. Yes, exactly. Jamie Welton looks at Azamat with interest and asks what's in his eyes. He looks like a demon king. Jamie Welton half sideways turns his gaze to Azamat and smiles in a smirk, emitting a powerful energy. Rise froze in place and tensely stares at Jamie Welton. Rise tenses his fist sharply with force, feeling anger and aggression. Rise tensely and loudly shouts to Jamie that he doesn't know if he's a demon king, but Jamie certainly doesn't seem human to them. Jamie Welton hesitates, raising his hand in front of him. He is curious. They are so resistant. Subordinates don't look at their master with that look. Jamie Welton raises his index finger, pointing at Rise. Jamie realizes it's his fault here. But Jamie Welton isn't going to let it go. He brings his index finger down sharply. Instantly, Reese falls with force, hitting his face on the ground. He looks down frightened, not realizing what is happening. Jamie Welton is standing next to the head of Rise, who is lying on the ground. Rise is shaking, making noises. Jamie Welton says menacingly that he will forgive, just this once. If Rise dares to look at him like that again, he will wipe him off the face of the earth. Rise lies on the ground, raises his eyes to Jamie Welton, and tensely says that he understands. Jamie Welton looks seriously at Azamat and tells him, also to memorize. Azamat stammeringly replies, yes. Rise and Azamat sit on their knees on the ground. Jamie ponders, so this is what enslaved souls are like, whether they want to be or not. As long as the contract is in effect, their lives belong to Jamie Welton. Such is the dark magic. Jamie Welton stares intently in front of him, making a short sound. Jamie Welton informs Rise and Azamat with a smile that he is not a demon king nonetheless. Jamie adjusts his collar. Rise and Azamat sit on their knees on the ground and ask Jamie Welton if it's okay to ask who he is then. Jamie answers thoughtfully. Jamie Welton winkingly replies, taking off his hood, that he is a dark mage, one who tried to destroy the gods and has not backed down from his intentions to this day. Jamie Welton says with a smile, Azamat and Rise are only required to do one thing. Watch over Janice's church and gather information. Azamat and Rise obediently bowed, and before Jamie Welton clasped his hand to his chest and replied, obey. Jamie has something else to say to them. Jamie Welton is given the task of tracking down a type associated with human trafficking and bringing him to Jamie. He has to testify. Rise and Azamat understand. Azamat and Rise bowed obediently to Jamie Welton, clasping his hand to his chest and drawing back his other hand. They stood like that for a while. Rise lifted his head and directed his gaze in front of him, red pupils staring intently. There was no one else in the place where Jamie Welton was standing. He abruptly disappeared. Azamat and Reese breathed a sigh of relief, lifting their heads up. They were glad he was gone. Azamat and Rise froze in place, silently looking at each other. Azamat and Reese took a quick step to leave. Azamat cautioned Reese to go. Rise approvingly replied that one should definitely follow Jamie Welton's orders. Black flies in the air, squeaks in frustration, and looks down. Black flies next to Jamie. He replies to Black, it's going to be okay. He has tightened the knot of obedience on them. They will not be able to disobey Jamie's orders. Jamie Welton looks at Black, who has laid down on his shoulder and closed his eyes. Jamie pronounced that in that case, his father would solve the human trafficking problem himself. Black bites the inside of Jamie's cheek, beeping longingly. Jamie replies irritably, he can't close his eyes to what is happening. These lands will later become his. Someone is running swiftly across the ground. On their feet are white socks and short boots. Jamie Welton, without noticing the movement from outside, calmly walks forward and says aloud that today they will return home and tomorrow. He doesn't have time to finish. Suddenly, a man slams into Jamie Welton's back with force. Jamie fearfully turns his gaze to the side. Jamie Welton is standing at an intersection with a man sitting on the ground in front of him. The man is perplexed, thinking something has bumped into him. Jamie Welton is annoyed and infuriated by what happened. He furrowed his brow and looks angrily at the man, pointing at him. Jamie Welton angrily asks the boy who is sitting on the ground in front of him why he has eyes, the child. The boy frightenedly freezes. The boy shouted angrily and unhappily at Jamie Welton, pointing his finger that he was, after all, a child himself. Jamie Welton turned to the side and said thoughtfully, "That's right, he's 9 years old." Next to Jamie, a boy stared at him, disgruntled and angry. Jamie Welton puts his head down. He tells the boy he forgives him this time, but asks him to watch his step from now on. Jamie Welton turns around and walks away from the boy, who sits silently on the ground. The boy angrily tells Jamie Welton how he can pretend to be an adult when he himself does not have a single gray hair. Jamie Welton heard what the boy said. He stopped abruptly, his eyes rounded. Jamie Welton stopped and wondered what he had said. The boy behind Jamie's back stands perplexed and stares at him. Jamie Welton turns to the boy. The boy stands still, angrily looking at him with aggression. Jamie Welton tensely looks up, wondering if Black did this because he was mocking his color. Jamie Welton tensely yells out how dare he even stop the master even then. Where did he pick up bad habits from, pulling his hair? Jamie Welton stares intently, releasing magical energy. He demands the little boy watch his words if he doesn't want to be punished. The boy fearfully rushes away from Jamie Welton, squinting his eyes and apologizing. Black, being on top of Jamie Welton's head in the form of hair, squeaks with warm feelings. Jamie irritably asks if he's satisfied now. Jamie Welton hurries Black along, suggesting that he should go home sooner. Black sits on the floor, lowering his wings and eye guiltily. His gaze looks sideways downward. He squeaks longingly. Jamie is furious, sitting on the bed and telling Black that he knows exactly what he's done wrong. If he does it again, he won't get off easy. Black squeaks. Black stands on the floor, on which a red-patterned rug is spread out. Black looks up sharply at Jamie Welton and squeaks. Black raises his arrow tail upward. Jamie Welton asks Black in surprise where he learned such a thing. Jamie Welton drops quickly onto the bed, face down on the pillow. Jamie is dressed in white pajamas. The bed is made up with white linens. Jamie Welton is having a hard time. He has expended more energy than he expected. Jamie Welton is rolled over onto his back, lying on the bed, looking up and saying thoughtfully that he is going to be very busy in the future anyway. At least Jamie managed to live a quiet, measured life after reincarnation. Who would have thought that in this life, a god would appear in Jamie Welton's lands? And Jamie's most hated one at that. It's Janus's god. The designation has a cross in front, with 2 moons crossed at the back of the crust, from which sharp elements emerge. Jamie Welton continues to lie on the bed covered with a white sheet. Jamie, lying down abruptly, clenches his hand into a fist and slams his fist on the bed. He ponders that Janus can try all she wants, no matter how many followers he already has. Jamie lies on the bed covered with a white sheet, eyes closed, one hand on his head, bending it at the elbow. Jamie Welton opened his eyes, staring intently in front of him. His eyes burned with a bright pink light. Half of his face is hidden by the hand Jamie has placed on top of his head. Jamie is sure he'll get to everyone. A brick wall with wooden elements. Next to the wall is a torch with fire coming from it and burning particles spreading in the space. Someone notices the absence and says, "Where is the elder?" Azamat, formerly Jens, is standing against the wall, and opposite him is a man of sturdy build. The man asks Azamat in surprise, "Jens, are you alive?" Azamat doesn't respond to the question and asks the man where the older man is. The man looks at Azamat fearfully and tensely replies that Hani said that he would personally send Azamat and rise to the other world and how Azamat survived. Assuming he fell into the hands of the type who can't even manage mana properly, Azamat swiftly points his hand with force towards the man who is standing across from him. The man gritted his teeth at the momentary, unexpected blow, squinting his eyes. Tears came to the man's eyes. Azamat slammed into the wall with force. Cracks appeared on the wall. Azamat told the man, calling him Pep, that he would not repeat himself. Pep thinks, what extraordinary power, that something might have happened to Azamat. But there's a bigger problem. Pep froze, tensely looking ahead at the different things of the criminal organization. He wondered. He hadn't heard anything from the members of the organization. If they were to learn of Jance's return, there would be an immediate commotion. Pep thinks it looks like the members of the organization are all affected. He doesn't know what to do. Pep tensely looks at Azamat, raises his hands in front of him, stopping his assertive actions. Pep says that first of all, he doesn't know where the older man went either. Abruptly, Rise appears, previously called Philip. He asks Pep if it's true. Pep stands tensely against the wall, frozen in place. Azamat stands in front of him. He looks menacingly at Pep and says, "Oh, Boss Philip." Rise looks at Pep intently and calmly awaits a response. He doesn't look away and menacingly asks him again if it's true. Rise has light purple hair that hangs down to his shoulders. The collar of his shirt points upward. Pep, stammering, feeling confused with a smile, replies to Rise that of course the other guys will tell them exactly the same thing. Pep opens his eyes wide and looks at Rise intently. Pep has short, dark purple hair. Rise frowns his eyebrows and looks thoughtfully to the side. It annoys him. To do the boss's bidding, they need the boss in charge. The boss is reported on everything that happens in the city, so there's a good chance he knows something about the church. Rise looks at Pep angrily, wrinkling his forehead and furrowing his brow. Rise's pupils burning red, he carefully focused his gaze without looking away and mouthed to Pep that then where he thinks the man in charge might be. Pep froze in place, tense and startled, his mouth slightly ajar. He looks at Azamat forward carefully and thinks, hesitating. This time he needs to answer them properly, otherwise his head will be separated. Pep resolutely spreads his legs wide and spreads his arms out to his sides, clenching them into fists. Across from him, Azamat stands close. Pep pronounces, "Since the boss likes booze and girls, we can check out the bars that are associated with them." Rise stands off to the side. Azamat listens to Pep, turns his head to Rise and looks thoughtfully. Azamat pronounces that it makes sense. Rise looks back at Azamat and replies to him that they will then go to the bars to find the man in charge. Azamat and Rise slowly walk away from Pep to look for the man in charge. Pep is left standing behind them, head down and looking down, and tensely and fearfully thinking, "Phew, it's gone." He didn't have time to finish, interrupting his speech. Instantly, with a swift, sharp movement, Azamat delivers a fist punch to Pep's head. Pep was not expecting it. He stares perplexed and opens his mouth wide at the blow. Pep is thrown backwards by the blow. His body, arms, and legs are in free flight. Pep falls to the ground and lies unconscious from Azamat's blow. Azamat stands next to Pep. He looks at him calmly and says that the master has ordered to bring an accomplice to him. Pep will come over. Azamat thinks about it, but where to leave Pep, maybe tied up in the forest. Azamat stands still with his muscular, strong arms down. His powerful shoulders and body are encased in a blue t-shirt. His face has a scar across his eye, from forehead to cheek. Because of the scar, his eyes are closed. Pep lies unconscious on the ground. Azamat and Rise are standing over him. Rise swings his foot at the lying Pep. Rise replies to Azamat that it's not a bad idea to leave Pep in the woods. He suggests throwing him into the warehouse at Rise's house. Azamat listens intently. Rise turns around to leave and tells Azamat to go faster. They have already lost a lot of time. Azamat throws Pep on his shoulder and follows Rise. Azamat holds Pep with his hand. He answers him, "Okay." Someone's hand slowly opens the wooden door, holding it open with neat, thin fingers. He sees something happen in the room and watches fearfully. On the floor, on the carpet lie the lifeless bodies of people, assuming different poses. Pools of blood can be seen everywhere near them. From around the corner, he sees a lifeless hand lying in a pool of blood. He slowly, cautiously walks down the stairs between the arms of the lifeless bodies. Blood drips everywhere on the floor. He's wearing brown pants, white socks, and dark boots. He pronounced, wondering what happened here. There are pools of blood everywhere in the house and lifeless bodies lying around. In the room, on the floor, on the stairs, assuming different poses. The boy walks further down the hallway from the entrance and looks around. He asks what happened. The boy freezes in place, feeling tense and frightened. He stares forward in concentration. The boy wrinkles his forehead and locks his lips tightly together. He wonders if everyone is dead. A red scarf is tied around the boy's neck. His burgundy hair is gathered in a ponytail at the back. The boy looks down thoughtfully. He wrinkles his forehead, his closed lips drooping. The boy tensed and worried. He thought he was going to get it again for not closing yesterday's cut. But now there seemed to be no one to beat him. A band-aid is stuck on the boy's cheek. The boy realizes that he needs to run away before the other members of the organization question him. He turns around abruptly and runs swiftly away towards the open door to the exit. There are lifeless human bodies lying on the floor, blood stained all around. Jamie Welton rises from the bed and yawns, not yet opening his eyes. It looked like he was really tired, waking up so late. Sunlight from the window burst into the room and fell on the snow-white bed where Jamie was. Jamie Welton lifted his head, directing his gaze upward. He said quietly, "And tonight." Jamie's disheveled, sea-wave-colored hair fell over his face, covering his eyes, his temples. The collar of his white pajama shirt pointed upward. Jamie Welton pulled his head down. He closed his eyes and sighed. Jamie said heavily, he wouldn't be able to avoid it. Jamie Welton changed his clothes and walks quietly down the long hallway. On the second floor. On his shoulder sits Black. The hallway has a white floor, a gold-patterned fence. The white wall has stucco used on it. Lights hung out. Red curtains are hung on the windows. Jamie Welton stopped in the hallway and spoke thoughtfully, turning to Black. As his father senses Black's presence, Jamie briefly cancels his summoning. Black squeaks and flies off Jamie's shoulder to the side. Jamie Welton stands in front of the doors at the entrance to the dining room. He wishes his father and mother good morning. Jamie observes the table set with cutlery and candles. Father Arjano and Sister Sarah are seated at the table. Large chandeliers hang above the table. At the table sits Arjano Welton. He has his arms crossed in front of him, resting them on the table. Arjano is wearing a dark uniform with different elements on his chest and shoulders. In front is an element with a green stone. Arjano squints his eyes and asks with a smile if Jamie got a good night's sleep. Sister Sarah shouts happily to Jamie, calling her brother that Sarah had a very good night's sleep. Jamie stands at the door, looks ahead at his father and sister, and utters surprise that Mom isn't here. Before he can finish the sentence, there is a flutter of hair behind the wall. Suddenly, Jamie Sheehy's mom, Belle Welton, appears abruptly from the side. She spreads her arms wide to Jamie and shouts that Mommy is here. Jamie startled and tensed up at the sudden appearance of Mommy. His eyes rounded and he cried out fearfully. Jamie Welton turned to see his mother, She's Belle Welton, looking at her with a piercing gaze and confused, wondering where he hadn't noticed. She's Belle Welton asks in surprise if that's true. Jamie Welton tensely averts his eyes to the side and thinks that he actually noticed She's Belle Welton's mom. He opens his mouth slightly and freezes in place. Jamie's mom, She's Belle Welton, continues to stare at him. Belle puts her hand on Jamie's head, stroking it. She happily asks, squeezing her eyes shut, that their Jamie was very surprised. She's Belle Welton is wearing a blue dress with ruddy patterns. Jamie replies that he was more excited than scared. She's Belle Welton, from her overflowing surge of feelings, embarrassed and joyful, said, "Gosh, why is Jamie so good?" She crossed her fingers in front of her and squinted her eyes. The locks of blonde hair hung down in waves in front of her. Jamie Welton tensed at what he was hearing and raised his hands in front of him, gesturing to try to reassure his mother. Jamie squinted his eyes and said to She's Belle, "Mama, let's have a poke." Before he could finish the sentence, it was interrupted. She's Belle's mom and Sister Sarah pressed in on Jamie from both sides. With overwhelming feelings, they crossed their fingers and uttered, "How adorable Jamie is. Let me give you another hug." Jamie grudgingly closed his lips and closed his eyes. He wished someone would take them away. The Welton family sat down at the table. Arjano, Shays Belle, Jamie, and Sarah. There is cutlery on the table in front of everyone, with food placed in a plate. In the middle of the table is a stand for lamps and glasses. She's Belle tells Sarah to start eating. Jamie sits at the table and watches in surprise, as across from him at the table, She's Belle's mom attacks Sarah with a hug. They have their eyes closed in embarrassment as they open their mouths happily. She's Belle calls Sarah her sweet baby. Jamie pensively stands still and stares intently ahead. He is confused at the thought he too wants to rub her cheeks. Babies have very soft cheeks. Jamie presses his lips together tightly, pulling them down, frowning his forehead. Jamie abruptly realizes why the hell he's even thinking about this. He bangs his head and hands on the table in an abrupt motion, his face pointed downward. Sarah is watching him tensely and anxiously. Jamie is too used to a life of serenity. A white tablecloth is set on the breakfast table. It is neatly laid out with a knife and spoon, and a white glass on a stem with a dark stripe across the top. On a plate on a foot with a dark border lies a red and white mass. It's pronounced, "It's tomorrow." Jamie holds Sarah in his arms, one arm wrapped around the bottom under her legs, the other supporting her from above by her back. Jamie and Sarah stare ahead perplexed, not sure what the conversation is about. Jamie asks, "What happens tomorrow?" Argonaut looks guiltily at Jamie and asks if he hasn't told him. He freezes in place and stares intently ahead. Argonaut's sea wave-colored hair is gathered in a ponytail, disheveled bangs falling over his face. She's Belle frowned her forehead unhappily, feeling guilty, and closed her eyes. She had completely forgotten, overly excited about her little boy. She turned her head sharply to the side. She's Belle's blonde hair hung down in wavy curls. Jamie wondered if she was talking about the day she'd seen the whole-body breathing technique. Given Mom's temperament, she was holding back hard. Jamie holds Sarah in his arms and anxiously makes a short sound. Sarah looks at him perplexed. Jamie has his head down thoughtfully and guiltily. He looks sideways downward with his eyebrows raised and his mouth ajar. He is feeling anxious and tense from what he heard from She's Belle. He apologizes to She's Belle for making her worry. She's Belle stares at Jamie with her eyes wide open. She utters back that Mommy is fine when she knows that her son is fine. But if Jamie keeps doing this kind of stuff, She's Belle paused. Mommy will just collapse in the hallway somewhere and start crying because she's so upset. She's Belle closes her eyes, opens her mouth, and presses herself against the wall. Jamie looks at his mom and feeling anxious promises. Something like this won't happen again. Jamie stands exhaustedly by the table, leaning forward slightly. He asks, "So what's going to happen tomorrow?" Mama She's Belle grinningly replies, pushing her chair away from the table, that tomorrow they will go to the ball. Argino sits silently at the table and listens. A grand ball thrown by the counties of Simon and Welton. Most of the aristocrats from the east of the kingdom of Seldom are expected to attend. Count Argino of Welton is the representative of the county of Welton. She's Belle stands in front of the table and explains to Jamie and Sarah that they didn't take Jamie and Sarah before, but they are old enough now. She's Belle is burning with anticipation. Jamie and Sarah listen in surprise with their mouths ajar. So Jamie's precious free time will disappear. Welton Manor has fallen into the darkness of night. There are still some lights in the windows. The street lamps were lit in the street outside the manor. A huge moon from the sky illuminates the ground. Jamie Welton stands in the middle of his room on a red-patterned rug. He is dressed in a dark, long cloak. Jamie Welton calls out to Black thoughtfully and quietly. He is in anticipation of departing the manor once again. Jamie Welton climbs out of the window, resting his arms at his sides. He places his booted foot on the windowsill. Shorts are visible from beneath his raincoat. Jamie's gaze is focused and forward. From Jamie's back, Black's wings spread out. Black makes a long squeak. On the night street, a looming shadow can be seen between the houses. The street is quiet, no one is out. No streetlights are lit, doors are closed. Jamie Welton walks slowly and quietly along the tiles of the street. He takes small steps. On his feet are brown lace-up boots. The wooden door to the room slowly opens. No one can be seen behind it, just the dark night street. The wooden door has an iron lock on it with a round handle. It is paneled across with an iron plate. Azamat stands at the table, resting his hands on the table. His arms are wrapped in bandages from wrist to elbow. He raises his head perplexed when he sees Jamie Welton and says, "Master, you have come." Rise, hearing this, rises abruptly from his chair, resting his hands on the table. Jamie Welton walks into the room, pulling the hood off his head with both hands. He asks what's up with the errand. Jamie looks intently at Azamat and Rise, waiting for an answer from them. Jamie's hair covers part of his face. Rise is tense and anxious, looking at Jamie Elton with pitying eyes. He wrinkles his forehead, frozen in place. Rise apologetically tells him that they haven't been able to find out anything about Janice's church yet, but the church is about to rebuild. He paused. Jamie Welton listens intently to Rise, looking ahead. He thought about it. Even Rival's leadership would have a hard time getting the information out in a day. Jamie Welton understands and wonders what about the second assignment. Rise reports to Jamie Welton that he is here. Sitting on the floor on his knees is Pep. His mouth is tightly bandaged, his hands tied behind his back. Pep wrinkles his forehead, looking tensely at Jamie. He tries to speak, but short sounds are heard. Pep scrutinizes Jamie Welton without looking away, feeling anxious and tense. His forehead wrinkles, his eyes widen. He thinks, what the hell, his hair, has the Welton family guessed everything? Rise tells Jamie Welton that this is one of Rival's executives. He knew that Hanny was trying to send them to the other side of the world. Jamie Welton, Rise and Azamat looked down at Pep menacingly. Pep would make the perfect informant then. Azamat turns toward Jamie Welton, looks at him perplexed and says that Pep doesn't know anything. Jamie stands between Azamat and Rise, looks at Pep and calmly says that he will check it out for himself. Jamie Welton stands still and stares intently at Pep, frowning his forehead. Jamie's hair covers part of his face. He orders Azamat and Rise to remove the gag. Jamie intends to question Pep to get information. Rise and Azamat remove the blindfold from Pep's mouth. The bandage leaves small marks on Pep's face. Pep opens his mouth and pulls his tongue out, freeing himself from the tight bandage. Drool runs down his chin from his mouth. Pep kneels on the floor with his hands tied behind his back. He yells loudly to Jamie Welton to save him. He really had nothing to do with it. But if they let him live, he'll get it all out. Pep is tense and frightened, rounding his eyes. Jamie Welton sharply asks Pep what he's trembling about. Pep looks at Jamie fearfully and anxiously. His eyes are rounded and look up intently. He listens to what Jamie is telling him and freezes in place. Jamie Welton calmly tells Pep that he never thought of sending him to the other side of the world. Pep only has one errand to run. Jamie stands in front of Pep, directing streams of energy in his direction. Pep feels a tremendous amount of sinister energy. Pep shouts loudly, opening his mouth wide, that he will do whatever Jamie Welton tells him to do. If he needs to find the boss, he will do it, so he needs to be spared. Pep lowers his head in a scream, wrinkling his forehead and squeezing his eyes tightly shut, tears spurting from them. Jamie Welton thinks unhappily that Pep is too noisy. He pronounced that only one thing was required of Pep. Pep is bent over the floor, sitting on his knees. His hands are tied behind his back. He doesn't understand why he can't utter a word. Jamie Welton reaches out his hand lightly to Pep's head. Pep's head, whose hair is a dark maroon color, is tilted downward. Jamie Welton's head is tilted slightly downward. He is watching Pep carefully and calmly. Around Jamie Welton, ominous streams of dark red-colored energy emanate and wriggle in the air, directed at Pep's body. Jamie Welton leans over Pep. A bright light emanates from his hand above Pep's head. Streams of energy move through the air. Jamie orders Pep to go to the Count and report on the affairs of his organization. Rise and Azamat watch what is happening. Pep slowly gets up from the floor, his arms hanging loosely down. Under the influence of Jamie Welton, Pep's gaze is downward. His mouth is ajar and drool is running down his chin. He is ready to follow Jamie Welton's orders. Rise and Azamat freeze in place and silently watch Pep leave the room, heading outside through the open door. Pep moves slowly, his body tilted slightly downward, his arms hanging loosely along his body. Jamie Welton pronounces that there is no need to sympathize with Pep. His organization won't go after him anyway, because the Count won't just let it go. Jamie watches Pep leave the room. Black sits on his shoulder. Jamie Welton stands in front of Rise and Azamat and notifies them that they need to leave town and hide somewhere. Rise and Azamat look at Jamie intently, standing straight and reply that they are obeying. Black is on Jamie Welton's shoulder. He instantly turns toward Jamie Welton, close to his ear, and looks at him with a big yellow eye. Black touches Jamie Welton's face with his paw, waiting for his reaction. Jamie Welton shifts his gaze to the side, stands still, and thoughtfully tells Rise and Azamat that they didn't ask for a reason today. Black sits on Jamie's shoulder, looking at him, touching his face with his paw. Rise and Azamat pronounce that their master's orders are unconditional. They just have to follow them. Instantly, the two of them obediently bowed their heads to Jamie Welton, opening their mouths and closing their eyes tightly. Rise froze with his head lowered in front of Jamie Welton. He shifted his gaze upward, looking down at Jamie. He pronounced that he seemed to understand why Jamie Welton had told them that. He assesses the situation well. Jamie Welton stands in front of Rise and Azamat after hearing what they said. He replies that Rise has the right idea. Jamie knows that his father will destroy Rival from the root. In the process, no one will ever remember the two missing people. Jamie Welton turns away from Rise and Azamat. He calmly tells them that he will be gone for a few days and needs to lay low until then. Jamie closes his eyes. Rise and Azamat convincingly agree. Jamie Welton puts his hood over his head and walks outside from the house he was in and strides confidently away. It is deep night outside. The lights in the houses and on the street lamps are off. On the ground, the shadows of the houses glow from the light of the moon. Abruptly, Reese runs out of the house Jamie Welton came out of and stops abruptly in the street by the door. He calls out loudly to Jamie Welton, shouting hesitantly, "Master!" Rise clenches his fists and spreads his legs wide. Jamie heard Rise yell, Jamie Welton stops and freezes in place, not turning toward Rise. He asks him what's wrong. Sitting on Jamie's shoulder is Black, who also heard the scream, and turns his gaze towards Rise. Rise yells loudly to Jamie Welton, feeling the tension and anxiety of who they have turned into. They know they are already lifeless bodies and have accepted the irreversibility of that fact. They don't really want to go back either. Rise is satisfied with his power. However, Rise asks Jamie Welton what kind of creature he is. He needs to know. Rise grabs himself firmly by the white shirt on his chest and pulls himself down. From the force with which he grabs himself, the shirt crumples, leaving creases from his fingers. Jamie Welton stands in the middle of the street, turns toward Rise and asks what exactly he's interested in. Rise freezes in place, holds his chest, and replies that their powers are twice as powerful as they were when they were alive. Rise asks Jamie Welton if it's possible that they've turned into high-class undead. Jamie froze in surprise, eyes wide at the question asked. Sitting on his shoulder is Black, who looks at Jamie fearfully, peering out from behind his hood. Jamie Welton laughed loud and long. Rise sees Jamie Welton's reaction, biting his lip, apologizes, and stammering asks, Jamie didn't like the question. Rise lets go of the hand he used to grab the shirt on his chest. Jamie Welton answers Rise with a smile, denying it. He explains that it's just that the question is so funny, that's why he laughed. When asked if Rise has become a true undead, Jamie replies that he has yet to encounter such adaptability. Rise freezes in place with his head down low. He stares perplexedly in front of him and answers Jamie Welton with a thank you. Rise spread his legs wide and grabbed his shirt over his chest with both hands, clenching it tightly into a fist. Jamie Welton squints his eyes, smiles, and replies that this is the first time he's encountered such a thing in his long life. The hair under the hood covers part of Jamie's face. Black sits on his shoulder and peers out from behind the hood at Jamie, watching perplexed. Usually the undead are in vehement denial of their new identity and look like monsters who've lost their minds. But these guys, Rise and Azamat, are the exact opposite. The undead's skin is purple in color. They have multiple scars on their bodies and their skin is damaged in places. Jamie Welton thinks he might have gotten some nuggets. Rise turns his head back in surprise and looks at Azamat with big eyes. Azamat stares back perplexed. Azamat and Rise have their mouths ajar at the information they have received. Jamie Welton looks at Rise and Azamat and says that they are just zombies. Their appearance hasn't changed a bit since they were sent to the other world, with physical strength many times that of a human. Rise and Azamat stand at a distance. Rise looks down wistfully and with disappointment from Jamie Welton's said words. Eyes downcast, mouth slightly ajar. He utters what is clear to him, they're just zombies. Rise has a hard time realizing this. He is saddened. Jamie Welton turns around, walking away from Rise and Azamata with a smile, saying that who knows, based on the effort they put in, maybe they will become high-class zombies. Flying next to Jamie is Black, who is watching him in surprise. Rise and Azamat have heard from Jamie Welton what kind of zombies they can become. They are overwhelmed with feelings of joy and admiration. Rise stares forward in amazement, opening his mouth and eyes wide. He lifts his arms up in the air. From behind, Azamat has his mouth ajar. Jamie Welton alerted Rise and Azamat that he would go then, reminding them to hide well. He turned around and walked away from them. Rise and Azamat wished Jamie a happy journey. They stand still and look after Jamie. Above Jamie Welton's head, Black flies over and beeps at him. Jamie looks thoughtfully at Rise and Azamat in the distance. He tells Black that they're not pathetic but interesting. They remind him of that guy from the past. Jamie Welton draws Black's attention to the fact that they are running late and that they need to go home soon. It is deep night over the Welton estate. In the Welton Manor, there is a light on in almost every window on every floor. That night, Earl Welton has turned the place upside down. The leadership of Rival, a large criminal organization entrenched in haze, had filed charges against its internal parts. The Earl had to postpone his trip to deal with it. So the Welton family, only 3 of them, will travel to the largest trading town of Regan in the east. Jamie Welton sits quietly in the carriage, looking ahead thoughtfully. He believes that they would have made quick work of the teleporter. However, compared to times past, surely things have improved here. Across from Jamie Welton sit Sheesbelle and Sarah Welton. Sheesbelle cuddled Sarah, who had fallen asleep with a toy in her hands, snuggled up against her. Jamie Welton reflected as he sat in the carriage. Compared to the period of legends, progress is in his face. However, Jamie doesn't know how many years have passed since he was sent to the other world. Jamie leaned on the back of the chair, closing his eyes. The history books describe the events that happened after he was sent to the other world. And demons occupied the lands, and the Demon King descended to Earth. They wrought battle and destruction, with fires blazing all around. Surely this is a peaceful time without such incidents. However, Jamie Welton could be the very creature to disturb the reigning, all-around calm. Jamie crossed his legs and leaned his arms on the chair. He closed his eyes thoughtfully. Stupid 12 gods that they couldn't even unite in this long time. Compared to last time, now Diablo Wolfir would easily be able to overthrow them. Countless living beings will die, but that is no longer his concern. Jamie Welton releases a sinister energy into space. It spreads over Sarah Welton, who is leaning against her mother, Belle Welton, and sleeping a deep sleep. Sarah cradles a toy in her arms. She sniffles loudly. Jamie Welton stares thoughtfully ahead, frozen in place. An ominous, dark red-colored energy emanates from his body. It moves chaotically through space. Jamie Welton hopes he succeeds this time. Jamie Welton sits in the carriage chair across from his mom, Belle, and sister Sarah. He leans back in the chair, closing his eyes. He begins to emit mana around him, spreading it out, filling the space with glowing particles. Sarah Welton leaned on her mother, Belle Welton, sleeping soundly. She has her mouth ajar, making sniffling noises, saliva dripping from her mouth down her chin. In her hands, Sarah holds a toy, cradling it tightly in her arms. Jamie Welton is on her way to Simon County with her mother, Belle Welton, and sister Sarah Welton. In a carriage, they arrive at the entrance, through a passage in the stone wall that encloses the entire county grounds. This evening ends without incident. The town is saturated with the traffic of horse-drawn carriages. They move under the arch of the stone wall. At the top of the stone wall is a wooden crossing. Behind the arch, you can see wood-framed houses. There are trees planted around the houses. The town is densely built up with houses densely adjacent to each other. There are narrow streets between the houses. The houses are red tile, with various additions, turrets, and extras. The lots are surrounded by green grass and trees. In town, on the tiled street stood tents with various goods, vegetables, baked goods, wine, textiles. Everything neatly laid out in front of the tents in crates on tables, racks with colorful awnings. In the city, among the residential houses with red tile roofs, built stone, gray, two-story building and a huge cathedral. The cathedral is decorated with stained glass windows and mosaics on the mirrors. The facade is lined with turrets above the floor-length windows. Jamie Welton rides in a white, gold-adorned carriage and admires the city they are passing through. He peers out of the window with his hands on the door, and without looking away, he says, "Ridgeon is incredible. Sheesh." Belle Welton squints her eyes and asks Jamie with interest, "Is he impressed?" She explains, "Ridgeon is the best trading city in the kingdom. There aren't many centers on the entire mainland that have that much money rolling in." Jamie replies, "It really is incredible. It is because of this city that the kingdom of Seldom is thriving." Jamie Welton thoughtfully observes the sights of the town of Regan as they pass by in the carriage. Jamie looks out of the window with her hands on the door. The Welton family is almost there. They drive down a narrow street, pulling into a square with a fountain, benches, and trees. Around it are densely lined houses. The city's roadway is paved with light-colored tiles with clearly lined curbs. Jamie Welton squints his eyes contentedly. He sits across from Belle Welton and utters that his heart is beating so fast because he's about to see Earl Simon. Belle is perplexed and listens intently to Jamie. Belle Welton abruptly wraps her arms around Jamie Welton, enclosing him in a hug with the words that her son is so cute, worried. She is overwhelmed with feelings of love and tenderness from what Jamie said. Jamie looks up pitifully, wondering what this is all for. Belle Welton closes her eyes, asking Jamie Welton quietly with interest that Jamie dreams of becoming a wizard, and that's why she trembles so much at the thought of Earl Simon. She tilts her head down slightly. Jamie Welton instantly rolled his eyes upward, feeling displeased. Jamie's mouth was ajar, drool dripping down his chin. Jamie freezes in place and longingly answers Belle Welton's mom's question. Yes. Belle Welton tells Jamie Welton that Count Simon is great, as he is a 7th grade archmage, while the same age as his daddy Arjano. The two of them are powerful aristocrats in the East, and the Earl is also a feudal lord of Ridgeon. Belle Welton continues to tell Jamie about Count Simon. The Earl's magic fully justifies his nickname, the Red Lotus Mage. and they say can take thousands of lives. The lotus flower is a delicate pink color. Jamie Welton sits in the carriage between his sister Sarah Welton and his mother Shees Belle Welton. Jamie turns her head to her mother and quietly asks about Earl Simon. What's he like? Sister looks slightly behind Jamie's back. Shees Belle Welton freezes in place and thinks about Jamie Welton's question. Jamie watches her mother's face carefully, waiting for an answer. She squints her eyes, trying to remember which Earl Simon is and to pick out the words. Shees Belle Welton answers Jamie with interest, looking at him carefully that Earl Simon is spectacular, with blood-colored hair. Jamie hears this and tenses, perplexed as to how this can be. Jamie Welton has his head down and his gaze downward, pondering. He pondered that this was not what he was interested in the 7th grade Red Lotus mage. Jamie pressed his lips together tightly, pulling the corners of his lips down and furrowed his brow. Earl Simon's power to take many lives was what interested Jamie. Jamie was curious as to what made such a difficult case possible. Jamie would like to have a conversation with Earl Simon. The Welton family pulls up to the location. Jamie Welton pensively reflects. He wishes he could have had a longer talk with Marquis Renmol. Jamie worries about how to start a dialogue with Earl Simon. Shees Belle Welton slowly steps onto the footplate of the carriage, stepping out of it. Shees Belle Welton steps out of the carriage, resting one foot on the footstool, supporting her dress with one hand, the other lightly holding onto the side of the carriage with the other. She calmly mouthed to the children, Jamie and Sarah, to follow her. They were getting out. Jamie Welton was the last one out of the carriage. He quickly lowered himself to the ground, looking down thoughtfully and pronounced back to his mom, Shees Belle Welton. Okay. Jamie is dressed in a red and black suit with shorts. On his feet are knee-length socks and tall dark shoes. A man in a suit and glasses approached Shees Belle Welton. He leaned his hand on his chest and clarified to her, she is the Earl of Welton's consort after all. Shees Belle looks at the man and says in a calm voice that is correct. The man shows the castle to the Welton family who has just arrived. Their carriage stands at the entrance of the huge 4-story building. Near the front of the castle, people walk in pairs in an open tiled area. There are green plantings all around. The room in the castle is decorated in white and gold colors. On the floor is a white carpet with colored elements on the edges. A double-wide bed with an abundance of golden decorative elements. A golden canopy hangs over the bed. Through the white room is the entrance to the next room with green curtains on the windows. The doors to the room are open, and there is a light on in the room. A chandelier on the ceiling with green hanging elements. The chandelier's plafonds curve in a tulip shape. The Welton family has entered the white room. Jamie walks further into the room. There are more people in it. The Weltons can stay here throughout the ball, as well as call the servants if there are any problems. Shees Belle Welton turns to Jamie in high spirits and tells her that Earl Simon has taken care of them. Her golden eyes look at Jamie intently. Jamie squints with a smile of approval. The door to the other room opens. A man in a dark suit calls out to Jamie Welton and invites him to pass into the room. Jamie freezes in front of the door. There is a reason for this. At this age, Jamie doesn't want to think about living in the same room as his parents. Shees Belle Welton turned toward Jamie's room and warned, laying out her things and coming right back. Her long hair fluttering in the air from the movement, Jamie shouts approvingly from the room. A short time later in her room, Shees Belle Welton has changed into a yellow dress with ruffles on the hem, waistband and sleeves. She sits in front of the mirror, being groomed by 2 servants. They compliment her on her hair and appearance. Shees Belle Welton sits unmoving with her back straightened. She stares forward in surprise. Her lips are painted a soft red color, pearl earrings on her ears. Her golden long hair is shiny and has gold chains woven into it. Jamie Welton froze in place, standing unmoving and gazing admiringly at Mama Shees Belle Welton. His mouth is ajar, his eyes scrutinizing his mom. He said thoughtfully and embarrassed, Mom is very beautiful. Jamie Welton stands next to Mama Shees Belle Welton, unmoving. Shees Belle turns to Jamie and embarrassedly replies that she is beautiful even in the eyes of her little boy. Around her, servants stand around her and fix her hair. Jamie replies approvingly. Shees Belle Welton crossed her fingers in front of her, blooming and moved by the words she heard. She closes her eyes and says, embarrassed, how pleased she is to hear such a thing. Jamie stands beside her and listens. Shees Belle Welton turns to Jamie Welton and says admiringly that their Jamie is also charming today. She stretches out her arms, wanting to hug Jamie as soon as possible. The maids warn her to be careful. Her makeup might smudge. She's Belle Welton turns around and looks disappointed at the maids. She asks if a tight hug can't be given once. The maid replies that you can't. The dress will get wrinkled. Jamie Welton breathes a sigh of relief. He was swept through avoiding the hug. The young lady is also ready. Sarah Welton makes a disgruntled face and walks forward. Her hair is braided with bows at the sides. She is wearing a lush red and white dress decorated with beads and bows. On her feet are red shoes with ribbons. She holds up the dress with her hands. She's Belle Welton admired the way Sarah Welton looked. She crossed her fingers in front of her and said, "Her daughter is very cute." Jamie turned around and said in surprise, "Sarah is cute. She's like a doll." Sarah Welton was touched by the compliments, happy and embarrassed, and smilingly asked her brother if she is cute. Sarah Welton glowed and raised her hands in front of her face, spreading her palms apart. Jamie Welton walked over to Sarah Welton, leaned closer, and replied with a smile that she was very cute. But she's probably uncomfortable, so she's going to have to be a little bit patient. Sarah froze in place and responds approvingly to Jamie. Jamie Welton is asked to get changed soon. She's Belle. Jamie and Sarah Welton hurry to the ball down the large and long corridor of the castle. The hallway is flanked by massive columns on each side. A ceiling in the form of glazed arches rises above the corridor. In a large hall, people are gathered. Some people stand talking among themselves, others stand and watch. The rest sit at tables. The hall has a light-colored tile floor, blue walls, and columns on the sides. Tables with food and candles, furnished with large chairs. Earl Simon's estate, the reception hall. She's Belle covers her mouth in surprise, looking at the furnishings. Sarah is surprised and has her mouth ajar. Jamie locks his lips together and wonders if aristocrats always dress so exquisitely for banquets. Jamie Welton marveled, pondering that Earl Simon had a taste for such pretentiousness. She's Belle Welton, observes Jamie, and pronounces that Jamie still has time to be surprised. The Welton family sat down at the table. Sarah's mouth is ajar as she considers the setting. The women present at the ball rapturously observe She's Belle Welton and pronounce that they haven't seen the mistress in a long time, and she is still just as beautiful. They look at the quality of her dress, believing her to be the true mistress of Welton County. The woman shows a coat woven from their cotton. She prepared it for She's Belle for the winter. She's Belle thanks them for their care. Jamie grudgingly reflects that the woman is trying to curry favor with the Welton family. Jamie has met similar ones before. Long ago, in a time of legends not even recorded, there were men who sucked up to the gods without a word. A multitude of men whose hands reached closer to the gods, seeking the light that came from them. Jamie Welton feels the strain of hearing such a thing at the ball. He closes his eyes, turns away and lowers his head and broodingly reasons that it is disgusting. Mama She's Belle Welton even deals well with such things. In the center of the large hall, a man in a black suit appeared on stage. He spoke loudly, drawing the attention of the guests to see if they could hear him. There are guests sitting at tables all around the room, some standing around chatting or moving around the room. A man in a black suit stands on the stage. He loudly greets all the honored guests invited to the Simon family ball. The man introduces himself to the guests. He is Ryle Benner, in charge of the administration of the Regan region. The reception hall is full of invited guests, strolling and relaxing as they wait for the festivities to begin. A blue carpet is laid out from the entrance of the hall and runs the length of the hall. 10 tables are decorated and arranged in exactly 2 lines. Ryle Benner voiced to the invited guests that the banquet would soon begin. He asks everyone to remain in their seats. Ryle Benner is a blonde-haired man, wearing a white shirt with the collar up, a puffy tie tied in the front. Ryle Benner waves his hand, stopping his arm in the air, palm up. He asks to greet Count Simon, who will be arriving any minute now. A white glove is worn on his hand. It rests tightly on Ryle Benner's fingers. A man with bright red hair appears. Long hair falls over his face, down his cheeks, between his ears. It is Count Simon. He looks around carefully, focusing his gaze forward. His eyes are bright. Count Simon walks slowly, unhurriedly, up the stairs to the stage. On Count Simon's feet are black boots with white soles. Count Simon walks toward the stage to greet the guests invited to the ball. Jamie Welton stands frozen in place and directs his gaze at Count Simon and does not look away. Jamie is tense, anxious, and surprised. He opens his eyes wide, his lips tightly closed. Jamie stands unmoving with his hands down. Count Simon walked up to the stage and stopped in place. He said in a calm tone to the guests invited to the ball that he hadn't seen everyone for a long time. Count Simon's red hair ran chaotically down his face. His uniform has white fur on top of it. Jamie Welton stares with admiration at Count Simon without taking his eyes off of him. His eyes are wide open and his lips are closed. Jamie is tense and anxious. Jamie Welton is pensive. He is thinking about Earl Simon. Earl Simon greets all the invited guests, wishing them to be sure to have fun. Count Simon's hair falls chaotically over his face, with a braid braided on one side. A white fur hangs over his shoulder. Jamie Welton is surprised that Earl Simon has a 7th grade class. The reception hall is in one part with decorated banquet tables, with a grand piano and a platform for dancing in the second part. Earl Simon leaves the stage after the speech is made. Jamie Welton thinks that Count Simon is forcefully similar to, or even higher than the Marquis of Rinmol. Jamie Welton sits pensively in a chair, leaning back and resting his hands on the chair seat. He stares in front of him, his eyes fixed on one point. He is thinking about Count Simon. He is the mage of the Red Lotus. Pausing for a moment. Jamie Welton thinks that Count Simon, the Red Lotus mage, exceeds all expectations. That's very interesting. Jamie gazes thoughtfully and with interest in front of him, curling his lips in a smile. His eyes are burning. At the table where the Welton family is seated, Earl Simon and his wife suddenly walk up. He sharply told Belle Welton that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and she's even more beautiful than last year. Belle jumps up from her chair in fright. Belle Welton rises from her chair, bows to Earl Simon and stares at him intently, pronouncing that he is flattering her. She is very pleased that Earl Simon is in good health. Belle holds the dress on both sides with her hands. Count Simon turns his head, shifting his gaze downward. He watches with interest and asks Belle Welton if Earl Welton is coming this time. Belle replies that he will be coming tonight as he has had trouble on his lands. Earl Simon understands and asks Belle Welton, "Is this her son?" He points to Jamie Welton sitting at the table. Jamie listens intently and looks at Earl Simon. Belle Welton stands by the table. Belle Welton replies to Earl Simon that it is Jamie Welton. Jamie looks thoughtfully ahead at Earl Simon. Jamie froze in place, not averting his gaze. He has his mouth slightly ajar, sitting silently at the table. Belle Welton answers Earl Simon that this young lady is Sarah Welton, her daughter. Sarah froze on the spot in embarrassment, staring unmovingly ahead at Earl Simon. Her eyes opened wide, her lips tightly pressed together. Belle Welton reminded the children to say hello to Earl Simon. Jamie covered his eyes, bowed with a hand to his chest, and introduced himself. The firstborn of the Welton family, Jamie Welton. Sarah stands next to him, says hello, and introduces herself as Sarah. Earl Simon's consort looks at Sarah and Jamie Welton with surprise and admiration. She freezes in place and pronounces that the babies are so beautiful. Belle Welton thanked her, remarking that they were very clever. Jamie Welton froze and stared at Earl Simon and his wife, who grinned at Belle Welton, saying it was obvious. Earl Simon stands unmoving, putting one hand behind his back. Count Simon is silent for a while, looking down calmly and carefully. His bright eyes watch without looking away. Earl Simon's red hair falls over his face, scattered chaotically in front of his eyes. Jamie Welton rather raises his eyes upward, lips tightly locked together with a smile. Jamie watches as Earl Simon scrutinizes him sparingly. Jamie doesn't avert his eyes and looks at Earl Simon calmly. Jamie Welton ponders that Earl Simon can stare at him all he wants. Jamie clenches his fingers into a fist of his downcast hand with force. Streams of energy begin to spread from his hand to the sides. Count Simon watches Jamie Welton with interest. A slight smile appears on Count Simon's face. Count Simon's red hair falls over his face. Count Simon stands frozen in place, looking thoughtfully in front of him. Count Simon asks Jamie Welton with interest, "So this is Jamie?" Count Simon's bright eyes stare intently without looking away. Earl Simon's red hair falls over his face, a pigtail tucked behind his ear. Jamie Welton responds approvingly to Earl Simon. His eyes are wide open and looking up intently. He opens his mouth wide in response. Jamie Welton watches Count Simon with interest, enjoying their dialogue. Count Simon smiles and looks intently at Jamie Welton. Count Simon pronounces to him that they will see him a little later. Jamie Welton looks at Rafe Simon with interest and responds approvingly. Count Simon turns around and calmly walks away from Jamie Welton. Rafe Simon squints his eyes with a satisfied look. Jamie Welton freezes in place and watches intently as Earl Simon walks away from the scene of the conversation. Jamie Welton is frozen in place and stands thoughtfully still. His eyes light up, watching Earl Simon with interest. He presses his lips together tightly. Jamie reflects that Earl Simon is definitely exceeding his expectations. He looks forward to their conversation. In the reception hall, where all the guests invited to the ball have gathered, Earl Simon, with his wife and 2 children, steps away from the table of 7 Welton. She's Belle Welton wished Earl Simon's wife a pleasant evening, to which she replies to make herself at home. Earl Simon walks away from the Welton family table. Behind them comes a boy with red hair, wearing a plaid jacket with a white shirt. A gold brooch with red stones is fastened around his neck. He gave a displeased look, frowned his eyebrows, and silently turned away. The boy repeated mentally, remembering Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton stares thoughtfully ahead in frozen place. Jamie asks when his father is coming. She's Belle Welton replies that it will probably be late at night. Earl Simon's family is seated at a separate table. Earl Simon sits across from them, with his wife in front of him and his sons at his sides. They are talking about something among themselves. Candles are burning on the table, plates are arranged. One of the sons asks his father, Count Simon, how the son of the Welton family is doing. Count Simon asks a counter question as to why he is interested in a 10-year-old boy. Count Simon's second son pays no attention to the conversation and brings a handkerchief to his mouth. Earl Simon's son looks at his father with interest and answers him, even though the son of the Welton family is still young, he will lead the Welton family in the future. Since they are from the same generation, there is no harm in getting to know him better. Count Simon silently pondered while looking away. Red hair falls loosely on Count Simon's face. His son is trying to show leadership skills by harassing the offspring of aristocrats. Count Simon looks thoughtfully in his son's direction, narrowing his eyes. He raises his hand slightly above the table. Count Simon's son tries to gain his acceptance, but all to no avail. However, Count Simon is able to nudge him in the right direction. Count Simon tells his son that he is a smart kid. The son looks at his father in confusion, not averting his gaze, accepting his praise, frozen in place. The son asks his father if he has anything else to say to him besides that. At a separate table sits Count Simon's family. Count Simon is silent for a while, pausing. Then he asks the servants to bring a drink for an aperitif. Count Simon is looked at attentively and silently by his son. On the hand of Count Simon's son, which is lying quietly on the table, suddenly puts his mother Countess's hand. She lightly squeezes his fingers. The Countess turned her head to her son, keeping her hand on his arm, and said with awe that she hopes they will get along. They have a long friendship with the Welton family. The son turned his head thoughtfully toward his mother and listens in silence. The son smiles at the Countess, replies approvingly that of course, mother, and asks her not to worry. He stares intently at his mother, squinting his eyes slightly. The Countess smiles happily and warmly at her son, squinting her eyes. She smilingly responds approvingly to him, laughing, that's good. On her head, her golden hair is gathered in a bundle. Around her neck is a small piece of bead jewelry. The Countess waves her hand with a smile and beckons the servants to bring drinks here. She turned her back toward the servants. Her son watches her attentively, silently, without averting his gaze. For a while he froze, looking away. Count Simon's son reflects on the conversation he had with the Countess. He mentally apologizes to his mother, but he has other plans in mind. He stares thoughtfully in front of him, staring at one point, tense and displeased. Earl Simon's son is staring intently, looking in the direction of Jamie Welton, who is sitting at the Welton family table across the table. He has not the slightest intention of getting close to Jamie Welton. Earl Simon's son is feeling aggressive towards him. Count Simon's son imagines himself standing over Jamie Welton, who is kneeling on the floor and resting his hands on the floor, bleeding. He contemplates how Jamie Welton will obediently kneel before him. The son of Earl Simon continues to ponder Jamie Welton's obedient service to him because his thoughts were interrupted by a hand that came down sharply on his shoulder. Without turning his head, he shifted his gaze to the hand on his shoulder. Earl Simon is leaning over his son and pronounces, "This is his son." He looks at him with a smile, keeping his hand on his shoulder and lifting his index finger forward. The son looks at Count Simon in embarrassment, mouth ajar. Count Simon's son ponders that this is how he will honor his father's approval. He sits at the table with an acerbic smile, realizing the outcome of his intentions. Behind him sits a brother who watches him closely without turning his head. The other brother watches intently, directing his gaze to the side and frowning his eyebrows. He smiles thoughtfully. He has short red hair, bangs covering part of his face along with his eye. Above his ears, his hair is pinned back with a hair clip. In the reception hall, the guests invited to the ball are socializing among themselves, scrutinizing the surroundings and sitting at tables. Guests stand everywhere, next to the fountain, next to the winding staircase from the second floor. She's Belle Welton stands across from Jamie Welton and tells him demandingly that he should make lots of new friends. Jamie Welton listens to her intently, responding approvingly. Behind Shay's Belle, Sarah looks out, responding in surprise. Jamie Welton remains standing where he is, raising his hand and waving to his mom, She's Belle Welton. He stands half sideways and looks after the departing She's Belle Welton, who is rapidly heading in the other direction. Jamie Welton stands half sideways, watching the departing She's Belle Welton intently. Jamie ponders the word friends. He'd rather enjoy some time alone, since his mother has given him the opportunity. Jamie Welton tries to find a quiet and deserted place within the castle grounds. Jamie stands in the garden on a tiled path, looking around. All around him is landscape grounds, a pond with clear water filled with fish. Jamie Welton looks around, surveying the grounds of Earl Simon's castle. He observes a fence planted with flowers stands a wooden building against a backdrop of densely planted lem. Around the building are potted flowers and carts. Jamie Welton explores the grounds of Earl Simon's castle, behind an iron fence with lanterns on posts. In front of the fence is a small fountain. Behind the fence is a tall stone gazebo with columns. In the center of the gazebo are chairs and a table. Jamie Welton looks around in wonder as he walks along the path past a long bed of tulips. He reasoned that the walkway and Earl Simon not only had a talent for magic, but also for commerce. He has developed his abilities to the highest level. Jamie Welton reasons aloud that he is looking forward to their conversation with Earl Simon. Suddenly, from the back, Jamie dispenses a question about who he is looking forward to talking to. Jamie doesn't turn his head back, shifting his gaze to the side. Jamie Welton instantly spreads the fingers of his hands, lowered down. He begins to release streams of energy, a blue glow beginning to spread through the air. Jamie tenses his arm in anticipation of striking. Jamie Welton instantly waves his arm in front of him, holding the glowing magical energy stream in his hand to strike, drawing it aside. Jamie's arm is bent at the elbow in front of his face. The other arm is brought down sideways. Jamie Welton's magical energy flow was directed forward. He began a swift movement towards the girl who had asked the question. The girl looks at Jamie fearfully, expecting a punch to the neck. She gritted her teeth, rounding her eyes. Jamie Welton makes a short sound. He stares focusedly ahead, not averting his gaze. He opens his mouth slightly. Jamie holds his hand out in front of him, directing a stream of energy towards the girl. The glow from the stream spreads around Jamie. Jamie Welton bends his arm at the elbow, extending his fingers upward and finishing directing the flow of energy. He looks intently at the girl who is standing across from him. He remains silent, pressing his lips together tightly. The girl stands frozen in place. The girl stands frozen in place, frozen by the fright she has experienced thanks to Jamie Welton. Drops of sweat drip down from her face, dripping from her chin. She has her mouth ajar, recovering her breath and making short sounds. The girl yells loudly at Jamie Welton, mouth wide open. How dare he threaten her out of the blue? She opened her eyes wide with tears protruding. The girl raised her hands to her chest and clenched them into fists. Jamie Welton calmly asks the girl, who suddenly spoke behind his back. The girl looks at Jamie angrily, gritting her teeth. She furrows her eyebrows and utters, "What tactlessness," towards the lady. Jamie Welton considers himself lucky that he didn't impale the lady. He looks at the girl with a calm gaze and asks who she is and how she snuck up behind him. He stands there confidently, not expressing any emotion. The girl's eyes rounded up happily, fiery in color. She started asking a lot of questions to Jamie Welton. Is she? Is he wondering who she is? To tell or not? The girl is so frightened that now she has absolutely no desire to speak. Jamie Welton doesn't notice anything around him. He stares intently at the girl without averting his gaze. He is annoyed that she managed to conceal her presence. His manner of speech is also annoying. Jamie replies to the girl that he is not in the mood to play with her right now. Jamie Welton is not in the mood to play these games with the girl right now. He instantly released an arrow of magical energy again. With its sharp end, it swiftly flew forward, cutting space and changing shape. The arrow of magical energy released from Jamie Welton's hands swiftly flew downwards and hit the ground very close to the girl's feet. The arrow shattered the ground, small cracks emanating from where it hit the ground. The girl lowered her eyes down, watching the impact into the ground near her feet. Her eyes rounded, her eyebrows raised upwards. She could feel the tension and fear. She froze in place. The girl's bangs fall over her eyes. The girl looks down thoughtfully, frozen in place. Near her feet, a crack in the ground from Jamie Welton's magical strike has been left, smoke billowing from it. It's a Class 2 magical air bullet. Jamie Welton seriously tells the girl that if her resistance to magic is low, he will impale her like a rag doll. A little thing like her will go to the other world instantly. Jamie holds up a finger with smoke coming from it. The girl's froze in place. Without making any movement, she looks at Jamie Welton in surprise, feeling anxious and tense. He ponders what's wrong with him and whether he meant it just now. Her eyes are rounded. Jamie Welton does not take his gaze off the girl. He stares intently. Jamie's hand is raised slightly up next to his face, lifting a finger up. Jamie asks the girl, clarifying that apparently she still doesn't want to answer him. The girl begins to cry, squeezing her eyes tightly shut in fright. She screams loudly, opening her mouth wide. No, no. She really wants to tell him everything. He has to wait. The girl, stopping Jamie, heads swiftly in his direction, stretching out her arms. Jamie Welton stands still, waiting intently for her response. He holds his finger in the air and says to her, "Hurry up, or he will shoot." The girl stands fearfully across from him and answers loudly, stammering and repeating, "She's Ashwi Balyu." Jamie Welton interjects, "Balyu, the Viscount Balyu family?" Ashwi Balyu loudly replies to Jamie that yes, she is the second daughter of the Viscount Balyu family, and she is a summoner. Ashwi puts her head down, squinting her eyes. Jamie clarified, "A summoner?" Spirit summoner was a term applied to mages who made a mystical contract with the spirits of nature. There aren't many summoners even on the continent. They are treated as outstanding talents who can receive a baronial title for existence. And this little girl is a spirit summoner, thought Jamie Welton. The wind spirit, she used it to approach him stealthily. In the days of the dawn of the country, not even a spirit would have been able to hide its presence from Jamie. It was surprising, though, Jamie and Ashwi were about the same age, but she had already made contact with the spirit. Training to get in touch with nature is done after the age of 10. But this girl is a genius born with a predisposition to nature. If you train hard, you can even make contact with the king himself, Ashwi Balyu asks Jamie Welton, calling out to him. He's found out who she is, and now he has to tell him about himself, who he is to use such dangerous magic. Jamie Welton looks at Ashwi Balyu with interest and straining, says with a sneer that she is the one for him. Upon hearing the answer, she regrets her question. She seems to be the kind of person who can't live without trouble. Ashwi Balyu stands still and looks at Jamie Welton intently. When she hears his response, she says, "Yes, is there anyone else here but him?" Despite Jamie's threats, she wants to hear a full answer from him. Jamie Welton introduced himself, giving his name. He is the heir to Welton County. Jamie is pleased to meet Ashwi Balyu. Jamie stares intently at Ashvi and calmly tells him about himself. Jamie's hair falls over his face, strands laying down without covering his eyes. More information about the Ball family. Viscount Ball is a loyal vassal of the Earl of Welton. Ashwi Balyu looks questioningly and dazedly at Jamie Welton. Her eyes rounded, she opened her mouth and froze in place. Count Argino of Welton freezes over the bloodied man who is kneeling with his hands tied. Argino pronounced that he was tiring of him. He turned a blind eye to his shenanigans because he believed he had a positive influence on his lands. The man coughs loudly, expectorating the blood that has accumulated in his mouth. Blood streams down his lips, falling to the floor. The man's head is down, eyes wide open, tears dripping from his eyes. The man is tense and fearful. Count Argino Welton feels anger and aggressively asks the man, how dare he engage in human trafficking in his domain? Argino brings his foot to the man's chin. Streams of blood drip from his chin. His mouth is ajar. Count Argino Welton lifts with his foot the head of the man, who sits kneeling on the floor. The man makes short, muffled noises. Argino tells the man that this is the act of a man out of his mind or headed for the other world. Count Argino Welton freezes in place and stares the man down intently. He's feeling aggression and anger. Argino addresses the man. So he has decided to go to the other world? Then he will grant his wish. Argino's eyes are intense. Count Argino Welton holds the man's head with his foot, lifting it by the chin. The man kneels on the floor, his hands tied behind his back. He is in incredible fear, tears rolling down his cheek from his eyes, blood dripping from his mouth, his body shaking. Count Argino Welton abruptly turns around in the other direction to leave the room. Arjun's long hair is twisted into a ponytail. He instructs his subordinates, in a calm tone, to hang this man from the gallows. Count Arjun Welton leaves the room where the man remains. At the exit of the room, next to the tall ajar door, are two men who stand frozen in place and loudly reply to Arjun that they are being obeyed. Count Arjun Welton walks down the hallway from the room from the open door he came out of. A tired look stares ahead. He has given instructions to prepare a carriage. He leaves immediately. Behind Arjun stands his subordinate in uniform and loudly replies, "Aye!" Count Arjun Welton leaves his estate. A black carriage pulled by black horses pulls out of a tall iron gate onto a dirt road. Cone-shaped shrubs are planted along the road on the estate up to the gate. It is dark outside. Under a tree sit men chained together. Tomorrow they face punishment from the decree of Earl Arjun Welton. The man in front looks down wistfully, tears protruding in his eyes. At the back, the man behind sobs loudly, mentioning his boss. Above, a man in a black cloak with a hood pulled over his head sits on a tree branch. He turns sharply, surveying the grizzled men below, and curses unhappily. Amidst the foliage of the lush bushes of the trees, he is nowhere to be seen. A man in a tree wearing a black cloak reasons that rival has been defeated, instructing him to prepare for Plan B. Among the branches of the tree, he extends his hand, holding a small, cracked blue ball in the air between his fingers. The grounds of Earl Simon's estate. A narrow body of water runs throughout the grounds, which is filled with a fountain. Across the pond are bridges to which there are various paths, stone, wooden. The territory is greened. Jamie Welton is walking along the paving stone path towards the bridge to the beginning of the reservoir. He is followed slowly by Ashvi Balu. They walk past a small pond filled with fish. The landscaped area is lined with stone paths. Jamie Welton walks ahead. He is disgruntled, his eyebrows drawn together, his forehead furrowed, his lips tightly pressed together. His mind is jumbled by the fact that Ashvi Balu is following him. Ashvi trails behind, silently looking at Jamie, perplexed. Jamie Welton abruptly turns back and loudly shouts in irritation to Ashvi Balu why she is following him. Jamie is furious, furrowing his brow and lowering his eyebrows. Ashvi stops and stares intently at Jamie. Jamie Welton stares intently at Ashvi Balu, standing half-turned. He tells her warningly that the fact that her father is his father's vassal has nothing to do with them. Jamie drew his eyebrows together sadly, furrowing his brow. Ashvi Balu has her head down, looking down in front of her in embarrassment. She quietly utters that she is still a lord after all. Growlingly, she continued to speak so Jamie would stop talking to her formally. Tears came to Ashwi's eyes. Jamie Welton says menacingly and warningly that he's gone. And before he can say anything to stop her from chasing after him, Ashvi Balu abruptly and firmly grabs his hand by the wrist. Jamie Welton starts to move and didn't see it coming. Jamie Welton quickly starts to move forward, but Ashvi Balu's hand holds his arm by the wrist. She stands still, tears coming to her eyes. Jamie rolls his eyes unhappily and says irritably, "There." Jamie Welton turns his face sharply toward Ashvi Balu and stares at her intently. His eyes and pupils are dilated. His eyebrows are drawn together, and his forehead is furrowed. Jamie asks Ashvi irritably what the hell she is picking on him for. Ashvi Balu, on emotion, starts yelling to Jamie Welton because it's the first time she's met her age, and she just wants to be friends. Ashvi bent her arms at the elbows, tensed her fists, and pressed them against her chest. She squeezed her eyes tightly shut where tears had come out. Jamie Welton froze in place. She stares intently at Ashvi Balu and is at a loss to befriend her. Those words shot through him like lightning. He opened his eyes wide, raised his eyebrows upward. Jamie Welton and Ashvi Balu stood across from each other. Jamie silently put his head down, frozen in place. He tensely ponders the fact that he hadn't thought of that. Ashvi covers her face with her hands from the emotion she is experiencing. Jamie Welton looks questioningly at Ashvi Balu with his mouth ajar. He is tense and anxious, wondering why friends are needed. Aren't they a burden? Jamie is frozen in place. Ashvi Balu stands across the room and looks at Jamie. Jamie Welton ponders that for such a little girl it must be important. He closed his eyes, lowering his eyebrows, feeling the tension. He opened his mouth, gritted his teeth. Jamie froze in place, trying to understand Ashvi Balu's intentions. Ashvi Balu stared intently at Jamie Welton. Her eyes are wide open, her lips are tightly closed, the corners of her mouth are pulled down frustratedly. She is embarrassed and uncomfortable. Jamie doesn't understand what this has to do with him. Jamie Welton turns around irritably, closes his eyes, puts his hands in his pockets, and intends to walk away. He tells Ashwi Bala to look for someone else. He doesn't need companionship. Ashvi shouts loudly to Jamie, stopping him. Ashwi Balu yelled loudly to Jamie Welton for being so cruel. She was overcome with emotion and bitterly raised her hands in front of her, bending at the elbows and clenching her fists. Her mouth opened wide in a scream, her eyes squeezed tightly shut. Tears came to her eyes. Jamie Welton reflected that it sounded friendly. Friends, affection, you lose your open mind because of them. Jamie walks alone down a tiled path through the garden area of Earl Simon's castle. Jamie Welton has stopped on the garden path in front of the tall iron gates at the entrance to the front of Earl Simon's castle. He stares thoughtfully ahead and ponders what if he had been spared such emotions from the beginning. He would not have suffered such a defeat in a past life. Jamie Welton stares thoughtfully ahead. He pressed his lips tightly together. He was immersed in memories from a past life that had brought him a series of unpleasant consequences. Jamie Welton has his head down silently. He stares intently at one point, with tension and irritation. Jamie ponders. The damned little thing is causing unsolicited memories to surface. From outside, someone called out loudly to Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton heard. From suddenly his eyes widened. He stares in front of him, not realizing who interrupted his thoughts. He opened his mouth and froze in place. 3 people have appeared. In the front is a guy with red hair who stands confidently in place with his hands in his pockets. He looks at Jamie Welton with interest. Behind him stand 2 guys, propping their hands to their sides. Jamie Welton turns his head toward the 3 guys who have appeared. He looks at them thoughtfully and ponders. Blood-red hair, looks like the son of Earl Simon. Jamie froze in place and stares intently, pressing his lips together. Jamie Welton looks intently at Earl Simon's son and calmly asks what is needed. Earl Simon's son has heard the way Jamie has addressed him and asks him perplexed, "What?" He looks intently at Jamie. A guy with a short potty haircut, wearing a suit and tie, stands behind Count Simon's son. He raises his hand in front of him, wrinkling his forehead and narrowing his eyes, and asks with a sneer, "Why does this little brat talk to the older men like that?" The other guy with the short, stylized haircut in the suit opens his mouth wide, raises his hand and points his index finger forward, loudly addressing Jamie Welton. At least he knows who's in front of him. Earl Simon's eldest son. The heir to the family is Alf. Alf lifted his head proudly, pressing his lips tightly together and closing his eyes. He is pleased with the way he has been introduced and enjoys his high position. Jamie Welton dazedly pondered. It had gotten too noisy. Jamie Welton asked to create silence, accompanied by a gesture. He raised his hand, his index finger bringing it to his mouth. Jamie gritted his teeth contentedly, squinting his eyes slightly, looking intently at Alf and his company. The 2 guys who came along with Alf are tense and anxious. They don't understand what's going on. One of them has closed his eyes, furrowed his brow, and opened his mouth slightly. The other is tensely staring in front of him, not realizing what is happening to him. The 2 guys who came in with Alf try to say the words, but they can't. They feel anxious and tense, opening their mouths in panic. Tears protrude in their eyes. Alf watches them questioningly. Alf raises his hand, pointing a bent index finger at the 2 boys. He feels anxious and fearful as he stares intently at Jamie Welton and asks him, has he cast a silence spell on them now? Jamie Welton closed his eyes contentedly and mockingly said to Alf that he knows magic. He's a chimpanzee compared to those monkeys. Jamie raised his hand in front of him, his index finger waving upwards, catching Alf's attention. Alf irritably yells at Jamie Welton, "What's with the sass? Isn't he aware that Alf is actually the eldest?" Jamie calmly replies that let's not talk about that, and he should get to the point before Jamie does the same to him. Jamie Welton waves his hand in front of him, pointing his index finger to the side, showing Alf that he is ready to get down to business. Alf froze in place, wary of Jamie's hand, tense and afraid. Count Simon's son Alf begins to defiantly cough. He presents his hand to his mouth, clenching it slightly into a fist. He coughs with his eyes closed and his mouth ajar. Alf feels tension and fear. Alf spreads his arms apart with his palms facing upwards. He tenses, and with a mocking squint of his eyes tells Jamie Welton that he didn't come for an argument, just to talk. Calling Jamie Jr. points out that he's cool, using the magic of silence. Jamie Welton grudgingly says back to Alf that he's talking nonsense, and he's not interested in listening to him. Jamie sends Alf off to go where he was going. Jamie ponders who Alf is calling Junior here. Jamie holds his hand up in the air. Alf is displeased with Jamie Welton's response. He yells loudly and angrily, stammering if he knows who he is. Alf raises his hand in front of him. Jamie Welton looks at him and calmly says he is the son of Earl Simon. Who else? Alf stares at Jamie Welton intently, feeling the tension. He utters perplexed, so he's aware he's Earl Welton's son. That's why Alf wanted to talk. Jamie Welton ponders silently. He almost sighs. Alf stands in front of Jamie Welton, spreading his hands apart and saying that he was embarrassed that Jamie suddenly spoke informally, hence the misunderstanding. Jamie ponders, if he hadn't shown his powers, he would have used the Force. Alf says with a smirk that he will be the top of the Eastern aristocracy in the future, asking Jamie Welton if it wouldn't be better to be friends now. Alf stares intently at Jamie, waiting for an answer. Jamie Welton looks at Alf intently, having listened to everything he has to say. He wonders if Alf is going around hinting that Jamie will be his subordinate. All he knows how to do is talk. Jamie Welton ponders, chuckling, and why he has to listen to this pathetic babble. He firmly pronounces that he refuses. He's not interested in playing alpha, not wanting to know anything about it, sending her away since the case is over. Alf hears Jamie Welton's reply and gets angry. He yells menacingly, which means Jamie refuses his offer. Alf warns Jamie Welton that he will regret it yet. Alf furrows his brow, lowering his eyebrows down angrily. Alf brings it to Jamie Welton's attention that he should now look at this and compare it to his own pathetic charms. Alf momentarily releases the magical glowing orb from his hands, which is inside 2 arcs on a short base. Alf warns Jamie Welton that from now on he will tiptoe in front of it and treat it with the respect it deserves. Alf looks at Jamie confidently, smiling broadly. He holds up an orb in his hand, magical streams of energy emanating from it. Alf stretches his arm forward, pointing the wand with the orb at Jamie Welton. Streams of energy emanate from the wand and hover around. Alf stands confidently in place and watches Jamie. Jamie stares silently at the wand, frozen in surprise. Jamie Welton grinned as he watched Alf threaten him with the magic wand. He gritted his teeth in a grin, head down slightly. The corners of his mouth lifted upward. Jamie froze in place, watching Alf. Jamie Welton smiles caustically through clenched teeth. He looks carefully at Alf, who points the rod at him and utters what he means from the beginning. Alf intended a show of brute force for Jamie. Alf furrows his brow, lowering his eyebrows. He looks at Jamie Welton intently with anger and a sense of his own superiority of power. He utters that he wanted to use magic, but changed his mind. He is more comfortable following his own methods. Jamie Welton hears Alf's words and watches him thoughtfully. His eyes stare calmly ahead, scrutinizing him. Jamie locks his lips tightly together and reasons that it's disgusting, so petty and already so much hypocrisy. Alf asks Jamie Welton thoughtfully if it bothers him that the adults won't stay away. Introducing, at the same time, the kin on both sides. She's Belle Welton, Earl Simon, and his consort, the Countess. Alf points his staff in the direction of Jamie Welton. Jamie calmly raises his hand and explains to Alf that if a commotion rises, he's the one in trouble. Around Alf, the guys kneel around him, making short noises. Alf smiles evasively, feeling his power and integrity. He stares intently at Jamie Welton, furrowing his brow slightly and ulceratingly says, in answer to Jamie's question, that he could care less. Alf explains to Jamie Welton that because of this, no one will know what's really going on here. Alf holds in his palm a glowing magic ball that emits streams of magical energy. Alf slammed his foot into the ground sharply and forcefully. Dust sprays rose up from under his feet and traveled in different directions. Alf kicked his foot against the ground, and the splashes of magical energy began to spread from him further in different directions in a circle. At the epicenter of the magical energy flow stands Alf. Next to him on his knees with his hands on the ground are 2 of his buddies. Jamie Welton watches the magic that Alf has applied. The magic dome covered the radius they were in from above. Jamie Welton asks Alf what this artifact of illusion magic is. He seems to have a knack for magic. Alf taunts Jamie Welton, pointing out to him that he will soon be weak and crawling at his feet. He opens his mouth wide, baring his teeth. His gaze stared intently at Jamie Welton, eyebrows lowered, forehead furrowed. Alf menacingly shifted his gaze sideways to his 2 buddies. He loudly instructs them that the 2 of them shouldn't sit back either. Alf's eyebrows are lowered and his forehead is furrowed. Alf is feeling anger and rage. Alf's 2 buddies stare perplexedly in front of him. They sigh loudly, streams of magical energy moving around their necks and heads. Jamie Welton, Alf, and his two buddies stand under the magical dome. Alf angrily tells Jamie that he thought he was going to the other side of the world out of boredom. Alf thinks Jamie is crazy and hasn't realized yet that he should have run back to Welton with his tail between his legs. Jamie Welton stands still and stares thoughtfully away, ignoring Alf's exclamations. He thinks Alf has a great artifact. Alf tries to shout to Jamie, addressing him that Jamie is deaf and won't leave him like that. Jamie Welton turns his head sharply toward Alf and his buddies. He stares focusedly ahead, a slight smirk present on his face. Jamie Welton says calmly, turning to Alf, which is interesting. Being under the magical dome, Alf is aggressively concentrating on Jamie Welton, trying to figure out what he's interested in. Alf began to say, without finishing, that since Jamie had not yet realized the situation, from today onwards their family is the Welton family. Jamie Welton instantly used magic, voicing pain, magical streams of energy directed towards Alf and his buddies. They froze in place and stare puzzledly forward at Jamie Welton with their mouths ajar. Jamie Welton ominously asks Alf and his buddies not to turn off the artifact. Blood begins to pour from Alf and his buddies' eyes, nose, and mouth. It drips down their faces, staining their clothes. They open their mouths fearfully and stare intently at Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton has warned them that otherwise their ugly faces, shaking in pain, will become public knowledge. Jamie smiles and lightly lifts his hand, index finger pointing upwards. Jamie Welton smiles and stands still, watching as Alf and his buddies fall to the ground, kneeling and cradling their arms. Blood drips from their faces onto the ground. Alf and the two guys are lying on the ground trying to regain consciousness. One of the guys pleads longingly for his brother to save him. Alf is on his knees, resting his arms on the ground. The other guy is lying on his side, uttering a long sentence that sounds like his head is about to explode. Count Simon's son Alf rests his hands on the ground. The magic Jamie Welton used makes him vomit. White liquid spurts down onto the ground, getting on his hands. He makes short sounds from the vomit coming out of him. Alf rests his hands on the ground. His face is pointed downward. Alf vomits again, the white liquid from his mouth dripping down. Alf makes short noises, coughs out. Teardrops run down from his face. Drops of blood are visible on his face. Alf says angrily that he's going to kill Jamie Welton and he won't let him get away with it. He ponders how this could have happened. He doesn't have enough strength. Jamie Welton, 4th grade. Alf looks down perplexed, tears dripping from his eyes. Alf ponders, he's only 2nd class, how could this happen? Why on earth did this happen? Alf froze in place, looking puzzled at the ground. He is angry, tears dripping from his eyes. Alf's mouth is ajar. Alf ponders, wasn't Jamie Welton just a kid from a knight's family? After all, the Welton family is only famous for their swordsmanship skills. From where did Jamie acquire such magical abilities? A talent that Alf doesn't have. Alf rests his hands on the ground while kneeling. His head is lowered down parallel to the ground. He stares intently at the ground, tears dripping from his eyes, running down his nose. Alf feels anger and hatred towards Jamie Welton. Alf rests his hands on the ground on his knees. He slowly tries to stand up, propping himself up on the tips of his toes, spreading his arms out to the sides. Alf walks slowly towards the castle, shoving his hands in his pockets. He has his head down slightly, pitching his body forward. He looks down thoughtfully and says out loud with resentment that he will never forgive Jamie Welton. Alf won't just let it go. He stares intently in front of him with anger and aggression. Drool runs down his chin from his mouth. Alf ponders, this talent of Jamie Welton's, it needs to be put to death, so he won't be able to use magic anymore. Alf and the two boys walk slowly down a long hallway on the 2nd floor of the castle. The two boys walk forward. Alf follows behind them. The floor of the corridor is lined with red carpeting, an open hallway that overlooks the lower floor. The guy with the stacked haircut looks away and asks his brother, hesitating, surely everything will be all right, after all stealing a magical item. The guy with the potty haircut makes a short sound thoughtfully. They are experiencing anxiety and fear. Alf responds to his buddies about what could go wrong. He aggressively tells him to shut up and follow him. Alf stares ahead at his buddies with aggression and anger. He furrows his brow and lowers his eyebrows. Alf and the two guys stand side by side. Suddenly, someone called Alf's name, calling his brother. Alf turns sharply and stares intently ahead. His gaze is angry. He furrowed his brow and brought his eyebrows together. The boys turned at the voice too to see who it was. A red-haired boy peeks out from around the corner, squinting his eyes contentedly and raising a hand in front of him in greeting to his brother. He smiles with his mouth slightly open. His hair falls over his face, covering one half of it. Alf freezes in place and menacingly asks Lennon what he's doing here. Alf stares at him intently, waiting for an answer, and furrows his brow. The two guys stand behind Alf and half look at Lennon. Lennon stands across from him. Lennon responds to Alf by calling him his own brother. He is sad to ask what he is doing here. Lennon looks intently at Alf with one eye. The other eye is covered by blood-red colored hair. Above his ear, his hair is pinned back with invisible hairpins. Lennon smiles wryly and says, "Can he stay away when his favorite brother is hurt?" Lennon looks at Alf carefully and reaches forward. In his open palm is a gold-colored brooch with a red stone inside. Alf freezes in place and stares intently at Lennon's hand in which the brooch lies. He keeps his eyes on it. Alf stammeringly asks Lennon where he got such a dangerous item. Alf is tense and anxious. Lennon squints his eyes and smilingly replies to Alf, "Does it matter?" Lennon suggests that Alf do away with the Welton boy. He holds out an artifact to Alf and suggests he take it. Alf freezes in place, stares intently at the artifact, and remains silent. Alf smiles evilly and stares intently at the artifact in Lennon's hand. He pronounces that really, what the hell does it matter where Lennon got it from? The important thing is to beat the brat to death. Alf feels a thirst for revenge and aggression. Deep in the night, Count Arjano Welton's carriage pulls up to the gate for passage to the larger grounds of Simon's castle. They drive over a bridge past shrubs cut in patterns. There are stone turrets on the sides of the bridge. Count Arjano Welton's carriage comes to a stop. Count Arjano Welton's carriage door is opened by an usher. Arjano looks out of the carriage at the carriage in front of him. At the carriage, he is met by Count Simon. They look at each other. Count Simon smiles happily, squinting his eyes. He tells Count Arjano Welton in a friendly manner that it has been a long time since they have seen each other. Count Simon extends his hand to Count Arjano Welton to say hello. Count Simon is wearing a cape with symbols and fur on his shoulder. Count Arjano Welton squints his eyes, arching his eyebrows, and mockingly tells Count Simon that, wow, the Count came out to greet him in person, continuing to joke in a wide smile that tomorrow the sun will rise in the west. Count Arjano Welton and Count Simon stand across from each other, holding hands in greeting. Earl Welton asks Earl Simon how he is doing, to which he replies that there is no reason for them to go badly, first suggesting that Earl Welton come inside. In the room of Earl Simon's castle, the lights are on. The room is in dark colors. The base of the ceiling is lined with light-colored patterned tiles. Against the wall is a tall cabinet filled with books. A few lamps on the ceiling with different numbers of plafons illuminate the room. In the room, the Earl of Welton and opposite Earl Simon sit in chairs at an empty wide table. The Earl of Welton spreads his arms out in front of him and asks if today's banquet ended safely. Earl Simon replies that it was, as always. Earl Simon's eyelids are slightly lowered and his eyes squinted. He calmly tells Earl Welton without emotion that he has seen his son. Count Simon's blood-red hair falls over his face, covering it partially. Count Arjano Welton has heard what Count Simon said of his son and looks at him with interest, asking if it is true and how he is to him. The Earl of Welton froze in place, waiting for an answer. Earl Welton's hair was tucked into a ponytail, bangs falling over his face. Count Simon slightly leaned his body forward, resting his hand on his knee. He pronounced how cleverly Earl Welton had oriented himself, quickly hiding the nature of a loving father. Earl Welton replies warmly, grinning that children are the meaning of his life. Earl Simon pronounces that he envies Earl Welton's strength of feeling. Count Arjano Welton looks at Count Simon perplexed, not knowing what he means. He asks him what has changed since their last meeting. Count Simon hesitates, shifting his gaze to the side. He opened his mouth slightly, pushing the corners of his mouth down. Count Simon is silent for a while, holding the pause, not realizing how best to answer Count Arjano Welton to his question. Count Simon begins to speak, spreading his arms to the sides, showing his emotions. He pronounces, more importantly, Count Arjano Welton's son is truly amazing. No, it is more accurate to say he is stunning. A smile appeared on Count Simon's face. Count Arjano Welton listens to Count Simon attentively, focusing his gaze and frowning his eyebrows. Count Welton sits silently, not understanding what Count Simon is talking about. Count Argento Welton clamped his eyes tightly shut, lowering his face down. He furrowed his brow, lowering his eyebrows. Count Welton is feeling tense and displeased. He doesn't like that Count Simon is going around and around. Count Argento Welton, with a smile on his face, locking eyes, asks Count Simon if the Count thinks his son is capable. Earl Welton wants to know Earl Simon's opinion by bluntly asking him a question about Jamie Welton. Count Simon pensively puts his head down slightly and looks forward, smiling evasively. He replies to Count Argento Welton, "Capable? What nonsense." Count Simon's hair falls over his face, partially covering it. Count Simon replies that he thinks Jamie Welton, son of Count Argento Welton, is the best man he has ever seen. No, there is no man in history stronger than he. That is Earl Simon's judgment of Jamie Welton. Count Argento Welton crossed his fingers of his hands in front of him. With a smile, Earl Simon speaks in the words of the Marquis of Rinmole. Count Simon listens to Count Welton thoughtfully, rests his face on his hand and asks, "Did Rinmole personally meet Jamie?" Count Argento Welton puts his palms together, the thin fingers of his hands lightly touching each other. He said that he had known about Jamie's abilities for a long time, but he had not realized that Jamie was so good. That's why he called out to the Marquis. Count Argento Welton has his head down, looking thoughtfully in front of him. He pronounces that if Jamie has an innate talent for magic, he can become a sorcerer and use his gift to benefit himself and the world. Count Simon listens intently to the words of Count Argento Welton and says with a sneer in response, "For an archmage to become a mentor, simply unbelievable." Count Argento Welton grinned back and replied that the Marquis had refused. Count Simon squints his eyes slightly, looks at Count Argento Welton, and says with a smile that he understands, this child is an extraordinary genius. He will develop his own abilities and rise to the legendary 9th grade. Count Simon turned his hand, making a gesture with his fingers. He pronounces that he is actually jealous of Jamie's innate talent, more outstanding than his. But on the other hand, he wants to see what a mage with skills honed to perfection can do. Count Argento Welton raised his head abruptly and looks at Count Simon perplexed. He feels tense and anxious, resting his large hands on the back of his chair. He pitched his body forward slightly and spoke questioningly in a loud voice. "Count." Count Simon slowly reached forward, opening his palm and spreading his thin fingers apart. He tries to explain to Count Argento of Welton, straining to utter that they humans are too weak-willed. Count Simon tells Count Argento Welton that humans have created incredible civilizations, but it is only their vision. The mages are too weak compared to the dragons and high elves. In these civilizations, humans have to fight for their existence. Count Simon goes on to tell Count Argento Welton that their world only holds on because of swordsmen like him, Count Argento Welton. Count Argento Welton is one of the 5 sword masters of the kingdom. Count Simon smirks, lifting the corners of his mouth upwards and questioningly says, "What if a 9th grade mage appears?" Taking a short pause, he looks at Count Argento Welton carefully, keeping his eyes fixed on him. Count Argento Welton listens to Count Simon intently. He has lowered his eyes thoughtfully and is looking down. Lips tightly closed, he's analyzing the information Count Simon is feeding. Count Welton is experiencing tension. Count Simon slightly pitches his body forward. He says with a smile that even the dragons at the top of the magic world wouldn't dare to let a 9th grade mage out of their sight. Count Welton said thoughtfully, "Count." Count Simon looks ahead thoughtfully. He calmly tells Count Argento Welton that he very much wants the race of humans to begin to dominate this world. Blood-red hair falls over his face, covering it partially. Count Argento Welton stares intently at Count Simon. He feels tense as he listens to the Earl's speech. Count Welton calmly utters, voicing his observation that Count Simon is too vain. Count Simon seriously pronounces that being vain is not a bad thing, pointing out to Count Argento Welton that he is more aware than anyone of this erased and forgotten history of their lands. Count Simon stares intently at Count Welton. Count Argento Welton cast his eyes downward thoughtfully. A history consigned to oblivion, a secret known only to a small number of people on the continent. It is an event that happened about 10,000 years ago that caused the entire history of Do to disappear. However, the gods have not shared this secret with humans. Count Simon believes that humanity needs a force that can resist them. Count Argento Welton mentally ponders with his eyes closed tightly and his lips pressed together, to prevent human civilization and history from disappearing again. Count Argento Welton has raised his head and is looking intently at Count Simon. They sit silently across from each other. Count Simon pronounces to Count Argento Welton that he can go to rest. It is very late. It is deep night outside the window. The moon brightly illuminates the space, being behind the clouds. There is still a light burning in the room, with bright red flowers on the window. Count Argento Welton answers Earl Simon, reminding him to remember to get some rest. They will see each other tomorrow. In the study that Earl Simon and Welton were in, the light remains on, the door shut tightly after leaving. Deep into the night, in the dedicated chambers of Earl Simon's castle, Jamie Welton sleeps. On a large bed covered with a white sheet and colored pillows, Jamie lies covered with a blanket. Next to the bed is a bedside table with a lamp emitting a dim light. Jamie Welton is asleep on the bed, lying on his back with his mouth slightly open. Standing over his bed is his father, Earl Argento Welton, looking at Jamie thoughtfully. He reflects that his child is a genius with great expectations. Count Argento Welton is frozen in place, looking at Jamie Welton thoughtfully, without averting his gaze, with his head down. He reflects that as a parent, he is worried about his incredible innate abilities. Count Argento Welton looks at Jamie Welton and reflects that to him, he is nothing but a sweet and adorable son. He watches Jamie sleeping soundly in the bed. Jamie lies face up, lips slightly ajar. Count Argento Welton stands beside the bed of the sleeping Jamie Welton with his hands down. He reflects, addressing Jamie, that his father will do his best, so he should just grow up to be a good boy. A new day has dawned. Count Simon's castle is lit up by the bright sun. The castle stands surrounded by a body of clear blue water. On the other side of the castle you can see high hills. In front of the castle facade is a huge green garden, cut in the shape of a labyrinth. In the castle, a ball continues in the reception hall, where those present socialize among themselves, observe the surroundings and sit at the tables. Beside a small circular stage are round tables decorated and set with drinks and food. Jamie Welton sits in a chair, leaning on the back of the chair and throwing his head back. He ponders why his father was so wary last night. He's curious, but with his current abilities, he's unable to apply the mind control skill. Suddenly, Ashwi Balu appears next to Jamie Welton, shouting loudly to him. She opened her eyes wide, watching Jamie intently. Ashwi pitched her body forward slightly, trying to shout to Jamie. Jamie Welton turns his head grudgingly and coldly towards Ashwi Balu, who is standing next to him. He shifted his gaze to her, opened his mouth slightly, and said, "What didn't he tell her yesterday that he didn't care about her?" Ashwi Balu replies loudly and cheerfully to Jamie Welton that she does care about him. She laughs, opening her mouth wide. Her eyes wide open, she stares intently at Jamie. She has bows tied in her hair. She is wearing a white dress. Ashwi Balu turns her head to the side, raises her hands to her mouth, tensing her fingers, and shouts loudly, beckoning to her sister. Shwi has closed her eyes in embarrassment. Jamie Welton watches Ashwi Balu and reacts to her yelling to someone. Jamie Welton is tense and displeased when he hears Ashwi Balu shouting. He looks up and wonders if Ashwi Balu is calling out for someone else. Jamie Welton lowered his eyebrows, furrowed his brow, and opened his mouth slightly. Jamie Welton stands up abruptly and grudgingly says he's leaving. He doesn't want to get any closer to them. Ashvi asks Jamie where he's going, since their families are close. He could just say hello. Jamie replies that it's inconsiderate. Viscount Balu's eldest daughter, Rebecca Balu, walks up, and with her hands clasped in front of her on her chest, says to Ashwi Balu that she should not forget to be polite. He is the Earl's son, and she allows herself to be rude. Jamie Welton turns his head sharply upon hearing Rebecca Balu's head. His gaze scrutinizes Rebecca. Ashwi Balu pronounces that Jamie asked to speak to him like that. Rebecca misfires, calling her name sharply. Jamie Welton thoughtfully pronounces, "Why him?" He froze in place and stares intently at Rebecca Balu. His eyes rounded. Ashvi Balu pronounces what it is, has fallen in love with her sister at first sight. Of course, because she's too beautiful. Jamie Welton froze in place and stares intently at Rebecca Balu, keeping his eyes wide open. He's puzzled as to how she came to be here. Jamie says quietly and thoughtfully, "Jane." His mouth is slightly ajar. Jane is the woman he has loved all his life, who sacrificed herself to the gods for him. The reason Diablo Wolfir had become an emotionless monster, and she reappeared before him. Jane has long blue hair. Jamie Welton froze in place, staring intently at Rebecca Balu. He clenches his hands into fists. Behind him stands Ashley Balu. A man appears abruptly from the side, looking at Jamie Welton with a steady gaze. It is Alf abruptly appearing in front of Jamie Welton. He said angrily, "There he is." He furrowed his brow, lowering his eyebrows with anger and a sense of vengeance. He gritted his teeth, opened his mouth slightly and stares intently behind Jamie, holding the magic ball in his hand. Alf uttered, "Jamie Welton." He holds the magic ball in his hand, clutching it tightly with his fingers. The magic ball shimmers with different colors of the rainbow. Alf is determined to get revenge on Jamie Welton and is willing to do anything. Alf utters, "You are a lifeless body." He stares intently at Jamie Welton, who froze in place when he saw Rebecca Ballou in front of him. Jamie has clenched fists balled down. Standing behind Jamie's back is Ashwi Ballou. Jamie Welton froze in place and stares intently at Rebecca Ballou, keeping his eyes on her. Jamie's eyes are wide open. He opens his mouth slightly and speaks softly. "Jane." Jamie is shocked at what is happening. Rebecca Ballou froze in place, opened her eyes wide and quietly questioned. "Yes?" She is feeling tense and anxious. Rebecca Ballou stares intently at Jamie Welton, keeping her eyes on him. Jamie Welton and Rebecca Ballou are frozen in place, staring intently at each other. They keep their eyes on each other, a sense of excitement and tension filling them. Ashwi Ballou looks at them from the side and says perplexedly, "What? He really has a crush on her sister." Alf stands back and watches Jamie Welton. He stares intently, feeling a sense of vengeance. He says angrily, with a smile on his face, "Found." Tension hangs in the air from Alf's attitude is aggressive. Alf wrinkles his forehead, frowning his eyebrows. He stares intently at Jamie Welton. A feeling of hatred and aggression has gripped him. His face tenses up. He intends to deliver a crushing blow to Jamie Welton and take revenge. Alf angrily utters, "Henceforth, Jamie Welton should call him Senior." Alf stretches his arm forward, holding the artifact that Lennon handed him. Alf smiles evilly. A fiery stream of energy fills the space for a powerful strike. Jamie Welton doesn't notice Alf and stares intently ahead at Rebecca Ballou. Ashwi Ballou notices Alf, who directs a fiery stream of energy at Jamie. She grits her teeth, eyes wide open and looking away. Rebecca Ballou shouts loudly, "Ashvi!" She swiftly heads in her direction to save her from the blow that Alf intends to deliver. Rebecca's eyes open wide with fright, tears welling up in her eyes. Alf says angrily, "Stay out of the way." Alf freezes in place and stares fearfully forward, seeing the powerful force the artifact emits. He holds it in his raised hand. Alf ponders fearfully. It can't be. All around, fire particles hover in the air. Alf ponders. The Phantom Phoenix is a 6th grade fire magic created by Alf's father. He doesn't understand how it could be stopped by a brat like Jamie Welton. Rebecca Ballou pulls her sister Ashwi Ballou aside, hugging her tightly. Alf is frozen in place and doesn't understand how Jamie Welton was able to stop 6th grade fire magic. He stares at him intently. Alf feels tense and angry. He has his mouth ajar in bewilderment. Jamie Welton is frozen in place and is staring intently at Alf. He keeps his eyes on him, silently watching him. Jamie's lips are tightly closed and the corners of his mouth are pulled down. He is tense and displeased. Jamie Welton instantly points his hand forward, releasing magical energy towards the Alpha. He loudly utters, "Go to the other side of the world." Jamie is feeling tense and aggressive. He stares intently at Alf. Alf frightenedly lowers his head and looks fearfully at his shoulder. He utters questioningly, "What?" The magic that Jamie Welton channeled into him begins to spread through his body in the form of an icy stream, beginning to encompass Alf's body. Alf fearfully raises his hands in front of him, turning his eyes to the side and watching as the icy wave encompasses his body, covering his face and traveling up his head. He opened his mouth, not realizing what he should do next. A wave of ice begins to cover Alf's face, covering his eye and spreading up his body. Alf watches this fearfully. He begins to scream loudly and terrifyingly in fear. A prolonged scream begins to build up. Jamie Welton is frozen in place and watches intently as an icy wave encompasses Alf to destroy. His pupils burn bright pink, eyes wide open. His face is tense. Particles of magic spread through the air. Jamie Welton stares intently at Alf, watching the icy wave engulf him. He opened his mouth slightly. A hand appears in front of Jamie's face and begins to cover his eyes. A calm voice utters, "Jamie, that's enough." Behind Jamie's back is his father, Earl Argino Welton, who holds him tightly by the shoulder, with his other hand covering his face. Count Welton stares seriously ahead. Jamie's mouth ajar, eyes wide open. He utters, "Father." Count Argino Welton says to Jamie in a calm voice, reassuring him, "That's it. It's all right." Count Welton's hand begins to cover Jamie's eyes. Jamie, through his fingers, looks forward, silently watching. Count Argino Welton says in a calm voice, "It's okay." Rebecca Ballou hugs her sister Ashwi Ballou tightly, pulling her close to her. They watch fearfully, eyes wide and mouths ajar. Count Argino Welton's hand covers Jamie Welton's face. Through his long fingers, Jamie stopped looking forward and channeling his magic. He slowly closed his eyes, feeling the power and words of Count Welton working on him. In the middle of the reception hall stands Count Arjano Welton, holding Jamie, who is unconscious, in his arms. He has dropped to one knee and is looking at Earl Simon in front of him. Count Simon stands calmly and observes the scene. Count Arjano Welton looks fearfully intensely at Jamie, who is unconscious, and holds his head with his hand. He has his mouth ajar. He ponders, word snatches appearing in his head. Jamie is indeed Alpha. Count Arjano Welton remembers standing next to Count Simon. Count Welton watches apprehensively with his mouth ajar. Earl Simon looks forward unhappily. At first, Earl Welton thought it was a misunderstanding, but such a thing couldn't happen by mistake. Alf looks fearfully at his shoulder. Jamie Welton's magic spreads through his body in the form of an icy stream, starting to encompass Alf's body. Without Count Welton stopping Jamie, Alf would have gone to the other world. Earl Welton stares intently at Earl Simon. Count Simon ponders, delightful. Even though Alf is only able to match half of the artifact's power due to his extremely low abilities, an activated phoenix would turn the ballroom into a blazing inferno of chaos. But this child eliminated Count Simon's magic in an instant. 9th grade. Perhaps it is Jamie Welton who can make his dreams come true. Off to the side, Count Simon's countess sits on the floor and holds Alf, who is unconscious, in her arms. They angrily yell at Count Simon that this child wanted to hurt their son. She asks him if he would so easily turn a blind eye to such a thing. Shy's Belle Welton stands and watches this while listening to the Countess scream. She is feeling angry and tense, staring intently ahead. She aggressively mouths it to her, telling it like it is. Alf tried to attack first. Alf unleashed an argument. At that moment, Alf used an artifact, stretching his arm forward and channeling the fire magic of the Phantom Phoenix. The fire stream gains strength and is ready to deliver a crushing blow to Jamie Welton. Shy's Belle Welton continues to ponder aloud, proving to Countess Simon. Alf wanted to attack Jamie Welton with an artifact. The artifact that Alf used is lying on the floor, in the middle of the reception hall. It is broken in half. Shy's Belle Welton stands in front of Countess Simon, clenching her fists angrily and proving Alf's guilt. He asks her, "Isn't that right, Countess Simon?" Countess Simon sits on the floor, holding Alf in her arms. She stares intently at Shy's Belle Welton. Countess Simon starts yelling loudly and aggressively, which Alf just slightly. She opens her mouth wide, screaming her son's innocence on emotion. Her eyes are wide open, with teardrops protruding on them. She is feeling angry and tense. Shy's Belle Welton says sadly, looking intently at Countess Simon. She utters, "Slightly? Try to finish that sentence." She furrows her eyebrows, trying to reason with Countess Simon about her son Alf's guilt. Shy's Belle Welton yells loudly and angrily at Countess Simon with anger and tension. She, however, asked her to continue. Count Arjano Welton carries Jamie Welton away in his arms and turns to Shy's Belle, calling her sweetie. "Stop." Shy's Belle Welton continues to angrily yell at Countess Simon, suggesting that she still needs to figure out what her precious son did. Countess Simon sits on the floor holding an unconscious Alf in her arms and bewilderedly asks, "Who? Anyone?" Countess Simon sits on the floor holding Alf's unconscious body in her arms. She stares intently at Count Simon, quietly saying, "Darling." Count Simon turns aside, looking seriously ahead and not answering anything to Countess Simon. Countess Simon sits on the floor and cradles Alf's unconscious body in her arms. She says hopefully, with tears in her eyes, that no matter how heartless he is, a father will stand up for his son. Count Simon says in a calm voice that their son has made a mistake on such a beautiful day. Countess Simon stares at Count Simon, perplexed by his words. She slightly opens her mouth, tears dripping from her eyes. Count Simon calmly and without emotion apologizes to Mrs. Welton for their son Alf doing such a thing. He stands still with his hands down. His slightly narrowed eyes look intently at Countess Welton. Shy's Belle Welton is enraged. She furrows her brow and lowers her eyebrows. Her eyes are wide open and stare intently at Count Simon. She clenches her teeth, gritting her mouth. Anger overwhelmed her. She froze in place. In the center of the reception hall, flanked by invited guests, the Welton family and the Simon family stand and stare. Earl Welton is holding Jamie in his arms. Next to him is Shy's Belle Welton. Opposite them is Earl Simon, and behind him on the floor is the Countess and her son. Shy's Belle Welton hesitated. Earl Simon had pulled himself together surprisingly quickly. After his apology, she cannot continue to express her displeasure. Shy's Belle Welton closed her eyes and uttered that they accept their apology and leave the ball immediately. Earl Simon shifts his gaze to Earl Welton and says in a calm tone to him to go rest as well. Earl Welton holds Jamie in his arms, looks at Earl Simon and says in response, yes, they will. Earl Simon stands still and speaks loudly for the invited guests, drawing their attention. He apologizes for the resulting chaos at the ball through his fault. It is over for the day. They can all retire to their chambers. The invited guests begin to leave the reception hall. Earl Simon remains standing there, watching everyone leave. Behind him, Countess Simon sits on the floor holding Alf, who is unconscious, in his arms. Count Simon stands still, seeing off the invited guests with a glance. Behind his back, Countess Simon sits on the floor and stares intently at Count Simon. He says quietly with a pause, how could he do such a thing? Countess Simon stares intently at Count Simon, eyes wide open. Tears have appeared in her eyes and are rolling down her cheeks. She shouted loudly to him, opening her mouth wide, that Alf was their son. She lowered her eyebrows with aggression and tension. Countess Simon emotionally uttered that their child was hurt because of that damn boy. Count Simon slightly turns his head towards Countess Simon and half sideways looks at her, demanding her to shut up. Count Simon calmly says to Countess Simon, without expressing emotion, there are too many ears here, demanding her to take the alpha and leave. Countess Simon stares intently at Count Simon, not expecting such a response from him. Deep night has descended over Count Simon's castle. The moon illuminates the space, peeking out from behind the night clouds. There is silence in the garden area around Simon's castle. There are lights on in a few of the windows of Simon's castle. Outside the window of Count Simon's castle, the moon is shining, peeking out from behind the night clouds. Countess Simon utters, how could he do this to their son? Even if he made a mistake, they should have taken his side. Count Simon looks down at Alf with a serious face. Count Simon asks him, did he want to get his attention? Alf has his head down and is sitting on his knees on the floor. He stares silently at the floor. Countess Simon is watching this with tears in her eyes. Count Simon stares down at Alf intently and menacingly. Count Simon's face is tense, feeling angry and displeased. He grits his teeth, opening his mouth slightly and interrupting the silence, demanding Alf to speak. Count Simon pronounces Alf to realize that the consequences of his actions could fundamentally change their relationship with the Eastern aristocracy and the kingdom as a whole. Alf looks fearfully at the floor, his body trembling. He is scared. Alf lifts his head up, looking intently and pitifully at Count Simon. Tears are pouring from his eyes. He bites his lip. He is very scared, his body trembling. Alf just wanted to get his father's attention. Alf started to tell his father the reason for his behavior. It was just that this guy was acting so cocky. Alf didn't realize it would go this far. Alf's body trembled. Count Simon listens to Alf carefully and warily, staring at him intently. Count Simon asks Alf in a menacing voice, who the hell handed him the Phantom Phoenix? Count Simon stares intently at Simon, waiting for an answer. He furrows his brow, pulling his eyebrows down. His eyes widened. Alf has heard his father's question and stares thoughtfully in front of him. His pupils have narrowed. He's feeling anxious and tense. Tears flow from his wide-open eyes. He stammeringly tries to utter the answer. This. He pauses. Count Simon stands over Alf, who's on the floor. He stares at him intently, giving him a serious look. He pronounces to Alf what he doesn't like to repeat, and expects him to answer. Alf looks up at his father from below, continuing to remain silent. Count Simon warningly, menacingly asks Alf one last time who gave him the artifact. Alf stares intently at his father with tension and anxiety. Tears are pouring from his eyes. Pausing for a while, he replies that Lenin gave it to him. The door of Count Simon's study opens, and the figure of Lenin emerges through the door. He stands in the doorway, checking with his father to see if he has called him. Lenin's hands are down and clenched into fists. From the brightly lit hallway, a shadow of light falls across the darkened study. Lenin walks slowly into Earl Simon's office and turns his gaze to his older brother Alf. He watches him sparingly with one eye, the other eye completely covered by bangs of blood-red hair. He opens his mouth slightly, making a short sound. Lenin ponders as he watches Alf, who has his head down with tears in his eyes. He considers how pathetic Alf is. He literally presented him victory on a platter and he blew it. What an asshole. And this is his older brother. Lenin stopped, having reached Earl Simon. Lenin decided he needed to pretend to be innocent first. He squeezed his eyes shut and with a smile on his face asks if his father called him. Blood-red hair covers half of his face. Lenin stands calmly in front of Count Simon with his hands down and clenched fists. Count Simon looks at Lennon and asks him, "Did he give his brother the Phantom Phoenix?" Lennon answers briefly, looking at his father. "Yes." Count Simon is displeased and with a serious look asks Lennon why did he give his brother such a dangerous thing. Count Simon stares at Lennon intently, squinting his eyes slightly. His mouth is ajar. Lennon thoughtfully lowered his gaze to the side and pressed his hand to his chin, pondering. He figured Alf would only play with that little guy, and he didn't want to see him lose. As a little brother, he couldn't just watch. Count Simon replies sharply to Lennon that no, he only wished to manipulate his older brother. Lennon's face changed dramatically upon hearing his father's words. His eyes widened, staring thoughtfully at one point. He opened his mouth, moving his hand away from his chin. Count Simon became angry, telling Lennon menacingly that he had no intention of helping Alf, but only wished to manipulate his older brother. Count Simon furrowed his brow, lowered his eyebrows, tensing his face and squinting his eyes. He stared intently at Lennon. Lennon has heard his father's reasoning and is tense and apprehensive. He stares thoughtfully ahead, staring at one point. He furrows his eyebrows, furrows his face, presses his lips together nervously, and mentally reasons, "Father, how could he have thought of that?" Alf lifted his head, eyes wide open. He had heard his father's words about Lennon's intentions. Alf is tense and anxious. He stares thoughtfully ahead, saying his younger brother's name questioningly. "Lennon." Count Simon stands in the middle of the room, calmly telling Lennon and Alf how he feels about them. Even though they have probably already guessed it, he has no interest in either of them. Lennon stands in front of Count Simon, Alf standing behind him. Count Simon stands calmly in place, not turning his head, looking away. Count Simon asks his sons, Alf and Lennon, if they want to know the reason. Count Simon intends to tell them his attitude towards them. Count Simon calmly tells them, though his blood runs in their veins, they don't possess the abilities he desires. Count Simon asks Alf and Lennon, even if they had them, do they think he is unaware of their thoughts? Count Simon stares intently in front of him, making a serious face. He is determined to convey to his sons how they can make a difference. Count Simon said menacingly if Alf and Lennon want to get his attention. Instead of these silly pranks, better prove that they are of the same blood as him, Count Simon said menacingly while looking at Alf and Lennon. Alf listens intently to his father, glaring at him and clenching his fists tightly. Lennon froze in place and stares in front of him. Count Simon is about to leave the room, pulling the doorknob down to open the door. He tells Alf and Lennon afterward that he is no longer going to interfere in their affairs, but they must deal with the consequences of their actions themselves. Count Simon stops near the open door and turns his gaze sideways, saying in a calm tone that tomorrow afternoon, Alf and Lennon will apologize to Jamie Welton until he forgives them. Earl Simon left the room, closing the door behind him. Alf and Lennon remained in the room. Alf stares silently ahead at Lennon. Lennon froze in place and looks away, oblivious to what had just happened in the room. Alf scratches his head nervously and ponders, damn, he needs to face Jamie Welton again. The thought sends shivers through his body. He yells to Lennon, trying to get his attention, and asks if he's going to apologize to the jerk. Alf looks at Lennon, who pays no attention to him, and stares silently in front of him, frozen in place. He looks at Lennon perplexed, trying to figure out what's wrong with him. Was he so shocked by his father's words that he was speechless? Lennon stares intently at the one in front of him, eyes wide open, keeping his gaze to the side. He froze in place, remembering the words Earl Simon said a while ago. His father's phrase sits in his mind, prove they are of the same blood as him. Lennon stands confidently in place, pondering Earl Simon's words from a while ago. Lennon clenches the fists of his hands downward tightly. He stares intently ahead and ponders what else his father will see. Lennon is sure to prove. Standing by the bedside of a sleeping Jamie Welton is She's Belle Welton. She looks up at him frustratedly with her hands down in front of her. She is silently frozen in place. She is wearing a nightgown to sleep in, with a cape hanging off her shoulders. She's Belle Welton looks at Jamie Welton and says his name sadly. Jamie's head lies face up on the pillow. His mouth is slightly open, his hair falling over his face. He is wearing a white nightgown. He is covered with a blanket up to his shoulders. She's Belle Welton stares thoughtfully ahead, frozen in place, and contemplating the events that have transpired with Jamie. Jamie really wanted to send Alf to the other side of the world. What had happened there since their child was like that? At first, She's Belle Welton thought it was childish mischief, but if the artifact had worked properly, in the events that transpired, a magical orb clutched tightly in her hand that shimmered with different colors. Alf's piercing, embittered gaze. He stares intently at Jamie Welton. A feeling of hatred and aggression has gripped him. His face tenses up. He intends to deliver a crushing blow to Jamie Welton and take revenge. A fiery stream of energy surges outwards, emanating from the Ghost Phoenix magic artifact. Sixth-grade fire magic spreads through space, filling everything with black smoke and tongues of flame. She's Belle. Welton reflects that she definitely can't forgive Alf, despite Earl Simon's apology. She feels incredible anger and aggression overwhelming her body. She clenches the fist of her lowered hands tightly. She's Belle Welton ponders even if she has to borrow strength from her family. Words alone are not enough. She pitched her body forward, clenching her fist tightly, feeling angry. Jamie Welton abruptly rolls over onto her side in her sleep, mooing prolongedly. She's Belle Welton stands pensively with her head down, watching Jamie Welton sleep. She stares at him intently, her eyes wide open. She locks her lips tightly together and remains silent, pausing. She's Belle Welton stands at Jamie Welton's bedside and dramatically covers her face with her hands from the emotions overwhelming her. She ponders what she is thinking. Jamie is asleep in the bed, lying on his side, covering himself with a blanket over his head. She's Belle Welton stands still by Jamie Welton's bed, trying to deal with her overwhelmed emotions. From behind She's Belle Welton, someone came close and placed a hand on her shoulder. Long fingers encircled her fragile shoulder. Standing next to She's Belle Welton is Count Argino Welton. He has his arm around her, keeping his hand on her shoulder, and looks at her anxiously, asking if she is all right. She's Belle lowers her hands from her face and looks at Earl Welton, saying with surprise, "Darling." She's Belle Welton has her head down thoughtfully, her gaze lowered and looking at the bed Jamie Welton is sleeping in. She opens her mouth, pausing briefly. She is hugged tightly by Count Argino Welton by the shoulder. Count Argino Welton hugs She's Belle Welton from behind. They stand by Jamie Welton's bed and watch him sleep. She's Belle answers why she would be out of sorts. Jamie lies on his side, snuggled up with his head under the covers. Count Argino Welton pronounces to She's Belle Welton what actions she expects him to take. He will do whatever his consort desires. Count Welton looks at She's Belle thoughtfully. She's Belle has closed her eyes with her head down. She's Belle Welton closed her eyes, feeling the anxiety release her. She utters to him with a smile. It was as if he had stopped her before. The Earl of Welton says that he was afraid she would be more upset, and that was the only reason he had intervened. She's Belle Welton keeps her eyes closed and turns her head to the side. She utters that Earl Simon has already deeply apologized. She doesn't want to sow discord between the Western and Eastern aristocracy just because of this incident. She's Belle Welton and Earl Argino Welton stand together at Jamie Welton's bedside and smile, mockingly reasoning that after all, the important thing is that that boy was properly scolded. Alf certainly looked frightened. That's enough of that. She's Belle Welton and Count Argino Welton leave the room where Jamie Welton is sleeping. They decide maybe it's time for them to go. Jamie won't be able to sleep if they are around. Jamie Welton lies on the bed, covered head to toe under the covers. Jamie Welton lies on the bed, covered with her head under the blanket. Under the blanket, Jamie's active movements began after She's Belle Welton and Earl Argino Welton left. Jamie Welton is lying on his pillow, with his hand cupping his face from under the blanket. He lies on his side, looking away and reasoning that he understands their concern, for at that moment he was completely out of control. Jamie Welton sits on the bed, covering his legs with the blanket. He has his hands in his lap, crossed. Jamie sits pensively with his mouth ajar, musing and looking ahead. He thinks, however, and pauses for some time. Jamie Welton put his head down thoughtfully and closed his eyes tightly. He's gripped by anxiety and tension. He is sad because of recent events, and the memories of his past life do not let him rest now. He thinks of Jane with sadness. He thinks of her rebirth. Rebecca Ballou, whom he met at the ball, was his lover in his past life. A fragile girl with blonde hair, holding a magic ball in the air in Jane's past. Jamie Welton sits on the bed, arms crossed and brooding. There is nothing strange about her rebirth, after all. He too was reborn after tens of thousands of years. Her reincarnation is legitimate, though. There was a brief pause in thought. Jamie Welton stares thoughtfully and intently ahead, lips tightly closed. Jamie ponders that Jane didn't recognize him. Unlike Jamie, she has no memories of her past life. He is frozen in place by the flood of thoughts. In reality, this is usually the case. Jamie Welton's case is special. Nevertheless, how come they were reborn in the same period? Jamie Welton has his head down and is looking thoughtfully before him. He pressed his lips together tightly. Irony of fate or someone's plan. Could this be the plan of the 12 gods? Instantly, Bluecoat appeared beside Jamie Welton and flew swiftly to Jamie's cheek. He squeaks longingly and looks up at him. Jamie shifts his gaze to Black without emotion. Jamie Welton turns his head to the side, closes his eyes, and says with a smile, "Yeah, that can't happen. If they knew he was reborn, they wouldn't just let it go." Black sat down on Jamie Welton's shoulder and looks at him intently. Jamie Welton squints his eyes contentedly, opens his mouth and says, "What on earth is he thinking?" Jamie sits on the bed and grabs Black in her arms. She starts stretching him with both hands out to the sides. Black looks at Jamie in surprise. Jamie Welton is sitting on the bed with his head down. He stares silently and thoughtfully at Black, who he stretches out in his arms. Jamie's lips are tightly closed. He feels anxious and tense. Jamie Welton thinks of his beloved Jane, who lies bloodied with no signs of life on her back with her arms crossed over her chest. Her eyes are tightly closed. Blood drips from her mouth. Her clothes and hair are soaked with blood. Jamie Welton silently lowered his eyes and shifted his gaze to the side. He feels sad, wistful, and anxious. His eyebrows are lowered. Jamie ponders that in the first place he must meet her again. A man dressed in white robes and a black cloak on top stands near a wooden stand and holds a white bird in his hands. The man's head is covered with a hood. He utters that the magical society is undergoing a strong change. The white bird stands on a wooden stand. A white ribbon is tied tightly around its thin legs. The firstborn of the Earl of Welton is Jamie Welton, age 9 years. Level supposedly above 4th grade, an amazing magical genius was born. A man dressed in white and wearing a dark hood on his head stands on the ground and spreads his arms wide to his sides. He releases the birds into free flight, telling them to fly. The birds begin to soar high up, spreading their wings. Jamie Welton walks confidently forward along the path, surrounded by densely growing trees. Tall green grass grows around him. Jamie moves towards a small river with rocks lining its banks. Jamie Welton has his head lifted and is looking in front of him. He has his mouth slightly open. The wind blows at his back, developing his hair. Leaves are in the air, flying in the breeze past Jamie. Black sits on Jamie's shoulder and looks at him worriedly. Black sits on Jamie Welton's shoulder and shifts his gaze to the side, watching carefully what's around him. He begins to squeak nastily. Jamie turns his head in his direction and watches him. Jamie has his mouth ajar. Jamie Welton looks in surprise at Black, who is sitting on his shoulder. Jamie asks him thoughtfully and how he knows what freshness is. Black nuzzles against his shoulder, narrowing his eyes and letting out a short squeak. Black sits on Jamie Welton's shoulder and begins to swear and squeak in a disgruntled and irritated long swear and squeak. Jamie Welton continues forward into the thicket of the forest and responds to Black, reassuring him. Okay, he gets it. Jamie Welton walks forward amongst the lush green trees and closes his eyes with pleasure. A smile appears on his face and he utters how quiet and nice it is. Probably because it's the last day and many have already left. Black squeaks longingly in response. Jamie Welton walks slowly through the thicket of the forest, under tall trees that cast shadows on the ground, down the path, and talks to Black that he needs to see her before he returns. Black flies next to Jamie, staring intently ahead. Jamie Welton froze in surprise. He fearfully opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth. Around him, the sounds of falling water droplets began to echo. Beside Jamie, particles of magical energy hovered in the air. Jamie Welton abruptly turns the other way, looking around carefully. He tensely looks to the side and utters what the sound is. The sudden movement to the side makes his clothes flutter in the air. Jamie Welton turns around sharply again, looking around intently for the source of the sound. He tries to figure out where it is coming from. Jamie's face is focused, his lips tightly closed. His gaze is fixed forward. Jamie Welton can't see. He must extend his mana range to search. Jamie instantly froze in place, fingers crossed, palms together and natural to his mouth. He closed his eyes tightly, concentrating on releasing streams of mana. Directing the streams of mana, Jamie Welton found the source. He began moving towards it in the right direction, moving through the grass. The sounds of water continue to emanate. The mana flows guide him closer to the source. Jamie Welton hurries towards the source of the sound, in the direction he found, breathing deeply from the rapid movement. His mouth is wide open, trying to catch his breath. Drops of sweat drip from his face. His hair falls over Jamie's face in the motion. Jamie Welton moves with the streams of mana guiding him and confidently says it's there. Jamie sees Rebecca Ballou in front of him, sitting with her back to him on the ground. In front of her, a blue-colored creature floats in the air. Jamie Welton recognizes the creature and utters enthusiastically, Undine. A blue-colored creature composed of water. Magical streams of energy emanate from Undine's body. Undine's hair and clothes develop in the air. She has a fishtail and long pointed ears. Undine notices the appearance of Jamie Welton and says something to Rebecca Bala without taking her eyes off him. Rebecca listens intently to Undine, stares at her without noticing Jamie, and points her hands toward her. Rebecca Bala sits on the ground and turns her head back. She sees Jamie Welton, and not expecting to see him, she utters, "Who God?" Behind her back in the distance is Jamie. He's standing still and calmly looking in her direction. Rebecca Bala has risen from the ground, stands in front of Jamie Welton, and says with surprise, "Young Mr. Welton." She inquires about his health. Jamie stands still and replies thoughtfully that he is fine. Jamie Welton is tense and embarrassed. He's stammering words in snippets, trying to recognize her name. His eyes rounded, he raises his hands in front of him. Jamie stares intently at Rebecca Bala. Rebecca Bala has lowered her head in embarrassment, pitches her body down slightly, squints her eyes, and begins to smile at the words Jamie Welton has heard. Rebecca is wearing a blue dress adorned with beads. A net and brooch is attached to her hair. She froze in place in front of Jamie Welton and imagines her name is Rebecca Bala. She's a water elementalist. She stares intently at Jamie. Her long hair flutters in the wind. Jamie Welton looks at Rebecca intently. Jamie Welton froze in place, staring intently at Rebecca Bala. He's overcome by memories, looking at her sadly, his eyes wide open, the glare of light playing on them. The wind is developing his hair, mussing it, and flipping strands over his face. Jamie Welton pensively reflects that she is still the same water elementalist. Rebecca Bala stands questioningly and thoughtfully, joining her hands together in front of her. An doesn't realize what is wrong. Eyes wide open, she looks at Jamie. "Diablo, don't ever forget me!" The promise of a past life rolls around in Jamie Welton's head. The flood of memories makes Jamie freeze in place and stare intently at one point. Rebecca Bala addresses Jamie, calling young Mr. Welton. Rebecca Bala tries to ask Jamie Welton why he looks sad. She stands still, looking at Jamie intently. Jamie Welton is frozen in place, staring intently ahead and silent for a while, still reeling from the memory. Rebecca Bala stands across from Jamie Welton. Rebecca asks Jamie why he looks sad. Jamie freezes in place, staring intently ahead. They are standing among densely growing green trees. The ground is strewn with grass and flowers. Jamie Welton stares intently at Rebecca Bala, keeping his eyes on her. He is frozen in place, lips slightly ajar. Around him, leaves from the trees are whirling. It seems as if Diablo Wolfir himself is looking forward, swept by memories of the past. Rebecca Bala looks thoughtfully at Jamie Welton. She locks her lips tightly together, her eyes wide open, and watches intently as Jamie Welton stands there unresponsive. She thinks it looks like he's really freaked out about last night. Rebecca Bala started forward, moving her foot across the green grass. Her long white and green dress completely covers her leg up to the foot. A foot peeks out from the AZ of the dress, wearing green shoes with a buckle. Now everything is in order. Rebecca Bala walked over to Jamie Welton and hugged him tightly, pulling him close to her. She rested her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes with a smile. Jamie Welton froze in place, not expecting Rebecca to walk up to him. Rebecca Bala continued to hug Jamie Welton tightly. Jamie is frozen in place and stares thoughtfully ahead, believing that these emotions he is feeling now are just relics of the past. However, it is still normal to feel something. Jamie Welton and Rebecca Bala are sitting on the grass near a body of water. Rebecca squints her eyes and asks Jamie with interest if he feels better. Jamie crosses his legs in front of him, squints his eyes, and says in response, "Yes," thanking her for her interest. Rebecca Bala squints her eyes and happily tells Jamie Welton with a smile that her father used to tell her, "Problems will disappear immediately if you share them with someone." Rebecca thinks that apparently that is indeed true. Jamie Welton turned his head slightly, looking intently at Rebecca Bala. He wondered if her father was Viscount Bala. Around Jamie Welton, small particles of glow float in the air. Rebecca Bala smiles widely, opening her mouth, laughing and squinting her eyes in embarrassment. She says cheerfully, "Yes." She sits on the grass, propping her feet up. In her lap, Rebecca has placed her hands. She turns her head toward Jamie Welton. Rebecca Bala sits on the grass, looking ahead at the body of water. She's sorry that she and Jamie Welton didn't get a chance to talk yesterday. However, she is happy that they were able to meet. Jamie sits next to her and replies to Rebecca that he too is happy about the chance. Rebecca Ballou turned her head towards Jamie Welton upon hearing his reply, and embarrassedly gritted her teeth, smiling widely. He asked Jamie, "Really?" Jamie looks at Rebecca perplexed, presses his lips tightly together and answers, "Yes." Jamie Welton realizes that Rebecca Ballou is a completely different person, and it's even better this way. He asks her a question. He thought that the ballet family had an ancient agreement with the wind spirit. Apparently it didn't. Rebecca replies that she wanted to make contact with it, but it didn't work out. Rebecca Ball tells Jamie Welton, the ability to find common ground with the forces of nature is very peculiar. The wind spirit appeared by itself, said that Rebecca Ballou was not suitable and disappeared. Rebecca looked at him perplexed, sitting on her bed in the middle of the night. But one day Undine came to Rebecca Ballou and it was fate. Undine said that they must surely make a contract. Rebecca Ballou woke up in the middle of the night, sat on the bed and looks perplexed at Undine, wrapping her arms around her head. Since the matter was serious, Rebecca Ballou should have consulted her father first, but unexpectedly, she immediately agreed. Rebecca grinned, telling Jamie Welton. Jamie sits and stares thoughtfully in front of him. Jamie Welton listens to Rebecca Ballou, and suddenly the thought pops into his head, that means God of Spirits knows. Jamie Welton silently ponders with his lips tightly pressed together. His eyes are wide open and stare intently at one point. Spirit King contact is unlike ordinary Spirit King contact. Spirit King contact is a contract of souls, collateralized by the lives of both parties making it. When Jane's soul was reborn into Rebecca Ballou, the Spirit King had to know about it as well. Jamie Welton responds that he understands, asking Rebecca Ballou if the Viscount was angry. Rebecca replies thoughtfully that he wasn't angry but upset. And so is she. Rebecca and Jamie sit by a body of water on the green grass. Jamie Welton turns his head toward Rebecca Ballou and says thoughtfully that, but still, this case is special. He stares intently at Rebecca Ballou. Rebecca's head is turned toward Jamie. Her long hair flutters in the wind. Rebecca Ballou's eyes are rounded at Jamie Welton's unexpected words. She stares at him intently, making a short sound. Jamie continues that the spirit came in person and offered to make a contract. This is the first time he's heard of such a thing. Jamie Welton looks at Rebecca Ballou with his eyebrows raised and continues to speak, smiling at her, baring his teeth. He's sorry things didn't happen the way they wanted, but the spirit's choice fell on her. She needs to believe in herself. Rebecca Ballou rounded her eyes at hearing the words from Jamie Welton, raising her eyebrows and staring at him intently. She didn't expect to hear that and makes a short sound. Her mouth is ajar. She froze in place. Rebecca Ballou responded to Jamie Welton in a good way. She squinted her eyes in embarrassment and pleasure at the words she heard and gritted her teeth, smiling broadly. Rebecca lifted her shoulders, squeezing her arms tighter against her body. Jamie Welton stood up abruptly. He squints his eyes with positive emotion and smiles at Rebecca Ballou, thanking her for today. He has to go, waving goodbye with a wave of his hand. Rebecca stares at Jamie in surprise and says, "Oh." Jamie Welton walks swiftly away from Rebecca Ballou. Rebecca looks thoughtfully at Jamie walking away, not expecting the abrupt departure. She raised her hand before she could wave back, her fingers remaining in a bent position. He didn't have time to say goodbye. Rebecca Ballou stares intently at the departing Jamie Welton. She keeps her gaze on him and says disappointedly, "Ah." Rebecca reflects that she wanted to talk more to Jamie Welton. She's sorry. Rebecca Ballou is left sitting alone on the ground. She sighs disappointedly and utters a sigh, not realizing what's wrong with her. Rebecca abruptly puts her head down, bending closer to her hands resting on her knees. She sadly creases her face with overwhelming emotion. Jamie Welton walks over with Black flying beside him, who squeaks questioningly. Jamie converses with him that he was talking to her politely. Normally kids don't communicate informally. Rebecca gives off an adult aura. It's hard for him to speak familiarly to her. Jamie Welton walks confidently into Simon's castle room. Next to him, Black flies next to him. She strides across the red-carpeted floor. Near the entrance by the black walls are armored knights holding spears in their hands. Suddenly, someone calls out loudly to Jamie Welton, trying to get his attention. Jamie Welton turns his head sharply, feeling tense. He shifts his gaze to the source of the sound and stares questioningly. Jamie has his mouth ajar. Standing in the room that Jamie Welton has entered are Alf and Lennon's Simon. Alf tensely looks at Jamie, feeling the tension. His presence makes Alf hiccup. Lennon looks down thoughtfully, pressing his hand to his chin and mouth ajar. Jamie Welton stands still and stares intently at the Simon brothers. He asks them what's wrong. Alf hesitates, scratching his head and starts to say what in general. Next to him, Lennon stands confidently, spreading his arms out to the sides, resting them at his sides. Suddenly, Alf, feeling tense and anxious, speaks sharply and loudly to Jamie Welton, asking for his forgiveness. He squints his eyes forcefully, raising his eyebrows and opening his mouth wide. He pitches his body forward. Jamie Welton, feeling the strain of Alpha Simon's sharp shout, gritted his teeth and rounded his eyes, staring intently ahead. Jamie stands still and says questioningly, "What is it? They came so suddenly." Jamie Welton abruptly realized why the Simon brothers had shown up here. He smiles, assuming a calm demeanor, and looks at them intently. Jamie asks the Simon brothers that the Earl ordered them to apologize to him, which is why they are here. Alf Simon froze in place, watching Jamie Welton intently. He keeps his eyes on him, feeling embarrassed and tense. Alf makes a short sound thoughtfully from hearing Jamie Welton's words. Jamie Welton irritably shifts his gaze to Lennon Simon, asking Alf Simon he can understand Alf's presence, but it's to such a one with him. Alf tensely utters, "He is his little brother." Jamie stands confidently with his hand in his pocket. Jamie Welton stands still, adopting a confident stance. He asks Alf Simon why he brought him, dreading apologizing alone. Alf Simon stands silently. Lennon raises his hand and pronounces that he was the one who gave his brother the artifact. Jamie Welton stares forward with tension and anger. He furrowed his brow and lowered his eyebrows, mouth ajar. Jamie grinned. Next to Jamie Welton in the air, warily looking forward. Jamie Welton smirks with tension and anger, looking forward carefully, gritting his teeth. Jamie says angrily that the couple has decided to fool him. Black tensely looks at Jamie. Jamie turns to Lennon, "What's his name?" Lennon Simon stands calmly in place, squinting his eyes smugly, smiles and pronounces to Jamie Welton that his name is Lennon, Lennon Simon. Lennon's satisfied face is partially covered by his hair. His hands are slumped down. Jamie Welton stares intently at Lennon Simon. His pupils have dilated. They glow a bright purple light, casting a glare. Jamie Welton furrows his brow, lowering his eyebrows in tension and anger. Jamie Welton looks closely at Lennon Simon and reads his abilities. Lennon has some pretty decent abilities. Alf is no match for him. His brains seem to be in place as well. Lennon stands confidently in front of Jamie, legs spread wide. Earl Simon is indifferent to his son. He doesn't even seem to want to see him. Jamie Welton has moved closer to Lennon, staring at him with a menacing gaze. Alf, who is standing nearby feeling tense, looks at them perplexed. Lennon Simon squints his eyes smugly, and with a smile on his face tells Jamie Welton that thankfully nothing serious has happened. He asks Jamie if he accepted the apology and if they can leave. Jamie Welton hears what Lennon Simon told him and grins through gritted teeth. Jamie looks at Lennon carefully, pondering silently, noticing that he is looking down at him. Jamie lowers his eyebrows, feeling the tension. Jamie Welton ponders, remembering the events that took place at the ball. While the Welton family and the Simon family were trying to settle the conflict, Lennon didn't even show up during last night's incident. Lennon Simon stood off to the side behind the invited guests, watching without interest in the center of the room. Lennon not only sees Jamie Welton, but Alpha Simon and everyone but his father as inferior beings. Lennon Simon was looking out from behind the invited guests at what was happening in the center of the room with a smirk. Jamie Welton realizes that if nothing is done, there is a high probability that he will cause trouble later on. Jamie Welton tells Alf Simon that he should try his best to be the heir. Jamie, with a smile on his face, raises his hands and points at Alf with his index fingers. Alf shouts exasperatedly, "Why should he all of a sudden?" Jamie Welton turns his attention to Lennon Simon and asks him if that's the case. Lennon Simon stands still, tense and annoyed. He locks his lips tightly together, tensing his face, and stares thoughtfully in front of him. Jamie Welton begins to move forward from his seat, slowly taking steps around the room. Jamie Welton calmly says to Alpha and Lennon Simon, ending the discussion that one way or another, this sort of thing doesn't concern him. Jamie Welton walks over to Lennon Simon and places a hand on his shoulder. Jamie smirked menacingly, telling Lennon that if he initiated the incident, then he should suffer. Jamie Welton paused for a moment. Jamie Welton moved closer to Lennon Simon's face and said menacingly in his ear that he should be punished accordingly. Jamie Welton stares at Lennon with a serious look, releasing ominous streams of energy into the air. Lennon Simon turned his head towards Jamie Welton and said angrily, "What was he talking about?" Lennon's eyebrows are pulled down. His forehead is furrowed. He grits his teeth and stares at him perplexed, not understanding the meaning of Jamie's words. The ominous streams of energy that Jamie Welton had begun to release spread through the air at Lennon Simon. Lennon is frozen in place, looking away puzzled. He silently observes what is happening around him. Lennon Simon looks down puzzled, touching his hands. He sees darkness and doesn't realize where he is. His body stiffens as if it's chained with ice. A shiver spreads through his body. Ominous streams of energy surround his body. Instantly, Lennon Simon obediently falls to his knees on the floor. From the magic Jamie Welton is using, Lennon's body no longer obeys him. His arms hang down. Tension hangs in the air. Jamie Welton viciously utters that forgiveness is only granted once. Releasing sinister streams of energy, Jamie brings Lennon to his knees. A large, glowing magical eye has appeared in front of him, staring intently ahead. Lennon Simon kneels on the floor, bending his body downward. He stares down intently and fearfully. Tears are streaming from his eyes. Drool runs down his chin from his mouth. Lennon has his mouth ajar and makes a muffled short sound. Ominous streams of energy hover around him. Lennon Simon stares fearfully at the floor and wonders, has he left the confines of consciousness? Or is this a hallucination? Lennon furrows his brow, his face tense. Tears are streaming from his eyes, drool dripping from his mouth, dripping from his chin. Lennon Simon continues to ponder what he has seen. He doesn't know, not exactly sure, but there is a pause, after which Lennon abruptly begins to scream and covers his ears with his hands, leaning over the floor. Alf looks at Lennon fearfully. Lennon Simon stares fearfully and tensely at the floor. He freezes in place and begins to wheeze and cough, exhaling tensely for air. Tears are streaming from Lennon's wide-open eyes. His face is tense, his eyebrows drawn together. Jamie Welton stands over Lennon Simon and speaks, the only thing he knows. There is a brief pause. Lennon lifts his head, staring forward tensely and fearfully. Tears streaming from his eye, he silently opened his mouth. Jamie Welton continued the phrase, after a short pause, that there would be no second chances. Jamie opened his mouth with a smirk. The corners of his mouth lifted. His eyes scrutinized Lennon Simon, who was on the floor. Lennon Simon has his head up, looking intently at Jamie Welton and listening intently. His mouth is ajar, tears pouring from his wide-open eyes. Lennon's whole body is trembling. Jamie says menacingly that he must kneel down now. Lennon Simon stammeringly apologizes to Jamie Welton. Lennon has his head down, tensely and anxiously staring at the floor. Tears are streaming from his eyes. Lennon rests his hands on the floor, his whole body trembling. There are 2 horse-drawn carriages outside the main entrance to Count Simon's castle. They stand on a paved path that goes off to the side, skirting a shrub-lined green space. There are people walking around the carriages. Near the exit of Earl Simon's castle stands Jamie Welton, who is watching the 2 carriages. People are walking past the carriages. The carriages are getting ready to leave. Jamie Welton reflects with relief, home at last. Jamie Welton looks away pensively, rolling his eyes. He is tense and disgruntled, and reflects that as soon as they left the manor, and immediately the trouble started. It would have been better if he had just stayed home to receive his mother's kisses. Jamie Welton puts his head down and closes his eyes. He leans his hand against his head, feeling tense and discontent. He abruptly stops such thoughts of mom's kisses and ponders what he's even thinking about. Toward Jamie Welton walks Earl Simon, watching him, and utters that he thinks Jamie is not in the mood. Jamie turns around at the sudden appearance of Earl Simon, freezes in place, and stares at him intently. Earl Simon stops in front of Jamie Welton. He stares at him intently with his lips ajar. His pensive face expresses no emotion. Count Simon's hand is behind his back. He is wearing a uniform with a red collar and patch. On his shoulder is a cape with fur. Jamie Welton stands still, eyes squeezed shut with joy, and replies to Count Simon with a smile that it is nothing of the sort. On the contrary, he is happy at the mere thought of finally being able to rest at home. Jamie grinned. Count Simon is standing still. He calmly and smilingly looks at Jamie Welton carefully from top to bottom. Count Simon sighs in relief and tells Jamie that he's sorry. They didn't get a chance to talk longer. Jamie Welton lifted his head and stares intently at Earl Simon's face. His eyes are wide open and Jamie has a smile on his face. He replies to Earl Simon that he is sorry too, because he has waited so long for this. Count Simon suggests to Jamie Welton that if he wants, he can stay a while longer. Jamie Welton abruptly replies, "No." He crosses his fingers in front of him. He replies that he's very tired, so he wants to rest soon at his home estate. Jamie Welton looks at Earl Simon and squints his eyes and asks him what he knows the reason is. When he hears Jamie's question, Earl Simon looks at him intently, indignant and frustrated. His lips are tightly closed. Count Simon turns his head, calmly covers his eyes, lowering his eyebrows downward, and grins. There's a slight smile on his face, his mouth ajar. Count Simon mouthing back to Jamie Welton that he understands. Count Simon and Jamie Welton turn towards the castle, looking at the front of the building. Count Simon calmly tells Jamie that Jamie has begun to be looked at in the magical community. Jamie replies to Count Simon thoughtfully that it seems to be the case. Count Simon turns his head to Jamie Welton, squints his eyes, and replies with a smile that Jamie, it turns out, knows his price perfectly well. Jamie Welton turns to look at Count Simon, listening intently. Jamie Welton looks at Earl Simon intently and replies with a smile. Sure. Jamie raises his hand in front of him, gesturing that. Earl Simon and Jamie Welton walk down a wide path in the castle grounds. Jamie says that, by the way, his name was Lennon. Jamie punished him. Earl Simon replies that he guessed, since yesterday Lennon has been acting like a madman. Jamie Welton perplexedly turns his head to Earl Simon and anxiously asks him about punishing his son, but he is even angry. Jamie's eyes widened at Count Simon's calm demeanor. Count Simon stops and looks questioningly at Jamie Welton, turning toward him. He replies that Lennon just got what he deserved. Why should he be angry? Jamie Welton listens intently to Count Simon. Jamie Welton, feeling tense and anxious, looks at Earl Simon carefully. He ponders, gosh, I can see why these guys are so crazy. He is disturbed by Earl Simon's indifference towards his sons. Jamie Weltona turns his head to Count Simon and says, by the way, Lennon has a talent for magic. If he is trained, he will master the technique perfectly. Count Simon listens attentively to Jamie, turning his head toward him. They walk slowly forward. Earl Simon looks at Jamie Welton carefully, and with strained seriousness answers Jamie, disagreeing with his opinion. His son Lennon's abilities are well known to him, and they are definitely unremarkable. Jamie Welton replies grudgingly that for any good to come out, he must first learn. If he practiced hard, he could reach the level of Count Simon. How many talents don't show up just because their abilities are held back? Jamie Welton angrily replies, pointing his finger at Earl Simon, that it's all his fault. He ignores them, citing that they lack talent. Earl Simon stares intently at Jamie's hand, intensely grits his teeth and squints his eyes. Jamie Welton asserts to Earl Simon that Alf is perfectly ordinary, but here Lennon has hidden potential. Count Simon dresses up and looks at Jamie angrily and replies, pausing nervously, whether Jamie thinks he is incapable of recognizing talent. Count Simon scrutinizes Jamie Welton, who smiles sweetly at him, squinting his eyes. Count Simon is reasoning mentally if even he, a level 8 wielder, didn't recognize his son's ability. Where does this child get so much confidence from? Count Simon feels as if he has a great magician in front of him. Jamie Welton is a 9-year-old boy whose body was reborn as the firstborn son of the aristocrat family Diablo Wolfer after he managed to break the barrier. Jamie Welton thoughtfully tells Count Simon that perhaps with his help he can overcome those moments that are given with difficulty. The Earl of Simon looks at Jamie in surprise at the unexpected words, saying, how did he know that? Suddenly from outside shouted Jamie Welton that it was time to go. Jamie turned his head in the direction of the voice, looking puzzled. His lips tightly pressed together, the corners of his mouth pulled down, realizing it was time to end the conversation. Earl Simon stares silently at Jamie. Jamie Welton happily turns around, running off to head home. He squints his eyes, raises his hand in farewell, and says with a smile, that's what the little girl told him. He wishes him to gradually move in the right direction. Jamie Welton is running swiftly to be sent home. Jamie stares ahead, scooping his arms high in front of him. Count Simon watches Jamie Welton run away as a shadow falls backwards from his running body. Count Simon watches sadly as Jamie Welton removes himself to go home. His eyes are strained and stare intently ahead. Earl Simon's eyebrows are lowered. Blood-red hair falls over his face. Count Simon, after watching Jamie Welton, who had removed himself to go home for a long time, Count Simon slowly closed his eyes tightly, feeling sad and distressed. Count Simon silently stood still. Count Simon turned around on the spot and slowly started walking around the castle grounds on a wide stone-lined path under the trees, dropping shade on the ground. Count Simon calmly said that he was truly sorry. Jamie Welton moves through the woods in the middle of the deep night. The moon brightly illuminates the space. Above Jamie flies Black, who has turned around and is looking intently to the side. Jamie is wearing a long cloak, covering his head with a hood. Black turns to the side, hovering in the air. He stares intently at the spot, with wide-open eyes that caught his attention. Black begins to make a loud and protracted sound, warning Jamie Welton. In front of Black, active stirring has begun in the tall bushes of the wooded area. The dense leaves of the bushes cover the source of the noise. Jamie Welton shouted sharply in the direction of the bushes where the stirrings were taking place, opening his mouth wide, indicating for them to come toward him briskly. Jamie Welton is feeling irritated and angry. His forehead wrinkled, his eyebrows pulled downward. Out of the bushes towards Jamie Welton and Black, Rise and Azamat slowly emerge. They are anxious and tense as they stare forward with their hands down. Jamie Welton menacingly asks them why so late. Azamat and Reese stand in front of Jamie Welton, who is sitting on a rock with his hands tensely down and his legs spread wide. Rise replies to Jamie that it's because Azamat is terribly sloppy. Azamat, stammering, apologizes to Jamie. Jamie Welton sighs at the words. Rise and Azamat said he looks at them carefully and seriously. Jamie Welton pronounces pass. They must tell what they have learned. They obediently and confidently reply okay. Rise looks intently at Jamie Welton and begins to recount everything they have learned. Janice's church in Hayes has spread its influence already throughout the city. Azamat stands next to Rise and looks down thoughtfully. Rise continues to tell Jamie they provide food and lodging for the needy and have earned the love of the people, and more recently they've started running an orphanage. Jamie is not happy with what he hears. Jamie Welton and Rise continue their conversation deep in the woods at night. Jamie anxiously asks Rise when it all started. Rise puts her head down thoughtfully, shifting her gaze to the ground, and utters what seems to be after the collapse of Rival. 2 months ago, Count Welton completely wiped out the rival criminal group. Since then, Janice Church has been actively preaching their religion. On that day, Count Arjuna Welton was visited by Pep, who told the intentions of the rival faction and was punished. Janice Church began to help the poor and spread God's will. At first, the villagers did not understand what was going on, accepting the food and looking at them perplexed. But in time, they were moved by their mercy and began to practice the Janus religion. Thus, they became deeply religious, righteous people. In one way or another, the situation of the Janus religion in Hayes improved considerably. People began to come to church and worship their faith. People from all different backgrounds and professions. Rise stands still and gives Jamie Welton the information with a serious look, looking at him intently. He calmly says that right now Janus is the most respected and favored religion by the people on Hysa. Jamie Welton listens to Rise and is startled to say, "What?" Jamie Welton doesn't understand how it happened that Janus's church has become respected and loved by the people. His eyes are wide open, his eyebrows raised upward. Jamie Welton is tense and angry, trying to understand where Janus is interfering. Jamie grits his teeth and stares thoughtfully ahead, leaning his hand on his chin. Jamie's brow is furrowed, eyebrows lowered angrily. Jamie Welton turns sharply toward Reese and Azamat and shouts loudly, asking them a question. Do they think battle and peace can coexist? He experiences anger and aggression. Jamie's eyes tense, eyebrows raised. Rise and Azamat, upon hearing Jamie Welton's question, freeze in place and look at each other puzzled. They are tense and anxious. Not knowing the right answer, they say questioningly to Jamie Welton, "No?" Rise has his head down thoughtfully, pondering Jamie Welton's question. He raises his head and looks at Jamie, suggesting that battle and peace might be related. Azamat stands silently by his side. Jamie Welton stands opposite and listens intently. Jamie Welton looks ahead thoughtfully after listening to Reese's answer. Jamie replies that right, that's what Janus represents. Jamie freezes in place, pondering Janus's church. Jamie has a hood over his head. Jamie Welton ponders, imagining a small, quiet town where the life of ordinary people is lived, where the religion of Janus Church has permeated. Janus represents a world built on blood and mountains of lifelessness. The battle is the moment when the divinity of this world will shine through. A peaceful, quiet town is overtaken by a wave of fire and smoke, tongues of flame emanating upwards, destroying everything in its path. Explosions erupt everywhere, the spray of explosions flying apart. Jamie Welton stares warily ahead, his face serious and focused. Jamie Welton continues to ponder. What Janus is doing now is making everyone begin to believe in Janus, bowing down before him. Jamie Welton reveals that Janus is definitely only covering up for his actions, but he's up to something himself. Rise and Azamat have to find out what it is. They reply that they have figured it out. Jamie finds out about Janice's plans in great detail. The orphanage is under the auspices of Janice's church. A boy named Ricky is approached by a man in a blue long robe. He says approvingly that he has done a good job. Ricky cheerfully replies to the teacher with a chuckle that he didn't do anything in particular. Ricky cheerfully tells the teacher that compared to when he was begging, he's like he's in heaven now. Ricky holds the broom with both hands, cradling it in his hands. The teacher listens to Ricky carefully and says his name thoughtfully. The priest in a blue cassock with the symbol of Janice's church on his chest touches Ricky with his hand and, looking in his direction, says that he has suffered a lot and that it will not happen again. Ricky smiles happily with his teeth bared and says yes. A month and a half has passed since Ricky arrived at the orphanage. This place is a ray of happiness in his life. If he hadn't gone to the orphanage, he and his little sister would have been lost on the streets by now. Ricky rushes into the room where his sister is sitting at the table. A girl with long braids running down her shoulders sits with her eyes tightly closed. Without turning her head, she lifts her head and asks, hearing a noise from the door, if it is her brother returning. A green handkerchief is tied around her neck. Ricky walks happily across the room, with rays of sunlight from the window falling on the floor. At a wooden table by the window sits Riri's sister, holding a book. Ricky answers her sister that her brother has come to visit. On the wall hangs a shelf with various things on it. Ricky walks over to his sister Anna, who is sitting at the wooden table. Anna is blind. Anna, sensing Ricky's presence, turned her head in his direction and said with a smile, "Ah, there he is." Upon learning of her blindness, her parents threw them out and ran away. In order to protect her little sister, she had to take on the dirtiest jobs. It was the only way they could survive. Life on the street is not easy, and the adults here are indifferent. It's a hopeless situation with no one to help. But for the first time, Ricky and his sister Anna reached out a hand. It was the hand of a grown man who was dressed in a black robe with white piping. The man's hand, spreading his fingers, slowly reached down to Ricky and sister Anna, waiting for a response. Ricky, holding his sister Anna in his arms, stares intently forward at the movement of the hand in his direction. He froze in place. His eyes opened wide, gazing up at the man, tears streaming down his cheeks. Ricky opened his mouth in surprise. Ricky sitting on his knees with his sister Anna. It was God's hand that reached out to help. That day, he and his sister had a new life. Happiness itself, a miracle favored by God. Now Ricky would also become a disciple of God and tell the whole world about him. Ricky and his sister Anna and the other children walked together through the orphanage grounds. Ricky leads Anna, holding her hand. A boy runs up to them, asking Ricky and Anna if they have heard the news. Ricky asks, puzzled, "What news?" The boy tells them, telling them about Shino. God's choice fell on him. As early as next week, he is leaving for the main temple to become a priest. God's hand points at the boy. Shino obediently joined his hands in front of him and closed his eyes. Ricky listened to the information about Shino from the boy and exclaimed in surprise, "What? Shino is going to become a priest?" His eyes opened wide with surprise. Ricky shifted his gaze to the side, feeling anxious and confused. Jamie Welton soars over the night city in place, flapping wide with wings that black spread behind his back. Jamie's cloak develops in the air from the air current. Jamie contemplates the area. Jamie Welton turned his head and his gaze sideways toward Black. He tensely pronounced to him that they are almost there. They need to get down. Black's eye settles on the wing and looks intently at Jamie. Black squeaks approvingly and longingly. Jamie Welton is in the air, wary and scrutinizing from above, noticing something suspicious. He is pensive, lips tightly closed. Jamie Welton is in flight and observes an unconscious man lying on his side on the ground. He wondered what it was there. The man is wearing a red cloak with blonde hair. On his belt is a thin sword with various elements. Jamie Welton, being in the air, slowly descends, preparing to put his feet on the ground. The shadow of Jamie Welton falls to the ground. Jamie descends to get a closer look at the man lying unconscious. Jamie Welton lands on the ground in front of the man on the ground. He looks at him in surprise, feeling tense, his eyes wide open, Jamie mouthing what the other energy is. Black sits on Jamie's shoulder and looks out in surprise. Jamie Welton is pensive, looking at the man on the ground who is unconscious. He ponders, sensing an uncool divine power. Is it really the superior? The man's eyes are tightly closed and abrasions can be seen on his face. Examining the body of the man who lies unconscious, Jamie Welton notices a sword on his belt. Jamie looks on in surprise and wariness and ponders, no, this is a high-class cleric, a holy knight. Jamie Welton stands still, watching the unconscious man thoughtfully. He has his head down, eyes wide with surprise. Jamie Welton pensively leans his hand against his neck, not understanding why the sacred knight is lying in the street. Jamie Welton continues to stand still in front of the holy knight, who is unconscious on the ground. He stands in the shadows on the narrow street and ponders. He feels like the holy knight will bother him yet. Jamie Welton ponders menacingly, maybe he should just send the holy knight to the other side of the world. Instantly, Jamie Welton places his foot on the holy knight's head. The sacred knight's face and hands are abrasion-covered. He is unresponsive to Jamie's movements. Suddenly, with a sudden sharp movement, the sacred knight's hand wraps around Jamie Welton's leg and squeezes it with force. Jamie Welton, calmly standing next to the holy knight, did not expect this, not having time to remove his leg. Jamie Welton looks down fearfully at the sacred knight, who suddenly grabs Jamie's leg tightly. Jamie Welton pitches his body forward and shouts loudly, "Which one?" Black, who is on Jamie's shoulder from the sudden movement, falls backwards. The holy knight holds Jamie Welton's leg firmly and stares at him intensely while tensely uttering the word, Ed. Out of helplessness, the sacred knight lifts his head slightly. Abrasions are visible on his face. Jamie Welton freezes in place and stares down at the sacred knight intently. Jamie keeps his gaze down, trying to figure out what he is talking about by saying the word, Ed. Jamie Welton is feeling tense and anxious. The holy knight keeps his hand on Jamie Welton's leg and, lifting his head tensely, looks at Jamie and says with compassion, "Eat!" Jamie Welton doesn't understand and asks menacingly, "What the eat?" The sacred knight keeps his hand on Jamie Welton's leg and falls face down, saying loudly and longingly, "Eats!" The strength has left the sacred knight. Jamie Welton froze in place, silently and intently looking down at the sacred knight. Jamie Welton tensely and anxiously looks down at the sacred knight that lies at his feet. Jamie ponders that this is crazy. Let him just go to the other world here from starvation. He gave Jamie a fright. Jamie Welton turns around and quickly walks away from the sacred knight. Jamie seriously calls out for Black to leave. The holy knight is left lying face down on the ground, his strength gone. He makes a long, drawn-out sound. Hey, it's a sunny morning. The white building of the Earl of Welton's estate is filled with sunlight. Light clouds float over the estate. The grounds are quiet and peaceful. Green trees surround the entrance to the Earl of Welton's estate. Jamie Welton sat down at the table to start breakfast. Jamie, with a satisfied face, squinting his eyes in anticipation, spreads his napkin in front of him. Suddenly, Jamie is overcome with a feeling of irritation and fury. He thinks with aggression, "What the hell?" Jamie Welton is addressed with the question of whether it is him, pronouncing further how pleased he is to meet him. Jamie Welton observes before him at the table of the holy knight, who waves his hand cheerfully in greeting, holding a loaf of bread firmly in his other hand. Jamie Welton is perplexed as to why this nasty man is in his house and eating with him at the same table. The holy knight sits surrounded by the Welton family and pronounces, laughing, that if it weren't for the Earl's mercy, he would have gone to the other side of the street. Count Arjuna Welton sits at the table, hand raised in front of him, palm up, accompanying the gesture with a clarification to the holy knight that he should not forget the soldiers who helped bring him hungry from the street. The holy knight sits up happily, replies, "Aren't the soldiers his men? It turns out it's all thanks to Earl Welton. The sacred knight is most grateful." Count Arjuna Welton grinned and asked, "Holy knights often die on the street from hunger?" The sacred knight replies that they don't often. They are human beings too. If you reach a high level, you can last longer than the average person. Jamie Welton ponders how nasty the holy knight is and why mom and dad are so nice to him. Count Arjuna Welton looks at the holy knight with interest and asks him, clarifying if he is a member of Pyro's church. The sacred knight is surprised at the question and replies with a smile, "Yes, he honors the goddess Pyro, the goddess of mercy and punishment." Count Arjuna Welton squints his eyes and pronounces that at first, he and his consort were very surprised. Sheesbelle Welton agrees with Count Welton, turning her head toward him. The sacred knight looks at Sheesbelle Welton perplexedly and utters, "Why then?" Sheesbelle Welton turns her head to the sacred knight and asks him with interest if he happens to know Bishop Zephyrus. Sheesbelle Welton is dressed in a yellow dress with open shoulders. There are beads woven into her long hair, which is tied back in a ponytail. The sacred knight turns his head sharply towards She's Belle Welton, looking at her in surprise and asks, "Is she from Uton?" She's Belle Welton looks at the sacred knight and replies with a smile that she is from the Bell family. The sacred knight stares intently at She's Belle Welton after hearing about her being from the Bell family. He grits his teeth and opens his mouth with the remnants of food on it. The sacred knight senses the tension and bewilderment. The sacred knight stands up abruptly, pushing the chair behind him. She's Belle Welton and Jamie Welton watch him in surprise, not understanding why he stands up. They stare at him silently, eyes wide and mouths ajar. The holy knight kneels down and bows his head before She's Belle Welton. His clothes develop from the momentary movement. The sacred knight pronounces, "Then he has met a noble man." Those around him are perplexed by what they see. Jamie Welton stares intently ahead, not realizing what is happening. He knows that the Pero Church is located on the Bell family's property, but could that be the only reason he would bow his head? Holy knights bow only to their religion. Jamie Welton shouts loudly to his father, getting his attention. Count Argeno Welton turns his head in his direction and looks at him perplexed with surprise, asking, "What's wrong, Jamie?" Count Welton waits for Jamie's response. Jamie Welton looks at Count Argeno Welton in confusion. Jamie utters that he has a question. Why did this man greet his mother so suddenly? Jamie irritably ponders that he'd rather go to the other world than pretend to be a 9-year-old. Count Argeno Welton grinned upon hearing Jamie Welton's question and replied, "That's the thing. They are talking now, so we will tell him later when he gets a chance." The answer dumbfounded Jamie. He replies thoughtfully, "Okay." Jamie Welton tenses and grudgingly contemplates silently. Damn, and he tried so hard. And no result. Shame on him. Sarah Welton is waving her hand at Jamie at this point, telling her that her brother is cute. Jamie grins with a smirk. Jamie Welton stares thoughtfully in front of him, frozen in place. Without uttering a word, he ponders that, by the way, if the connection between Bell's family and the Pero Church is close, another problem is brewing. Jamie Welton speculates that eventually the Church of Pero also becomes his target for departure to the other world. The sign of the Church of Pyro is a scale growing from a peony flower. Behind the scale is an inverted crescent moon. Count Argeno Welton and the sacred knight moved to the study, where they continued their conversation. Count Welton asks the holy knight how he came to be here. If he is from the Church of Pero, he has no reason to come east. Count Argeno Welton tensely and menacingly looks at the sacred knight, furrowing his eyebrows and tensing his face. He wonders to the sacred knight if they want to expand their influence. The Earl of Welton waits for an answer. The sacred knight, hearing Earl Welton's question, abruptly started waving his hands, gesturing in denial. He is tense and frightened, rounding his eyes and creasing his mouth. He instantly utters, "No, he was chasing someone. That's why he ended up here." Count Argeno Welton looks at the holy knight and interjects, "Chasing someone?" The holy knight lowers his head down and thoughtfully says, "A man who overstepped his bounds because of his experiments that humans should never do." The holy knight utters sharply, "The creator of chimeras." Count Argeno Welton, hearing the holy knight's response, reacts sharply, tense and anxious, asking questions. "What? The creator of chimeras is in Heis? Who is it?" The holy knight listens intently to Count Argeno Welton's questions. He silently bites his lower lip. The holy knight stares pensively down in front of him, tensing his face and feeling tense and anxious. The sacred knight apologizes. This information is a secret of the Pyro Church. He is not at liberty to pass it on to outsiders, but if Count Welton promises to honor his request, he will tell him. Count Welton asks, is he asking for cooperation? The holy knight sits on the couch and raises his hand in front of him, palm up. He gestures and says to Count Argeno Welton, "Yes, a master of the sword can be of invaluable assistance." The sacred knight looks intently at Count Welton. Count Argeno Welton, upon hearing the sacred knight's suggestion, hesitates with his head down. He stares at the floor, pondering quietly aloud about the creator of the chimeras. The Earl of Welton stands still for a while in thought. A chimera is an artificially created living creature that combines the strengths of several beings. The creators of chimeras are generally considered sinners. The material for their core is humans. Perhaps there are those who do not use humans, but the Count has not met them. Count Argeno Welton pensively ponders, replying to the holy knight that for his part, he is unable to help either materially or spiritually. But he cannot simply stand by, as his wife's family is closely connected to the Church of Pyro. The holy knight, upon hearing Count Arjuna Welton's reply, froze in place and stares intently at Count Welton. The holy knight's eyes widened with surprise, feeling embarrassed. He opened his mouth and uttered, "You!" Count Arjuna Welton abruptly raises his head towards the sacred knight. Count Welton looks at him carefully and says with a smile, "I'll have to help." There is confidence and a sense of duty in his voice. The sacred knight jumps up from the couch, raises his hands in the air, and thanks him joyfully. Count Welton warns that it is too early to thank, wondering why the Church of Pyro is pursuing the creator of the chimeras and why they are not turning to the state for help. The holy knight lowered his head thoughtfully and shifted his gaze sideways to downward. He scratches his cheek with his index finger, feeling tense. He utters that the thing is, if the state finds out, it will certainly help. The holy knight pauses for a moment and continues to reply that in such a case the authority of the Church of Pyro would be noticeably shaken, the creator of the chimeras that the church is after. The holy knight paused for a moment. More than 10 clerics have already suffered at his hands. The holy knight, telling Count Arjuna Welton, stares at him intently, furrowing his brow and lowering his eyebrows. He is feeling tense and anxious. Count Arjuna Welton looks at the sacred knight seriously, straining his faces. He asks the sacred knight. He wants to say the creator of the chimeras uses the clerics as the core for the chimeras, thus giving them divine powers. Jamie Welton walks down a wooden walkway in an alley with arches with multiple red roses in bloom. There are burning lanterns hanging from the arches. Jamie Welton looks ahead, putting his hands in the pockets of his shorts. Jamie Welton, feeling tense with a smirk, walks forward through the flower alley. Jamie Welton silently ponders that this is how you live, and begin to look forward to tea time. He is in anticipation of the time ahead. Jamie Welton walks up to the gazebo where Shezbel Welton and Sarah Welton are already seated. Sarah shouts happily to her brother, standing on a chair and waving her arms. She's says questioningly that their Jamie has arrived, beckoning him to sit down sooner. On the table, hot tea is poured into a cup prepared for Jamie Welton, steam emanating from it. The tea set is white porcelain with gold patterns and a border around the base. On the table is a white tablecloth. Jamie Welton instantly grabs the mug of tea in his hand and brings it to his mouth for a sip. Jamie doesn't give any sign of how hot the tea is in the mug. Shezbel Welton looks at him in surprise and says, "God." Shezbel Welton looks at Jamie Welton carefully and cares to see if her son has anything he wants to ask. He's just in such a hurry. Jamie Welton sits quietly by the table. Across from him, his sister Sarah stands on a chair. Jamie Welton abruptly puts his mug away and stares intently at Shezbel Welton, wondering why that uncle is kneeling in front of his mom. Jamie irritably ponders what kind of greeting that is for a first meeting. Shezbel Welton answers with a smile, grinning. She knew Jamie would ask that. She asks, he wants to know what ties Mom's family and the holy knight together. Shezbel Welton squints her eyes. Shezbel Welton leans her elbows on the table, crosses her fingers in front of her, and looks at Jamie Welton with interest. She begins to tell him that his great-grandfather, whom he has never met, is Mama's grandfather, a benefactor of the Pyro Church. Jamie Welton listened intently to Shezbel Welton's answer and is stunned. He opened his eyes wide, gritted his teeth, not expecting to hear such a thing. He ponders, what, Mom's family are benefactors of the Pyro Church? Shezbel Welton tells Jamie Welton that his great-grandfather is a benefactor of the Pyro Church. Jamie is taken aback by this news. He feels tense. Jamie ponders in surprise. What? Mom's family are benefactors of the Pyro Church? Shezbel Welton continues to tell Jamie Welton. A long time ago, when a valuable item was stolen from the Pyro Church, her grandfather came to the Pyro Church's aid. She's looked down wistfully and sadly. The incident happened in Forsmus Garden. Back then, the Demon King's followers tried to resurrect him using the religious relic of the Pyro Church, but ultimately failed. Jamie Welton checks in with Shezbel Welton to find out what this has to do with Belle's house. Shezbel Welton's grandfather went to the other side of the world when he tried to prevent the incident in question. Subsequently, the Church of Pyro proclaimed the Marquis an honorary archbishop and promised to treat the Bell family as bishops for 100 years. Jamie Welton leans back in his chair thoughtfully and looks away. Jamie thinks that Shezbel Welton looks sad. She must have had a good relationship with her grandfather. Jamie thinks back to the vows of the Church of Pyro. Amazing level of honor. Though when you consider the fact that the only relic was stolen, everything falls into place. Jamie Welton quietly reflected that it wasn't bad. He turns his head to the side and looks down thoughtfully. Jamie Welton angrily mentally ponders that Pyro's church will one day fall by his hand. Until then, he'll be more than happy to take advantage of the opportunities that have come his way. Jamie sits back in his chair, grinning and looking thoughtfully away. Suddenly, Jamie Welton's train of thought is interrupted by Sheesbelle Welton, who turns toward him and says his name questioningly. Jamie Welton rounded his eyes and froze in place in surprise. Jamie Welton instantly turned toward Sheesbelle Welton, who had called out his name. He squinted his eyes in embarrassment and said fondly, "Yes, mother." A smile spread across Jamie's face. He crosses his fingers, resting his hands on the table. Sheesbelle Welton asks Jamie Welton if he would like another cup of tea. Jamie Welton warmly replies, "Of course." Jamie, Sarah, and Sheesbelle Welton sit in the gazebo outside at the table as they continue their tea party. At the shelter of Janus Church, lights are on in all the windows of the main two-story building. It's evening, it is dark, and no one is on the grounds. A conversation is taking place indoors, saying that their brother Shino, chosen by their father Janus, will be traveling today. A man in a blue cassock with a hood overlaid stands over everyone, waving his hand. A glow occurs above his head. He pronounces loudly to raise the cups to celebrate this momentous day. The people below look up at him, raising their heads. Shino stares intently from below with his head raised. He radiates joy and happiness with his mouth ajar with a smile. He utters, "Yay!" Shino is excited about the upcoming trip and gaining a new status. Standing in the crowd of people watching are Ricky and his sister Anna. They smile happily with their mouths ajar. Ricky stares intently ahead, eyes wide open. Ricky utters, "Finally, Shino is going to the main temple." At Janus's church, a horse-drawn carriage stands outside in the darkness. A lantern is lit in front of the carriage. Shino looks out of the carriage window and says cheerfully, "Ricky, Anna, you've come." Near the carriage stand, holding hands with Ricky and Anna and looking at Shino intently. There are two other people standing next to them. Shino says happily that his departure was so sudden. He thought he wouldn't see Ricky and Anna again. Ricky replies with a smile that they were warned by the priest. Ricky soon goes to get Shino, warning him not to cry there alone. Shino sits in the carriage and squints his eyes cheerfully, saying why would he cry? They will be joining him soon after all. Shino raises his hand and clenches his fist tightly, gesturing to show his steadfastness and intentions. A loud forward command sounded, and the carriage moved off, heading towards the main temple of Janus's church. The wooden wheels of the carriage traveled along the stone-lined road in the deep night that had fallen. The carriage touched down, heading towards the main temple of Janus Church. The movement of the carriage kicked up dust from the ground. Ricky and Anna stand still, seeing the carriage off with a glance and wishing Shino a good journey. A hooded man stands next to them. Ricky stares intently at the departing carriage in which Shino left. Ricky grits his teeth and says cheerfully, "One day he'll be a priest too." Ricky raised his hand sharply, clenching his fist tightly. He was determined. The carriage with Shino, which is heading towards the main temple of Janus's church, rides deep into the night in the dense darkness. The horses move quietly along the dirt road in the forest, approaching the walls of the building. Shino sits in the carriage next to a man in a blue cassock, wearing the sign of Janus's church on his chest. A hood is placed over the man's head. The man pronounces, addressing Shino, that they are in position. Shino looks at him in surprise and says questioningly, "Already?" The carriage comes to a halt, the movement of the carriage sending clouds of dust into the air. Shino sits in the carriage and turns his head to the window, surveying the area. He stares pensively out the window with his mouth ajar and ponders. And this is the main temple? In the darkness of the night, Shino and the man in the cassock approach the entrance of the building. There are no lights on in the windows of the building. There is peace and quiet around the building, and no outsiders. Shino pensively reflects that it doesn't seem like they've traveled very long at all. Shino turns his head, looking up at the abbot and asks him, hesitating, "Is the main temple in front of them?" Shino feels tense and anxious. Frightened eyes stare intently at the abbot. The abbot in a blue cassock, a hood on his head covering his face without lowering his head, says to Shino, indicating to follow him. The abbot is calm and unperturbed. The abbot turns around and follows into the building they arrived in with Shino. The abbot's floor-length robe covers his legs. Shino follows the abbot's lead, not having gotten a full answer to his questions. The abbot follows ahead without turning around. Shino turns around thoughtfully, looking around. He says, addressing the abbot, he thinks they're in the wrong place. The abbot calmly replies that everything is fine, indicating to move on. The abbot extends his hand forward, With a slight movement of his hand, the abbot pulls the closed red book down, followed by a movement. The passage opened up, with Shino and the abbot standing in front of it. The abbot stands behind Shino's back and nudges forward with his hand, directing him to descend. Shino looks forward fearfully, frozen in place. He notices with alarm that this is a dungeon. The abbot slowly makes his way down the long, tiered staircase. Shino follows him, calling out to the abbot several times, trying to get a response. Shino says that he feels uneasy and that there is some kind of mistake. The abbot and Shino go down the stairs and move down a spacious hallway past tall, wide doors, one of which is open. Shino turns to the abbot to listen. Shino walks past the open door and turns around. Shino peeks through the open door and sees a huge hand in front of him with red, swollen bumps on the brush moving towards him. Shino froze fearfully and stares intently at the hand. Shino gasps in fright and shouts loudly to the abbot. The abbot continues to walk purposefully and silently down the hallway, not responding to Shino's questions. Shino quickly catches up with him, walking away from the open door, following the abbot, and stammering to tell him that there was something there and he was scared. The abbot and Shino came to the right room, where the shadow of a man in a cassock was coming to meet them. The sign of Janus's church is glowing on the man's chest. The abbot utters, addressing the bishop, that he has brought him. Shino sees the bishop in front of him and, stammering questioningly, says, Illumination falls on the bishop's body, illuminating half of his face. The bishop stands still, making a peaceful face, a slight smile on his face. Shino kneels down in front of the bishop and clenches his hands on his chest. He asks the bishop if he wasn't chosen by God. He is scared, and there is a monster there. Shino feels anxiety and fear sweep over his body. His eyes are wide open and tears are streaming down his cheeks. The bishop does not lower his head. Shino calmly stands still and replies to him that of course he is chosen by God. There is a slight smile on the bishop's face and his eyes are tightly closed. He stands in an office that is filled with equipment. Shino looks fearfully at the bishop, eyes wide open. Tears are streaming down his cheeks. Shino clutches his hands to his chest and asks the bishop loudly, then why was he brought here? Shino feels intense fear and anxiety. The bishop looks at Shino carefully and angrily says that it's all about creating a perfect world. Bishop is insanely curious about what will come out of a pure young man like Shino. Bishop opens his eyes and feels his power and superiority. The bishop suddenly says in a calm tone, "Come in." The door slowly opened, and someone is about to enter the room where the bishop, Shino, and the abbot are from the lighted corridor, radiating an ominous energy around them. A creature entered the room, saying ominously and surprised, "Oh, good specimen." The creature, which looks like a human, reaches forward. The creature's head is raised. One eye looks up, the other eye and part of the head is covered with balloon-like veins. The creature reaches out its hand towards Shino's head and says ominously, "He'll make a great chimera." Ominous streams of energy spread around. Shino froze in place and stares at the creature. His body trembles, tears streaming down his cheeks. The town of Heiss, the domain of the Earl of Welton, Belbath Street, begins a sunny, clear day. The town is densely packed with identical houses, in the middle of which stands a clock tower with a wall built around it. Jamie Welton and the Holy Knight are walking down the street, looking around the town of Heiss. Jamie Welton tells them that they are on Belbath Street, the largest street in Heiss. The Holy Knight says in surprise that this is a familiar place. The Holy Knight smilingly tells that he used to wander here in the middle of the night when he was starving. A loud laugh breaks out. Jamie Welton glances at the sacred knight and tensely says, "Ah, yes. This is the reason why Jamie is accompanying him." At the morning tea party, when Jamie Welton calmly presented a cup of tea to his mouth while closing his eyes, Count Argino Welton asked the Holy Knight if he would like to watch the Heiss and take Jamie with him. His son is incredibly smart. During the morning tea party it happened, the Holy Knight agreed to go to the Heiss with Jamie Welton, replying cheerfully, "Good." Jamie Welton questioningly froze in place upon hearing the answer. There is tea dripping from his mouth. Jamie is furious, feeling irritated. The Holy Knight follows Jamie Welton through the streets of Heiss and looks down thoughtfully, presenting a hand to his chin. The 9-year-old has good stamina and memory. There's a reason the Earl told me to bring him along. Jamie looks ahead irritably. The Sacred Knight, after much deliberation, shouted sharply to Jamie, drawing his attention, Jamie instantly turns around, not expecting to be called out. He stares intently at the sacred knight with his mouth ajar. The sacred knight cheerfully utters, telling Jamie Welton, "Thank you very much." He thanks Jamie for giving him a good look at Hayes, and Jamie Welton smilingly replies that he had fun too. The Holy Knight tells Jamie Welton that since they've had their fun, they should get back. He holds out his hand to Jamie, feeling the tension. Jamie Welton looks at the hand in surprise and replies that it's unnecessary, asking permission to ask something. The Holy Knight froze in place, scratching his head tensely. He didn't expect Jamie Welton to want to ask him a question and thoughtfully says, "Of course." Jamie Welton stands in front of the Holy Knight in the middle of the street. Jamie Welton lifted his head up, directing his gaze towards the Holy Knight. Jamie froze in place, looking intently at the Holy Knight, and calmly asks what they were talking to his father about yesterday. The Holy Knight looks at Jamie Welton dumbfounded, feeling tense and anxious. He says thoughtfully, "Well." The Holy Knight wondered what the unexpected question was. He thought Jamie was going to ask what knights do. The Holy Knight replies with a smile that they talked about Jamie turning into a real handsome man when he grows up. Jamie Welton gets angry and irritably says just don't lie to him. The Holy Knight anxiously thinks, what? Don't children love to be told that? He tenses, squints his eyes, and smiling broadly replies to Jamie Welton, raising his hands to his chest. "No, no, really!" Jamie Welton turns around in a frenzy and walks away. He angrily says, "If you don't want to tell, then say so. Who's going to buy it anyway?" The Holy Knight trails off and replies that they were only talking about him. His daddy loves him very much. The Holy Knight squints his eyes and grits his teeth, raising his hand in front of him and flexing his fingers. He says with a chuckle, apologizing for lying, but this is adult conversation. The Holy Knight, feeling tense, adds that he can't tell. Jamie Welton froze in place, listening to the sacred knight. Jamie hesitated, shifting his gaze to the side. He thinks there's something about Hayes, which is why he's been asked to accompany the Holy Knight. But just now, the Holy Knight stands behind Jamie Welton and, raising his hands in front of him, tensely asks, hesitating, "Jamie, are you mad?" Jamie freezes in place, not paying attention, and hesitates, bringing his hand up to his chin. "What is it? Think." The Holy Knight tensely and fearfully looks at Jamie Welton, thinking about being angry and what to do. He says questioningly, "Jamie?" Jamie Welton abruptly turns and starts to move, replying that he will show him something. The Holy Knight hears Jamie Welton's reply and looks at him questioningly, freezing in place. He asks Jamie Welton in surprise, "Oh, what?" He is seized with curiosity as to what Jamie Welton has to show. Jamie Welton pitches his body forward slightly and raises his index finger up, gesturing to get the sacred knight's attention. Jamie looks at the Holy Knight carefully and says to him with a smile, "Janus Church." A carriage pulled by 2 horses is traveling down a street in the town of Hayes. The road of the street is paved with gray tiles. The horses are quickly pulling the carriage forward. Jamie Welton and the Holy Knight are walking down the same street in Haystown. They walk down the sidewalk. The Holy Knight walks behind Jamie and asks him if Jamie is still angry. Jamie irritably replies that he's not mad and they're already there. Ricky is standing in the street outside of Janus's church. He is holding a broom with both hands and sweeping the street from side to side. Ricky looks down at his hands thoughtfully and silently locks his lips together. A tall building looms behind him. Ricky raises his eyes wide open and stares intently ahead without averting his gaze. His attention was caught by the voices passing by. Ricky raises his eyebrows in surprise and makes a thoughtful and questioning sound. Walking past Ricky are Jamie Welton and the Holy Knight, who upon seeing Janus's church says joyfully and surprised, "So that's what she is." Ahead of him walks Jamie Welton, feeling anxious and displeased. He squeezed his eyes shut and grinned. Ricky, scrutinizing Jamie Welton sharply and loudly, says, "Ah, black hair." Ricky's eyes rounded. With one hand, Ricky holds the broom. With his other hand, he points towards Jamie Welton, pointing at him with his index finger. The Holy Knight hears Ricky's exclamation from outside and looks at him intently, asking Jamie Welton what is his friend. He looks at him. Jamie Welton, previously not paying attention to Ricky, turned his head questioningly. Jamie Welton remembered the day when he was on the street and a boy suddenly and sharply hit him in the back. Jamie Welton was disturbed with surprise. Jamie pondered, "Is this really the boy?" Jamie Welton sighed unhappily, turning his head the other way. He thinks irritably, then the change in hair color does no good. Jamie replies to the Holy Knight that he doesn't know him. The Holy Knight looks back questioningly. Jamie Welton thinks that the hair color was awkward. Ricky, seeing Jamie Welton's lack of interest, grudgingly and angrily asks what he decided to pretend he didn't know him. At that moment, a horse-drawn carriage rushes swiftly down the street. Ricky snaps out of his seat and promptly runs towards Jamie Welton. A smile appears on Ricky's face, eyes squinting. He happily tells Jamie Welton that he has changed his hair color. He barely acknowledges him. A horse-drawn carriage rushes swiftly down the street. The carriage notices Ricky running in their direction, who doesn't see the carriage approaching, and frightenedly says, "What the?" The crew abruptly begins to brake in an attempt to stop traffic. Ricky runs forward, not noticing the rapidly moving crew heading in his direction. He turns his head thoughtfully to the side, shifting his gaze back when he hears a sharp and loud scream. Ricky stares intently, frozen in place. A carriage is rushing down the road with Ricky standing on it. The man driving the carriage notices Ricky and shouts loudly and fearfully at him, "Get out of the way!" The man's eyes rounded and his eyebrows lowered down, feeling the tension. Jamie Welton and the Holy Knight stare intently ahead, noticing the carriage moving swiftly towards Ricky. They look on anxiously, mouths ajar, eyes rounded and feeling tension and fear. Ricky is frozen in the road, holding his broom in his hands and spreading his legs wide. He watches fearfully as a carriage with horses looms ahead of him. The horses stand up on their haunches in front of Ricky, raising their legs and swinging them in the air. The Sacred Knight, seeing the carriage with horses approaching on Ricky, instantly headed in his direction, moving swiftly in space. He cried out fearfully and tensely, "No!" He extended his arm toward Ricky. Ricky froze in place, standing on the road and watching the horse-drawn carriage moving, not him. His body trembling, he stared intently ahead, making an extended sound. Eyes wide open, tears streaming down his cheeks and dripping from his chin. Ricky is frozen in the road, holding his broomstick in his hands and spreading his legs wide. He watches fearfully as a carriage with horses looms ahead of him. The horses stand on their haunches in front of Ricky, raising their legs and swinging them in the air and making a loud sound. "Hey, go! The Sacred Knight swiftly heads towards Ricky to save him. He points his hand forward and stares intently in front of him with his eyes wide open. He anxiously ponders, "Here it comes." He doesn't make it in time. Ricky froze in place and watches intently as the horse-drawn carriage approaches him. He opens his mouth and thoughtfully utters that he's going to the other side of the world. Tears flow down his cheeks, dripping from his chin. Jamie Welton watches intently as a horse-drawn carriage approaches and a Holy Knight heads towards Ricky for rescue. Jamie's eyes begin to shimmer with an iridescent light. He directs streams of magical energy. Jamie Welton casts the spell, "Chain Area." Jamie Welton points his hands in front of him, his body slightly backward from the flow of powerful force. A projection appeared in front of Jamie's hands, from which chains were pointing in different directions. The Holy Knight grabbed Ricky and held him tightly against him, moving swiftly in the air. His serious gaze directed forward. Around the rapidly moving Sacred Knight with Ricky in his arms, magical chains are being sent in different directions in the air. The Holy Knight, moving swiftly in space, holds the rescued Ricky tightly in his arms. The Holy Knight directs his gaze to the side and stares intently at the magical chains that surrounded him. The magical chains that Jamie Welton had directed are lifting the horse-drawn carriage high into the air from all sides. They float in the air, tightly bound by the chains. On the ground, people stand up and look up with interest. Ricky froze in place from the emotion he received and tensely stares in front of him. His eyes are rounded, his mouth wide open. Tears are pouring from his eyes, drool dripping from his mouth. He stutters questioningly, saying that he is alive. Ricky quickly pounces on Jamie Welton, hugging him tightly and pulling him against him. He thanks him several times in a row, telling him, "Thank you." Jamie Welton begins to gasp from the tight hug, his body being squeezed hard. Jamie Welton is annoyed and infuriated by Ricky's long and tight hug. Jamie utters that he understands and demands that Ricky let him go. The Holy Knight watches Jamie Welton carefully from the side and remains silent, pondering how strong Jamie is. The Holy Knight watches Jamie Welton closely and silently ponders that the magic Jamie used is much stronger than the mages that were with him. The Sacred Knight closed his lips tightly. Such skills in a 9-year-old child, he is a genius. The Sacred Knight watches Jamie Welton, who continues to be hugged by Ricky. Ricky tearfully thanks Jamie. Jamie is infuriated. He irritably demands that Ricky get off. The Holy Knight continues to watch Jamie and reason that in a couple decades, or maybe a few years, Jamie will reach unprecedented heights. Jamie stares at Ricky in exasperation, gritting his teeth and demanding that he back off. Jamie Welton abruptly turns to the Holy Knight, who is engrossed in his own thoughts. Jamie says, "Why are you standing up? Come on." The Sacred Knight shifts his attention to Jamie and, feeling tense, asks, "Where to?" Jamie Welton looks at the Holy Knight, sighing. He answers him, "Where to Janice's church." The Holy Knight replies with a smile, "Right." He is feeling the tension. He feels like he is boring Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton, the Holy Knight, and Ricky walk down the long street toward Janice's church. Ricky walks ahead and says cheerfully that he was just going there. What a coincidence. He offered to walk them. Ricky squints his eyes and turns his head back towards Jamie Welton and the Holy Knight. He cheerfully pronounces that here is an orphanage for kids like him who have nowhere to go. Suddenly someone shouts out to Ricky, calling his name questioningly. Ricky sees a nun standing and looking at Ricky intently with a nonchalant look. He put the palms of his hands together and made a welcoming gesture. The elderly nun with gray hair clarifies to Ricky, "Where did he go?" The nun is checking with Ricky to find out who these people are. She shifted her gaze to Jamie Welton and the Holy Knight, who are silent with serious faces standing in front of her. They look at the nun carefully after hearing the question about them. Ricky answers the nun that he almost got hit by a carriage and they saved him. They are his guardian angels. The nun fearfully asks Ricky if he hurt himself. He must have been scared. Jamie Welton and the Holy Knight stand behind Ricky's back. The nun addresses Jamie Welton and the Holy Knight, joining her palms together in front of her chest and lowering her head in a bow. She thanks them, saying thank you very much. Ricky was almost in irreparable trouble. The Holy Knight replies to the nun that he is not worth thanking. He, as a follower of the Church of Pyro, simply did what he had to do. The nun, in with her head down in a bow, froze, thinking sadly, "Pyro." The Holy Knight utters with a smile that this guy actually did much more than that. He squints his eyes and points his finger at Jamie Welton. Jamie looks at the Holy Knight in surprise and says quietly, "TTC, you don't have to talk about that." The nun looks at Jamie Welton carefully and asks in surprise, "Is that a child?" She doesn't know who is standing in front of her. Jamie Welton looks questioningly at the nun and says that he is the son of the feudal lord of the land. Jamie Welton raises his head and stares at the nun. He calmly says that he is Jamie Welton. Jamie is surprised that the nun doesn't know who he is. He stands still, unmoving. The nun apologizes to Jamie Welton, pointing out that she should have recognized Jamie by her emerald eyes and hair. The news of the carriage incident is so shocked. She squinted her eyes, feeling the tension. Jamie Welton watches the nun carefully, locking her lips tightly together and tensely silent, wondering what the reaction is. If she was born in Haisa, she should have recognized him immediately. Okay, that, but the nun is also too confused. The nun looks carefully and asks the Holy Knight he has come to them to pick up Ricky. The Holy Knight waves his hand, gesturing a denial. He replies that he heard Janice had put down roots here, so he wanted to take a look. The nun says since the Sacred Knight has a tour here, he should follow her. She asks Ricky if he will show the young master around. Ricky freezes in place and asks the nun in surprise. Jamie Welton stares at the nun incredulously and intently with his lips tightly closed. He silently ponders that she is trying to separate them from Ras. It is unlikely that the old woman can harm him, but it's better to be reassured. Standing behind Ricky's back, Jamie Welton turns to Raz, waves a hand in front of him goodbye, winks one eye and says with a smile of joy, "Well equals sign well." Then they will meet at tonight's dinner with his parents. The Holy Knight Raz stares intently at Jamie Welton, who's invited him to tonight's dinner. His eyes are rounded with surprise, his mouth ajar. He freezes in place and makes a dumbfounded short sound. "Ah!" Raz waves his hand in farewell to Jamie Welton. He squints his eyes and says cheerfully with a smile, "Yes, see you later." Nun turns away from Raz and starts down the hallway without waiting for Raz to move. Ricky waves and begins to tell Jamie Welton. He waves and pronounces that this is his home here where he lives. He points in front of him with his index finger, telling him that he can see the dining room. Jamie Welton stands still and listens to Ricky, who hesitates with excitement and can't find the words. He squints at him and irritably asks Ricky to relax, demanding that he stop shaking. Ricky turns to Jamie Welton perplexed, mouth ajar and eyes rounded. Jamie Welton looks irritably at Ricky, standing still and mouthing that he doesn't put much emphasis on manners, so Ricky can act like he used to. Ricky listens intently to Jamie Welton, squints his eyes and crosses his fingers. He admires and cheerfully asks Jamie, "Really?" Jamie begins to furrow his brow and arch his eyebrows angrily and irritably yells at him, not to make him repeat himself. Ricky turns around and starts moving quickly down the hallway. He yells excitedly in motion to Jamie Welton to follow him. He's going to show him everything here. Jamie stands still, irritated, watching and wondering what Ricky is so excited about. Ricky stops outside in the hallway near the door and says cheerfully that Jamie Welton has already seen the rest of the place. And this is where he lives with his little sister. He asks, really curious. Jamie stops in front of Ricky and answers, not one bit. Ricky abruptly opens the door with his hand to his room, shouting happily and loudly to Anna that he has brought a friend. Ricky's eyes are wide open. Jamie Welton hears what Ricky is saying and thinks irritably, what friend? In the room where Ricky is staying with his sister, Anna sits at an empty desk in a chair. She overhears Ricky's speech and responds to Ricky in a surprised, extended voice. Wah! She instantly puts her hands down to her knees to get up from the chair. Anna stands up abruptly from the chair, resting her hand on the table. She asks surprised Ricky, really? The sudden movement causes Anna's neatly braided braids to rise in the air and move to the sides. Her head is lowered down. Jamie Welton freezes in place upon seeing Ricky's sister Anna. He stares at her intently without looking away. Jamie pressed his lips tightly together in tension and surprise. Jamie's face is focused, eyes intense. Ricky walks over to Anna and holding her hands, helps her move closer to Jamie Welton. He asks Anna to say hello to Jamie, indicating to her that he's cool. Anna rises from her chair and puts her head down to say hello to Jamie, and introduces herself as Anna. Jamie Welton freezes in place in the doorway and stares intently at Anna. He is tense and remains silent without uttering a word. Ricky turns toward Jamie Welton and looks at him in surprise. He asks Jamie what is it that he is doing. Jamie Welton freezes in place, staring intently at Anna. He wonders silently what kind of adult aura is emanating from her, and what sacred power from her eyes. Anna stands in front of Jamie and a bright glow emanates above her head. Anna is God's messenger who has come down from heaven, the one who is freest to handle God's power. One part of the messenger's body emits a powerful sacred energy. Anna, it turns out, is so far blinded by the might of God's power. But when the adult power awakens in Anna, she will be able to see all the currents of the world through God's eyes. In the future, Anna has the potential to become a nasty adversary for Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton ponders while looking angrily at Anna. Jamie Welton ponders angrily, asking himself, steamroll her to the other side of the world? If he has noticed the power hidden in her, the top of the church will. It's dangerous to send her to the other world now. Jamie Welton looks away thoughtfully, feeling tense. Ricky stares intently at Jamie Welton, frozen in place. He says thoughtfully, Jamie, isn't he? Ricky pauses for a moment without speaking. Jamie Welton looks at Ricky and tensely asks him, what? Ricky, with a smirk on his face, squints his eyes and raises his hands in front of him, pointing his index fingers at Jamie Welton. Ricky says Jamie has a crush on his little sister. Jamie Welton gets angry and loudly yells to Ricky what he's carrying. Ricky says she's too young. But before he can finish his sentence, from behind, Anna slaps him sharply on the head with a book. She says with a smile on her face, that's right. She wanted to ask him something. Jamie Welton watches them in surprise. Anna stands still and asks Ricky with a smile if he will help her read a passage from this book, and oh, she can't do it. Ricky lies on the floor with his hand holding the spot on his head that Anna hit and replies, yes, but why hit it with a book? Ricky and Anna sit down on the bed to read a book. Ricky opens the book and asks Anna, does she mean the part where Heinz went on the road? Jamie Welton watches them and ponders whose power prevails in it, Janice's? Or, either way, they'd better keep an eye on them. Jamie Welton stands back and watches Ricky read a book to Anna. Anna eagerly listens to a passage from the book as towards a tall tower that no one could find. Jamie Welton quietly walks to the door and puts his hand on the doorknob and opens the door ajar. Jamie ponders that he needs to sneak out unnoticed. Ricky turns his attention to Jamie Welton walking away and says questioningly, huh? Ricky sits on the bed and looks intently at Jamie Welton standing at the exit. Ricky asks Jamie, is he going to the restroom? Jamie Welton turns toward Ricky and calmly replies, no, he has to go now. Ricky tells Jamie Welton that he will see him out then. Ricky warns Anna that he is there and back. Ricky closes the book and starts to get out of bed. Anna turns her head to Ricky with a smile and replies to him, okay. Jamie Welton and Ricky walk down the hallway together towards the exit of their church Janice. Ricky, with a smile on his face, asks Jamie if he is coming again. Jamie Welton doesn't answer and is silent in response. Jamie thinks, what a talkative Ricky is. Jamie Welton turns his head to Ricky and seriously asks him if he wants to be someone. Ricky looks at Jamie Welton and, not expecting such a question, he replies thoughtfully, "Why is Jamie asking him that?" Ricky squints his eyes and raises his hand and puts his thumb up. He asks Jamie Welton, is he the one who has now shown friendly sympathy? How unexpected and pleasant. Jamie looks at Ricky unhappily and says whatever his soul desires. Ricky looks away and starts telling Jamie Welton. He thought spending time with Anna was enough for him, but when Ricky came here, he realized. Jamie Welton looks at Ricky and listens intently. Ricky continues to tell her that he wants to be chosen by Janice and become a priest. Ricky feels joy in telling his intentions. He squints his eyes, turning his head to Jamie Welton and smiles widely, baring his teeth. Ricky freezes in place and looks down thoughtfully as he continues to tell Jamie Welton. Ricky's friend Faith has been chosen and he's off to the main temple. Ricky is so jealous of him. Ricky thinks back to Shino, who was chosen by Janice. Jamie Welton, listening intently to Ricky, is dumbfounded by the information that Ricky's friend was taken to the main temple. Jamie shifts his gaze to the side and thoughtfully reasons, what? To the main temple? It's the whole church thing. Human trafficking, rivals, election. Is it really? Jamie Welton turns sharply toward Ricky, tensely and menacingly asking him where he was before coming here. Ricky looks fearfully at Jamie, frozen in place by the heightened tone, and surprisingly replies that he was outside. Jamie Welton stares at Ricky intently and yells menacingly, asking him where else he was before. Jamie Welton is tense and angry. His forehead is furrowed, his eyebrows are lowered and drawn together, and his eyes are wide open. Ricky stares intently at Jamie Welton, who shouts menacingly at him, asking questions. Ricky fearfully replies that he was a lowlife in rivals. Ricky doesn't understand why all of a sudden Jamie Welton is acting like this. Jamie Welton says questioningly, "Rival?" Jamie froze in place, thinking intensely. He thought so. Janice. Jamie Welton's face relaxes and a smirk appears. Jamie Welton is beginning to realize what's going on. On a narrow street between buildings stands Roz, and across from him is a nun. Raz pronounces to the nun that he enjoyed talking to her. The nun replies to Raz that it was nice to talk to her too. It is evening, and the setting sun is faintly illuminating the space. The nun turns and half-turns and pronounces to Raz that it is time for him to return. She will escort him to the young master. Raz squints his eyes, looking in the nun's direction, and with a smile, he replies thanking her. The nun walks ahead, Raz and pensively follows, looking at her back. He silently ponders that the nun is very careful with her words. Whether the local priests can be trusted. Perhaps they have something to do with that incident with the chimera. The nun and Russ have reached the corner of the street. Around the corner are Ricky and Jamie Welton. The nun asks Ricky if he has shown the young master everything. Ricky looks at the nun carefully and replies loudly, grinning of course. A voice is heard saying, "Gee!" Ricky turns his head to the side and grimaces, "Ah!" He has his mouth ajar, eyes scrutinizing the source of the voice. Jamie Welton is standing next to him, not turning around or noticing. Ricky cheerfully utters, "Mr. Bishop." Walking towards them is a bishop accompanied by a knight with a hood on his head. The bishop says without emotion that during his absence they have important guests. The bishop lowers his head down. The bishop stops in front of Jamie Welton and greets the young gentleman with a calm tone. Bishop sees Ricky and greets him as well. The bishop's face expresses no emotion, his eyes tightly closed. The sign of Janice's church is affixed to his cassock. Jamie Welton introduces himself to the bishop, saying that he is pleased to meet him and his name is Jamie Welton. Jamie stares intently at the bishop and reflects thoughtfully. It makes sense to him now. Janice's church uses children. The bishop stands still, looks at Holy Knight Ras and asks him, "Who is he?" The Holy Knight Ras replies that he is Ras Armetic, a follower of Pyro. The bishop is surprised. The others around him stand silently watching. Jamie Welton pensively ponders what Janice is using the children for. It seems to have something to do with the appearance of Ras Armethicus. The bishop says he's sorry he didn't get to meet him in person. Russ replies that they had a great time. Jamie Welton has shifted his gaze to the knight behind the bishop's back and is watching him intently. Jamie hesitates, not understanding what the strange feeling is. The knight is standing in armor, a sword behind his back, and the knight has a hood over his head covering his face. Jamie Welton feels the power of the Holy Knight. The knight stands, staring forward with a concentrated gaze. He has assumed a steady stance, spreading his arms out to his sides. Ominous streams of energy emanate from the holy night. But Jamie Welton is alarmed by Ras Armethic's reaction. Jamie stares silently in Ras's direction, watching him. Ras is frozen in place and is tense and anxious. He stares at a single point in front of him, his face tense. Jamie Welton ponders menacingly that something is wrong with this knight. Jamie Welton turns his head warily, looking at the bishop. Jamie Welton's focused face furrowed his brow and drew his eyebrows downward. The bishop froze in place and silently lowered his gaze downward. The bishop thought for a while, feeling tense and anxious, the muscles of his face tense, his eyebrows furrowed. He paid no attention to anyone, immersed in his own thoughts. Jamie Welton and Ras Armetic walk pensively down the street. At sunset, the sun illuminates the sky with a red-yellow glow. Jamie silently shifts his gaze to Ras, watching him. Ras has his head down and silently follows Jamie. Jamie Welton turns his head towards Ras Armetic and says in a calm voice that Ricky told him his friend was chosen, then went to the main temple, and how he envied him and was going to become a priest. Ras Armetic froze in place, and after hearing Jamie Welton's information about Ricky and his friend, he raises his head and stares forward. His face is not tense. He is thoughtfully silent with his teeth clenched and his mouth ajar. Ras Armetic says cheerfully, "That's it. Ricky's a good kid. He's going to make it." Ras Armetic squints his eyes, raises his eyebrows with joyful emotion, and bends his arms at the elbows in front of him, raising his thumb up in a gesture of approval. Jamie Welton watches Ras Armetic's reaction carefully and mentally ponders that he didn't get Jamie's hint at all. Jamie locks his lips tightly together, looking thoughtfully in Ras's direction and thinking about next steps. Jamie Welton and Ras Armetic stand in the middle of the street. Jamie turns around to Ras and asks him, "By the way, didn't his father tell him?" Russ looks at Jamie Welton questioningly, not understanding what he means, and asks him, "What exactly?" Jamie Welton says that 2 months ago, Count Welton suppressed the criminal organization Rival, which was stealing and selling children. Jamie says questioningly, "Can you believe it?" Russ froze in place, dumbfounded by the information he had received. Jamie Welton goes on to tell him that on top of that, Ricky was also in Rival. Ras Armetic stares intently at the ground, feeling tense and anxious. He is dumbfounded by the information he has received and interrogates Jamie Welton. "Ricky is in Rival, isn't he?" Jamie Welton carefully observes Ras Armetic's reaction from the information he has received from him. Jamie Welton has his mouth ajar with a smirk and mentally ponders, "It's finally come to pass," and the cherry on the cake. Jamie is about to deliver the following information. Jamie Welton started to move forward and looked at Ras Armetic, asking him, "Didn't Janice's church do charity work?" Ras Armetic froze in place, dumbfounded by Jamie's information. Ras Armetic ponders menacingly, indeed, how could he have forgotten? Janice's church had never practiced charity. If they organized the orphanage to use the children. Ras Armetic tightly clenched the fist of his lowered hand. Earl Arjano Welton's estate. The sun had set, leaving a still fiery light in the sky. There was no one on the estate grounds. Jamie Welton and Ras Armetic have returned to the manor before sunset. A conversation is taking place on the estate, Rival and Janice Church. Count Arjano Welton and Ras Armetic are sitting in the study talking. Ras Armetic tells them that there is still a boy named Ricky living in the orphanage who used to be part of Rival. Count Arjano Welton sits and listens intently to Ras. Count Welton raises his head, looks at Ras Armetic and says, "Janice Church was having a positive effect on his domain, so he was just observing." Ras Armetic adds, "Something else, he saw a knight who came with the bishop." Ras Armetic looks at Count Arjano Welton with tension and anxiety and says thoughtfully, he could not understand. Ras Armetic freezes in place. Count Arjano Welton asks after hearing this, "What is he talking about?" Ras Armetic recalls the knight who came with the bishop. He was emanating ominous streams of energy. Ras Armetic felt a powerful aura, but he could not understand whether he was a knight of the Church of Janus. Ras Armetic continued to narrate, "Disorderly and chaotic sacred power. Most likely this." Ras did not finish, pausing for a moment. Count Welton asks momentarily, "Does he really think a chimera using sacred power was standing in front of him?" Count Arjano Welton abruptly pitches his body forward and resolutely says, "If this is true, then he cannot sit idly by. He will instruct the knights right away." And before he can speak, he is interrupted by Ras Armetic. Ras Armetic listens attentively to Count Arjano Welton and sharply interrupting him. thoughtfully says that they need evidence. The Count's determination makes Raz lean back slightly. His face is calm and without a show of emotion. Ras Armethic resolutely pronounces to Count Arjano Welton that he will definitely get the evidence. Ras Armethic lowered his eyebrows, making a serious face. He raised his hand in front of him, clenching it into a fist and gesturing determination. Count Arjano looks carefully in Ras Armethic's direction and warns that it's dangerous to do this alone. Ras Armetic resolutely clenches his fist in front of him and utters that he is ready for anything. Count Arjano Welton looks at Ras Armetic carefully, seeing his intentions. He asks him what are the chances of success. Count Arjano Welton is focused and determined, frozen in anticipation of Ras Armetic's answer. Ras Armetic sits on the couch, calmly folding his hands in his lap. He looks at Count Arjano Welton and answers his question. He thinks they have the upper hand. Ras is focused and serious. He is determined to get into action. Count Arjano Welton waves his hand lightly in the air. His slender, long fingers are joined, his thumbs slightly set aside. Count Welton pronounces to Ras Armetic that he will give him 3 men. After Count Arjano Welton's hand motion, 3 men in identical uniforms instantly appeared behind Ras Armetic's back. They appeared out of nowhere and froze in place, motionlessly standing still and waiting for the command. Ras Armetic turns his head back as he sits on the couch and looks at the men who suddenly appeared behind his back. Ras feels a strain of consternation. He didn't even feel them. The 3 people behind him stand motionless, staring in front of him. In front of Ras Armetic are Shadow Knights whose existence is reduced to protecting the Welton house. They are professionals at their craft, so they will be of use to him. They have long swords, though they look and move more like mercenaries. Ras Armetic looks at them in surprise and asks Count Arjano Welton, "Are they definitely knights?" 3 men in blue uniforms and black cloaks over their shoulders stand before him. Their faces are covered by black masks from nose to chin. Ras Armetic seriously says to Count Arjano Welton that thank you in any case. He will surely reveal the knight's essence. Ras Armetic sits on the sofa behind his back. The 3 knights of the Welton family are standing nonchalantly. Count Arjano Welton tells Ras Armetic that he is counting on him. Behind Ras Armetic's back stand the shadowy knights of the Welton family. Outside the window, Black eavesdrops on Jamie Welton's office information. Jamie Welton holds over Black's arm, releasing streams of sinister energy. Black floats in the air and looks down. Jamie scrolls through the information he's received in his head, a chimera with sacred power and a childish being used as material. Jamie Welton sits on the bed in his room and reasons that children, pure as a white sheet, are good for experimentation. But can God afford to do such things? Jamie viciously insults Janice. Jamie Welton fell backwards onto the bed, putting his hands under his head. He closes his eyes and pensively contemplates walking along with an unfinished experiment, apparently for good reason. Black flies over the bed and squeaks. Jamie Welton is on the bed addressing Black. Black sat down on the edge of the bed and looks at Jamie Welton intently, beeping questioningly and waiting for instructions. Black lowered his wings and laid his tail on the bed. Jamie Welton places a letter in a red stamped envelope in front of Black. He instructs Black to head to Rise's house. Black looks at Jamie Welton carefully and squeaks approvingly, raising his wings upward. Black flies outside through the wide open windows from Jamie Welton's room. Black holds the red stamped envelope firmly in his paws. He stares intently ahead, flapping his wings quickly and rising upward. Jamie Welton sits on the edge of the bed looking out the open window that Black flew out of. Jamie sighs and pronounces that it's time for him to start preparing as well. The next battle will require stronger magic. There are discharges of energy in the air next to Jamie. Jamie Welton looks forward with determination. He says angrily, "Wait for it to Janice. He will become his headache." Memorizes the technique of sealing summoning and mana within the soul, allowing unhindered use of magic. It is deep in the night. Rise and Azamat are in the building of Heist Town. Azamat grudgingly asks Rise how much longer they have to stay here. Rise and Azamat are on a mission for Jamie Welton and are forced to sit in ambush. Rise stands at the window and stares thoughtfully ahead, observing the situation. Rise replies to Azamat that they are forced to sit here until they notice suspicious activity. There is no light in the room, with moonlight falling on the window. Rise continues to stand at the window, looking carefully ahead through the window to the street. Azamat sits nearby on a chair by the table and says indignantly, "You can't even see a rat in here, let alone a knight." Rise stands at the window observing the situation and turned his head slightly towards Azamat, who is sitting on a chair and is indignant. Rise moves his eyes to the side, squinting at Azamat, and replies seriously that they are following orders. Azamat sits on a chair in the middle of the room, resting his arms at his sides. He puts his head down thoughtfully and utters lifeless boredom. Nothing is happening at all. Azamat stares at the floor, not knowing what to occupy himself with. Suddenly, footsteps were heard on the wooden floor from outside. The stomping came from iron boots that moved quickly towards Azamat and Rise. The iron boots were forcefully pushing off the floor to speed up the movement. Rise heard the sudden footsteps from outside and turned his head to the side, directing his gaze half sideways. Rise listens, trying to figure out where the noise is coming from. Rise is focused and serious, his face tense. Suddenly, a knight of Janus's church appears in front of Rise and Azamat. He raises his hand up and pulls out a sword from behind his back. A hood is pulled over his head, his face covered by an iron mask. Streams of ominous, powerful energy emanate from the knight. Azamat directed his gaze at the knight who appeared suddenly in the room. Azamat froze in place, opened his mouth, and furrowed his brow. Azamat feels tense and anxious. Aloud, "Look out!" The knight of Janus Church swiftly swings his sword with a mighty force. The sword cuts through space, flying in front of Azamat. Powerful streams of sinister energy emanated from the knight. As he strikes, his body slightly thrusts forward. The sword of the knight of Janus Church flies in front of Azamat, emitting a bright light. Azamat abruptly dodges the sword, making a short sound from the movement and surprise. Azamat feels tension and fear as he watches the sword closely. Azamat and Rise freeze in place and stare intently at the knight with the sword. They feel tension and fear as they ponder what kind of sacred power it is, what kind of beast it is. Azamat gritted his teeth fearfully while catching his breath, waiting for more action from the knight. The knight of Janus's church stands still with the ball in his hands and looks at Rise and Azamat intently. The knight thoughtfully pronounces to them that they are going to the other world. Powerful streams of energy emanate from his body and sword. The knight stands still, head down and frozen for a while. A hood is thrown over the knight's head. A bright red light burns in the slit for the eyes in the mask. Powerful streams of energy move around the knight. The knight angrily and with an overflowing hatred loudly utters, "Go to the other world." The knight spreads his legs wide, bending his body backward, looking face up, spreading his arms out to the sides and spreading his fingers. Rise instantly turns around and earnestly shouts to Azamat to leave quickly and report everything to his master. Rise tensely looks away, tensing his face and arching his eyebrows. He opens his mouth wide, shouting to Azamat. Rise assumed a stable position and stood in the middle of the room, blocking the knight's path. Rise spread his legs and arms wide. Azamat promptly ran after his master and shouted fearfully to wait for him. The knight of Janus's church froze in place and stares intently ahead. His sinister red eyes glow in his mask. The knight's head is covered by a hood. The knight has his gaze fixed forward and is ready to proceed to destruction. The knight of the Church of Janus shouted ominously loud, "Go to the other world!" The knight leapt forward, swiftly traveling through space. He swiftly swung his sword with a stream of powerful energy emanating from it. Azamat, running towards the window, quickly turned his head back to see what was happening to Rise. He's tense and afraid, his eyes rounded, his mouth ajar. Azamat watches and is puzzled by what is happening. There is a rapid movement in space again. Several rapid jolts are heard. A loud voice shouts, "Look out!" Rise runs swiftly towards Azamat and pushes him in the chest. Rise's face is tense, his teeth clenched. Azamat froze in place at the window in surprise, cocking his head to the side, lowering his eyebrows tensely and opening his mouth. See, with a sharp and forceful push from Risa, Azamat falls out of the window. Azamat flies backwards, spreading his arms and legs in the air. He makes a prolonged sound, feeling the impact and discomfort. Azamat falls down from the top floor. Azamat falls backwards down from the top floor after a push from Rise. Azamat is frightened and screams loudly, "Brother!" His eyes are rounded, his forehead wrinkled, and his eyebrows lowered. Azamat pulls his hand in front of him towards Rise, who remained on top of him. With a sharp movement, the knight wounds Rise in the stomach. Rise slowly stretches out. Master. An area of darkness surrounds the house where the knight and Rise are surrounded by a spell. Bright lights and various symbols appeared on the ground and in the air. Suddenly the front door opens from the street and a man enters, placing his foot on the threshold. Dark, ominous streams of energy emanate from the man, rising upwards. He's wearing a cloak, long socks, and boots. It's Jamie Welton. He has a hood over his head. Dark, ominous streams of energy emanate from his body. Jamie Welton stops and asks with a smile, "Did he call for him?" Jamie is focused and calm while in the room. Jamie Welton looks down carefully, saying with a smile, "His servant." Jamie reaches forward with his hand palm up, his fingers spread apart. Dark, ominous streams of energy emanate from Jamie. Jamie Welton, Rise, and the Knight of the Church, Janice, are in the room. Rise is wounded and lying on the floor. Jamie Welton stands next to Rise across from the Knight and looks at him intently. Knight stands still as well, watching Jamie. Jamie Welton utters that from this moment on, no one will know what is going on here. After all, the barrier is pretty strong, even though Jamie has managed to use dark memories. But using 6th grade magic is still difficult for Jamie. The Dark Knight is in place, staring intently ahead at Jamie Welton. He is silent, not responding to Jamie Welton's speech. Bright red eyes glow in his helmet. A hood is pulled over his head. The iron mask is scratched. The Knight of Janice's church rushes toward Jamie Welton. He shouts furiously, "Go to the other side!" In his hand, the Knight holds a sword. Jamie stands against the wall near Rise without moving and shouts loudly to the Knight, "Come here!" Jamie Welton stands still and casts the spell, Gravity, using 5th grade magic. Jamie raises his hands in front of him and creates a magical ball in the air with his palms. Streams of energy spread around Jamie, filling the space. The enhanced gravity puts a lot of pressure on the target and immobilizes it. The magical streams of gravity wrap around the feet of the Knight, who moves across the floor. The Knight feels it, not realizing what is happening to him. The Knight falls to the floor with a clatter, cradling one arm to steady his body. The Knight's other hand holds his sword. Magical gravity flows around his body. The Knight begins to gasp from the effects of the magic. Jamie Welton casts another spell, Touch of the Lifeless. This is the magic of summoning the departed souls that bind the victim. The Knight is on the floor, resting his hands on the floor. Magical currents wrap around his arms. The Knight is on the floor, kneeling. In one hand he holds a sword, the other hand is raised above the floor. Magical currents are wrapped around the Knight's body. He gasps from the effects of the magic and tries to utter a word. The Knight raises his hand above the floor, pointing it rapidly upwards. He says loudly and angrily, "Go to the light!" The fingers of the Knight's hand are bent. The Knight is trying to fight the effects of Jamie Welton's magic. Jamie Welton casts the spell, Sacrifice. This is the magic of sacrificing summoned souls followed by a powerful explosion. Jamie Welton stares intently in front of him, spreading his arms wide apart with a magical ball formed between them. The magical currents of the sacrifice spell that Jamie Welton had applied wrap around the Knight's body. The Knight feels the effects of the magic, from which light emanates, and anxiously in his head a thought occurs, warning, danger. The magical ball of applied magic sacrifice that Jamie Welton created hangs in space. Streams of energy swirl around him, illuminating the space around him. Ominous streams of energy were being directed forward. Jamie Welton has lowered his arms and stands still. He stares intently ahead at the Knight, watching the applied magic on him. Around Jamie, a haze of dark particles spreads in the air. Jamie Welton remains silent. Jamie Welton watches as the Knight stands on the floor on one knee with his hands down. In one hand, the Knight holds a sword. All around, a haze is spreading in the air. Around the Knight's body are bloody streams of energy. The Knight angrily tries to utter a word. Jamie Welton stands still, surrounded by the haze that is spreading in the air from the magic used. Jamie Welton looks at the Knight carefully and says questioningly, "Expert means?" The Knight tries to pronounce the word again, stopping, "Stew." The Knight's hand grips the sword firmly in his hand, clenching his fist and pulling it sharply from its scabbard. Magical streams of energy spread around his hand. The Knight furiously utters, "Go to the other world." He instantly swiftly starts moving towards Jamie Welton. He swings his arm backwards, holding his sword in his hand to strike. There are bloody streams of energy around the Knight. The Knight swings his sword towards Jamie Welton and swiftly heads towards him. Jamie Welton stands calmly in place near the wall with his legs spread wide. He watches the Knight's movement intently. Jamie pronounces that he is steadfast, but Jamie Welton angrily pronounces that it won't do him any good. Jamie crosses his arms in front of him, directing magical streams of energy from them. Jamie stares forward in concentration with a serious face. Jamie's eyes glow. Jamie Welton casts a spell, Puppet. Marionette allows you to control an enemy with soul threads. The knight, who swiftly pointed his sword towards Jamie Welton while holding it with both hands, is restrained by the magical threads of the marionette magic. The magical threads of the marionette spell bound the knight's legs, tightly wrapping around them. The knight instantly falls to his knees on the floor with force. Bloody streams of energy flow around the knight's body. The knight tensely utters a sound, gasping from the restrained body. Commands arise in the knight's mind. Pressure cannot be canceled. No risk analysis can be done. The knight gasps, making sounds. The knight collapses to the floor. The restrained hands of the magic puppet fall in front of his face. The knight's body shakes. The knight lies on the floor, raising his head towards Jamie Welton. Knight's entire body is bound by strands of marionette magic that descend from above. Jamie Welton walks towards the knight and utters, apparently he doesn't understand what's going on. Jamie Welton pronounces that after the explosion he placed soul shards in Knight's body. Jamie Welton looks contentedly at the knight, a smile appearing on his face. Ominous streams of energy emanate from Jamie Welton in space. Jamie Welton stands over the knight, ominously saying that from now on, the knight's fate is beyond his control, and he belongs to him. The magical threads of the marionette spell forcefully clutch the body of the knight, who lies on the floor. The knight gasps and makes sounds. Notifications appear in the knight's mind, loss of control over his body. There is no way to undo the black magic. It is pointless to continue the battle. The knight lies on the floor, raising his head and looking forward. The knight's body is shaking. A notification appeared in the knight's head. Victory is impossible. The best outcome is escape. A magical orb appeared in the chest of the knight, who was restrained by the magical threads of the puppet spell. The orb began to spread streams of energy towards the side. Jamie Welton froze in place, staring intently at the knight in whose chest the magic orb appeared. Jamie tensed and worried. His eyes are rounded. Jamie Welton tensely thinks, self-liquidation? Jamie Welton says sharply and loudly, no way! Jamie swiftly heads towards the knight, clenching his hands into a fist. Around the knight, magical streams of self-destruction spread in space. Jamie Welton swiftly heads towards the knight to stop the self-liquidation. Jamie points his hand forward, casting a spell, the Hand of Darkness. Streams of magic swirl around Jamie's hand. He stares intently at his hand. Jamie Welton swiftly approaches the knight and launches his hands into his body, using the magic of the Hand of Darkness to stop the self-liquidation. The magic of the Hand of Darkness swirls around Jamie Welton's hands. The knight froze in place, waiting for the self-liquidation. The knight froze in place, waiting to self-liquidate. His red burning eyes stare intently ahead. Jamie Welton continues to launch the magic of the Hand of Darkness into the knight's body and realizes fearfully that there is no way to stop the self-liquidation. The knight stands on his feet waiting for the self-liquidation. Jamie Welton holds his hands to the knight's chest, using the magic of the Hand of Darkness. The magical light of self-elimination from the knight's body illuminates the space around it. Jamie tries to stop it by making sounds. Jamie Welton continues to use the magic of the Hand of Darkness and viciously utters, swearing he can't dodge. Jamie tensely stares forward at the body of the knight. One hand remains on the knight's thigh, the other hand frozen in front of his chest, pointing his palm forward. Jamie Welton's hand remains in the knight's chest, which he tries to pull out, pushing the knight away from himself. Jamie stares intently ahead at his hand. A bright light illuminates the space around the knight and Jamie Welton. Smoke comes out of the knight's chest. A sharp explosion erupts from the knight's chest, throwing the knight's body backwards. The explosion illuminates the space around him with a bright light. The explosion throws Jamie Welton backwards away from the knight. Jamie's arms are freed and stretched out in front of him. A powerful explosion erupts from the knight's body that activated the self-destruct. A powerful stream of explosive force illuminates the space around and travels swiftly across the room. Nothing can be seen behind the bright light of the explosion. The house that Knight and Jamie Welton are in is illuminated by the bright light of the self-destruct explosion. The light bursts out of the windows of the house, traveling far ahead. The house is surrounded by the magic Jamie Welton used before entering the house. Jamie Welton froze in place, looking down thoughtfully. If it wasn't for Black, he would have been in danger. Used divine power to the max and broke through the black dimension. This was something Jamie Welton certainly hadn't expected. But he still can't get away. Jamie Welton stands still, staring thoughtfully ahead. Around him, ominous streams of energy move in the air. Jamie Welton asks Black to absorb the light that illuminates the space from the night. The bright light illuminating the room disappears. Jamie Welton watches as the knight swiftly begins to move forward, trying to escape the scene of the battle. The knight utters tensely, "Flee," without finishing the word. Jamie Welton watches as the knight runs away. He raises his hands in front of him. A magical blob of energy has formed between his palms, from which a bright light emanates. The stream of energy swirls around Jamie's hands. Jamie screams, "You can't get away!" The magical flow of energy that Jamie Welton created rushed towards the knight, who was running towards the window, and hit him in the back. From the sharp blow, the knight was thrown forward and let out a short sound. The knight stopped on the spot. He spread his legs and arms wide. From the effects of Jamie Welton's magic, red tentacles instantly burst out from the knight's back, holding onto the knight's back with their teeth. Streams of energy and air swirled around the knight. Jamie Welton turned his head towards the knight and watches him carefully. He has his mouth ajar and is pondering menacingly that it is a chimera. So that's what his true appearance is. Jamie considers the chimera an abomination. Jamie Welton instantly uses a spell, Chain Area. Jamie's hand is guided forward to use magic. The magical chains rapidly fly towards the chimera. Jamie Welton's eyes glow with magical light. Magical chain spell area chains rapidly heading towards the chimera and begin to wrap around its body. The chimera begins to bend from the effects of the magical chains that pull it down. The chimera raises its arms and tentacles upward. Jamie Welton froze in place, carefully watching the chimera being wrapped around by the magical chains. Jamie says calmly and nonchalantly, "Go ahead." Magical streams of energy are directed from Jamie forward towards the chimera. The magical chains wrap around the chimera's body and squeeze it. The chimera begins to gasp, making extended sounds. It thrusts its arms and tentacles forward. The magical energy flow directed by Jamie Welton rushes into the chimera's body. Jamie Welton stares forward with a serious face. His eyebrows are lowered and his forehead is furrowed. Jamie puts his palms together in front of him and ominously recites the incantation, the blast of departure to the afterlife. The blast of departure is an explosion of darkness that can tear through even the strongest armor. After the impact of the magical energy flow, the chimera fell to its knees. Its tentacles and arms are down and unmoving. The chimera's body was held down by magical chains. A notification appeared in the chimera's head. Multiple damage. The limit has been reached. No further action is possible. The chimera lifted its head up and gasped, uttering short sounds. Bloody streams of energy flowed around its body. A warning notice appeared in the chimera's head. "Activate last process." The chimera's body shook, and behind its back, a jaws of tentacles began to open. A red blob flew out of the jaws and headed downward. Jamie Welton froze in place, looking down at the chimera intently, and noticed the red blob that popped out of the chimera's body. He rounded his eyes dumbfounded when he saw it and thought, "This is it." Jamie's lips locked tightly together. The red blob from the chimera's body jumped out the window and bounced off the wall and hit the ground with force, continuing onward. Jamie Welton watched as the blob flew out the window and gave a disgruntled cluck. Jamie Welton walks over to the window that the red blob popped out of and looks down, watching the red blob from the chimera's body run away. Jamie grudgingly utters, "Fuck you, missed it." Rise rises from the floor and stares intently at Jamie Welton. Rise, feeling tense and anxious, shouts loudly to Jamie Welton, drawing his attention. "Master!" Rise's hair and clothes are stained with blood. Rise turns his head toward the chimera, which is lying on the floor with no signs of life. He thoughtfully pronounces to Jamie Welton that this is a fine job, but he didn't get a chance to finish, and Jamie added, "Escaped." Rise hears Jamie Welton's response and is perplexed and says questioningly, "What, he's not going to chase him?" Rise ponders, straining, "Is that allowed?" Jamie Welton looks at Rise carefully. Jamie Welton pronounces, "Offended, of course, but it's not necessary." Rise looks down frustrated. He doesn't know what Jamie is talking about. He's missed his enemy, and he's not going to do anything about it. Wasn't it for his capture that he ordered them to keep surveillance? Rise turns his head towards Jamie Welton and, holding his hand to the wound on his stomach, asks, "Sorry, but he doesn't quite understand him. Could Jamie please explain?" Jamie Welton calmly replies that it's simple. Jamie Welton looks forward carefully and calmly and pronounces to Rise that you can't just get rid of dark mana. There are ominous streams of energy emanating from Jamie Welton and spreading through space. Jamie Welton tells Rise, remembering how he struck the knight's body with his hand, that after he punched the chimera with his hand of darkness, the dark mana spread through his body. Jamie Welton angrily utters, which means he can easily find him. In Janice's church, the bishop sits in his office behind a desk, calmly writing something down on paper. Behind him are racks of books. Above his head hangs a chandelier with candles burning. The bishop's head is down. He does not suspect anything. Suddenly, a rustle is heard outside the window, and one part of the window begins to move. The bishop takes notice of this and pensively observes what the noise outside the window could be in the middle of the deep night. Around the window, magical particles spread in the air. The window has opened, and in the open part of it, part of the chimera that escaped from Jamie Welton climbs up onto the windowsill. The chimera part is red in color with a huge bulging eye. Bishop sees it and tensely ponders. What the? Bishop walked over to the window and picked up the part of the chimera. It sits in the palm of his hand and stares at him with a big bulging eye. The bishop is tense and anxious and utters, "It can't be. Has he lost?" Defeated by a chimera knight with divine powers. In the house where the battle between Jamie Welton and the chimera knight took place, outside the window, it is deep night, and the moon is shining in the sky, illuminating the space. Rise continues to ask Jamie Welton, "Master, but in a case like this?" Rise asks Jamie Welton that they will realize that a dark mage has intervened, and then Jamie Welton's identity and whereabouts may be revealed. Rise stares intently at Jamie and feels anxious and tense. Jamie Welton turns toward Rise and looks at him intently. Jamie utters that he understands his train of thought, but they won't learn anything. Rise hears Jamie's response and asks, puzzled, "What?" Jamie Welton answers Rise with a smile that his power is now very different from dark magic. There are ominous streams of energy coming from Jamie Welton. Jamie doesn't understand why black magic is now so inferior to holy magic. When it was originally created to destroy divine power, Rise tensely and fearfully looks down, watching Jamie Welton's hand. Jamie's hand is tense, fingers slightly bent and emitting magical streams of energy. Destroying sacred power is a darkness that can destroy sacred power without a trace. It is this magic that Jamie Welton utilizes. Jamie Welton stretched out his arm in front of him, directing magical energy flows in space. Jamie Welton's reasoning is that it doesn't matter what tricks they pull, because there's no way they'll be able to deal with this magic. The bishop sits at his desk, tense and angry. He has his head down, clenches his fists tightly, and ponders angrily. Who could it be? Jamie Welton pronounces, "His dark magic is originally designed to destroy divine power, so he has nothing to worry about." Rise freezes in place and replies, "Understandable." Jamie Welton directs magic at the chimera knight's body and lifts it in the air. Jamie Welton notices Azamat's absence and asks Rise where he is. Rise replies thoughtfully that the point is this. At that moment, the front door from the street slowly opens with no one visible behind it. Azamat instantly opens the door, abruptly and loudly starts shouting to his brother, asking if he is okay. Azamat tenses his face, wrinkling his forehead and lowering his eyebrows. His mouth is wide open, trying to shout to Rise. Azamat notices Jamie Welton in the room. He says to him cheerfully, "Master, it's good of him to come." Azamat stares at Jamie Welton intently, feeling embarrassment and joy. He smiles broadly. Azamat, feeling tense and afraid, says to Jamie Welton, he thought the knight had already slaughtered his brother, but luckily Jamie Welton figured it out. Jamie looks menacingly at Azamat and asks him what he has figured out, but where Azamat has been hanging around. Azamat tells Jamie Welton, recalling the chain of events. Azamat fell out of a window and lost consciousness. As soon as he regained consciousness, he immediately got up. Azamat scratches the back of his head with his hand, feeling tense and anxious. Jamie Welton stares at Azamat with tension and disbelief. He says angrily, sneering, "A zombie passed out?" Rise stands behind Jamie Welton's back and anxiously replies, pointing a finger to indicate that he was the one who pushed it out. Jamie Welton tenses and looks at Azamat with disbelief. Jamie silently listens to Azamat's response. Azamat, feeling tense and anxious, frozen in place, says thoughtfully and longingly, "Well." Rise stands next to Jamie. Jamie Welton gives Azamat a command, "Lay down." Azamat stands on his hands and feet, lifting his torso up. Jamie sits on top of him and pronounces, "Surveillance cease. They'll figure it out quickly and can get on his tail. Observe only from afar." Rise turns his head toward Jamie Welton, listens carefully to his order, and replies in a calm tone, "I obey." Rise's hair and clothes are stained with blood from the wound he received from the Chimera Knight's sword. Jamie Welton looks intently at Rise. Jamie raises his hand upward, pointing his fingers in Rise's direction. Jamie Welton utters to Rise, and more. Jamie Welton's hand is pointed toward Rise. The fingers are slightly bent. Jamie Welton releases streams of magical energy on Rise that move around his body. Rise freezes in place and stares intently at Jamie's hand. The magical energy streams that Jamie Welton directed move next to the wound from the Chimera Knight's sword. Rise looks down in surprise and utters, "Master, you!" Jamie Welton replies that he has taken action, so he will feel better. Jamie Welton stands up from Azamat's back and pronounces to him to watch Rise. Azamat stands on the floor in a hand and foot stand, keeping his body in the air. Azamat's body tenses and shakes. He hears Jamie's order and responds sharply, "I obey." Jamie Welton walks to the window, stands abruptly on the sill, and looks back at Rise and Azamat. Jamie Welton pronounces to them that he's gone and they need to be careful. Jamie commands Azamat to stand up. Azamat and Rise curtly respond. Jamie Welton jumps down from the window, held in flight by Black's wings with both hands. Jamie Welton flies rapidly downward, one leg tucked under him, the other straightening down for support. Jamie's cloak develops in the air. Outside the window, it's deep night. In Janice's church in the main building, there are lights in the windows everywhere. The bishop is in Janice's church, and due to the recent events that have occurred, he is perplexed. The bishop shouts loudly, "Impossible!" The bishop is sitting at his desk. He has his head down, looking intently at the table. In front of him on the table is a small glass jar with a lid. The bishop has his hands on the table, clenching into fists. His body shaking, he utters, "Who dares?" The bishop ponders while looking at the part of the chimera that lies in the glass jar. He managed to overpower a 4-creature Chimera Knight with divine power. The chimera part spread out in the jar, directing its eyes to the sides. Bishop was abruptly taken aback by the thought, "Ah, really?" He thoughtfully put his head down while thinking about it. Bishop stares intently at the floor. His face is tense, his mouth ajar. The bishop ponders who it could be. The bishop ponders and wonders if it is the Earl of Welton who dares to do this. The bishop imagines the Earl of Welton moving swiftly with a sword in his hand, his other hand down and emitting magical streams of energy. The bishop ponders, is he really? He stands pensively over the table with his head down and stares silently at the jar containing part of the chimera. The bishop sank into thought, trying to figure out who dared to destroy the chimera. The bishop took the jar in his hands, which contains part of the chimera, and looks at it, pondering. No, if Earl Welton had intervened, there would be nothing left of the knight. The chimera part sits calmly in the jar, pointing its eyes to the sides. The bishop has his head down thoughtfully. He continues to ponder on who destroyed the Chimera Knight. Bishop recalls the moments of the knight's battle and how at one point the connection with him was cut off, blocking magic. It could only be a barrier. Bishop ponders the fact that there is a mage of such a level in the local lands. He recalls meeting Jamie Welton and the holy knight Ras Armethic. The bishop suggests that it could have been the young lord. The bishop sits back and ponders, waving his head negatively to the side. No matter how much of a genius Jamie Welton is, he is only at a 4th grade level. To battle a chimera, one needs at least a 5th grade level. So who could it be? Bishop ponders the need to speed up the experiment before it's too late. He tensely ponders, will the second plan also fail? Suddenly a knife appears in front of the bishop's throat. Bishop notices it and freezes in place. Jamie Welton stands behind Bishop's back, holding the knife close to his throat. A hood is placed over Jamie's head, covering his face. Jamie pronounces to the bishop that he may not answer. The bishop looks away in frustration and exasperation. The bishop feels tension and fear. He looks away, trying to see the man behind him. The bishop's body trembles with fear. He stammeringly utters, "No." Jamie Welton holds the knife near Bishop's neck. Jamie Welton listens intently to the bishop and asks ominously, "Yes? Then what?" Half of Jamie Welton's face is covered by his hair, his mouth ajar in a wide grin. The bishop pronounces that he is not finished yet. Jamie Welton asks the bishop ominously, what in his opinion has happened is normal. The bishop replies fearfully and loudly, "No, that's not what he means. An obstacle has arisen, a couple more experiments, and they will get what they want." Jamie Welton listens intently to the bishop and pronounces him throwing around such words, even though he doesn't even know who exactly interfered. Jamie asks the bishop if he wants to be a test subject himself. The bishop thoughtfully pronounces that he does. Jamie Welton pronounced to the bishop that he would keep an eye on him. If the Earl himself interfered, it would be the end of everything. Jamie Welton instantly vanished. The bishop remained seated at the table, looking down perplexed. The bishop, feeling tense and afraid, abruptly opens his mouth wide and exhales from the anxiety overwhelming his body. The bishop's face is downcast. He is trying to recover from Jamie Welton's visit to him. The bishop speaks loudly. "Seven Knight! He's been following him!" Bishop is tense and anxious. He grits his teeth in exasperation and looks down thoughtfully. There are ominous streams of energy emanating around the bishop in space. Seven Knight is one of the 7 swords of Janus's church. He and the other 6 swords are the strongest warriors, almost at the level of the masters who protect the archbishop. The bishop bangs his fist on the table and says indignantly, "How dare he?" The bishop reflects on the archbishop, angrily saying, "Nasty old man." If the bishop succeeds, he will take his place. The bishop sits at the table looking down tensely. The bishop clenched his fists tightly, which are resting on the table. Deep night has fallen over the Earl of Welton's estate. The moon peeks out from behind the dark clouds, illuminating the ground. The lights in the Earl of Welton's estate are off, except for one window on the 3rd floor. There is silence and tranquility all around. Jamie Welton is in his room. On the floor lies the Chimera Knight he brought from the battlefield. Jamie leans over him, resting his hands on his side and saying thoughtfully that he seems to have overdone it. Jamie Welton stares intently in front of him, frozen in place, and ponders. They have created a sacred chimera. Interesting. Jamie Welton is surprised that the Chimera Knight in front of him is a chimera that was created for a purpose. Jamie Welton reaches out to the Chimera Knight, who is lying on the floor with no signs of life. Jamie Welton utters, "Well, let's see who they put in here." The body of the Chimera Knight is wearing armor stained with blood. There is a huge hole on his chest. Jamie Welton scrutinizes the Chimera Knight, looking at what is underneath the armor. His face is stained in the Chimera Knight's blood from the autopsy. Jamie Welton utters with surprise, "Ha, that's how it is." Jamie Welton examines the body parts of the Chimera Knight. There are traces of blood on the floor from the separation of the body parts. Jamie Welton sees insect limbs, organs with immunity against fire, insect eyes, all in a human body. This combination allowed this creature to develop great speed. The core is a sphere of divine power. It's what makes a chimera a knight, but that's what they're made for. Jamie Welton took the lens in his hands and scrutinizes the Chimera Knight. Jamie Welton ponders as he examines the body of the Chimera Knight. "Janus, do they want a battle?" Jamie Welton is silent, not knowing what I'm creating chimeras for. The Chimera Knight's hand lies on the floor, his lifeless body unmoving. Blood splattered all around. Jamie Welton lowered his head down, examining the Chimera Knight. He is stained all over with his blood and says thoughtfully and menacingly, "Whatever the target, it's disgusting. They haven't changed a bit. People are still just insects to them." Jamie Welton is frozen in place, staring thoughtfully before him. An ominous energy flowed around him. In Jamie Welton's mind, snippets of expressions from a past life appear. "Live Diablo, Lord Wolfear, our revenge." Jamie Welton grits his teeth. Ominous streams of energy spread around. In Jamie Welton's mind, expressions from his past life appear in snippets. He is waiting for him in hell, Diablo Wolfear. Because of their atrocities, humanity has already lost everything once. Jamie Welton stands in the center of the room, frozen in place. His clothes and body are stained with the blood of the Chimera Knight. Jamie says menacingly and forcefully, he was reborn after so many thousands of years to stop them. Jamie Welton angrily utters, "Damn 12 gods. He won't let them do it a second time." Jamie Welton stares forward focused. He furrowed his eyebrows in hatred and anger. Jamie bites his lower lip. Janus's church. Outside the window, it is deep night. The moon illuminates the expanse of land. There is a conversation going on in the room of Janus's church, a voice disgruntled and menacing. "Ah, how so? And in just one day?" The bishop tensely utters, "He didn't think it would be like this either, but they were able to get some of it back. He had no way out." A voice speaks out of the magic ball in front of the bishop. How else does he manage to justify himself when all their efforts are for naught? The bishop sits at his desk and looks at the magic ball in front of him. He tensely says, "I'm sorry, but who would have guessed they would be interrupted?" A voice booms out of the ball and he grins. "These are the excuses. On the other side in front of another magic ball is a man who is tapping his hand on the table unhappily. He says loudly and disgruntled, "Damn!" And now what to do? The man is dressed in a white shirt and tie. There are red growths protruding from his head. The bishop listens intently to the man from the magic ball and stares thoughtfully in front of him. With strength and determination, he utters that another one is needed. A caustic smile appears on the bishop's face, and he grits his teeth. The bishop stands over the table near the magic ball and listens intently. Out of it, a man's voice speaks out loud in surprise. Is this really the child with the power of a maiden? If he provides it, he will work on it properly. The bishop, hearing the man's reply from the magic ball, hits the table sharply, clenching his hand into a fist. The bishop sharply and grudgingly replies, "Don't even think about it. They can't use a child with the power of a holy maiden to create some chimera." The bishop lowers his head and stares at the magic orb on his desk in concentration. A caustic smile appeared on his face. The bishop is determined to continue what he has started and confidently pronounces that he has already made up his mind. The bishop picks up the child's file, which has a photograph attached to it with a paper clip. The bishop pronounces that this is Janice's faithful servant. The child's personnel file at the bottom begins to catch fire, the fire rising up the piece of paper. The bishop pronounces that this is the bearer of the blood of the Holy Maiden. The personnel file the bishop is holding belongs to Ricky. His picture is affixed to the personal file, which is engulfed by the flames of the fire and almost completely destroyed. Next to Janice's church on the street is Ricky, holding a broom firmly in his hands. He is cleaning up the road, getting everything around him in order. He is unaware of anything, quietly doing his job. Suddenly, a voice calls out loudly to Ricky. Ricky stands in place with his head down. Making a satisfied face, he squinted his eyes and pressed his lips together. His eyebrows are slightly raised, his face smooth and calm. In his hands, Ricky holds his broomstick. Ricky doesn't notice the appearance of the man. A nun appears in front of Ricky and calmly says, "There he is, Ricky." Ricky stands in front of her holding his broom in one hand, his other hand resting at his side. He says in surprise, "Yes, nun, is something wrong?" The nun informs Ricky that everyone has been asked to gather in the prayer room. Ricky looks at her in surprise and question, eyes wide and mouth ajar. He answers the nun, "In the prayer room? Okay, he'll be right there." Everyone gathers in the prayer room, some already seated on the pews, some still moving between them along the wide aisle. A huge room with high ceilings. Benches stand in 2 rows, one after another. In front of the benches is a stage with a bollard for the performance. On one of the benches, which are occupied by the orphanage children, sits Anna and a boy. The boy shouts loudly for Ricky to come over to them. There are 2 people sitting on each of the benches. Everyone is chatting amongst themselves, turning sideways, looking ahead. Ricky looks at Ben irritably and disgruntled, furrowing his brow and lowering his eyebrows. He asks menacingly why he is with his sister. Ben quickly answers Ricky, asking him why. They told everyone to gather, so he brought her. Ricky runs up from behind the bench Ben and Anna are sitting on and puts his foot on the bench. Ricky says annoyed, and sits there sticking it to her. He was almost late because he was looking for Anna. Ben irritably moves to the side and asks Ricky not to push. Ricky sits down on the bench next to his sister Anna, stares intently ahead, frozen in place waiting for them to start, and asks, "By the way, why were they packed?" Ben replies that he doesn't know, assuming they want to elect someone. Ricky overhears Ben's conversation, perplexed, and turns his gaze to the side. Ricky opens his mouth, making a surprised face. Sitting next to Ricky was Anna. She smiled, turning her head to Ricky and said that would be great. The bishop stands on the stage behind the podium. He begins his speech by asking those present if they are all in good health. Those sitting in the audience responded approvingly. The stage with the rostrum is covered with a blue carpet, covering the wide aisle beyond. The bishop stands behind the podium, placing the palms of his hands together in front of him. He is conveying to the children present that he has great news. Lowering his head down, the bishop pronounces that their gracious God has once again chosen the chosen one. The bishop stands silently on the stage behind the podium, spreading his arms wide apart and watching the children. In the audience, the children present begin to discuss among themselves what the bishop has said. Chosen like Shino, the chosen one. The bishop stands behind the podium, listening intently to the discussion of the children present in the hall. He grins with his head down slightly and his mouth ajar. His eyes are squinted. The bishop pronounces that they are right. The bishop standing behind the podium pronounces to the children present that Janice has once again chosen one of them. The bishop sharply directs his gaze at Ricky. Ricky froze in place, staring forward in surprise. This news has taken him aback. From behind, the children look at Ricky. The bishop stands behind the podium, coughing ominously. He rests his elbows on the podium, holding his head thoughtfully. The bishop angrily silently reasons that these fools who know nothing and wish with all their souls to become the chosen ones. Ominous thoughts continue to appear in the bishop's mind. Of course. Ricky freezes in place, resting his hands on the bench. He stares intently ahead, mouth ajar. All around him, children turn around, looking at him in surprise and joy. For an orphan to be chosen is a blessing. Ricky froze in place and stares intently forward, dumbfounded by the news. His eyes widen, his mouth ajar in surprise. Anna sits next to him, turning her head toward him. The bishop ponders ominously. Yes, blessing. So rejoice even more. He leans his elbows on the podium, his head resting in his hands, closing his eyes. A wicked smile appears on the bishop's face. Ominous streams of energy emanate from all around. Bishop lowers his hands, standing behind the podium, and says to the children present, "Hush, hush, Janice wants." A slight pause ensues. The children present sit on the benches and silently await the bishop's response, looking ahead at him. The bishop pronounces that Janice wants him, Ricky. The bishop points his hand toward Ricky. Ricky freezes and stares intently at Bishop's hand. Ricky crosses his fingers in front of him. The bishop thinks ominously. He's his next ingredient for the chimera, the Earl of Welton's estate. It's a bright new day. The open grounds are devoid of people, empty roads and sidewalks, a landscaped area with small, flat bodies of water. Green hills can be seen behind the Welton estate. Indoors at the Welton Manor sit She's Belle Welton and Jamie Welton on a couch. In She's Belle Welton's hands is a closed book covered with a hand on top. She pronounces that the rain is almost over. Jamie sits quietly beside her and looks out the window. He utters back, "Yes, the sun will soon appear." She's Belle Welton says to Jamie Welton with a smile that she loves drinking tea in overcast weather and enjoying the cozy surroundings. She asks Jamie, "Does he?" She's Belle Welton looks at Jamie, waiting for an answer. Jamie Welton sits on the sofa next to She's Belle Welton, looking down thoughtfully and tense. He tensely answers with a smile and chuckles. Jamie likes the smell of rain, and he also likes spending time with his mother. She's Belle Welton instantly swoops down on Jamie Welton, wrapping her arms around him. She lovingly pronounces, "Gosh, her favorite son is so sweet." Jamie, feeling tense, rolls his eyes upward with his mouth ajar and thinks he's about to break down. Outside the door where Sias Belle Welton and Jamie Welton are, there is a sharp knock before entering, giving notice. A strong hand in a white glove is clenched into a fist and strikes the white door with yellow elements. The door opens, and in the doorway stands a man who serves the Welton family. He utters, apologizing for disturbing the mistress. The man tensely casts his eyes downward, holding his fist near the door. He's wearing a white shirt and tie. A jacket is buttoned at the top. The man stands in the doorway and pronounces that the young gentleman has guests arriving. She's Belle Welton turns her head in surprise towards the man, mouth ajar in surprise. Jamie Welton turns his head back and asks in surprise, "To him?" The man answers Jamie Welton. "Yes, the commoner boy said he was Jamie's friend." The man asks, "Should he chase him away?" Ricky stands in the hallway of the Welton estate. He's frozen in place, looking around. His gaze is directed upward, his mouth ajar. Jamie Welton looks at the man carefully and asks him, "Not someone from the nobility, but a commoner?" Jamie hesitates, then "It's not Rebecca and Ashy Ballew." Jamie Welton thinks in surprise, "Does he have friends?" Jamie Welton is dumbfounded at the thought of a friend coming to see him. Jamie's eyes are rounded, his gaze directed downward. He's thoughtful and pondering. "Ah, really?" Jamie Welton froze in place, not realizing who it could be. "She's." Belle Welton sits on the couch in surprise. Jamie Welton stands up from the couch and turns to the man in the doorway. He pronounces to him, "He seems to know who it is. Bring him in." The man listens intently to Jamie standing still and replies, "Obey." Ricky walks into the room where She's Belle Welton and Jamie Welton are. He is tense, staring intently ahead, eyes rounded. His lips are tightly pressed together. Ricky tensely utters, stammering, "Hello," and apologizes. She's Belle Welton says with a smile, "How nice to have her son's friend visit them. Nice to meet you," offers Ricky a seat. Jamie Welton tensely looks at Ricky and ponders. I thought it was him. And what made him think they were friends? She's Belle Welton asks Ricky cheerfully, looking at him. What's his name? Does he live somewhere nearby? Ricky replies contentedly, squinting his eyes. His name is Ricky, and he lives in Janice's church. Jamie stands next to She's Belle Welton and watches tensely. She's Belle Welton squints her eyes happily as she listens to Ricky's answers. She replies with a smile, that's how it is, and asks Ricky how she and Jamie met. She's Belle Welton is wearing a blue dress with white ruffles and bows tied around her shoulders. When Ricky hears She's Belle Welton's question, he says, oh, I'll tell you about it. Ricky stares intently at She's Belle Welton. He feels joy and pleasure at the reception and interest of the Welton family. Jamie Welton heard Ricky's reply and froze in place. His gaze dropped downward, dumbfounded that Ricky was now going to tell him things that his mother should not know. Jamie's eyebrows rose, his eyes rounded. Ricky begins to tell about meeting Jamie one night. He doesn't have time to finish. Jamie Welton swiftly flies up to Ricky, pulling his hand forward, covering his mouth. Jamie is furious and tense. Ricky looks at Jamie perplexed. Jamie Welton extends his hand forward, covering Ricky's mouth so he can't utter their encounter. Jamie turns his head to She's Belle Welton, squints his eyes, and with a smile tensely asks his mother to go, while he and Ricky chat here. She's Belle Welton is embarrassed, thinking, gosh, he's embarrassing her in front of her friends, how her son has grown up. Jamie thinks, he can't be exposed, otherwise the next torture won't be long in coming. Tight hugs, kisses, sleeping together. She's Belle Welton squints her eyes and puts her palms together, leaning them against her face, feeling happy for Jamie Welton. She says contentedly, good, good, good. She's asked Jamie, and a goodbye kiss for Mom? Jamie Welton hears his mom's question, freezes, and without turning his head, shifts his gaze to She's Belle Welton. He is tense and unhappy about what he has to do. For Jamie, this is the toughest challenge. Jamie Welton tensely thinks, damn, is there really only one way out? Jamie Welton walks up to She's Belle Welton and tensely kisses her on the cheek, closing his eyes. She's Belle Welton has her eyes closed in embarrassment and is feeling warm feelings. Ricky froze in place and stares intently as Jamie Welton kisses She's Belle Welton. Ricky's eyes rounded in surprise. Ricky's mouth is ajar. Ricky's face tenses, taking on a perplexed look. She's Belle Welton walks towards the exit, saying warmly to Jamie Welton and Ricky, well, have fun. Jamie sits on the couch feeling tense and longingly replies, yes. Ricky bowed low and pronounced She's Belle Welton, goodbye. Ricky turns his head to Jamie Welton and says with an embarrassed smile, squinting his eyes, his mom loves him so much. Jamie Welton looks at Ricky unhappily and tenses. Jamie remains silent, not answering anything to Ricky. Jamie Welton looks at Ricky unhappily. He feels the tension and utters, enough. He asks Ricky, why did he come? Ricky rounds his eyes, looking at Jamie Welton and opening his mouth wide happily says, that's right. Ricky stands still in front of Jamie Welton, squinting his eyes. Ricky tells Jamie Welton with a smile that he has been chosen, so he will be leaving soon. Ricky feels joy and pride in the words he said. Ricky tells Jamie Welton that he will be leaving soon, so he came to say goodbye to him. Jamie Welton freezes in place and looks fearfully at Ricky. Jamie is dumbfounded by the news, intensely says, what? The day is coming to an end, the sunset illuminating the sky with a bright red-orange light. The large grounds are empty, landscaped with trees and shrubs. On the grounds of the Welton Manor, someone sighed heavily as they strolled by. Ras Armethic, feeling tense and anxious, walking frustratedly through the garden on the grounds of Welton Manor. Ras Armethic has his head down and is tensely pondering. He didn't even see the shadow of the strange night. Ras Armethic looks down thoughtfully, remembering the strange night, and ponders. He had been watching the church all this time, but he didn't see anything. It was as if that strange night had fallen through the ground. Ras's lips are tightly closed. Ras Armethic was walking in the garden, and suddenly from outside he heard a loud voice. Goodbye! Ras Armethic froze in place, perplexed, rounding his eyes and looking down in front of him. He opened his mouth and said questioningly, eh? Ras Armethic saw Ricky walking past him. Ras pensively ponders, this kid. Ricky walks down the tiled walkway. You can see the joy on his face. Ricky squints his eyes and opens his mouth as he heads towards the exit of the estate grounds. Ricky walks through the grounds of the Welton Manor and notices Ras walking in the garden. Ricky turns towards him and cheerfully loudly says, huh, uncle, hello. Ricky's eyes rounded with overwhelming emotion. Ras Armethic walked up to Ricky, putting his arm around his shoulder. Ras squinted his eyes cheerfully and tensely saying, Hey, just call him Big Brother. Ricky squints his eyes happily and replies with a smile on his face. Okay, bro. Ras Armetic looks at Ricky carefully and asks him, have you met Jamie? Ricky looks at Ras Armetic and cheerfully says back, yes, what luck? Ricky was just about to talk to Ras. Janice elected him. Ras Armetic hears what Ricky told him and is dumbfounded. What? Ras Armetic stares intently at Ricky, rounding his eyes and raising his eyebrows. Ras is tense and anxious that Ricky has chosen Janice. Ricky squints his eyes tightly and opens his mouth wide. Ricky responds joyfully and loudly to Ras Armetic. He has been elected! He is going to the main temple tomorrow! Ricky raised his hand in front of him and clenched his fist tightly at the joyous news. Ras Armetic froze in place and stared intently in front of him. Ras Armetic tensely and angrily ponders. This is how he deceives the orphans. He is a religious man after all, so where is his conscience? How can he not put children's lives at the center of anything? Ras Armetic instantly puts his hand on Ricky's head. Ricky raised his eyes upward in surprise, looking at Ras Armetic. Ricky's mouth is tightly closed without saying a word. Ras Armetic looks at Ricky and says to him with a smile, wonderful, Ricky will make an excellent priest. Ras Armetic does not show Ricky his tension and anger. Ricky looks at Ras perplexed and silent. Ricky squints his eyes and happily replies, yes, and he will be able to help people, just like Ras Armetic. Ricky clenches his fist tightly and gestures to show his firm intentions. Ras Armetic keeps his hand on Ricky's head. Ricky walks off the grounds of the Welton estate, turning to Ras Armetic and waving goodbye. Ricky shouts to Ras, he'll stop by again sometime. Ras Armetic stands still and waves goodbye to Ricky in return. Ras Armetic starts to move forward through the grounds of the Welton estate. Without turning his head back, he menacingly asks, did you hear that? Following Ras Armetic, the Shadow Knights instantly began to move and put their heads down. Ras Armetic resolutely says to the Shadow Knights, tomorrow morning, they will follow the carriage with Ricky in it. Ras Armetic turned his head slightly to the side, shifting his gaze back to the Shadow Knights. Ras will show them what true punishment is. Ricky stands in the street and says loudly, thank you for seeing him off. When he becomes a priest, he'll come back to them. Ricky holds a bouquet of flowers in one hand, his other hand raised in front of his head. Behind Ricky's back are the abbots. Among those seeing Ricky off stands his sister Anna. Anna sadly closed her lips tightly and tears came to her eyes. She quietly put her hands down. It is hard for Anna to part with her brother Ricky, who is leaving for the main temple. Standing among the seeing off are Ben and Anna. Ben looks at Ricky and says to Anna, don't worry, he will look after her. Ricky stands in front of the ushers and says cheerfully, thank you, Ben. He's counting on him. Anna, opening her mouth wide happily, tells Ricky not to worry about her, instructing Ricky to become a great priest and come back. Tears came out on Anna's closed eyes from the overwhelming emotions. Ricky stares at Anna intently. He is overcome with sadness. Tears came to Ricky's eyes. He says with a smile thoughtfully, Anna. Ricky instantly pounces on Anna, pulling her tightly against him. He loudly tells her to obey the priests and nuns and remember to eat well. Tears came to Ricky's eyes from the emotions overwhelming him. Ricky holds Anna tightly to him and rests his head on her shoulder and says, he will write letters. As soon as he becomes a priest, he will come back to her. Ricky promises. Tears drip from Ricky's eyes and fall on Anna's shoulder. Anna snuggles up to Ricky. Tears roll down her cheeks from her closed eyes. Anna grits her teeth tightly and utters to Ricky, yes, she will wait for him. Ricky and Anna are overcome with sad feelings, emotions overwhelming them. Ricky got into the carriage and the horses swiftly headed forward, taking Ricky to the main temple. Ras Armetic follows the carriage with Ricky and says, be well done, brother. The two horses in the carriage ride down the road past the buildings. Ras Armetic is standing in the street watching the carriage with Ricky passing by. He sees Ricky sitting in the window of the carriage. Ras Armetic watches him intently. Ricky sits in the carriage looking thoughtfully ahead, excited about the trip ahead. Ras Armetic tensely and menacingly looks at the carriage with Ricky, which has swiftly rushed past him. A thoughtful gaze observes Ricky. A hood is thrown over Ras Armetic's head. His hair falls over Ras's face. Ras speaks menacingly. Let's go. Jamie Welton, in his pajamas, sits in his room on his bed with his legs crossed and his toes in front of him. A blanket is thrown over his legs. Jamie's head is down. He sits quietly and releases magical streams of energy into space. Jamie Welton is looking away with a concentrated look. frowning his eyebrows and squinting his eyes. Jamie Welton says thoughtfully with a serious look, "Gone." Jamie Welton's hair falls over his face. He waits for the action to begin. Jamie Welton waits to leave and says, "Now." Jamie Welton grits his teeth, smiling contentedly. His gaze is directed forward. Jamie's hand came up in front of his face, linking two fingers together and directing magical streams of energy in the air. Jamie Welton utters ominously, about to see how the lurking insect is doing. Jamie Welton uses magic that begins to scan the Welton estate, showing everything in a projection. Jamie Welton says thoughtfully, "This is expected. He can trace the dark mana back to Janice's church. There are 3 conditions for creating a chimera using divine power. The first is the sacrifice used as an ingredient. The second is the creator of the chimera to be experimented on. And the last is a high-ranking priest who grants divine powers." Jamie Welton looks down thoughtfully, speaking of which. Right now, there is only one high-ranking priest here. That's Bishop Janice. He is a high-ranking priest, capable of granting divine powers to his victims. Bishop Janice is dressed in a blue robe, with the mark of the Church of Janice affixed to his chest. A white robe is visible from under the cassock to the floor. There is rapid movement among the green trees in the wooded area. The movements come from different directions, leaping and moving in the air. Jamie Welton ponders at this moment that the lab can be left to Raz Armethic and the Dark Knights. Ras Armethic and the Dark Knights move swiftly over the carriage in which Ricky follows to the main temple. Raz and the Knights pursue the carriage, which quickly rushes down a dirt road among the trees. Jamie Welton is in his room with Black. Jamie is adjusting the tie around his neck and holding his dark cloak. He looks intently at Black, who is floating in the air and mouthing while he meets with the bishop. Jamie Welton puts on the dark cloak. The base of the cloak is torn and shows multiple holes. His cloak flutters in the air. Jamie Welton turns his head to the side, looking back and says checkmate with a smile. Janice Church. Deep night has fallen outside the window. Dark clouds have enveloped the sky. All the windows of the main building have lights on. Magical particles hover in the air above the building. Nearby, in the turreted building, the lights are out. In Janice's church, the bishop walks across the room toward a mirror that stands against the wall. Next to the mirror is a long cabinet of books. The bishop says decisively, "The time has come." A small, light-colored rug lies on the stone-lined floor. The bishop runs his hand into the mirror. From the mirror, magical currents move around the bishop's hand. The bishop angrily ponders, "The orphan boy will take the path of a holy knight, but God won't guarantee receiving the blessing if he doesn't prove himself." Ricky stands with his back on the other side of the mirror. He has his legs spread wide with his hands down and his fists clenched. From the mirror comes a voice, "Come, my child." Bishop angrily reflects, it is time to face despair and suffering. Ricky stands with his back to the mirror, frozen in place. His hands are down, his gaze is forward, and his mouth is slightly open. A hand reaches out of the mirror and head toward Ricky's shoulder to touch him. A glow emanates from the mirror. The bishop's hand that extends out of the mirror towards Ricky is already almost touching his shoulder. The fingers of the hand are bent and ready to grasp Ricky's shoulder, who is frozen in place, waiting for the touch. Ricky's mouth is ajar, staring intently in front of him. An angry voice breaks out. Is he referring to his despair and misery? The bishop turns his head to see the source of the voice. Ominous streams of energy are directed towards the bishop and wriggle around his body. The bishop is perplexed. Ominous streams of energy rush towards the bishop and wrap around his body, lifting him into the air. The bishop waves his arms to the sides, trying to escape from the sinister streams of energy. He begins to suffocate. The ominous streams of energy that have enveloped the bishop's body rapidly drop him to the floor, back down with force. The bishop opens his mouth wide in surprise and fright. He stretches his arms and legs out to the sides. The bishop rises from the floor. He sits on the floor feeling angry and tense. The bishop speaks menacingly. Who dares to interrupt the sacred ritual? The bishop's gaze is downward, his face tense, his teeth clenched. Jamie Welton stands in front of the bishop with his hood over his head. Jamie Welton's face is obscured and he utters that he would not call it sacred, "You bloody psychopath." Bishop sits on the floor and looks at Jamie intently, uttering, "Dark magic." The bishop sits on the floor and menacingly pronounces to Jamie Welton, "Now he sees. So was it Jamie who slew the Chimera Knight?" Jamie Welton looks at the bishop carefully, smiling. Jamie releases ominous streams of energy into space. The bishop rises from the floor and pronounces Jamie Welton. He will teach him a lesson about not interfering in the acts of God. The bishop stares intently in front of him, interlocking the fingers of his hands. Magical streams of energy emanate from the bishop's hands. The bishop angrily says to Jamie Welton, "May divine justice catch up with him." The magical energy flow gains strength, traveling through space. It begins to fill the entire room. Jamie watches it. Jamie Welton stands and watches intently as the bishop performs the spell, Battle Sanctuary. The bishop drops to one knee, putting his hand out to the side. In a temple under the protection of a god, the priest's power increased greatly. Jamie Welton looks up thoughtfully, pondering. The power that the battle shrine conjured by the bishop would give would be enough to shatter stone with his bare hands. Around Jamie Welton, magical streams of energy moved. The bishop knelt down on his knee, straightening his arm in front of him, which is illuminated with magical light. His other hand holds up his arm. The bishop looks before him in concentration and utters that he has completed the ritual, so he will quickly end it all. The bishop promptly starts moving towards Jamie Welton. He runs, picking up speed, one hand thrust forward, which is illuminated by a magical light. Jamie Welton stands calmly in place, watching the bishop. Bishop swiftly runs towards Jamie Welton to deliver a crushing blow. He ominously utters that he will tear him to pieces. Bishop tenses his hand into a fist containing magical energy. Bishop's face tenses, his teeth clenched. The bishop rapidly approaches Jamie Welton. Bishop directs his hand filled with magical energy to deliver a crushing blow to Jamie Welton's head. Jamie Welton stands still, staring forward. Jamie Welton dodges a punch from Bishop. Bishop's hand, filled with magical power, swiftly flies past Jamie Welton's head. Jamie tensely and anxiously watches the hand, turning his head to the side. Bishop swiftly directing his hand filled with magical power towards Jamie Welton, quite and viciously begins to laugh. Loud laughter erupts, whereupon the bishop utters, "Go to the other world." The bishop ominously pronounces to Jamie Welton, "Go to the other world and become an ingredient for a powerful chimera." A powerful stream of magical energy flies toward Jamie Welton to deliver a crushing blow. Jamie tensely stares forward. Jamie Welton angrily utters to the bishop, "Is this the best he can do?" Jamie Welton stares intently at the bishop. He furrows his brow, lowering his eyebrows. His teeth are clenched tightly together. Ominous streams of energy emanate from Jamie Welton. Bishop hears Jamie Welton's words and asks loudly, "What?" The bishop looks at Jamie Welton intently, feeling tense and anxious. His face is tense and his teeth are clenched. The bishop freezes in place. Jamie Welton instantly uses magic and applies it towards the bishop. Ominous streams of Jamie Welton's energy are directed towards Bishop's hands and wrapped around his wrists. Bishop clenches his hands tightly into fists, beginning to move them. Bishop looks intently at his hands, which are wrapped around the sinister streams of energy emanating from Jamie Welton. Bishop is tense and fearful, furrowing his brow and lowering his eyebrows. He aggressively says, "What the?" The bishop aggressively asks Jamie Welton, "How can he control dark magic in the sanctuary?" Jamie Welton, with a smile of malice, interjects the bishop, "Sanctuary?" Jamie Welton raises his hand in front of him, linking two fingers together. Jamie Welton says angrily to the bishop, "Look around you." Bishop's hands are bound by Jamie Welton's sinister streams of energy. Blood splatters from his hands, flying out of his arms to the sides. Bishop screams fearfully, dropping his hands down and tensing them. The bishop hesitates, staring fearfully in front of him, stretching his arms forward. Has the darkness swallowed him? The bishop's hands bound with the sinister currents of Jamie Welton's energy. Jamie Welton stands silently in front of the bishop, staring at him. Bishop is frozen in place, staring intently at his hands, restrained by Jamie Welton's sinister streams of energy. Bishop tensed, fearfully uttering, "No, that's impossible." Bishop gritted his teeth, straining his face. The bishop is frightened and thoughtful, uttering, "It can't be." Jamie Welton squeezed his eyes shut and, opening his mouth wide with a smile, replies, "It can." Jamie Welton raised his hands in front of him, bringing his palms together sharply. Jamie Welton's ominous streams of energy wriggled the bishop's body. The bishop instantly threw his body back with force. From the swift movement, Bishop spreads his arms to the side, looking fearfully in front of him. Jamie Welton directed Bishop's body flies swiftly towards the wall. Bishop's arms and legs are pointed to the sides, moving through the air. With a powerful impact, the bishop hits the wall. His clothes from the movement develop in the air. The body of the bishop powerfully hits the wall, rapidly moving in space. From the powerful impact, the wall collapses. From the impact against the wall, the bishop begins to scream loudly. Blood spurts from his mouth. Tears come out of his eyes. The bishop, from a powerful blow against the wall, left a trace in the wall. The bishop lies exhausted against the wall with his arms down and his legs apart. Blood drips from the bishop's mouth. Jamie Welton stands in front of the bishop and releases ominous streams of energy. Jamie Welton leans over the bishop, releasing ominous streams of energy from his body. Jamie Welton looks intently at the bishop and utters, he has many questions and hopes he will give him answers. The bishop looks at Jamie Welton carefully. He is tense and anxious and answers him. Does Jamie think he will actually answer his questions? Around the bishop, ominous currents of energy move in the air. Jamie Welton has his eyes wide open and stares intently at the bishop, ominously answering him. Of course he will. Jamie Welton answering the bishop opens his mouth wide in a smile. The bishop looks at Jamie puzzled. Jamie Welton instantly releases his hand forward, spreading his fingers. He casts a spell, coercion. Magical streams of energy swirl around Jamie Welton's hand. A projection emerged beneath his hand, emitting a bright light. Jamie Welton speaks menacingly to the bishop. Time to dig into his brain. Jamie Welton stretched his arm out in front of him, directing the projection towards the bishop's head. Ominous streams of energy begin to swirl around Jamie and the bishop. The effects of the coercion magic made Bishop squirm in pain, tense and frightened. Bishop grits his teeth with force and begins to gasp, making noises. Capillaries have protruded in the bishop's eyes, and tears are pouring from his eyes. He loudly begins to scream in pain. Behind a long table stands a man in a shirt and suit with red formations protruding from his head. He rests his hands on the table and pitches his body forward. Behind him, a man in a blue cassock with the sign of Janice's church stands against the wall. The man with the red formations on his head throws a glass flask at the wall, which shatters on impact. He says angrily, "Lincoln, you little piece of shit." The flask flies past the man with the blue cassock. He clenches his teeth tensely. The man with the red formations on his head lowers his head down, looking down at the table, hits the table with force with his hand, feeling angry and aggressive. He says loudly, "What the hell kept him so long? Been waiting for him for hours now?" The man in the blue cassock turns around to leave and utters, turning his head toward the man at the table, that he will immediately check out what's going on. The man is wearing a hood on his head that covers part of his face. Instantly, a red blob rapidly crashes into the head of the dark-skinned man in the blue cassock. The man gritted his teeth in surprise and raised one arm in front of him. Blood spurted from his head to the sides. The man at the table with the red formations on his head stares forward in concentration, stretching his arm forward, from which the red clot flew out. He utters that his patience has run out. What had he been doing all this time besides just standing there? The man at the table with the red formations on his head raised his head up and says thoughtfully, "What is that sound?" He stares intently ahead, trying to figure out where the source of the sound is. His face is tense, his mouth ajar. The doors open abruptly, and Ras Armethic and 3 dark knights rush into the room. The man at the table with red formations on his head says fearfully and tensely, "Don't tell me their hideout has been revealed." Ras Armethic and the 3 dark knights have stopped and are standing in a spacious hallway near a tall, long bookcase. They stare intently at the bookcase, pondering what might be behind it. The dark-skinned dark knight raises his index finger upward, bringing it toward the bookshelf. He fumbled for air currents among the books to find a passage hidden from prying eyes. The dark-skinned knight removes his hand from the cabinet, turns to Ras Armethic and looks at him carefully, saying, he can feel the breeze coming from the other side of the shelf. Ras Armethic listens to him calmly and attentively, replying, "There must be something behind it." Ras Armethic scrutinizes the shelf of books. His gaze stops on one of the books, which is tightly compressed by other books. He says in surprise, Why is there not a single speck of dust on this book compared to the other books?" Ras Armethic stands in front of the bookcase and stares ahead. A hood is pulled over his head. He reaches out his hand to the book he noticed amongst the similarly identical books and gently lowers it towards him. Ras Armethic stands near the bookcase, pulling the book towards him. An entrance has opened at his side, with streams of air pulling from it. A shadowy knight with red hair stands behind Ras Armethic and says in surprise, "Secret entrance." Ras Armethic walks forward with determination. He reaches for his sword with his hand. Ras utters that he suddenly felt an ominous energy. Ras instructs the Shadow Knights that they had better stay where they are. Suddenly, a chain appeared out of the darkness in front of Ras Arametic and began to move forward rapidly. The swing of the chain resounded from the darkness, from where no one could be seen who made the strike. A sharp noise came from the darkness. Ras Arametic swung his sword and thrust it out in front of him, stopping the chains from moving towards him. He holds back the blow with force, gripping the sword with both hands. Ras tenses, staring intently in front of him. Ras Arametic restrains his sword strike, holding the sword in front of his face. His sword hand begins to shake from the tremendous effort being exerted. Ras Arametic stares forward concentratedly and angrily, biting his lip beneath his black mask. Once again, there is a powerful and sharp blow towards Ras Arametic, which hits the sword. Ras Arametic, holding the sword in his hand, flies backwards from the strike. His body moves in the air, his feet bouncing off the ground. Ras Arametic is thrown backwards by the powerful blow. In the air, he spreads his arms and legs. Ras holds his sword in his hand in front of him. Ras Arametic pays attention but stares forward. More strikes appear next to Ras. A shadowy red-haired knight with a mask on his face screams fearfully, "Ras!" trying to realize what is happening to him. The Shadow Knight is tense and anxious, staring intently at Ras Arametic, eyes wide open, sword held in front of him. Ras Arametic looks down thoughtfully, tensing his face and lowering his eyebrows. He is tense and anxious, holding his sword in front of his face. Ras Arametic replies to the Shadow Knight that he is fine. He feels like they've pulled off a score. Ras Arametic observes the creature in front of him, blue skin color, burning yellow eyes, fangs protruding from its open mouth. Its entire body is assembled from scraps and stitched together. It's a chimera. The chimera's arm is wrapped in a chain with a mace attached. Build a powerful army, no matter what methods you have to use. Jamie Welton is standing in front of the bishop. He realizes that this is the message the bishop has received from his god. The bishop sits on the floor and answers Jamie. Yes, that's right. Jamie Welton stands in front of the bishop, turns to the side and utters that immediately the bishop needs to go to the Earl's palace and report what he just told him. The bishop looks at Jamie intently and obediently replies, "Yes, sir." Jamie Welton froze in place, staring thoughtfully before him. He was momentarily visited by the thought that he was not finished. Jamie calmly said to the bishop, stopping him, "Wait." Jamie Welton's mouth dropped open. Jamie Welton turned to Bishop and pointed his hand towards his head, releasing magical energy. The projection hung in the air in front of Bishop's eyes. Jamie uttered, "Just in case." The bishop froze in place, staring intently at the projection. Jamie Welton pronounced to the bishop that he could go now. Jamie Welton stands still in the room, escorting the bishop with his gaze. The bishop slowly leaves the room, heading for the exit through the open door. Jamie Welton stands at the mirror near the wall and looks away, escorting the bishop out with his gaze. Jamie Welton ponders. He has intensified the brainwashing spell to keep the bishop from talking about Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton points his hand forward, extending his fingers. He directs the streams of energy in front of him and ponders thoughtfully. Now. A light appeared in front of Jamie Welton's hand, illuminating the space, streams of energy swirling around his hand. Jamie Welton thoughtfully shifts his gaze to the side, staring intently. He froze in place and spoke sharply. "Wait." Jamie Welton's head is abruptly visited by a thought, after which he wants to change his actions. Jamie Welton runs his hand across his face from one side to the other. From one side to the other, Jamie Welton's body begins to change and reincarnate into a bishop. Jamie Welton ponders what a great idea. His hand clenches tightly into a fist and hits the table with force. The man feels anger, aggression, and rage. He says loudly and angrily, displeased with the circumstances, "Damn it, 4 chimeras have already been destroyed." The chimera creator feels tension and anger, his body shaking, biting his lip. He utters, "Lincoln, what's taking so long?" He is in no position to leave the experiment unattended and get rid of them on his own. The chimera creator, feeling tense and anxious, lowered his head down and turned it to the side. The chimera creator stopped his gaze on a tall glass flask with a dense blue mist and looks at it carefully. The chimera creator stands in front of the tall glass flask, looks at it intently and extends his hand towards it. The chimera creator says sadly, "What a pity he will have to test it so early." The glass flask is shattered, leaving the bulk of the glass with cracks in it. A thick blue liquid is spilled on the floor. The chimera creator utters, "He must take care of the intruders," angrily reasoning, "Useless pieces of trash. Where the hell is he?" The Chimera creator looks closely at Ricky, who is lying unconscious on the table. The Chimera maker reasons. After all, he has a core part in sacred power, much needed for the experiment. The Chimera maker looks closely at Ricky, who lies unconscious on the table. Rika's eyes are closed, lips tightly shut. The Chimera creator angrily reasons, the core. He can't complete the Chimera without them. A loud voice addressing the Chimera creator, sorry for the delay. The Chimera creator, feeling tense and angry, shifted his gaze to the side, trying to realize who it was. The silhouette of a man appeared in the doorway. The Chimera creator turns his head sharply, shouting loudly and angrily, Lincoln, where the hell is he? He is tense, angry, and frustrated. He is annoyed at how long it took Lincoln to show up. The Chimera creator lowered his eyebrows, furrowing his brow. The Chimera creator fearfully asks Lincoln, what the hell happened to him? Lincoln's body is stained with blood. He lowers his head and utters, he was attacked by an intruder. It took a while to deal with him. The Chimera maker asks Lincoln, was he attacked by an intruder? Lincoln replies that he tends to think it was the same scum that destroyed the Chimera Knight, since he was too powerful to try and take him alive. The Chimera creator lowered his head down thoughtfully. His forehead frowned, his face tense. The Chimera creator uttered, curse. He didn't expect the invaders from above to have accomplices. He can't let there be much interference in his experiment. The Chimera creator shouts angrily at Lincoln, pointing his finger at him, core, where's the core? Lincoln, feeling tense and anxious, utters, he said there are many invaders here. Shouldn't they deal with them first? The Chimera creator shouts loudly and angrily to Lincoln, opening his mouth wide. He has already sent one of his best creations to send them to the other world. Just give him the core so he can finish the job. Lincoln stands in front of the Chimera creator and calmly hands him a container with a lid. Lincoln's face is stained with blood. He closes his lips tightly and ponders. One of the best creations? What kind of creature could this be? The Chimera creator stares intently at the open jar in his hand, from which a jelly-like red creature with eyes is dripping out. He smilingly says contentedly, finally, now he can complete the best part of the job. The Chimera creator presses the red creature into Rika's body with his hand. It spreads apart over his hand and Rika's body. The Chimera creator utters, how long has he waited for this moment? It is impossible to imagine how powerful this specimen will be. The Chimera creator turns his head toward Lincoln and says to him with interest, your guess? The Chimera creator holds the creature with his hand on Ricky's body. Ominous streams of energy move around the Chimera creator. Lincoln mentally ponders, for someone who is the Chimera creator, this guy talks too much. Lincoln stands quietly and thoughtfully says back. He expects him to be at least stronger than the Chimera Knight. The Chimera creator with growths on his head turns his head towards Lincoln and looks at him carefully. The Chimera creator did not expect such a response from Lincoln and says thoughtfully, how boring he is saying obvious things. The Chimera maker holds up a syringe filled with a thick, dark blue liquid, holding his fingers on the cylinder of the syringe and ready to push its piston to inject the substance. The Chimera creator angrily utters, time for the final syringe. The Chimera creator injects the needle of the syringe containing the blue substance into the body of the red creature. The creature lies on Ricky's body and points its eyes upwards. Multiple eyes are on the creature's body, arranged chaotically. The Chimera creator presses his hand into the red-eyed creature that is on Rika's body. He squeezes it with force. The Chimera creator says contentedly and angrily, oh yeah, that's it. The strongest chimera ever. The Chimera creator has his head down, happily and excitedly looks at Ricky's body without taking his eyes off. Its body begins to shake in anticipation. The Chimera maker laughs evilly and asks Lincoln, isn't he excited, Lincoln? Lincoln dryly replies, well, yes, he ponders. Crazy psychopath. Lincoln stands behind the Chimera maker's back, looking in his direction, feeling anxious. The Chimera creator becomes wary after hearing this and tensely turns his gaze towards Lincoln. The Chimera creator froze in place and stares at Lincoln incredulously. He could sense the tension and anger. The Chimera maker frowns his forehead and keeps his gaze fixed on Lincoln. The Chimera maker aggressively says to Lincoln, you are not Lincoln. Lincoln is tense and anxious. He is dumbfounded by the Chimera maker's statements and replies to him, what is he saying? Of course he is. Lincoln mentally reasons, damn, was he really supposed to show interest in his meager research? The Chimera creator turns sharply towards Lincoln and stares at him intently. The Chimera creator swings his hand, spreading his fingers and channeling red streams in the air. He opens his mouth wide and shouts menacingly at Lincoln. Does he think he's a fool? The Chimera creator angrily shouts, "Show yourself." Lincoln froze in place and stares fearfully at the red stream directed towards him by the Chimera creator. The stream swiftly moves in a whirlwind through space. Lincoln warily raises his hand. There is a sudden movement in the dark, unlit room. Ras Armethic utters, separating the head that lies on the floor. That was the last one. Ras stares thoughtfully ahead. Behind his back, a Shadow Knight stands and calmly utters, "Let's go." There is a swift movement behind Ras Armetic's back, taking the Shadow Knight with him. Ras senses the movement, puzzled, his eyes rounded, and he freezes in place. There are two Shadow Knights standing at the exit who also notice the movement. Ras Armetic freezes in place and without turning his head shifts his gaze to the side. Ras looks carefully and notices the creature's powerful blue arm covered in swollen veins. The arm moves past Ras Armethic, heading forward. The creature holds a shadowy black-haired knight with a huge, powerful hand and swiftly points the hand forward, slamming it against the wall. The wall cracks and splits, pieces of the wall flying off to the sides. From the powerful impact, the Shadow Knight let out a deafening wheeze. The Shadow Knight with red hair starts moving towards the creature that grabbed the Shadow Knight with black hair. The Shadow Knight yells loudly and aggressively, "Let him go!" His forehead is wrinkled, his eyebrows are pulled down, and his face is tense. Ras Armethic, being next to the creature that grabbed the Shadow Knight, instantly swung his sword and struck at the creature's body. Ras Armethic pulls his sword back after the strike, guiding his body swiftly forward. The huge chimera turned its head towards Ras Armetic. Long ears sticking out to the sides, fangs sticking out of its mouth upwards. Ras's strike left a cut on the chimera's arm, from which blood oozes. Ras ponders. This one is much stronger than the previous ones. Ras Armetic tenses and casts his gaze downward thoughtfully. His eyebrows frowned and lowered to his eyes. Ras Armethic snaps grudgingly and utters that the space here is too narrow to swing properly. Ras Armethic begins a rapid downward movement around the chimera. The chimera watches Ras Armetic and raises its powerful arms to the sides at the sudden movement. The chimera's massive body is wrapped in chains. Ras Armetic needs more room to maneuver. Ras swiftly runs towards the wall away from the chimera in order to increase the maneuvering distance. In front of Ras Armetic, a building can be seen on the wall. The chimera stands still and watches Ras Armetic's movement. Ras Armetic turns his head half-turned toward the chimera, who stands behind him. Ras looks at her carefully, focusing his gaze for further action. Ras Armetic's head is hooded, his hair falling over his face and eyes. Ras Armethic instantly uses the spell, Blade of Justice. Ras heads swiftly towards the chimera. He holds his sword with both hands and swings it. The sword emits a bright glow. Magical streams are directed towards the sides. Rapidly, Ras Armetic flies past the chimera, delivering sword strikes to his body. From the blows to his leg, arm, and chest, bright sparks emanate from the wounds on the chimera's body. The chimera opens its mouth wide in pain, and its body tilts backwards. The chimera is frozen in place. Smoke emanates from the chimera's open mouth from the blows delivered by Ras Armetic. The chimera emits a vicious growl. It stares intently in Ras Armetic's direction, dark eyes open. The chimera has recovered from the blows Ras Armetic has delivered. She focused her gaze on him, pupils blazing brightly. The chimera's mouth is ajar. The chimera tensed its face, furrowing its brow and ready to attack. Ras Armethic turned his head toward the chimera. His focused and menacing gaze stares intently at her. Ras lowered his eyebrows and closed his lips tightly, making a serious face. He noticed how the chimera quickly recovered from the blows he had delivered. The chimera approached Ras Armethicus, standing in front of his face. The chimera stares intently and angrily at Ras, its pupils burning brightly. The chimera's mouth is tightly closed, fangs sticking upward. Ras Armethic froze in place, watching the chimera approach. Ras Armethic stares at the chimera intently, focusing his gaze. His eyebrows are lowered, his mouth slightly open beneath his mask. Ras Armethic is wary and nervously ponders. No, he has been caught off guard. It's too late to dodge. Ras Armethic froze in place, pondering that this is the end. He looks fearfully at the chimera's hand that is heading in his direction. Suddenly, there was a movement from above that instantly delivered an overhead blow to the chimera's arm. Blood splattered to the sides. From the blow delivered to the chimera's arm, the chimera lifted its head up and arched. From the sharp, unbearable pain, the chimera squinted its eyes, its face tensed, and its mouth opened wide in a loud scream. She abruptly pulled her arm toward her. The two Shadow Knights stopped after moving swiftly. They ask Ras Armethek if he's all right. They need to retreat and regroup. Ras Armethek stands behind the backs of the Shadow Knights and looks ahead disappointed. Ras Armethek stammeringly replies, "Good. We'll take him then." Ras points to a Shadow Knight who is lying against the wall after being hit by a chimera. The Shadow Knights reply that they will leave without him. Ras Armethek utters indignantly, "What?" The two Shadow Knights stand still. The dark-skinned knight looked down thoughtfully. The red-haired knight stares intently at Ras Armethek. The dark-skinned knight utters, "They have been ordered to escort Ras Armethek and help accomplish the mission." The Shadow Knight resolutely pronounces to Ras Armethek, "They will do nothing that gets in the way of accomplishing the mission." Ras Armethek froze in place upon hearing these words, tears welling up in his eyes. He stares intently ahead. The Shadow Knight swiftly heads forward, gaining speed towards the chimera. The enormous-sized chimera turns its body to the side, holding its other arm with one hand. Ras Armethek and the second Shadow Knight stand still and look forward. The Shadow Knight jumps up high and brings his sword behind his back, holding it above his head with both hands. He moves swiftly towards the chimera to deliver a crushing blow. The chimera lifts its head up and freezes in place. The dark-skinned Shadow Knight blocks Ras Armethek's path with his outstretched arm. He clenches his fist and utters, "They will retreat while it is occupied. Fighting this beast alone is akin to being sent to the other world." Ras Armethek stares puzzledly in front of him. The Shadow Knight stands behind Ras Armethek's back and says to him calmly, "He knows they are knights in service to the Count. Sometimes they make unpleasant decisions to achieve the best result for the glory of the Weltons." Ras Armethek listens irritably. Unquestioning obedience to their master is their raison d'être. They have given up everything that would thwart the master's will, including their own lives. Ras Armethek ponders. Under orders to sacrifice themselves to save others? That doesn't make sense, does it? Ras Armethek can't let this happen. At this moment, the Shadow Knight has fallen to the floor and is holding back the chimera's strike with his saber. From the top down, a forcefully clenched fist is swiftly channeled by the chimera. The Shadow Knight shouts, "Hurry up! Get out of here!" Suddenly, cracks begin to spread along the walls and ceiling in the room, which are held back by wooden beams. The ceiling and wall elements begin to fall down to the floor from the recesses in the wall. Suddenly, cracks begin to spread from everywhere along the walls and ceiling in the room that hold up the wooden beams. Ceiling and wall elements start to fall down to the floor from the recesses in the wall. Ras Armethek stands still and stares intently ahead. He watches fearfully as rocks begin to fall down from the ceiling and walls, collapsing from the blows he received. Ras's eyes rounded. He clenched his teeth. Tension and fear gripped him. The ceiling crumbled in front of Ras Armethek and the Shadow Knight. They froze in place, watching intently. Huge chunks of stone and wooden beams lay in piles in the middle of the room. Dust emanated from them, rising upward. Ras Armethek and the Shadow Knight watch as a chimera arm suddenly pops out of the rubble of collapsed stone and wooden beams. It swiftly heads forward out of the rubble, bending its fingers with long nails. Ras Armethek and the Shadow Knight freeze in place and watch as the chimera's hand emerges from the rubble. They feel fear and indignation, not expecting to see a chimera coming out from under the rubble alive. They wrinkle their foreheads and lower their eyebrows. A chimera rises in front of Ras Armethek and the Shadow Knight, its body stained in dust and dirt from the collapsed ceiling. The chimera has its head lowered, directing its gaze downward. In her hand, the chimera holds the Shadow Knight, clutching his body tightly. The dark-skinned Shadow Knight grabs Ras Armethek by the shoulder and quickly begins to shake him, fearfully trying to convey information. "Mr. Ras, they need to escape!" Ras Armethek stares angrily in front of him and replies firmly that he can't leave them like this. The chimera squints its eyes and looks at Ras Armethek and the Shadow Knight. A satisfied smile appears on the chimera's face, and it defiantly begins to clutch the Shadow Knight in its fist. The Shadow Knight gasps, making a loud sound from the squeeze. Ras Armethek shouts loudly and aggressively to the chimera, opening his mouth wide. "Let go!" He pitches his body forward, staring intently at the chimera. Ras Armethek feels anger and hatred. His forehead is furrowed, his eyebrows lowered angrily. Ras Armethek instantly grabs his sword, wrapping his fist around the hilt and clutching it tightly. Ras Armethek begins to pull the sword from its scabbard. The sword's tip and guard are made up of sinuous elements that serve as decoration. Ras Armethic focuses his gaze on the chimera in a focused and aggressive manner. His eyes and face are strained, capillaries showing in his eyes. His forehead is furrowed, his eyebrows pulled downward. Ras has tightly closed his lips beneath his mask. Ras Armethic is determined. The dark-skinned Shadow Knight turns his head towards Ras Armethic and stares at him intently. He shouts in a puzzled manner, trying to stop Ras Armethic. "Mr. Ras!" Ras Armethic calmly replies, "Don't worry." Ras Armethic lowered his head thoughtfully, directing a calm gaze downward. Ras Armethic utters, radiating a bright divine light around him. He is a member of the Church of Pyro, an admirer of the goddess of mercy and punishment, and her holy executioner. Ras Armethic has his head down, closing his eyes tightly. A bright divine light emanates around him, illuminating the space. Ras Armethic raises his sword in front of him, holding it with one hand. A stream of fire emanates from the sword. Ras Armethic lifts his gaze to the chimera, looking at it menacingly and intently. Ras Armetic's eyes are narrowed, his face unstressed. Around Ras Armetic, magical particles hover in the air. Ras Armetic says to the chimera, "Go to the other world." Ras Armethic, holding his sword with both hands, swiftly strikes the ball against the floor. From a powerful stream of divine power, which is directed from the sword forward on the chimera, a bright light emanates and Ras Armetic's clothes develop in the air. The powerful flow of divine power from Rasa Armetic's sword strike overtakes the chimera's body and strikes, rising from the floor upwards. The chimera felt her body spreading pain from the blow. She opens her mouth wide in pain. Ras Armethic speaks menacingly to the chimera. "Go to the other world!" Ras swings his sword, creating a powerful stream of divine energy that traveled from the bottom to the top of the chimera's body. Swirls of air moved around. A powerful stream of divine energy forcefully rises up the chimera's body, from the bottom to the top. The vortices of air are rapidly moving in space. The chimera wriggles out of unbearable pain and opens its mouth wide. Ras Armethic pondered. He couldn't even believe that he had to unleash the power of the Holy Executioner. Pyro's Holy Executioner. 7 outstanding holy knights are endowed with the special powers of Goddess Pyro, the goddess of mercy and punishment. Though there are serious consequences from using this skill afterward. But as long as its effects are in effect, the knight can control colossal divine power. The Shadow Knights held the knight on their shoulders, surprised that he was alive. He thought he was finished. May evil be retaliated against. May God's infinite mercy be extended to the good. This is the fundamental teaching of Pyro, the goddess of mercy and punishment, Ras Armethic uttered, looking carefully to the side. A smile froze on his face beneath his mask. Ras Armethic silently pondered. Once the executioner's power runs out, he would be partially damaged by the damage they were supposed to receive. The 3 Shadow Knights stand back and rejoice at the rescue of their comrade. The wounded knight moves his arms and legs happily. Ras Armethic watches the 3 Shadow Knights who accompany him carefully and mentally reasons that they don't need to know about the damage that will be done to him. Ras Armethic utters to the knights, he is glad they are okay. Ras Armethic and the 3 Shadow Knights swiftly head forward. Ras Armethic runs ahead of them all. He pronounces to the Shadow Knights, "Then let's get on with it." From the swift movement, the clothes of Ras Armethic and the knights develop in the air. The Chimera creator instantly sends red tentacles toward Jamie Welton for a powerful strike. The Chimera creator's tentacles rapidly move forward in the space in the room, wriggling. The Chimera creator stands in front of Jamie Welton and swiftly points its red, twisting tentacles towards Jamie Welton and tries to wrap its arms around him. Jamie Welton starts moving to dodge the tentacles. Jamie Welton crosses his arms in front of his face, lifting his feet off the ground and bending them, spreading Black's wings behind his back and trying to dodge the Chimera creator's tentacles. The tentacles wriggle through the air, twisting near Jamie Welton. The Chimera creator shouts aggressively and loudly at Jamie Welton, mouth wide open. "How dare he interfere with a sacred experiment, you little monster!" The Chimera creator angrily wrinkled his forehead and lowered his eyebrows. The Chimera creator thrusts its tentacles forward. Jamie Welton floats in the air on Black's wings in front of the Chimera creator and pronounces calmly, "So funny because the Chimera creator is the one who created the monster from his own body." Streams of energy move around Jamie. The Chimera creator tenses and looks at Jamie Welton intently. The Chimera creator points forward with its red tentacles. The Chimera creator pronounces to Jamie that he can't understand this. This is art. The Chimera creator speaks ominously. turning to Jamie Welton to behold his masterpiece. The Chimera Maker lowered his hand down, with his other hand covering his chest. Behind his back, his wings spread out. He stared ominously forward, gritting his teeth. Jamie Welton saw the Chimera Creator's wings and said with a sneer, "A winged chimera! What strange tastes he has!" Jamie Welton squeezed his eyes shut, lowering his eyebrows in indignation and tension. The Chimera Maker furrowed his brow, lowered his eyebrows, and gritted his teeth at the response. The Chimera Maker tensed and resentfully said to Jamie Welton, "What? Yes, what does he know about beautiful things?" Jamie Welton interrupted him and asked, "Did he forget anything?" The Chimera Maker asks in a surprised, questioning voice. "Huh? He doesn't know what Jamie Welton is talking about." The Chimera Maker said fearfully, "The core." He saw a red core with eyes grabbed behind Jamie Welton's back in ominous streams of energy. Jamie Welton utters angrily, staring intently at the Chimera Creator. Jamie pronounces, "Quite an interesting toy he has." Jamie has been waiting for an opportunity to play with it. Jamie brings his hand up in front of him and clenches his fist. Jamie Welton gloats and says ominously, "Oh no, he's so clumsy." The ominous streams of energy that held the core with force contracted, crushing the core. Blood splattered from the core to the sides. The core's eyes bulged, capillaries protruding on them. The Chimera Creator aggressively shouted at Jamie Welton, opening his mouth wide and feeling unbearable rage at the destruction of the core. "He is a filthy little scumbag." The Chimera Creator's face is tense with rage, eyes wide open. Jamie Welton is calmly in place and pronounces to the Chimera Creator that he must be angry right now because of the broken toy. Then in return, he will take him to an interesting place. Jamie opens the projection in front of him and points a finger at it. Jamie Welton uses a spell, the projection of which is in the form of a huge circle with various elements glowing inside. The projection is under the Chimera Creator's feet. Streams of air from the use of the spell move through space. The Chimera Creator says in surprise, "A warp spell?" He grins and ponders. Jamie Welton thinks the Chimera Creator can't neutralize the portal? This insignificant little thing is really getting on his nerves. The Chimera Creator stands still, feeling incredibly angry and aggressive. He clenches his fist with force, the veins on his hand protruding from the tension. The Chimera Maker angrily says to Jamie Welton, "He's going to blow the portal to smithereens." The Chimera Creator reaches out in front of him and touches the magical flow of the portal. He stares at his hand in exasperation, gritting his teeth. The Chimera Creator's hand rests against the walls of the portal. The Chimera Maker is perplexed and says, "What the? Why isn't he?" The Chimera Creator freezes in place and stares down intently. He is tense and anxious that he has failed. He has his mouth ajar. Next to the Chimera Creator, ominous streams of energy move in the air. The Chimera Creator is overwhelmed with anger and aggression. He shouts angrily to Jamie Welton, "He's scum!" A magical portal encompasses the Chimera Creator's body, compressing his arms and body. The Chimera Creator is focused and embittered, gritting his teeth. The magical portal moved the Chimera Creator and Jamie Welton into the forest. Jamie Welton floats above the ground on Black's wings. The Chimera Creator stands on the ground in front of him, releasing tentacles from its back and lowering its wings to the sides. The Chimera Creator raises its head and stares intently at Jamie Welton. The Chimera Creator is tense and anxious, biting his lower lip, clenching his teeth. He tensely asks Jamie Welton, "Impossible. Why is the portal still intact?" Jamie Welton floats in the air and looks down at the Chimera Creator intently. Jamie says with a smirk to the Chimera Creator, "It's simple. He's too weak." Jamie Welton is calm and focused. Jamie Welton hovers in the air, flapping Black's wings behind him. Jamie extends his arm forward and points his finger at the Chimera Creator. Jamie Welton says with a smile, now asking to enjoy the scenery while he can. Jamie Welton looks away angrily and tensely. Around Jamie Welton, streams of energy move in the air. He utters, "For when this is over, the Chimera Creator will disintegrate and afterward regenerate to become his loyal servant." The Chimera Maker aggressively and nervously utters, "Insolent asshole." The Chimera Creator swiftly points its tentacles towards Jamie Welton. The tentacles wriggle and begin to move around Jamie Welton, who is floating in the air. Jamie Welton looks intently at the Chimera Creator's tentacles moving past him. Jamie Welton's eyes are wide open and he whistled in surprise, closing his lips into a tube. Jamie's arms came up along his body, dodging the tentacles. Jamie Welton landed lightly on a thick tree branch with a flick of his wings. He put one knee on the branch. Jamie puts his head down and says to the Chimera creator he thinks the second battle should have come to a close just about now. The Chimera creator stands on the ground with his legs spread wide. He stretches his arms out in front of him and clenches his fists in a satisfied response to Jamie Welton. Perhaps, but it ended in his favor, considering he sent two more of his best creatures into it. Jamie Welton froze in place. He looks down thoughtfully, lowering his eyebrows and tensing his face. Jamie Welton's mouth is ajar upon hearing the Chimera creator's response. Jamie ponders, repeating the words, "Two of the best creatures?" The Chimera creator angrily utters, "However, that doesn't mean he will survive to see what he is talking about." The Chimera creator swiftly begins to move forward. He stares forward intently, squinting his eyes. There are tentacles wrapped around his arm. The Chimera creator instantly points his arm forward, wrapped in thin tentacles. His other hand is clenched into a fist and frozen in front of his chest. It stares forward concentratingly, aiming a punch towards Jamie Welton. The instant impact from the Chimera creator threw Jamie Welton upwards from the tree branch he was standing on. His hooded head slumped downward. Jamie Welton spreads Black's wings in the air. The Chimera creator stands on the ground near the broken tree with his hands down. He has his head up and is looking intently at Jamie Welton. The Chimera creator utters, "They might have been able to handle one, but against two, they don't stand a chance." Jamie Welton has his head down and looks down at the Chimera maker worriedly. He pronounces him, and he is overconfident, as Jamie Welton will not look. Jamie Welton soars through the air, spreading his wings. The Chimera creator promptly leaps upwards at Jamie Welton. The Chimera creator angrily utters, "Not true! It's just that he's firmly convinced of it." The Chimera creator grits his teeth, tentacles twisting into a ball behind his back. Jamie Welton floats in the air. Jamie Welton stares intently at the Chimera creator and tensely ponders. He sees 7 different creatures combined in his body. Not a bad mix of abilities between the transplanted parts. Jamie Welton continues to ponder, but this can no longer be called a human body. It will definitely become one. Jamie Welton paused. The Chimera creator swiftly flew towards Jamie Welton, glaring at him angrily and gritting his teeth. Jamie Welton angrily finished his reflection. An excellent subordinate. He watches the Chimera creator carefully, eyes staring down maliciously, wide, teeth clenched. Ominous streams of energy swirl around Jamie Welton. Razar Medic walks into the empty, spacious room through the wide-open doors. He walks calmly forward. In the hallway, 2 shadow knights approach the room. They move about silently. Currents of air move into the room. The shadow knight with red hair calmly says, "They seem to be in place." The shadow knight looks forward carefully, surveying the room. The shadow knight's face is wearing a mask. Red hair falls over his face. Razar Medic moves around the room and looks forward carefully. He pronounces firmly, "They need to find the boy quickly." Razar Medic tensely ponders mentally. He has no more than 20 minutes before his strength is gone. Razar Medic tensely ponders mentally. They must find Ricky before the executioner's holy power runs out. Razar Medic and the Shadow Knights move around the room where the torches are burning. They turn to the sides, looking around the room. Razar Medic stopped near a closed door, placing his hand on the doorknob and slowly opening the door. Razar Medic froze in place, looking thoughtfully in front of him. He feels tense and anxious, sensing movement around him. Razar Medic turns his head to the side and shifts his gaze back intently. He is focused and trying to figure out what is going on behind his back. There is a rapid movement behind Razar Medic's back that makes him tense up. Razar Medic notices a rushing stream of fire moving forward towards them. Streams of air move around him. A wave of fire cuts through the space in the room with nothing visible behind it. Razar Medic turns around and stares intently ahead. His gaze is aggressive, eyebrows pulled downward. He opens his mouth wide and shouts loudly, "What?" Razar Medic is tense, anxious, and perplexed, not expecting the movement. Razar Medic shouts loudly and menacingly, "Watch out!" He leaps swiftly at the Shadow Knight, knocking him to the ground to keep him from the rapid movement of the fire stream towards them. Razar Medic hits the Shadow Knight with force. Razar Medic lifts his head up and freezes in place. He stares fearfully in front of him. Razar Medic tensely considers what stands before him. His mouth is ajar without making a sound. Tension and fear engulf him. Razar Medic ponders fearfully and perplexed. A chimera using sword-wielding techniques? Razar Medic sees the chimera before him, a female night moth spreading her wings, her arms and legs shaped like pointed tentacles. Razar Medic froze in place and stares intently at the chimera in front of him. Raz says fearfully, stammering, Impossible. Next to Ras Armetic are Shadow Knights who fearfully and tensely shout, "Mr. Ras!" A Shadow Knight with red hair stands next to Ras Armetic and looks frightenedly to the side, pointing to Ras. "Look over there." Ras Armetic freezes in place and looks thoughtfully sideways at where the Shadow Knight is pointing. The red-haired Shadow Knight tensely utters, "There is another chimera here. A hybrid of a demonic horse and an ogre, a chimera with the body of a horse and the mighty upper body of an ogre stands in the room, its arms shackled with chains." Ras Armetic froze in place with anxiety and fear. Raz tensely pondered, these monster hybrids could handle a high-level knight alone. Ras Armetic's lips tightly closed. He stares intently ahead. Ras Armetic tensely ponders. He doesn't stand a chance. Ras Armetic remembers Riki. In his recollection, Riki smiles happily, mouth wide open and eyes squinting, communicating with Ras Armetic. Ras places his hand on Riki's head. Ras Armetic tensely and sadly ponders. "Goodbye, Riki." Ras Armetic momentarily translates his thoughts and says decisively, "Come on." He abruptly grasps his sword, gripping it by the hilt, holding the scabbard with his other hand. Ras Armetic decisively says, "Let's take the risk." Ras Armetic opens his mouth wide, shouting to the Shadow Knights. He stares forward in concentration, aggressively arching his eyebrows. Ras Armetic is full of anger and hatred. He intends to march into battle. At this moment, in another empty room, Riki is lying on a table. His arms are lying along his body, his toes slightly downward. His legs are stretched forward. Riki is recovering from the experience performed on him and is calm. Riki is lying on the table and is coming to his senses after the experiment performed on him. He has his mouth ajar and lets out a heavy sigh. Riki begins to move his head. Riki tries to lift from the table, feeling heavy from waking up. Riki slowly tries to get up from the table, resting his hand on the table. Around Riki, particles of energy move in the air. He turns around on the table, trying to come to his senses from waking up. Riki sits down on the table, resting his arms at his sides. He bends his body down, lowering his head and trying to comprehend his condition. There are particles of energy spreading around Riki. Riki's pupils are glowing, his gaze downcast. Riki sits pensively on the table with his head down. He feels anxious, not understanding his condition. Riki stares down intently, asking himself, "Where is he?" Riki's pupils burn brightly. Around Riki, particles of energy move in the air. Riki jumped off the table onto the tiled floor. Riki's hand remains clinging to the table. Riki looks around and tensely speculates, "What is this place?" Riki questions loudly, trying to find someone. "Brother? Is there anyone here?" Riki turns around, looking around the room he is in. Riki looks anxiously in front of him and says thoughtfully, "Why is there no one here?" Riki stands next to a glass flask containing a liquid. Riki freezes in place with his hands down. He stares intently at the glass flask filled with liquid. Floating in the liquid is the body of a boy with only his upper torso left. The boy's head and arms are down. Riki froze in place, looking up fearfully and tensely, examining the boy's body that is in the glass container of water. Riki's eyes opened wide. He says fearfully, "Isn't that Shino?" Riki froze in place and stares intently in front of him. Memories from the past related to Shino and Riki pop into his mind. Riki pensively and anxiously ponders, what did they do to Shino? Had neither Shino nor Riki been chosen by God? Riki put his head down, carefully looking at his hands. Riki's hands are shaking, tears flowing from his eyes. Riki tensely asks himself, by the call they meant that they were to be part of some creepy experiment. Riki stares embitteredly in front of him, squinting his eyes. His eyebrows are lowered, furrowing his brow. Tears flow from Riki's eyes in pain and frustration. He growls angrily and utters, "No time to grieve." After realizing what has happened, Riki decisively says, "We have to get out of here." Riki turns around from the glass container Shino is in. Riki begins to move forward with a quick stride, heading towards the exit. Riki takes a quick step to the exit and instantly grabs the doorknob with his hand. Riki intends to open the door and leave the room where the experiments are being conducted. He gripped the iron doorknob tightly with his hand. Riki freezes beside the closed door, holding onto the doorknob. He faces the door and says tensely and thoughtfully, "Shino." The glass container Shino is in stands in the room behind Riki's back. Riki stands at the closed door, holding the doorknob with one hand. Tears come to Riki's eyes and a shiver grips his entire body. Riki turns his head toward Shino and tensely ponders. He's sorry. He promises he will come back for him. Riki has opened the doors of the room where Riki was, and the glass container with Shino remains. The light from the doors illuminates a small strip of dark corridor, which Ricky runs swiftly down. Ricky ponders. Janice and Bishop, they won't get away with this. Ricky runs swiftly down the dark hallway. Ricky doesn't look around, heading confidently towards the basement exit. He runs past closed offices. All around him, currents of air move from his rapid movement. Ricky rapidly runs forward toward the basement exit. Suddenly, Ricky pays attention to the sounds, shifting his focused gaze to the side. He tensely ponders. What's that noise? Could someone be coming to rescue him? Ricky stops in the hallway at the corner, arms and legs spread wide. His hands are clenched into fists. He peers intently down the hallway and utters, "The sound is coming from down there." But he is. Ricky is thoughtfully silent for a while. Ricky continues to ponder intensely. He's a little scared. Maybe he should take a different route. Ricky slowly takes steps forward, moving down the hallway. The floor of the hallway Ricky is walking down is stained with blood everywhere. Ricky reaches the end of the hallway and stops at the corner when he sees a man moving in front of him. He's startled and puzzled, not realizing who it is or what is going on. Voices are heard as he moves. He's on the right. Hold on. Ricky froze in place and stares intently ahead, seeing the man he knows. Tears came to Ricky's eyes, his eyes rounded with surprise. Ricky opened his mouth wide and cried out thoughtfully, "Daya!" He paused for a moment. Ricky shouted loudly and joyfully, "Uncle!" Ricky froze in place, standing in the hallway at the corner. He watches Ras Armitic get a blow in front of him in the hallway, which he, with a shiver in his body, tries to hold back with his sword, holding it with two hands. Ras Armitic heard Ricky's scream and turned his attention to him. Raz squints his eyes and says with an irritated smile, "Can he stop calling him that?" Ras Armitic holds back a sword strike. The sword in his hands shakes with the impacting force. Instantly, the Chimera, a hybrid of a demonic horse and an ogre, turns its head toward Rika and stares at him intently. The Chimera has small, round, black eyes. There is a scar along the diagonal of its white face, long ears, light white-purple hair. The Chimera, a hybrid of a demonic horse and an ogre, turns around and begins a purposeful rush towards Rika. Head and gaze downcast, she waves her strong, powerful arms from side to side, wearing shackles with chains. Ras Armitic notices the sudden and swift movement of the Chimera, a hybrid of demonic horse and ogre, towards Rika. Ras Armitic stares intently and tenses loudly. "Oh no, don't let him attack Riki." The Shadow Knights began a swift movement towards Riki to stop the Chimera, the demon horse and ogre hybrid. The red-haired knight viciously focused his gaze forward, extending his arm upwards and pointing his saber forward. A chimera, a night moth, appeared in front of the two Shadow Knights. The Shadow Knights froze in place, staring at it intently, noticing its abrupt appearance. The chimera flies up to the Shadow Knights and spreads its arms out to the sides. Ras Armitic notices that the Shadow Knight's path is blocked by the chimera, a night moth. Ras is tense and anxious and yells menacingly to Ricky, "Hurry, Ricky! Get out of there!" Ras Armitic raised his hand in front of him and clenched his fist tightly. In front of the two Shadow Knights stands a chimera, a night moth. It blocks their path, exposing its tentacles with sharp teeth to the sides. The Shadow Knights hold their swords in their hands and shout loudly, "Damn! They won't make it in time!" Ricky froze in place and stares intently ahead. He feels tension and fear from the approaching danger. His eyes are rounded, with tears streaming down his cheeks and dripping from his chin. Ricky stammered, his legs won't move. Ricky froze in place and looks up fearfully. A chimera, a hybrid of a demonic horse and an ogre, is running swiftly at Ricky. The chimera rises up on its haunches, lifting the horse's legs up, spreading its chained arms to the sides. Ras Armitic watches carefully as the chimera, demon horse and ogre hybrid, approaches him. Ras Armitic tensed, lowering his eyebrows downward. He opens his mouth wide and shouts loudly, "Ricky!" Around Ras, particles of energy move in the air. Ras Armitic swiftly heads forward, pushing himself off the ground and swinging his sword in the air. Ras Armitic stares forward with a concentrated gaze. The movement of the sword leaves glowing streaks in the air. Ras Armitic's cloak develops from the movement. Ras Armitic freezes in place and looks up intently. From the flow of spreading energy, Ras Armitic's cloak evolves. Ras watches as the chimera, a hybrid of a demonic horse and an ogre that Ras had struck, stands. At that moment, two Shadow Knights fight the chimera, a night moth. It instantly struck one of the Shadow Knights, The knight caught the blow with his sword and was thrown back. He shouted, "Ras, no!" The blow he received caused him to gasp for air. Ras Armethic froze in place and stared thoughtfully ahead. Tears came to his eyes. He opened his mouth and hesitated, saying Ricky's name. Streams of air and raised dust floated around Ras Armethic. Sadness and anxiety engulfed Ras. Ras Armethic froze in place and stared ahead. Dense clouds of dust and dirt have risen in front of him, behind which nothing can be seen. Ras Armethic ponders with anxiety and sadness. Did he not save him? From the shifting current of air, Raz's cloak develops. Suddenly, out of the raised, dense clouds of dust and dirt, Rika's hand is stretched out. He reaches forward, fingers slightly bent. Ricky grasps for air. Streams of air and dust move around Ricky's hand. Ricky stands still. He brings his hand up to his mouth, clenched into a fist, and begins to cough into it several times. Tears roll down Ricky's cheeks. He bites his lower lip with force. Magical streams of energy spread around Ricky. Ricky freezes in place, puts his hands down, and stares intently in front of him. He tensely and fearfully utters, "Uncle?" Tears roll down Ricky's cheeks. His eyes are wide open. Magical energy streams spread around Rika. From the dense clouds of dust and dirt kicked up, the silhouette of a chimera, a hybrid of a demonic horse and an ogre, appears. It quickly gallops forward, sensing its target. Streams of air move quickly from the chimera's movement. Ras Armethic froze in place and looked down thoughtfully. He feels unease and fear as he hears the chimera running again to attack. Ras Armethic strains his face, perplexed that the chimera is alive and racing towards them. Ras Armethic gets into a fighting stance, preparing to attack. Opening his mouth wide, from shouts loudly, "This isn't over! This way!" Ras Armethic's gaze is serious and menacing, staring forward with concentration. He lowered his eyebrows downward, furrowing his brow. Ricky tensely shouts to Ras Armethic, "Coming!" Ricky runs up to Ras and stretches his arms forward, falling into Ras Armethic's arms. Ras Armethic bends towards Ricky, reaching his arms forward to grab Ricky and pin him. Ras Armethic pulls Ricky tightly against him and looks away with a focused gaze. His serious gaze scrutinizes the situation around him. Ras Armethic tensely ponders. They don't have much time, he fears. Ras Armethic watches as the Shadow Knight holds back the onslaught of the Chimera, the Night Moth. The Shadow Knight holds his sword in front of him, defending himself from the swift multiple blows from the Chimera's sharp limbs. Ras Armethic cradles Ricky, keeping a hand on his back. Ras turns and stares ahead with a focused look. He mentally reasons, he has about 10 minutes before the power is gone. No, probably even less than that. Ras Armethic instantly grasps the hilt of his sword with his hand and pulls it out of its scabbard. Ras Armethic's hand grips the hilt of the sword with force. Ras Armethic ponders. He cannot fight and protect Ricky at the same time. Ras Armethic pulls Ricky back in front of him and, looking at him carefully, says calmly, he wants Ricky to go upstairs alone. Ricky listens intently to Ras Armethic, eyes wide open. Tears have come to his eyes. Ricky utters, "But," Ricky tensely reasons, "Wait, if I stay here, I'll only be a mess." Ricky raises his head higher, looks intently at Ras Armethic and says, "Okay." Tears disappear in Ricky's eyes, determined to leave the room. Ras Armethic is left standing still. In front of him is a dense cloud of dust and dirt, behind which nothing can be seen. Streams of air move with the dust. Ricky turns around and rapidly begins to run towards the exit to escape the chimeras. Ricky rapidly runs forward and turns his head back to Ras Armethic as he runs. Ricky shouts loudly to him with his mouth wide open, "Uncle, he'll be waiting for him upstairs." Tears came out in Ricky's eyes. Ras Armethic stands still, staring forward with concentration. Ras Armethic hears Rika's words, and without turning around, remaining standing with his back to him, he raises his hand up and clenches his fist tightly, gesturing back to Rika. Ras Armethic stands silently in place and has his head down thoughtfully. He is frozen in thought, staring at the floor with a calm gaze. Streams of dust and dirt move around Ras Armethic. Ras stands pensively for a while. Ras Armethic raises his head and stares intently ahead. Ras clutches his sword tightly in his downcast hand, pointing the sword forward. Ras slowly walks forward and ponders, believes he must now keep his promise. Ras Armethic points his sword in front of him and stares forward with a focused stare. A chimera, a hybrid of a demonic horse and an ogre, runs swiftly at Ras Armethic. It spreads its shackled arms out to the sides and draws back. Ras Armethic is tense and embittered. He furrows his brow, lowering his eyebrows down menacingly. His eyes are focused and scrutinizing. Ras Armethic utters decisively, "It is time to end him." Ras intends to deliver a crushing blow. At that moment, Ricky runs up the twisting stone stairs, escaping from the basement. Ricky keeps his head down and concentrates his efforts to make it to the top. Moonlight from the window falls on the stairs, casting shadows. Ricky runs up the stairs and ponders. What was that light? Ricky recalls the moment when a chimera hooves high above him below. A bright fiery light, tongues of flame began to spread from Ricky to the sides. Ricky ran forward swiftly. He still felt like throwing up at the thought of that thing that had suddenly appeared and protected him, not to mention the strange aura emanating from his chest that he felt. It was the same kind of aura he had felt when he was in Rival. Ricky quickly runs forward from the basement to get outside. He sees a closed wooden door with a window ahead. Ricky shouts with joy and relief. Finally, a way out. He sees the target and heads towards it without stopping. Ricky runs swiftly down the hallways, putting his feet far forward. Ricky opens his mouth, breathing deeply and heading for the exit with his last strength. He runs down the dark hallway without turning his head to the side and stares intently ahead. Ricky ran outside out of the building. He stops at the exit and slumps his body forward, resting his feet on his legs. Ricky tries to regain his breath, giving all of his strength to the rapid, non-stop movement out of the basement. He's breathing deep and rapid. Ricky straightens up and stands still. He lifts his head up and stares intently at the starry sky. All around him, the forest is quiet and green, littered with trees. Ricky regains his breath, trying to catch his breath. Ricky lifts his head up. His eyes are wide open, streams of tears flowing from his eyes, dripping down from his chin. Ricky gritted his teeth and with anxiety and frustration pondered, was it all a lie? Salvation? Faith? Ricky continues to ponder, remembering his sister Anna. He hopes Anna is okay, if anything happens to her. Ricky feels tension and anxiety. In his memories, Anna smiles, turning her head to the side. Ricky has his head down. He feels tension, anxiety, and fear. Ricky furrows his brow, his face tense. Ricky stares intently at the ground with his eyes wide open. Ricky made a short sound, preparing to cry. Ricky put his head down and tilted his torso slightly. Ricky stares intently at the floor, tears streaming down his cheeks, rolling down to his chin. Ricky presses his hand to his chest and tensely contemplates, what is this? Where is such a terrifying energy coming from? Ricky freezes in place and without turning his head, shifts his gaze to the sides. He tensely stares, feeling anxious and afraid. Ricky tensely ponders, but he feels as if he should be there. Ricky freezes in place, hands down. He stares intently ahead at the thickly growing green trees, gazing into them. Ricky intends to start moving forward. A feeling indicates to him that he should be there. Ricky begins to move forward, quickly starting to shift his feet. He runs across the ground, the moonlight falling on the ground, casting shadows from the trees. There are ominous streams of energy spreading around Ricky. On Ricky's feet are lace-up boots and high white socks. Ricky tensely walks forward with his hands down. He carefully looks ahead, leaving the clearing and moving into a thicket of densely growing trees. A light mist moves through the air. Moonlight falls to the ground, casting shadows. The Chimera creator stands still, hands down. He stares malevolently at Jamie Welton, gritting his teeth in an evil grin. He says spitefully, "It reminds him of a fly," as he runs away. The Chimera creator spreads its wings upwards and let out tentacles to the sides. The Chimera maker shouts loudly and aggressively, opening its mouth wide. But good things come in small increments. The Chimera maker stares intently at Jamie Welton, furrowing his brow in anger. The Chimera creator releases forward towards Jamie Welton with its tentacles. The Chimera creator shouts to Jamie Welton with hatred and aggression, "Go to the other world!" The Chimera creator releases tentacles towards Jamie Welton, who is standing on a tree branch. The tentacles wriggle around Jamie. Jamie stares at them dumbfounded. The Chimera creator shouts to Jamie Welton with hatred and aggression, "He will end him on this one." The Chimera creator once again points towards Jamie Welton's tentacles. They fly swiftly, cutting through space. The Chimera creator aims tentacles towards Jamie Welton. They rapidly fly upwards. Jamie Welton, with a quick movement, pushes himself off the branch he was standing on and flies upwards, moving away from the tentacles. Explosions erupt in the thicket of the forest, between the hills and densely growing trees. Fire sprays rise high above the trees, flying in different directions. The fireball of the explosion illuminates the space, destroying everything in its path. Jamie Welton tensely and anxiously looks down at the Chimera creator. He gritted his teeth, tensing his face. Jamie stretches his arm forward and ponders. What power? It wouldn't do him any good if it even slightly grazed him. Jamie Welton continued to ponder. But his magic should be enough. It will be enough. Jamie Welton holds a magic ball in his outstretched hand, which emits a bright light. Magical streams of energy move around the ball. Jamie Welton ponders that if it continues like this, he will emerge victorious. Magical streams of energy from Jamie Welton's balloon are directed at the Chimera Creator. The Chimera Creator grits its teeth and curses menacingly at Jamie Welton. The Chimera Creator begins a rapid upward movement, spreading his wings and tentacles behind his back to the sides. He looks up at Jamie Welton in a concentrated manner. Gritting his teeth, he angrily utters, "The jokes are over." Jamie Welton froze in place and stares intently at the Chimera Creator without averting his gaze. His eyes wide open, Jamie silently watches the Chimera Creator's movements. Jamie feels tense and anxious. The Chimera Creator ominously says to Jamie Welton, "Go to the other world at last." The Chimera Creator stares at Jamie Welton ominously, gritting his teeth. He stretches his hand forward, red, small tentacles protruding from his palm and fingers. The Chimera Creator spread its wings, moving through the air toward Jamie Welton. He stretched his arm forward. From its serpentine tentacles begin to wriggle out, heading towards Jamie Welton. Jamie looks at them puzzled, trying to wiggle away. The small red tentacles from the Chimera Creator's hand begin to converge towards each other in a tight stream, moving through the air and heading towards Jamie Welton. The tentacles move in a circle of rapidly wriggling tentacles. The Chimera Creator hovers in the air, spreading his wings. He stares intently ahead, eyes wide open and tense. He is tense and anxious, perplexed by what is happening. The Chimera Creator gritted his teeth, stretching his arm forward with tentacles. The Chimera Creator soared aloft, soaring through the air in the night sky. Red tentacles developed in the air. He utters, puzzled and indignant. What? Where is he? Where the hell did he hide? Jamie Welton stands on a tree branch with his back leaning against it. Jamie Welton stands on a branch, leaning his back against it and stares thoughtfully ahead. Jamie exhales heavily, walking away from the Chimera Creator. Jamie raises his hand in front of him, raising 2 fingers up. Streams of energy move around him. Jamie Welton uses dark dimension magic. The Chimera Creator looks down puzzled, turning his head to the side. He tensely ponders, a trap. Is he really trying to contain it? The Chimera Creator watches the energy flow. The Chimera Creator shifts his gaze back, watching Jamie Welton. The Chimera Creator has a snide smile on his face and says, "Fool, he really thinks this is it." Streams of energy in the form of hieroglyphics move around the Chimera Creator in the air. The Chimera Creator is in mid-air. He stares down angrily with clenched teeth, pointing his hand downward and extending his fingers. The tentacles behind his back instantly head down towards Jamie Welton. They wriggle through the air. Jamie Welton stands on a tree branch, leaning against it, trying to hide from the Chimera Creator. Jamie stares at the Chimera Creator who discovered him and says, puzzled, "Damn." Jamie is feeling tense and anxious. The Chimera Creator is in the air with his arm down. He uses magic, a hurricane of tentacles. A projection has appeared in the air in front of his hand, burning bright red. From the projection, a powerful stream of tentacles is directed down at Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton is standing on a tree branch trying to stay upright. From the hurricane of tentacles, Jamie uses magic that dome protects him from the powerful tentacle strikes from above by the Chimera's creator. Jamie Welton stands on a tree branch with his arm up in the air. He uses magic that dome protects him from the blows. Jamie looks up at the Chimera Creator and ponders, simply amazing. He has managed to combine the abilities of the Chimera and magic. Jamie Welton stands on a tree branch and stares intently at the Chimera Creator. Jamie's pupils have begun to burn with a bright magical light. His face is tense, his eyebrows lowered. Jamie says angrily, "However, that's all the Chimera Maker can do." The Chimera Maker casts a crazed look downward. He clenches his fist with one hand and slams his other hand down with force. The Chimera Creator utters, he is surprised that Jamie has lasted this long. Then how about? Jamie Welton interrupts, uttering, "What?" Jamie Welton suddenly appeared behind the Chimera Creator's back and spreads his wings and soars through the air. The Chimera Maker turns his head puzzled, shifting his gaze back to Jamie Welton and says in surprise, "Huh?" The Chimera Creator hovers in the air, spreading his wings wide. He points his tentacles from his back to the sides, which fly swiftly downward. The Chimera Maker puts his hands out in front of his face, bending at the elbows and covering it. The Chimera Maker turns its head to the side, shifting its gaze to Jamie Welton, looking at him intently. The Chimera Creator says thoughtfully and quietly, "What?" The Chimera Creator doesn't realize what's happening. The Chimera Creator begins to move, clenching his fist behind his back with force. Behind the Chimera Creator remains Jamie Welton on a tree branch, looking puzzled. The Chimera Creator says angrily, "How could you?" He's pretty sure he saw him in front of him. Jamie Welton looks down at the Chimera Creator and says to him with a sneer, "Is he blind?" He couldn't recognize the clone. There are ominous streams of energy spreading around Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton points 2 fingers upwards. Dark magic of the 4th rank, doppelganger. This is magic used to create a clone capable of partially utilizing the same abilities as the host. After eye contact, the clone disappears. The clone is no different from the host, an exact copy of it. Jamie Welton angrily tells the Chimera Creator that he is a fool because he can't even estimate the strength of his opponent. Jamie Welton points his hand in front of him, spreading his fingers. Jamie's hand glows with a magical bright light. Jamie Welton uses magic, body decomposition. The Chimera Creator freezes in place and stares intently at his hand through clenched teeth. He says fearfully, "What?" The Chimera Creator's hand turns a maroon color. Jamie Welton soars through the air, flapping his wings, and replies to the Chimera Maker, "I mean what? It's magic. It will slowly rot and decay." The Chimera Maker clenches his fist tightly. His body begins to shake. His hand is covered in maroon spots. The Chimera Creator shouts loudly to Jamie Welton, opening his mouth wide, "Cheap trick, if he destroys it." The Chimera Maker feels incredibly angry and aggressive. Jamie Welton interrupts the Chimera Creator. This is why he has an ace up his sleeve. Jamie Welton stares intently at the Chimera Creator, feeling aggression and anger. He angrily casts a spell, Black Ball. Jamie Welton raises his hand in front of him. A black ball floats in the air above his palm, streams of energy around it. In front of Jamie Welton, the Chimera Creator floats in the air. He freezes in place and looks intently at Jamie Welton, hearing his voice, and says, "What the fuck is he talking about?" Black orbs of varying diameters appear around the Chimera Creator. A black ball has appeared from above near the Chimera Creator's wing and is emitting magical energy in waves. The black ball begins to penetrate the Chimera Creator's wing, spreading out gradually. Magical particles hover in the air. The black ball's magic begins to appear on the Chimera Creator's body. The Chimera Creator lowered his head down, clenching his teeth tightly. He begins to feel pain from the black ball's penetration. Magical particles hovered in the air. A sharp, intense pain swept over the Chimera Creator's body. He opens his mouth wide, drool dripping from it, and lets out a loud scream. Black ball magic spread across his shoulder, spreading lower down his arm. He gripped his shoulder with his hand. Tears pour from his eyes. The black orb is a spell where the pain experienced is tripled if you touch the orb. The black orb releases magical energy that travels in a circle through space. From the orb itself, the magic emanates in the form of flames. Jamie Welton floats in the air on the Chimera Creator and looks down at him. His head is covered by a hood, behind which you can't see his face. Jamie spreads Black's wings. The Chimera Creator looks down at Jamie Welton and curses angrily. Jamie Welton stares intently at the Chimera Creator, his pupils burning with magical light. Jamie answers the Chimera Creator with a smile. This is how he can still speak. Ominous streams of energy spread around Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton uses magic, gravity. The Chimera Creator begins to rise up and float in the air. His hair flutters in the air. The Chimera Creator's gaze is directed upwards, perplexed at what is happening to him. There is a sudden and powerful explosion. The spray from the explosion blows violently apart. A powerful blast wave rises upward, illuminating the space. Dust and dirt rises from the ground. The fiery stream of the explosion within erupts destructively. The Chimera Creator falls face down on the ground and lets out a prolonged sound. His red growth from his head sprawls on the ground, wings torn off behind him. Its body shakes, the fingers of its hands resting on the ground. Jamie Welton hovers in the air and looks down. Behind Jamie Welton's back, Black, whose eye is in the wing, makes a prolonged sound, catching Jamie's attention. Jamie turns his head to him and says, surprised, "Black, he's doing well and can rest." Behind Jamie Welton's back, Black makes an extended sound of joy and approval. Re. The wings begin to disappear behind Jamie's back. Jamie stares intently at Black, turning his head in his direction. His lips are pressed tightly together. The Chimera Maker tries to get up off the ground. He rests his hands on the ground with his head down. The Chimera Maker makes a long, heavy sound and utters anxiously, "The body's inside him." The Chimera Creator's body shakes. The wings behind his back are clipped. Jamie Welton looks pityingly at the Chimera Maker and says, "This amount of pain would have sent a human to the grave by now. You should have used your body like that, diluting it with chimeras." Jamie Welton reaches up to the Chimera Creator's head and says, "He's so destroyed, I'm not sure if he can be used in undead form. Well, at least his knowledge will be utilized." The Chimera Creator lowers his head and pronounces, "His servants." Jamie Welton hears a long, menacing growl. He looks to the sides, dumbfounded by the sudden appearance. His hand is outstretched toward the Chimera Creator, a bright, magical glow emanating from it. Jamie Welton looks puzzled at the Chimera Maker and says in surprise, "What?" and tensely utters, "Shit!" Jamie freezes in place in surprise. The Chimera Creator rests his hands on the ground and stares intently at Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton froze in place and stares forward. He says tensely and puzzled, "So there were more chimeras." Jamie had miscalculated. Two chimeras with tails appear in front of Jamie, looking at him intently. Behind the chimeras is their creator. Jamie Welton stares intently ahead, watching the chimeras that appeared suddenly. Jamie nervously and puzzledly utters, "Spent too much mana." Jamie grits his teeth and tensely grits his teeth, raising up two fingers in front of his face. Jamie Welton aggressively pronounces to the Chimera Creator, "He won't get off lightly." Jamie aims a swiftly magical beam at the Chimera Creator's chest, which scrambles through his body, lashing out behind his back. The Chimera Creator tilts his head down and stares fearfully at the wound in his chest. Blood oozes from the wound, staining his clothes. He covers the wound with his hand. The Chimera Maker makes a muffled, sharp sound. Blood drips from the Chimera Maker's mouth. Jamie Welton stands still, eyes squeezed shut, and says to the Chimera Maker with a smile, opening his mouth wide, "If you'd gone straight to the other world, you'd have fewer hemorrhoids. So why don't you just die already? Be a friend, huh?" Jamie Welton turns his head in the direction of the Chimera Creator and pensively ponders. He didn't think he would be able to endure such a thing. That's how he's going to send him to the other side of the world. Jamie's pupils glow with magical light. Ricky walks through the night forest past the trees and ponders. The closer he gets, the more nauseous he starts to feel. But he feels like he has to keep going. Ricky's whole body shivers and tears come to his eyes. Ricky is feeling tense and anxious. Ricky walks through the wooded area. Behind his back, there is a loud and powerful explosion, rising high up above the trees. Fire sprays fly apart. Ricky's eyes widen fearfully at the unexpected noise. Ricky abruptly turns to the side and begins to run away from the side where the massive explosion occurred. Ricky feels fear and anxiety as he stares ahead. He utters tensely, he knew it wasn't worth it. Another powerful and loud explosion erupts behind Ricky, who is running away. A wave of fire rushes out to the sides, the flow of the wave catching up with Ricky. He heard the explosion behind his back. Ricky's eyes widen with fright and stare forward, lips tightly closed. The powerful water blast throws Jamie Welton aside. Jamie flies backwards with his back, arms and legs raised in the air. Jamie Welton hits the ground hard with a rumble. A spray of earth and dust fly to the sides from the impact. Jamie Welton is on the ground, being lifted up. Jamie feels the pain from the impact mourning his face. Abrasions are visible on his face. Jamie lets out a heavy sigh and tensely says, "Not even mana for a shield. He won't be able to dodge this attack." Jamie Welton lies on the ground, staring ahead puzzled. Ricky walks over to the site of the explosion in the wooded area, looking closely from afar, and seeing Jamie Welton, he is surprised and tensely ponders, "Jamie, what is he doing here?" The Chimera Creator stands still and looks at Jamie Welton intently. The Chimera Creator stretches his hand forward, using magic to direct the magical flow, and angrily says, "Go to the other world already." The chimera that is in the clearing with the Chimera Creator pulls her head up, clenching her teeth tightly. Above her head, a magical orb floats in the air, emanating a bright light. The magical currents of the orb hover around it and the chimera's head. Ricky sees the magic ball that the Chimera's creator has channeled to attack Jamie Welton. Ricky promptly begins to run towards Jamie, stretching his arm forward and yelling loudly, "No, Jamie!" Ricky's eyes are frighteningly wide open. Jamie Welton is sitting on the ground, stretching his legs out and resting his hands on the ground. He notices Ricky's appearance and looks in his direction in surprise, turning his head. Jamie Welton says questioningly and surprised, "Ricky." A magical orb created by the Chimera's creator floats in the air above the Chimera's head. The Chimera pulls its head upward, gritting its teeth. Magical light emanates from the ball, illuminating the space, magical streams of energy hovering around it. The Chimera stands in place, standing up on its hind legs. Spreading its upper limbs, it opens its mouth wide and with a powerful force directs a magical stream of energy towards Jamie Welton. The powerful stream moves swiftly, illuminating the space. Ricky rapidly runs toward Jamie Welton. He stretches his arm forward, spreading his fingers. Ricky yells loudly and fearfully, opening his mouth wide. "Jamie!" Ricky's eyes are wide and frightened, with tears coming out. Jamie Welton sits on the ground without changing his position. He stares intently at Ricky, who is running towards him. A powerful magic blast approaches Jamie's side, illuminating the space around him. Jamie yells loudly and menacingly to Ricky, "No! Stay back!" Ricky stands in front of Jamie Welton, spreading his arms out to the sides and shielding him from the approaching blow. He stares at him intently and tensely, mouthing, "Sorry," but his body moved on its own. Jamie sits on the ground and looks at Ricky. A powerful fire blast is unleashed after colliding with Ricky's body. A stream of energy rushes out. The wave of the explosion begins to spread out to the sides, illuminating the space around, with nothing visible behind it. From the powerful blast, Jamie Welton is thrown aside. Jamie lies on the ground, resting his arms on the ground and raising his head. Blood is streaming down Jamie's face. Abrasions are visible. One eye is closed. Jamie grits his teeth in pain. His body is shaking. He looks down puzzled. Jamie Welton crawls along the ground toward Ricky, shifting his arms. He utters fearfully, "Ricky," looking up at him. Ricky is lying on the ground with no signs of life, face up. His eyes are tightly closed and there are traces of blood on his body and clothes. Jamie Welton stares intently at Ricky and anxiously utters, "Please." Jamie raises his hand in front of him, flexing his fingers. Tears come to Jamie's eyes. His body shakes in pain from the explosion. There is blood and abrasions on Jamie's face. Ricky lies on the ground, face up. There are no signs of life. Ricky's eyes are tightly closed. Blood is dripping down Ricky's face and out of his open mouth. Ricky's body has abrasions and bruises from the impact of the massive explosion. Jamie Welton bent over Ricky's immobilized body with no signs of life. Jamie opened his eyes wide and looked fearfully at Ricky. Jamie lifts his hand over Ricky, flexing his fingers. Jamie utters anxiously, "No." Jamie is gripped by anxiety and fear. Jamie Welton froze in place. He raised his hand in front of his face, spreading his fingers, and stares at her fearfully, not looking away. Tears came to Jamie's eyes. He opened his mouth and tensely contemplates again. Jamie Welton thinks back to himself, being in Diablo Wolfier's body. He tensely ponders, again, someone is out to get him. Diablo Wolfier stares intently at his hand, spreading his fingers. Tears run down his cheeks. Ominous streams of energy move around. Jamie Welton recalls himself being in Diablo Wolfier's body. Diablo Wolfier sits and stares intently at his hand. Around him lie many bloody bodies with no signs of life. In his head it echoes ominously, repeating itself, "Diablo, he must live." It echoes ominously in Diablo Wolfier's head. Everyone else has gone to the other world to save him. Diablo Wolfier feels anxious, wraps his hands around his ears, and puts his head down. He grits his teeth, streams of tears rolling from his eyes and dripping down. Jamie Welton froze in place and stares intently at one point, immersed in the memories of a past life. Tears have come to his eyes. His mouth is ajar. Jamie feels anxious and confused. Jamie's face and clothes are stained with blood. Jamie Welton kneels on the ground beside Ricky. Jamie straightens his back and stares intently ahead. He feels anxiety and despair as he utters, "Please, not again." In front of Jamie lies Ricky with no signs of life. The Chimera Maker watches Jamie Welton and Ricky, standing off to the side. The Chimera Creator lifts his hand in front of him and opens his mouth wide in a smile and says loudly, "What a touching scene a mere test subject gave out." Jamie Welton pensively lowers his head and stares down intently. Jamie says angrily, feeling the tension, "Now he will finish him and his friend." Jamie Welton's body and clothes are stained with blood, and there are abrasions on his face. In Jamie Welton's mind, Memories from his past life reappear. Jane with blue long hair, fixing her hair with her hand, her other hand down. She looks away with a smile and says, "Diablo, listen." In Jamie Welton's mind, memories from his past life emerge one by one. A man, a warrior wearing a kimono and carrying a samurai sword behind his back, staring intently before him. He utters, "Lord Diablo, tell them this for me." In Jamie Welton's mind, memories from his past life appear one after another. 3 men in white robes with a blue cape are standing near each other. One of them crosses the fingers of his hands in front of him and says, "Teacher, please don't forget us." In Jamie Welton's mind, memories from his past life emerge one after another. Tears roll down the man's cheeks. He opens his mouth wide, crying out loudly, "Please don't leave them. They will not leave him even after he is sent to the other world." Jamie Welton sits on the ground next to Ricky's body, who is without signs of life. Jamie uses the spell, Primal Power, Rebellion Against the Divine. A spherical magical stream of energy surrounded Jamie and Ricky. The chimera froze in place, turning its head and taking notice as streams of magical energy appeared around Jamie Welton and Ricky. The magical energy illuminated the space with a purple light. The chimera tensed at what it saw. The chimera creator looks towards Jamie Welton and Ricky, around whom magical energy streams appeared. The chimera creator furrowed his brow and gritted his teeth, tensely contemplating. His aura completely changed. The chimera creator tensed with his hand lowered down. The chimera creator's hand shakes. He slowly begins to straighten his bent fingers. The chimera maker tenses and says anxiously, "This is bad. We need to end him." Jamie Welton is bent over Ricky's body, looking at him intently. Jamie's head is covered by a hood, behind which his face cannot be seen, who is unconscious. Around Jamie and Ricky, particles of magical energy move in the air. Jamie Welton leans over Ricky, who is lying without signs of life. Jamie turns his head to the side, looking at the chimera creator and tensely utters, "Wait a bit, he'll be here soon." Ominous streams of energy emanate from Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton raises his head, mouth ajar. Jamie raises his hand in front of him, flexing his fingers. He tensely utters, how could it have slipped his mind? The very first power he created. Ominous streams of energy move around Jamie. A skeletal hand instantly begins to erupt from the ground. The bony fingers of the hand are bent, the arm extending above the ground in an attempt to lean on it. Ominous streams of energy move around the skeleton's bony arm. One by one, skeletons begin to emerge outward from the ground after using Jamie Welton's magic. The heads, arms of the skeletons burst out of the ground. Ominous streams of energy move around the skeletons. The skeletons are dressed in dark hooded cloaks. The creator of the chimeras stands in place next to the chimeras. He looks on fearfully and tensely as the skeletons emerge from the ground and angrily shouts to Jamie Welton, "Who the hell is he?" The chimera maker clenches his fists with force from the tension. Jamie Welton glares ominously at the chimera creator as he stands surrounded by skeletons. Ominous streams of energy emanate from Jamie and the skeletons. Jamie ponders. An army dedicated to rebelling against the deities and confronting the 12 gods. Necromancy. The chimera maker looks intently at Jamie Welton, surrounded by an army of skeletons. The chimera creator opens his mouth wide and pronounces to Jamie, laughing loudly, "Going to send him to the other world with this feeble undead?" Jamie angrily asks, "He didn't get it." Jamie Welton angrily pronounces to the creator of the chimeras, "They all suffered at his hands." A snide smile appeared on Jamie Welton's face. There is blood dripping all over Jamie Welton's face. Jamie Welton is determined and confident in his strength. Jamie Welton decisively says to the skeleton army, "Go ahead, get even for all the pain he has caused." Jamie Welton remains where he is, looking forward, extending his arm forward and pointing his finger. An army of skeletons rushing forward. The army of skeletons directed by Jamie Welton is rapidly heading towards the chimera creator and the 2 chimeras. The chimera creator and the 2 chimeras in front of him stare forward concentratedly, waiting to attack. The chimera loudly and viciously lets out a prolonged growl. It opens its mouth wide, pulling its tongue forward in sharp pain. The drool from the chimera's open mouth flies forward. The chimera is attacked from different directions by skeletons surrounding it. One of the skeletons sharply sinks its teeth into the chimera's body. Blood splatters in different directions and runs down the chimera's body from the bite site. The skeleton sinks its teeth in tightly, holding the chimera's body with its arms at its sides. The chimera, from the sharp pain, opened its mouth wide, and extended its tongue forward. It swings its paw, separating the skeleton's head and arm with an instantaneous blow. The chimera, in a sharp motion, paws the head of the skeleton, which lies on the ground. Jamie Welton speaks angrily. His subordinates have been surpassed by being sent to the other world. The skeleton stands still and lifts its head up. One half of the skeleton's skull is chipped off. The skeleton has its mouth ajar. Its pupils inside are burning with a blue light. The chimera creator abruptly presses himself against a tree and stares intently at the army of skeletons. He fearfully utters, stammering, "Freeze!" The skeleton army slowly advances, moving towards the chimera creator and glaring at him. The chimera creator fearfully utters to the army of skeletons that are approaching him, "Get away from him." He doesn't have time to speak before the skeleton's hands cover his face completely with his hand, grabbing his shoulders, his body. Jamie Welton looks at the creator of the chimeras with a focused and serious look and says angrily, "This is his domain. This is where sending to the other world reaps sending to the other world." Jamie Welton extends his arm out in front of him. There are ominous streams of energy around Jamie. Jamie Welton utters angrily, as well as his hell. The skeleton drops the chimera creator to the ground with a sharp motion. He slams his head into the ground with force, falling backwards. The skeleton is above the chimera creator and stares at him intently. The chimera creator makes a thud, gasping as the skeleton army attacks. The chimera creator lies on the ground and abruptly raises his hand upward, grasping for air. His fingers are spread apart, his hands stained with streams of blood. The chimera creator lies on the ground with no signs of life. His arms and legs are pointing out to the sides, trails of blood on the ground. Jamie Welton stands beside the chimera creator and watches him. All around, an army of skeletons freeze in place and stare in front of them. Jamie Welton stands still beside the chimera creator, who shows no signs of life. Jamie has his head down and looks at him pensively, wondering if he has gone to the other world. Jamie closes his lips tightly. Jamie Welton stands next to the chimera creator, who is lying on the ground with no signs of life. Jamie Welton observes the chimera creator with his feet close to his body and says questioningly, "Huh?" The chimera creator lies face down on the ground. His lifeless eyes are open, his entire face stained with blood drips. The chimera creator's mouth is ajar, his tongue is out, and a green patterned sphere falls out with his saliva. The sphere glistened, lying on the ground. Jamie Welton picked up the green sphere from the ground. He holds it up with his fingers in front of him and examines it in surprise. Jamie's eyes are wide open with surprise, his mouth ajar. Jamie doesn't take his eyes off the sphere and says thoughtfully, "This." Jamie Welton looks at the orb and realizes that it is the bead of life, an artifact charged with life force. A green orb covered in golden patterns across the diameter of the bead. The bead of life emits a powerful energy. Jamie Welton recalls the chimera creator during the strike to his chest. The chimera creator stood still, holding the wound with his hand and looking at it with his head down. Considering the act of how he had mutilated his body, it wouldn't just last. So he was hiding something that could help him. Jamie Welton recalls the chimera creator squirming in pain from the pain Jamie Welton inflicted on him with the black ball. Tears and drool rolled down the chimera creator's face as he endured the blow. Jamie Welton looks at the bead of life with interest, a smirk appearing on his face. Jamie holds the bead of life with his fingers in front of him and ponders. This has exceeded his expectations. He will be able to move beyond his childish body. Jamie Welton said questioningly, "Huh?" He turned his attention to the army of skeletons that are standing beside Jamie Welton. They stand calmly on their metas and silently observe. There are ominous streams of energy spreading around each skeleton. Jamie Welton turns his attention to the army of skeletons that are standing near Jamie. They stand in their places and silently observe. There are ominous streams of energy spreading around the skeletons. Jamie Welton utters, "Ah, right." Jamie Welton says tensely, "You can go back. He'll need them someday." Jamie Welton waves two fingers of his hand, pointing at the army of skeletons. Ominous streams of energy move around Jamie. Jamie Welton stands still. Streams of air begin to move around him. The army of skeletons disappears, leaving only a haze in its place. Around Jamie Welton, ominous streams of energy spread out to the sides. Jamie Welton stands still. Abruptly, a stream of blood erupts from his mouth and spurts forward. Jamie looks fearfully in front of him and nervously ponders, "Damn, too much energy wasted." Rebellion against the divine is still difficult for him. Jamie Welton looks up in front of him in concentration, squinting his eyes slightly and lowering his eyebrows. Jamie wipes the blood from his mouth with his hand. He bites his lip and ponders anxiously, but there's no way to lose consciousness. Jamie Welton shifts his gaze to Ricky. Ricky is lying on the ground with no signs of life. His eyes are tightly closed. Ricky's face and clothes are stained with blood. Jamie Welton says thoughtfully that he can't just let him go to the other side of the world. Jamie Welton stands over Ricky and points his hand in his direction. Jamie utters, "Instead of giving up your life like that, be his faithful servant. It's much better that way." Wouldn't it, Ricky? Streams of energy spread around Jamie. "Oh, sinner, rise." Jamie Welton bent over Ricky, pointing his hands in his direction. Ominous energy flows from Jamie Welton. Ricky's clothes and hair begin to flutter from the energy streams. Jamie Welton brings his hands down to Ricky's chest, lightly touching him with his fingertips. Ominous streams of energy emanate from Jamie Welton. A bright divine light emanates from Ricky, gradually beginning to illuminate the space. Jamie Welton froze in place and stares intently ahead at the light from Ricky, which begins to spread and illuminate the space. Jamie's eyes widen, his eyebrows lowered. He says in a puzzled voice, "This." Jamie Welton sits on the ground and lifts his head up to watch as Ricky's lifeless body begins to rise above the ground. Ricky's arms and legs dangle down. A bright divine light bursts out of his chest, illuminating the space around him. Jamie Welton stands still, arm raised above his head to shield himself from the bright illuminating divine light from Ricky's chest. Jamie Welton lowers his head, grits his teeth and squints one eye, the other looking down. Jamie's face screwed up unpleasantly. A divine voice breaks out, unable to comprehend what's going on. Ricky's lifeless body floats in the air, his hair and clothes fluttering in the air. A bright divine light spreads around Ricky, illuminating the space. Jamie Welton froze in place and stares intently ahead. A goddess has appeared before him, holding Ricky's lifeless body in her arms. A bright divine glow emanates from the goddess, illuminating the space. The goddess's eyes were closed. The goddess has her head down, closing her eyes. She speaks in a calm voice to Jamie Welton. "Who is he, child, to try to steal what is hers?" The plump lips are closed. In the goddess's ears are long, shimmering earrings. Jamie Welton utters puzzledly, "Pyro!" Jamie Welton is tense and surprised, his lips tightly pressed together. His eyes are wide open and stares intently at Goddess Pyro. A divine bright light from Goddess Pyro illuminates the space. Goddess Pyro holds Ricky's lifeless body in her arms. She looks down at Jamie Welton with blue eyes and asks him, "Does he know her?" A bright divine glow emanates from the Pyro goddess, illuminating the space. The plump lips are closed. It is a deep dark night. There is a moon in the sky, willed by the night clouds. A barely audible voice is heard in which speech is not clear. There is no one near the houses at night. There is no movement. The lights are off in the windows of the house. A voice is heard, "Inform the Count." Bishop Lincoln is slowly moving along the city street at night past the houses. His lost gaze is forward, blank and thoughtless. Drool drips from his ajar mouth. Bishop Lincoln utters, He must." Bishop Lincoln continues to move. His lost gaze is directed forward. He pronounces, "He must tell the Earl." Bishop Lincoln ignores the movement that is taking place beside him and heads towards his face. With an instant sharp blow, the cloaked man separates Bishop Lincoln's head, which falls to the ground. The man runs away and, turning around from afar, utters, "They are getting rid of Hayes. Begin justice on the heretics." Rasar Methik sits on the floor of the cellar room, resting one hand on his sword. He sighs and ponders. "Phew, I've made it in time. Just a little bit more." There are bloodstains on his face and clothes. Next to Rasar Methik lies a chimera with no signs of life. Rasar Methik closes his eyes and pensively reflects. It hurts him so much that he can go to the other world, but it is lucky that no one went to the other world because... Rasar Methik's musings were interrupted by a worried voice. "Mr. Ras." Towards Rasar Methik, two shadow knights rapidly ran towards Rasar Methik. The shadow knight with red hair fearfully opens his eyes wide and stares at him intently. He asks Rasar Methik loudly and worriedly, "Is he all right?" Rasar Methik sits on the floor and looks away fearfully, turning his head. His eyes opened wide, biting his lower lip, he sees beside him a sudden bright divine light. Particles of divine light spread out in space. There is a powerful jolt of divine energy flow next to Rasar Methik. Ras is thrown aside. He covers his face with his hand from the divine glow trailing him. The Shadow Knight standing nearby watches intently and fearfully. Ras Armethic looks down at his arms outstretched in front of him, frightened and perplexed. Ras opens his mouth and tensely utters, stammering, "Is it? B?" Streams of divine energy move around Ras. A bright light illuminates the space around him. Goddess Pyro. Goddess Pyro appears, her face serious and focused, looking forward. She is wearing a white floor-length robe, a golden sash, and a white wreath on her head. Her long golden hair hovers in the air. A bright divine light emanates from her. The goddess Pyro lowers her head. A focused and serious gaze is directed downward. Goddess Pyro asks, "Does he know who she is?" A bright divine light emanates from Goddess Pyro, illuminating the space. Golden long hair hovers in the air. Jamie Welton tensely stares at the Pyro goddess. Jamie's eyes are wide open, teeth clenched tightly in frustration. He ponders, "Oh shit, how did she get down?" The problems with the law of causality from the illusion alone would be huge, so Goddess Pyro, without waiting for an answer, a loud voice asks Jamie Welton. He can't hear her voice? The loud voice stuns Jamie Welton. She grasps her head irritably with both hands, feeling tense. He grits his teeth tightly. Goddess Pyro irritably says to Jamie Welton, opening her mouth wide, "Answer me now!" Goddess Pyro looks at Jamie, holding Ricky's lifeless body in her arms. Ricky's arms hang loosely down, eyes tightly closed. Jamie Welton looks angrily at Goddess Pyro and tenses loudly. He only knew that Ricky's sanctity belonged to her. Jamie Welton doesn't look away. Jamie Welton's face and clothes are stained with blood. Goddess Pyro asks Jamie Welton, "Does it turn out that, realizing this, he was going to turn Ricky undead?" Goddess Pyro holds Ricky in her arms, who shows no signs of life. His eyes are tightly closed. His face and clothes are stained with blood. Jamie Welton stares intently at the Pyro goddess and says desperately, he just didn't want Ricky to be sent to the other side of the world. Jamie stands surrounded by bright divine light. Jamie is feeling tense and anxious. The goddess Pyro, upon hearing Jamie Welton's response, grins menacingly and says angrily to Jamie, "So according to him, being undead means being alive? That is an act of disrespect for the undead." Goddess Pyro glares angrily at Jamie, leaning over him. Goddess Pyro angrily says to Jamie Welton, "How can he not realize the value of life?" The loudly deafening voice of Goddess Pyro makes Jamie grit his teeth, gritting his face. There are particles of divine energy moving around Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton mentally angrily scolds Goddess Pyro upon hearing her words. He opens his mouth wide and angrily shouts to Bugna Pyro, one of those who belittle life, "It's all your fault." Jamie's eyes stare intently at Goddess Pyro, lowering her eyebrows downward. Jamie Welton says angrily, "After sacrificing all of humanity, how dare she?" Goddess Pyro froze in place and looks at Jamie Welton in surprise upon hearing his words. She tensely utters, "What?" Goddess Pyro has lowered her head and looks at Ricky in frightened bewilderment. Ricky lies in her arms, showing no signs of life. The Pyro goddess guiltily utters, "No, no, her." Jamie Welton watches the Pyro goddess and wonders, what's the reaction? Goddess Pyro pronounces, "Either way, this child will become her apostle. If you turn Ricky into the undead, she won't forgive Jamie Welton." Jamie Welton looks at Goddess Pyro in surprise upon hearing her words and interjects, "Apostle? Apostle. Those who are closest to the gods." Goddess Pyro towers over Ricky, lips tightly locked together. Her empty eyes are pointed downward. A bright divine light emanates from Goddess Pyro. Rika's eyes are tightly closed. Existence alone places the apostle in the status of a pop, and they possess power enough for the title of the strongest holy knight, the perfect priest. Palms tightly closed, fingers pointing upward and reaching for the divine bright light. Jamie Welton stares thoughtfully ahead after hearing the words of Goddess Pyro and tensely ponders. He knew Ricky had divinity, but to elevate him to an apostle. Apparently that's the reason the Pyro goddess was able to come down. Jamie Welton gritted his teeth and a snide smile appeared on his face. Jamie says with interest, "Things are shaping up to be a lot more fun than he expected." There are ominous streams of energy moving around Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton stands on the ground and looks up at the Pyro goddess. Jamie Welton asks her, he is so sorry, how can he make it up to her? Goddess Pyro looks at Jamie Welton carefully and asks in surprise, "Sorry?" Jamie Welton rather squeezed his eyes shut, a smile appearing on his face, baring his teeth. He pronounced to the Pyro goddess, "The darkness is already taking over Riki. Half of Riki has become undead." Around Jamie is a bright divine light coming from the Pyro goddess. Goddess Pyro angrily yells at Jamie Welton upon hearing his words. Does he even realize what he's done? Goddess Pyro stares intently at Jamie, frowning her eyebrows. Her voice is loud and strained, showing her displeasure. Jamie Welton instantly covers his ears with his hands from the loud, deafening voice of Goddess Pyro. Jamie put his head down, feeling uncomfortable. Jamie Welton tensely ponders. Damn, what the dumbass? The Pyro Goddess stares at Jamie Welton in a focused and menacing manner. Her eyebrows are drawn together, her forehead is furrowed. Goddess Pyro is tense and aggressive, angrily asking Jamie Welton, does he crave a send-off to the other world? Jamie Welton looks menacingly at the Pyro Goddess, lowering his eyebrows and frowning his forehead. Jamie replies confidently, well, if that were the case, things would take a bad turn. After all, by sending Jamie Welton to the other side of the world, she will destroy Ricky as well. The Pyro Goddess stares intently at Jamie Welton with her eyes rounded, her forehead furrowed and her eyebrows lowered. She is feeling tense and aggressive. Goddess Pyro grits her teeth and asks Jamie menacingly, does he think such pathetic threats will help? Jamie Welton answers the Pyro Goddess with a smile. There can only be one apostle. If she misses him, she'll have to spend a lot of time looking for a new one. Jamie looks at the Pyro Goddess carefully, lowering her eyebrows. Jamie Weltona continues to say to Goddess Pyro, forgetting about the time wasted though, it is far more important that having an apostle guarantees the unrestricted appearance of the gods here, right? From what Bogina hears, Pyro tensely and angrily looks down. Jamie Welton calmly says to Goddess Pyro, like he said, he has no desire to send Ricky to the other world. Ricky is his friend. He shifts his gaze to Ricky, who is lying in Goddess Pyro's arms, showing no signs of life. The Pyro Goddess looks at Jamie Welton carefully and says regretfully, what a vicious man he is, making up a good story to save his miserable life. Jamie Welton looks at the Pyro Goddess, listening intently. Jamie Welton asks the Pyro Goddess, looking at her intently, but why did she make him her apostle? Now there is no such reason for which an apostle is vital. After all, the world exists, as the 12 gods planned peacefully. Jamie Welton goes on to say, the system they worked on together, right? Goddess Pyro has her head down, biting her lower lip and asks Jamie, and how much does he know? Goddess Pyro holds Ricky in her arms. Jamie Welton raises his hand up, extending his fingers. He directs his gaze to the Pyro Goddess and says, the holiest of the 12 gods, whose love reaches absolutely everyone. So overwhelmed by this feeling that she has been given the power to exterminate evil. Jamie Welton stares intently at the Pyro Goddess. His eyes are wide open, pupils glowing with a violet light, eyebrows raised. Jamie Welton says to the Pyro Goddess with a smile on his face, perhaps she has been banished. Goddess Pyro looks at Jamie Welton. She feels tense and angry after hearing what Jamie said. She furrows her eyebrows and says menacingly to Jamie Welton, ah, him! The Pyro Goddess's lips are tightly closed. Jamie Welton looks at the Pyro Goddess carefully, a smile appearing on his face. Jamie mentally reasons, this argument is over. She cannot lie, for lying goes against holiness, so she must remain silent. Jamie Welton pronounces to the Pyro Goddess, Diablo Wolfer. Diablo Wolfer is a black-haired man with bright violet burning eyes. Long drop earrings hang from his ears. His focused gaze is directed to the side, using magic. Goddess Pyro has her head down and asks Jamie Welton, how does he know this name? Goddess Pyro made a sad and pitiful face. She furrowed her brow and tightly closed her lips. A bright divine light emanates from her. Jamie Welton looks at Goddess Pyro and says with a smile on his face, he is the legacy of this man. Jamie Welton pulls his hand out from under his cloak and puts it to his chest. Jamie Welton in a past life was Diablo Wolfer. The Goddess Pyro tensely and confusedly says, impossible. Wolfer he was. Diablo Wolfer lies without signs of life. His clothes are soaked in blood. Around Diablo Wolfer moves a silver chain with sharp elements. Goddess Pyro is frozen in place and stares intently at Jamie Welton with her eyebrows furrowed and her mouth ajar. Goddess Pyro is feeling tense and anxious. She mentally ponders irritably. Damn, why now? Jamie Welton looks at Goddess Pyro carefully, lowering his eyebrows. Jamie is full of determination and seriousness. He stretches his hand out in front of him, spreading his fingers, and asks Goddess Pyro, how about a handshake? The Goddess Pyro instantly began to fly upward, leaving behind a fiery, bright, divine light. She utters one last word to Jamie Welton to come to her in Afton. They will judge everything in detail. Jamie watches as Ricky floats in the air. Ricky is slowly lowered to the ground, unconscious. Streams of divine energy move around him. His arms are spread out to the sides, his feet one by one sinking to the ground. Ricky's eyes are tightly closed, his mouth ajar. Jamie Welton watches Ricky carefully from the sidelines. If this goes well, he will have a very useful tool. Ricky is completely down on the ground. Around him, a stream of bright divine light has been extinguished. Ricky lies on the ground and slowly opens his eyes. Ricky's green, dilated pupils look upward. Ricky's mouth is ajar. There is a trickle of blood on his face. Ricky is trying to regain consciousness after a long absence. There are particles of energy moving around Ricky. Ricky slowly opens his eyes. His vision is cloudy, not yet restored. Above him, Ricky sees Jamie Welton. Ricky says in surprise, "Huh? Jamie?" Jamie tensely stares at Ricky, lips tightly pressed together and eyes squinted. Ricky, frightened, intensely pronounces Jamie Welton, opening his mouth wide. Is he okay? Is he in pain? He's bleeding. What's wrong with his eyes? Why are they purple? Eh? Ricky has some strange sensations in his body. Jamie straightens up, puzzled by the questions. Jamie Welton looks thoughtfully at Ricky, who is showering Jamie with questions about his condition. Jamie opens his mouth and says, even in this condition, he's worried about someone else first, not himself. When he's an apostle of the goddess, and undead at the same time, you know. Jamie Welton muses wistfully about Ricky, who has come to his senses. It's deep night. A full moon shines in the night sky, illuminating the space. Stars studded the sky with light night clouds. Jamie Welton stands and looks intently at Ricky, explaining to him what is happening. He made him this way with his dark magic. Jamie mentally ponders, sure, Ricky will hate him after this. Ricky sits on the ground and listens to Jamie. Ricky stares intently at Jamie Welton with his eyebrows raised. Ricky replies to Jamie Welton, all clear. Ricky's face is stained with blood drips. Around Ricky, particles of divine energy move in the air. Jamie Welton is furious, indignantly saying, "That's it?" Jamie furrows his eyebrows, looking at Ricky, gritting his teeth. Ricky replies to Jamie, "Uh-huh. Just because he's a dark mage doesn't mean he has to be evil, right? I mean, he's a great friend." Jamie Welton looks down thoughtfully and says to Ricky, Jamie knew, but he sent Ricky to a dangerous place anyway, and even tried to send his sister to the other side of the world. There are ominous streams of energy moving around Jamie. Jamie Welton gives Ricky a hand to get him up off the ground. Ricky slowly stands up, holding onto Jamie's hand with one hand and squinting his eyes, saying, "But he saved him, and he didn't hurt Anna, did he? So he's a good guy." Jamie Welton nervously and irritably yells at Ricky, opening his mouth wide. "Huh? Hey, simpleton." Jamie Welton is furious. At that moment, a faint divine light begins to emanate from Ricky's hands, particles of it traveling to the sides. Jamie Welton freezes in place and stares intently at Ricky. Jamie stares at Ricky in surprise, mouth ajar, intensely musing, the incurable wounds on his body going away. Ricky holds Jamie's hand, streams of divine energy moving around him. Ricky says with genuine joy, he thought it would work, so he tried it. It does indeed work. Ricky holds Jamie Welton's fingers with his own and looks intently at Jamie's hand. Divine streams of energy are moving around. Ricky suddenly turns his head to the side and stares confused. Ricky utters, "Oh my God, Brother Russ is coming this way." Jamie Welton is stunned at the news of Russ's imminent appearance and says back, "Got it," then he has to go. Jamie Welton turns abruptly to Ricky and tensely utters, "By the way, what they were just talking about." Jamie is feeling anxious and worried. Ricky cheerfully replies to Jamie Welton, "Does he really seem that stupid?" Ricky remains seated on the ground, holding his hand in front of him, palm up, from which Jamie removes his hand, walking away. Ricky squints his eyes happily and with a smile on his face says to Jamie Welton, "See you later, Jamie." Janice's branch of the church in Hayes. It's a bright sunny day, a clear sky with light clouds floating across it. There are several buildings on the grounds of Janice Church, the main building with a turret in the middle. Around it stand small two-story buildings. The Earl of Argeno Welton stands before the Earl of Argeno Welton to represent Janice Church and pronounces, bowing, "They are the judges associated with Janice Church. I apologize, but, owing to certain circumstances, are unable to give their names." Count Argeno Welton looks intently at the judge of Janice Church and asks him, "What are the judges doing here?" Count Argeno. Welton squints his eyes slightly, straining his face. There are particles of energy moving around Count Welton. Church Judge Janice looks at Count Argeno Welton and replies, "Under the orders of the higher-ups, they have come to hunt down the heretics." The judge of the Church of Janice's head is covered by a hood, hiding his face. On his chest is the sign of the Church of Janus. The judge of the Church of Janus extends his hand in front of him to Count Argino Welton, clutching tightly in it a clear glass jar containing the core for the creation of the chimera, and utters, having done their best, they have come across this. Count Argino Welton stares puzzled. Church Judge Janus pronounces to Count Argino Welton, Father Lincoln turned out to be a heretic, and after he confessed. There is a brief pause. Father Lincoln stands before the people, who look at him indignantly, puzzled and alarmed. Ras Medic overhears the conversation of the judge of the church, Janus, irritated and menacingly reflects. He has been executed and is being used as a scapegoat. Ras Armethic stares ahead carefully, lowering his eyebrows. He senses the tension and irritation. Ras Armetic continues to mentally reflect. This was an important matter, kept top secret in the church, so they investigated. Ras Armethic shouts sharply and indignantly with his mouth wide open, "What nonsense!" Count Argino Welton stands with his back to Ras Armethic, and hearing his shout calmly says, "Enough." Ras Armetic froze in place. His gaze is downcast. Ras feels strained and powerless. He pressed his lips tightly together. Count Argino Welton, smiling wryly, feeling anger and indignant at the permissiveness of it all, says, he should praise their courage, or perhaps it is better to sympathize. Around Count Argino, Welton's neck is fixed a gold brooch with a green stone in the middle. Count Argino stares intently at the judge of Janus Church. He is feeling tense, angry, and aggressive. Count Argino Welton says angrily, "They dared to send someone to the other world in his domain. Do you wish to share his fate?" Count Argino stares intently at the judge of Janus Church. He is tense, angry, and aggressive. Count Argino Welton angrily utters, "Have you had enough of living?" The Count angrily grits his teeth, straining his face. In front of Count Argino Welton, the judge of the church, Janus, falls abruptly to the floor. He is on his knees, resting his hands on the floor in front of him. Lowering his head down, Church Judge Janus utters, stammering, "They just punished the sinners in the church." Count Argino Welton looks at Judge Janus of the church intently, having listened to him. Count Welton replies menacingly to the judge of Janus Church. He is the judge in these lands. No one dares harm the people in Heis without his permission. The judge of Janus Church is on his knees, resting his elbows and raising his crossed fingers of his hands upward. They lean them against her head that's lowered down, and stammering, she says, "Duke, please listen." The Earl of Welton interrupts him thoughtfully. Janus Church, the Earl of Argento. Welton looks down at the judge of Janus Church with disdain. His face is tense, his lips tightly closed. Count Welton is silent and thoughtful for a moment. Count Welton is tense, angry, and displeased with what is happening. Earl Welton continued angrily, overstepping his bounds. Judge Janus Church is on his knees, head down, fingers crossed, body shaking. He thinks fearfully, the Earl of Welton will send him to the other world at this rate. But he can't back down. The judge of Janus Church raises his head to Count Argino Welton and sharply says to him, "The Duke is too presumptuous. It would be unwise of him to stand with his back to Janus Church." The judge of Janus Church uncrosses his arms and spreads his hand in front of his chest. Count Argino Welton separates the hand of the judge of Janus Church with a sharp swing of his sword. Judge Janus Church screams loudly in momentary, unbearable pain. The Earl of Welton stands still and stares in front of him, drawing his sword swing aside. Earl Welton utters, "Next will be his right arm, and after that his head. If he wants to stay with his head on his shoulders, he should get the hell out of Heis." Church Judge Janus shivers in pain and thinks, "That's not at all what that girl said." Ras Armethic looks puzzled and tense at what is happening and mentally ponders. Really, the Duke? He didn't say a word about the chimeras, how skillfully he diverted attention, showing the servant his true place. Ras Armethic opened his mouth in surprise. Ras Armethic mentally pondered, if things continued like this, then they would definitely have the upper hand. Ras Armethic joyfully, hopefully, stares intently at Janus, the judge of the church. Ras feels anxious and worried. Judge Janus Church stares intently forward, straightening up. A hood is placed over his head, covering his face. A shiver of fear runs through Judge Janus Church's entire body. He anxiously and nervously ponders, "No." Judge Janus Church tilts his head sharply to the floor, resting the fingers of one hand on the floor, his body trembling with fear. He utters, he apologizes. Their church will pay compensation. so he asks them to forgive this oversight this time. The judge of the church, Janus, is in a bow before Count Argano Welton with his head down. With a smile, he mentally ponders. He is obliged to remember that Heis is an opportunity to expand the eastern lands, and nervously utters, "Please come to your senses." Count Argano Welton begins to move forward past the magistrate of Janus Church. He stares ahead without turning his head in his direction. Count Welton utters seriously, he will not change his mind. The judge of Janus Church sits on the floor with his head down. Count Argano Welton walks past the judge of Janus Church. He clenches his fist tightly, full of determination and strength. Count Argano Welton utters seriously, therefore, he will sever all ties with Janus Church. Count Welton stares thoughtfully ahead. Count Argano Welton quickly walks away. Ras Armethic remains standing where he is, looking at Count Welton. He mentally ponders, is this how the Duke does business? On the floor, the judge of Janus Church kneels on the floor with his head down. Judge Janus Church has his head down, sitting on his knees. He is tense, anxious, and frustrated, saying, he's going to leave. Judge Janus Church Judge's cloak is soaked with blood on the side of the arm that Earl Argano Welton separated. Ras Armethic closed his eyes contentedly and peacefully. A joyful smile appeared on his face. Ras Armethic mentally reasoned. He almost felt sorry for these creatures. Ras put his head down, sinking into his thoughts. After that, Janus Church paid a huge compensation and disappeared from the lands. It was a sunny, clear day. A disgruntled voice is heard in the small two-story house. Why so suddenly? And a guest appeared for Ricky and Anna. Anna froze in place, staring intently ahead. Her eyes are rounded with surprise and surprise. She opened her mouth and asked, "Who is that Appa?" Ricky angrily rolled his eyes with experienced rage and gritted his teeth with force. He is experiencing irritation. Towards Ricky and Anna, Ras Armatic is swiftly heading towards them. Ras Armatic utters, "Greetings again." He is the sacred marshal of the Pero Church, Ras Armatic. He waves his arms wide in front of him, his clothes developing from his rapid movement. Ras Armethic pronounces joyfully to Anne, she will become the symbol of the Church of Pyro, as the apostle of the goddess. Ricky and Anna stand with their backs to each other and hold hands. Ricky looks away pensively and puzzled. Ras Armethic tells Anna, "And one day she will wake up a saint, Lady Anna. When that happens, she will begin to observe the world through her holy eyes." Anna is wearing a holy robe. Her golden green eyes stare forward, interlocking her fingers in front of her. Ras Armetic has his head down thoughtfully and his eyes closed. He calmly tells Anna about the Church of Pyro. Afton will do his best to welcome her. Ricky enthusiastically and animatedly interrupts Ras Armatic. "Is it true?" Ricky, joyfully, genuinely happy for his sister Anna, pronounces, "Anna, my sister, she is." Ricky holds Anna's hand tightly with both hands. He looks down, tears from overwhelming feelings appear in his eyes. Ras Armethic answers Ricky, "Yes, she will soon be able to open her eyes." She stands still, her back to the window. She has her hands joined in front of her. Ricky instantly grabs Ras Armethic's hand upon hearing that she will soon be able to see. Ricky instantly runs up to Anna and wraps his arms around her neck, enclosing her in a hug. Ricky, enthusiastically, genuinely happy for her, utters, "This is awesome, Anna. Really, really." Anna is thrown back slightly by Ricky's impetuous onslaught. The simultaneous appearance of an apostle and a saint is a sign of trouble to come. Ras Armethic closed his eyes, lowered his head down slightly, and put his hand to his chest. He says joyfully and peacefully, "O goddess, if misfortunes come, let him protect these two." Ras Armethic is overwhelmed with faith, holy mission, and peacefulness. Ricky and Anna stand before him holding hands, and just like that, these two are under the full protection of the Church of Pyro. And he, Jamie Welton, Diablo Wolfer, will face the test of fate. Jamie Welton walks hurriedly down the boardwalk in the flower garden. The movement makes his clothes flutter in the air. Jamie ponders. The 12 gods are now divided into factions. This most likely prompted Janus to create holy knights out of chimeras. Jamie Welton suggests that the Pero goddess was isolated to some extent. If Jamie wants to be convinced of this, a trip to Afton is in order. Jamie Welton reached the gates in front of the entrance of the Afton Manor gazebo. He froze in front of them, looking ahead. Jamie Welton pensively ponders. Well, the iron gates are decorated with various patterns. On the sides, flowers curled upwards on the stone wall. Jamie Welton put his head down and closed his eyes tensely. feeling anxious before walking behind the gate to the gazebo. Jamie clenched his fist tightly in front of him, gesturing to show determination and mentally tuning in. Let's get started. He can do it, Diablo Wolfier. Jamie Welton instantly bursts into the gazebo and loudly says with tenderness and warmth, Mommy. Jamie squeezed his eyes shut, expressing embarrassment, immense love, and happiness. He clenched his palms tightly and raised his hands in front of him. Sheesbelle Welton and Sarah Welton are at the table and froze with surprise, looking at Jamie Welton. Sheesbelle opened her eyes wide with her mouth ajar and raised her hand. Sarah is startled out of her dazed eyes, mouth ajar, standing beside her mother. Jamie Welton snuggles up to Sheesbelle Welton, squeezes his eyes shut and says with warmth and love, Ma'am. Sheesbelle and Sarah's eyes open wide in surprise and mouths ajar, looking at Jamie's behavior. Sheesbelle asks, Gosh, what's wrong with him? Jamie Welton cheerfully replies, He is so enjoying having tea with her and Sarah. Sheesbelle Welton replies embarrassed, Him and Sarah too. Abruptly, Sheesbelle changes her face and asks suspiciously, But you usually find it boring, don't you? Jamie Welton straightens up upon hearing Sheesbelle Welton's question, raises his hand in front of him and answers her stammering, Not once. Jamie tries not to show tension and thinks anxiously, Has she guessed? Sheesbelle Welton squeezes her eyes shut, smiling happily. She says curiously to Jamie Welton, Does he need something from her? Jamie tensely sighs and tensely mentally reasons, We need to try harder next time. Jamie Welton. Sheesbelle Welton are sitting at the table. Sarah is standing next to Sheesbelle. Jamie looks at Sheesbelle and says thoughtfully, He's just in a good mood. Sheesbelle and Sarah smile happily, grinning at Jamie. Sheesbelle Welton looks at Jamie Welton and says with interest, Say what you wanted already. Ona will listen. Jamie looks on joyfully, palms joined together. Really? Sheesbelle replies cheerfully to Jamie. Of course. Jamie Welton squeezes his eyes shut, clenches his fists joyfully, and raises them in front of him. Jamie pronounces Sheesbelle Welton. Since that's the case, he'd like to visit her homeland, Afton. Sheesbelle asks in surprise, Why is he interested in Afton all of a sudden? Jamie Welton squeezes his eyes shut and says excitedly, opening his mouth wide, He's heard there's a mountain there with these huge water bubbles. Jamie clenches his fists, raising them up. Jamie tensely thinks, Want to go to the other side of the world. Sheesbelle Welton squeezes her eyes shut and says with a smile, How about that? Goodness, now she wants to see his sweet demeanor. Jamie Welton stares dumbfounded at Sheesbelle Welton, frozen in place, and utters tensely, Huh? Sheesbelle Welton squeezes her eyes shut and says to Jamie Welton embarrassedly, No? Then there's nothing you can do about it. You'll go some other time. Sheesbelle put her palms together and lifted her side. Jamie Welton hears the answer and tensely and anxiously utters, Wait. Jamie Welton mentally reasoned, resolutely and confidently. He never backed down in the face of any difficulty. The great dark mage Diablo Wolfier. Jamie Welton squints his eyes and stares intently to the side. He says thoughtfully, He. Jamie Welton stares playfully at Sheesbelle Welton, squinting his eyes. Jamie pronounces to Sheesbelle Welton, He loves her, Mommy. Jamie gestures with his fingers together in a heart shape, showing his warmth, love, and tenderness. Sheesbelle Welton squints her eyes and joins her palms together with happiness. She says, Oh, she has no choice but to agree to her favorite son's request. Jamie puts his head under the table in shame and thinks, He is a great dark mage. Sheesbelle Welton utters, Now that I think about it. She wanted to go there next week. Jamie drops his hands and head down on the table in annoyance and tenses. Oh, wow. Got it, she already is. Wow, Afton, can't wait. Wow. Jamie Welton tenses and says with annoyance, Why is she making him do this? Pyro, he'll finish her off as soon as he's useless. Jamie put his hands down, hunched over. A wry smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, Razar Methik appeared and cheerfully said with a smile loudly, Huh? Jamie! What are the fates here? Ras Armatic winks with one eye and looks at Jamie Welton with the other. Behind Ras is the white building of the street. Ras Armetic and Jamie stand in the garden on the tile path. Jamie Welton looks at Ras Armetic standing in front of him. He was with his mom and Sarah. Ras Armetic listens intently and asks in surprise, Why so sad then? Jamie Welton tensely and unhappily rolls his eyes, turns his head and says to Ras Armetic, Something has happened. Jamie tensely and angrily mentally muses to Ras Armetic, Stupid dog, Pyro, get a load of this. Razar Medic squeezes his eyes shut happily and says with a smile on his face, "He doesn't know what it is, but I'm sure things will get better soon." Raz raising his thumbs up in front of him. Jamie Welton tensely thinks, should he send him to the other side of the world? Jamie Welton stands in front of Razar Medic, tense and disgruntled, and says, "Yeah, fine. But what's he doing, buddy?" Razar Medic looks intently at Jamie and replies, he had something to discuss with the Duke." Jamie Welton froze in place, looking at Razar Medic in surprise. He opens his eyes wide, eyebrows raised, mouth ajar, and asks, "With Daddy?" Razar Medic answers Jamie. "Yes, he told him he was heading back." Razar Medic looks at Jamie Welton carefully and says, he had a feeling that Jamie should have heard it from him. Jamie replies in surprise, "Huh? What?" and mentally ponders. Maybe it's about divine revelation from Pyro? Razar Medic grabs Jamie Welton by the shoulders and utters, "Ricky and Anna are going with him." Jamie looks at Razar Medic intently, feeling tense, replies thoughtfully, "There you go." Jamie thinks, "That's obvious, no? He's an apostle. She's a saint." Razar Medic holds Jamie Welton by the shoulders and says cheerfully, "Well, goodbyes don't last forever, Jamie." Jamie Welton looks at Razar Medic, lifting his head, tense and annoyed, utters a questioning, "Huh?" Razar Medic closes his eyes and says, lowering his head, "Ricky and Anna will never forget Jamie. He doesn't know when they'll see each other again. But wouldn't it be nice to see them as adults?" Razar Medic holds Jamie Welton by the shoulders. Jamie Welton looks at Razar Medic, who is holding him by the shoulders. Jamie is infuriated. He is feeling irritated and tense. Jamie silently ponders with his mouth ajar. What is Razar Medic trying to say? With a sudden movement, Razar Medic pulls Jamie Welton tightly against him, enclosing him in his arms. Jamie Welton lifts his hands in surprise, flexing his fingers, his eyes wide open, his eyebrows raised. Razar Medic pulls Jamie Welton tightly against him, enclosing him in his arms. They stand embraced for a while. Jamie Welton rests his head on Razar Medic's shoulder, tense and resentful. He looks questioningly in front of him. Razar Medic pulls Jamie Welton tightly against him, enclosing him in his arms. Razar Medic closes his eyes and says with a smile and warmth, he wishes their friendship would never end. He asks Jamie not to be sad or sorrowful. This is not the end. Razar Medic turns around and walks away from Jamie Welton. He turns his head to Jamie, squinting his eyes, and with a smile on his face, he says cheerfully, "Well, he'll be seeing him often." Jamie Welton stands frozen in place and stares after Russ, tense and indignant. Jamie Welton looks after Razar Medic, waving goodbye. Jamie Welton feels tension and resentment. Jamie grits his teeth in a smile and mentally ruminates angrily. "Pyro, control your offspring, will you?" She's Belle Welton and Count Arjuna Welton sit in chairs next to each other near the table. The lights in the room are dimmed, shadows falling on the floor and walls from the light coming from the window. The Earl of Welton utters, he does not understand what his father-in-law is up to. The Earl of Welton asks that Jamie be brought here. She's Belle Welton says anxiously, she doesn't think even her late mother would have succeeded. Count Arjuna Welton replies thoughtfully, does he really just want to see him? Count Arjuna Welton raises his gaze to Shies Belle Welton and anxiously says, they are leaving as early as tomorrow. But is everything in order? Shies Belle closes her eyes with trepidation and embarrassment and asks, what could possibly go wrong? Shies Belle Welton rests her head on Earl Welton's shoulder and utters, they will be accompanied by Earl Welton's finest order of knights. Earl Welton tensely utters, no doubt he has full confidence in the order, but really, he would like to. Shies Belle Welton's head is lowered, a pensive look directed downward. She says in embarrassment, who would dare threaten them? After all, her husband is the Earl of Welton himself. Earl Welton froze upon hearing Shies Belle's words and opened his mouth. Earl Welton embarrassedly closed his eyes and dignifiedly began to cough. Count Welton feels his importance and power. Shies Belle's head rests on Earl Welton's shoulder. She covered her eyes embarrassedly, feeling love and tenderness. Shies Belle Welton continued to say to Earl Arjuna Welton, yes, and besides, Razar Medic will be with them. Oh, she was very surprised by the fact that he was a holy marshal. Razar Medic bowed his head, resting on one knee. Shies Belle Welton continues to speak. They don't leave Afton most of the time after all. The Earl of Welton stares tensely before him, mentally pondering. This is how seriously the Church of Pyro has taken this incident. He pronounces, he is worried about Jamie. Count Arjuna of Welton begins to recall the events that happened to Jamie Welton. Jamie is sitting on the bed with his eyes tightly closed and his legs crossed in front of him. Streams of energy emanate from his chest. The Earl of Welton pronounces, their son's powers are developed beyond his years. If, like last time, he can't suppress his emotions and they break out, then the Earl of Welton pauses for a moment. Earl Welton recalls the events that happened to Jamie Welton. Jamie points his hand forward, releasing streams of energy. Earl Welton continued to speak after a short pause, not sure if the leader of the order could stop him. Count Welton recalls Jamie directing magic at Alpha Simon, which began to spread upwards through his body. Belle Welton put her palms together in front of her, closed her eyes, and says to Earl Welton, she doesn't think they need to worry. Does he know what happened today? Earl Welton turned his head in surprise and looks at Belle. Jamie Welton stares playfully at Belle. Welton squints his eyes slightly. He gestured his heart-shaped fingers together in front of him, showing Belle his warmth, love, and tenderness. Belle Welton squinted her eyes in embarrassment, remembering Jamie's behavior at the tea party and saying to Earl Welton, that's exactly what happened. Earl Welton squints his eyes with a smile on his face and replies, wish I could see it with my own eyes. Belle Welton holds Earl Welton's hand and presses it to her face. She has covered her eyes, feeling tenderness and warmth. Belle utters, everyone makes mistakes one way or another, but she has faith in their little boy. Count Argino Welton and Belle Welton hold hands. Count Welton utters, how good it was that they met before they left. Belle replies, she is glad of it too. Earl Welton's strong hand, covered with calluses and abrasions. In the starry night sky, deep in the night, there is a rapid upward movement. A dark body is moving at high speed. Streams of white and purple-colored air swirl around the dark body. Jamie Welton is floating in the air in the night sky. He raises his hand up joyfully, clenching his fist. Jamie squints his eye and says, finally. Black hovers next to Jamie and looks at him intently. Bright streams of energy emanate from Jamie's feet. Jamie Welton thinks, it took longer to absorb because I had to grind the beat of life into powder, but the action was much better than he thought it would be, all thanks to his hard work. Jamie Welton turns his head to Black and says to him with a smile, lucky Blackie, reaching the 6th rank is only a matter of time now. Black stares intently at Jamie Welton and says confidently, scree. Jamie Welton thinks back to his past life in Diablo Wolfier's body. He has a long way to go to get back to his old self, but now he can easily handle someone of the same caliber as that professor. Jamie Welton soars through the air deep in the night over a forested area. There is a path and wooden buildings between densely planted trees below. Bright streams of energy emanate from Jamie's feet, particles of energy hovering in the air. Jamie Welton stands indoors on the wooden floor and stares intently ahead. In front of him, Rise and Azamat kneel in a bow. Azamat says in a loud voice, Master. Rise picks up and utters, you have returned. Jamie Welton stands and looks at Rise and Azamat. Jamie's head is covered by a hood, hiding his face. Jamie utters, he is going to Afton. He's far away, so he'll be gone for a while. Rise and Azamat listen intently. Rise says fearfully, Afton is on the northern border, right? It will take about a month to get there and back alone. Azamat tenses up and loudly shouts, you mean they'll have to hump with axes? Rise and Azamat disguise themselves as lumberjacks. Jamie Welton stares at Rise and Azamat with tension and irritation. Jamie's eyebrows lowered, his face tense. Jamie Welton asks Rise and Azamat menacingly, is there a problem? Rise and Azamat look at each other tensely and say, no, not really, as he pleases, Master. Jamie Welton pronounces, don't worry, they'll go with him this time. Rise and Azamat stand across from Jamie and listen intently. Jamie Welton raises his hand up in front of him. A bright purple glow has appeared above it, illuminating the space. Jamie looks forward and says, he remembered something he'd forgotten a long time ago. All around Jamie are ominous streams of energy. There are ominous currents of energy moving around Jamie Welton, Rise and Azamat. Rise and Azamat watch thoughtfully and tensely. Azamat restlessly asks Jamie Welton, what is that scary thing? Rise and Azamat freeze in place, lifting their heads up and looking at the ominous streams of energy moving through space. Rise anxiously and tensely asks Jamie Welton, Master, what is that thing? Jamie Welton waves his hand in the air, interlocking his fingers and pointing his thumb to the side. Ominous streams of energy move around. Jamie Welton answers Rise's question, what? His undead vault. Jamie Welton turns his head toward Rise and Azamat and points his index finger at them. Jamie says seriously, simply put, their new home. Ominous streams of energy move around Jamie. Rise tensely looks anxiously in front of him and utters, "Home?" Jamie Welton looks irritably in Rize's direction. Azamat tensely and anxiously says, "I don't really want to live in such a scary place." Rise and Azamat stand next to Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton turns his gaze toward Azamat and with his mouth hanging open says tensely and irritably, "No one has objected yet." Ominous streams of energy move around. Jamie Welton lifts his feet and pushes Azamat forward with a sharp movement, saying in parallel, "Stop talking and march inside." Azamat looks fearfully at Jamie and says, "As you command." Rise follows Azamat and smiles tensely. Jamie Welton stands still and watches as Rise and Azamat walk forward into a vault of dense blob of energy. They make their way inside, disappearing gradually from sight. Ominous streams of energy move around. Jamie Welton looks ahead, watching Rise and Azamat, and mentally ponders, "These two are very entertaining. It's funny how their emotions are so clearly expressed. They will be very useful if you raise them well." Rise and Azamat are in the thick of the energy, floating in space. Azamat says contentedly, "Master called this a vault, so he didn't expect much, but it's not so bad here, is it? It's a lot more spacious than he expected." Rise and Azamat have returned from the vault and are standing in front of Jamie Welton. Rise pronounces Jamie. While they were in there, it felt like they were being filled with something from inside. Jamie Welton replies, "That's right, that's the primary power." Jamie Welton explains to Rise and Azamat, "Rebellion against the divine." Jamie visualized that moment when he's sitting on his knees next to Ricky's body, which was without signs of life to create undead from it. This place was created from his power alone. The undead involved in the rebellion against the gods absorb this power and are strengthened by it. Rise and Azamat stare ahead puzzled, lips tightly pressed together. Ominous streams of energy move around them. Rise asks Jamie Welton thoughtfully, looking up at him, "Doesn't this make him, the master, feel too heavy?" Jamie Welton looks at Rise irritably and asks, "Does it make him worry? There are particles of energy moving around." Rise bows to Jamie Welton and utters, "He was wrong about the master," asking him to forgive him. Jamie replies, "It's okay. If it was a burden, he wouldn't have shown it." Azamat interrupts sharply, "Since it is, couldn't he have made them stronger at a time?" Azamat continues to say, "It's much better than it looked, but it's full of bones." And Azamat doesn't have time to finish speaking and Rise sharply covers his mouth with his hand. Rise grits his teeth tightly, feeling tense and irritated. Jamie Welton stands still, squinting his eyes. He is silent for a while and then says with a smile, "Go to the other side of the world." Jamie Welton is furious. He is feeling irritated and displeased with what is happening. It is a clear day. Sunlight breaks through to the ground. On the grounds of the Earl of Welton's estate, a horse-drawn carriage stands before the entrance to the bridge. Beside the carriage are people standing and preparing for the upcoming trip. Jamie Welton is feeling annoyed and displeased without showing it on his face. He looks in front of him and stammeringly says, opening his mouth wide, "Daddy?" There are particles of energy moving around Jamie. Count Argento Welton holds Jamie with two outstretched arms, lifting him above him. Count Welton squints his eyes contentedly, smiling. Jamie Welton spreads his arms out to the sides in the air. Jamie thinks irritably, "He's not his toy." Count Argento Welton holds Jamie above him with both hands. Count Welton lifts his head to look at Jamie intently and says with a smile thoughtfully, giving instructions, he must protect his mother, sister, and friend. Jamie Welton is in the air at the outstretched arms of Count Argento Welton. Jamie is feeling annoyed and displeased with what is happening. Count Welton asks Jamie, "You can count on him, right?" Jamie replies, "Of course." Count Argento Welton pulls Jamie tightly against him, enclosing him in a hug. Count Welton closes his eyes, feeling joy and tenderness towards Jamie. Count Welton pronounces, "Good, come back safe and sound." Count Argento Welton pulls Jamie tightly against him, enclosing him in a hug. Jamie Welton rests his head on Earl Welton's shoulder, looks away wistfully and sadly, lowering his eyebrows and says, "Okay." Two flags develop in the wind while on a long flagpole. In front flies a dark maroon flag with the image of the Church of Pyro, scales and flower, with an inverted crescent moon. Behind it hangs a white flag with the image of a stag and a sword. A black-haired man with a beard stands in place, leaning on his cane and speaking loudly, mouth wide open. The Order of Fear, he is Jack O'Brien. They are about to move out, so now he will tell their plan. The man is wearing a uniform with a blue brooch around his neck. Anna and Ricky are sitting in the carriage. Anna turns her head to the side and pronounces, "She so wished little brother Raz would come with them." Ricky closes his eyes, folds his hands behind his head, and replies, "Well, it's not like he's the one who volunteered to chaperone." Jamie Welton sits in the carriage across from Ricky and Anna, resting his hand on the armrest by the window and closing his eyes. Jamie mentally ponders, so they want to take the safe route, even though it will take a little longer. Next to Jamie Welton, across from Ricky and Anna, sits Sheesbelle Welton with Sarah Welton. Sheesbelle has her eyes closed and says in a calm tone, as soon as Sarah gets in the carriage, she falls asleep immediately. Sarah lies on Sheesbelle's lap, drooling in her sleep. A loud voice says, "Well, it's time to go." The horse-drawn carriage moved from its seat and quickly began to move forward. On the grounds of the Welton estate, Count Argino Welton and other people remain standing on the bridge, seeing off the carriage with a glance. Ras Armethic rides on horseback, holding the reins tightly. His clothes flutter in the wind from the movement. Raz turns toward Jack O'Brien and speaks. He will guard the rear. Jack O'Brien rides up on his horse and replies, "Yes, Sir Raz." Next to the carriage, opposite the window, rides Raz Armethic on horseback. Raz Armethic's face is satisfied. His smile is strained, his eyes squinted. Jamie Welton sits in the carriage and half looks at Raz Armethic with a wary gaze. Jamie Welton is tensely mentally pondering. Pyro, I wonder what she's up to. Since nothing happens after mentioning Diablo Wolfir's name, that means this woman hasn't told the other gods anything. Jamie looks away thoughtfully. A thought crossed Jamie Welton's mind, or she just couldn't. Jamie Welton looks forward animatedly. The thought cheered and pleased him. A smile appeared on Jamie's face. He straightens up and sits calmly in his seat. Jamie Welton continues to mentally reflect. Whatever it is, a lot will change once he gets back. The carriage with the Welton family, Ricky and Anna, moves swiftly forward in a forested thicket on a dirt road. Sarah Welton lies face down on Sheesbelle Welton in a drowsy state, crossing her arms under her head. She begins to awaken, tossing and turning and mooing sleepily. Suddenly, Ricky's voice comes out, greeting Sarah. "Huh? Hello?" Sarah Welton raises her head, eyes wide with surprise, and stares intently at the face of Ricky, who has abruptly leaned in quite close to her. Ricky squeezes his eyes shut and says cheerfully, "She's Sarah, isn't she? And he's Ricky." Ricky opens his eyes wide and intently stares at Sarah Welton, sighing heavily. Sarah is frozen in place, staring intently at Ricky's face. Sarah is feeling anxious and afraid. Tears have appeared in her wide-open eyes. Sarah's eyes wide open with fright, with tears coming out loudly, and anxiously screams, "Whoa!" A sudden movement and noise starts in the carriage. Tense and harsh voices are heard. What is Sarah doing? "Calm down, Jamie. It's not fair." 2 days later, on the road on the way to Afton, the carriage moves swiftly through rocky terrain. Mountains covered in green trees rise up, going high into the clouds. The gloomy weather has caught up. A sharp and intense rain falls on the ground. In the carriage, Jamie Welton, Sheesbelle Welton, and Sarah Welton are sleeping peacefully. Jamie leans back in his chair. Sarah is asleep on her side, covered with a plaid, resting her head on Sheesbelle's lap, with her arms stretched out in front of her. Sheesbelle leans back against the back of the chair. Ricky sits next to Anna and stares pensively sideways out the window, lips pressed tightly together. Ricky has his hands down, quietly watching the road. He leans back against the back of his chair. Particles of energy hovered around Ricky. Suddenly, Ras Armetic appeared outside the window, riding a horse. Ricky sees Ras, opens his eyes wide, and says, "Brah!" Ras Armetic looks at Ricky with a smile on his face and says, he can see they are tired. Outside the window, an intense rain is pouring down. Jamie Welton has his head down and pensively ponders, how much sleep did he get? Jamie Welton is concerned, looking down intently, squinting his eyes slightly. Jamie has his mouth ajar, trying to come to his senses. Ricky sits across from Jamie Welton. He is turned towards the window, holding his hands on the frame. Ricky turns his eyes toward Jamie and says with a smile, "About 2 hours, and pretty hard." Jamie Welton turns his head toward Ricky and looks at him intently after hearing the sudden answer. So Ras Armethic is swiftly riding his horse on horseback opposite the carriage window. His head is pointed forward. Turning his eyes towards the window, he says with a smile, "Sitting in a carriage must be terribly boring, right? Would you like an interesting story?" Ras Armethic says with interest, talking about the story he wants to tell. There is a legend about the Mayatelli Mountains here. High rocky mountains of different levels rise above the ground, going high into the sky. There is a light fog all around. Jamie Welton tensely turns his head. That doesn't sound very exciting. Ricky interrupts. Yeah, tell me about it, Ross Armitage. Knew you'd want to hear it. Ricky says Anna likes stories like that, but she's not awake yet. Ross Armitage replies, listen carefully, then you can tell it to her. Long ago, when dragons soared through the skies and elves roamed the forests, the Mayatili Mountains were originally a single rock. Ross Armitage holds the reins tightly, turning his head toward Ricky. Ross Armitage continues the story, but one peaceful day, 2 winged lizards found themselves here. Jamie turns his gaze sharply to the side, eyes wide, lips pressed tightly together, intensely pondering. Dragons? An angry black dragon, its wings spread out in an upward flight. They are mangled. On its head are horns pointing forward. The dragon's evil grin and gaze point downward, a slender tail with several branches. And the magnanimous blue dragon, Maitreya. The dragon's wings in flight point to the sides, mangled at the edges. The horns on the head of the dragon, Maitreya, point to the sides, whiskers drooping downward. There was a man, a wizard, who loved Maitreya, but they were not meant to be together. The dragons, sick of watching all this, sent a black man to send the sorceress to the other world. In the midst of that fierce battle, the rock split apart, and a raging torrent rushed through the valley. After it was over, of course, the black man was banished, but the man Maitreya went to the other world. After losing him, Maitreya hid herself deep within the mountains, where, as legends say, she remains to this day. Anna wakes up, turns her head towards the window where Ross Armitage is, and raises her hand and says, they say it started raining heavily after that, right? Ricky froze dumbfounded on the spot, eyes wide open and letting one hand go from the window frame. Ross Armitage rides up on his horse near the window and lets go one hand from the reins and says, that's right. Apparently, she's heard this story before. That's why minstrels call the rains here dragon rains. A minstrel was a singer, musician, and poet in medieval times. Jamie Welton looks away thoughtfully, raising a hand to his chin. Jamie mentally ponders, legend, this could be a true story. However, dragons were considered mystical creatures even back then. Jamie Welton turned thoughtfully toward Ross Armitage, froze in place, and said in a calm voice with his mouth ajar, listen, isn't this story true? Jamie paused before he could finish the sentence. Suddenly, lightning flashes from the sky, cutting the space with a bright charge. There was a strike to the carriage, which is traveling on a dirt road of rocky terrain. The horses in the carriage are thrown upwards by the sharp impact. In the carriage, those sitting in their seats are jolted by the sudden impact. They looked frightened in front of them and around, trying to understand what had happened. Anna hits her head. Wrapping her arms around it, she screams loudly, yeah! Sheesbelle Welton clutches Sarah Welton tightly to her. Sheesbelle is tense and scared. Closing her eyes, she says to Sarah, shh. It's okay. Sarah puts her arms around Sheesbelle's neck and asks, yes, Jamie? Jamie Welton sits back in his chair, showing calmness and lack of fear. He looks at Sarah Welton and says with a smile on his face, sure, it's just raining. Jamie tensely and anxiously thinks, huh? What an unpleasantly ominous feeling. The horse-drawn carriage moves swiftly forward along the dirt road of the wooded area. Rain drips intensely from the sky. The carriage passes under a dry, lifeless tree that no longer has any leaves on it. Instantly, a lightning strike strikes the dry, lifeless tree, which has no leaves on it. The lightning strikes the trunk of the tree, and a crack spreads along the trunk along the beginning. A carriage carrying the Welton family, Ricky and Anna, passes under this tree. The white carriage rushes forward. The coachman driving it raises his head up and watches fearfully as a huge, thick tree trunk from the top of the tree heads down towards the carriage. The coachman frightenedly says, ah! Instantly, the huge, thick tree trunk catches up with the carriage. The tree breaks in half from the impact. The carriage and horses are lifted off the ground by the powerful impact of the tree. The coachman is thrown from the carriage. The horses are frightened and flail their legs in the air. From the powerful impact of the tree hitting the carriage begins to overturn. Inside the carriage, Sheesbelle Welton hits the walls of the carriage, clutches Sarah Welton tightly to her, and screams frightened, yeah! Ricky shouts loudly, ah, Anna, look out! Suddenly, from a powerful impact, the carriage flips in the air and out falls Sheesbelle Welton, clutching Sarah Welton tightly to her. Sheesbelle looks fearfully in front of her at the carriage she has fallen out of. Jamie Welton notices the fall of Sheesbelle Welton and Sarah Welton from the carriage. Jamie looks at them fearfully and anxiously, eyes wide open, and screams, "Mommy! Sarah!" Jamie Welton is experiencing fear and worry. Sheesbelle Welton holds Sarah Welton tightly to her while in flight. She looks at Jamie Welton and shouts loudly in fear to him, "Jamie! Sarah! Get her first! Sheesbelle is in fear!" Tears have appeared in her wide-open eyes. Jamie Welton climbs half out of the carriage window, half in motion. He holds onto the window frame with one hand, his other arm stretched forward, channeling streams of magic. Jamie looks tensely at Sheesbelle Welton and shouts to her, "He will save her too!" Jamie Welton uses magic, creating a channel. The carriage is on the edge of a cliff. A projection in the form of a magic circle has appeared in front of it. Sheesbelle Welton falls down the cliff. Streams of magic, channeled by Jamie, wrap around Sheesbelle Welton and Sarah. Jamie Welton freezes in place and stares intently down at Sheesbelle Welton, who is being enveloped by the magical streams of energy. Jamie is tense, his face focused. Jamie bites his lower lip and thinks, he did it. The magical streams of energy that Jamie Welton had channeled to Sheesbelle Welton and Sarah to save them, lift them in the air, wrapping around their bodies. From the ground, Raz Armethic and the coachman watch them closely, frozen in place. Jamie Welton peers out of the carriage, holding onto the edge with one hand, a bright magical light emanating from two fingers of his other hand. Jamie tensely stares ahead and ponders, gritting his teeth. What just happened? The rain continues to fall intensely. Jamie Welton froze in place, taking his hand sharply away from the carriage. The fingers of his hand are bent, wary of the weight of his arm. Jamie Welton doesn't realize what's happening. Particles of energy move around his hand. Abruptly, Jamie Welton snaps downward. Jamie Welton tensely and fearfully turns his head, his gaze shifting back. Jamie's hand tenses, the fingers of which are slightly bent. Jamie's clothes are developing in the air. Sheesbelle Welton looks down fearfully at Jamie Welton, who has just snapped and is falling. She screams loudly and fearfully, "Jamie!" Sheesbelle Welton is anxious and scared. Tears have come out in her wide-open eyes. Jamie Welton falls down and looks towards Sheesbelle Welton in motion. Jamie yells loudly, "It's okay!" He has the magic of flight. Jamie Welton is feeling tense and anxious. His arm is bent in front of his chest, streams of energy emanating from it. Jamie Welton falls backwards down the cliff. Jamie's eyes open wide with fright. He says in a daze, "Can't use it?" Jamie feels fear and confusion. He grits his teeth tightly, stretching his arm forward. Jamie Welton promptly falls backwards and tensely ponders, "This is mana burning." Mana burning is a high-level magic that causes mana to completely disappear in a certain area, rendering the mage useless. A voice booms in space. "Who is he?" Jamie Welton promptly drops down, hears it, and stares puzzled before him, eyes wide open. Jamie Welton doesn't understand where the voice is coming from or whose it is. The voice of space breaks out again, asking Jamie Welton a question. Is he a dragon? It is the voice of a girl who has frozen in place. Her mouth is slightly ajar. On her chest hangs a pendant with a large drop-shaped stone. Jamie Welton promptly falls backwards. His hair flutters in the current of air. Jamie Welton looks up fearfully and tensely, mouth ajar, and mentally ponders the girl's question. A dragon? Jamie Welton slumped downwards, rapidly moving as a glowing and flowing stream of energy. His movement was like a liquid chaotically splashing in different directions, with no Jamie Welton visible behind it. Sheesbelle Welton runs sharply to the edge of the cliff, trying to pull herself forward. She screams loudly and fearfully, "Jamie!" Two hands are around her waist and try to hold her down. The others run towards her to pull her away from the cliff. Sheesbelle Welton, with her mouth wide open, screams loudly from the cliff, "Let go! Her son is in there! He's there!" Sheesbelle feels panic, despair, and anxiety. Her frightened eyes are wide open, tears streaming from them. She is held from behind, asking her to calm down. Sheesbelle Welton froze in place, watching intently as streams of divine energy begin to stir around her. They light up the space. Sheesbelle tensely bit down on her lower lip, streams of tears flowing from her eyes. Sheesbelle Welton turns her head towards Rika. She feels anxious and desperate, utters, "Ricky." Ricky looks bitterly at Sheesbelle Welton and utters, "Sorry, he just wanted to help her, that's it." Streams of energy move through the air. Anna is holding Sarah Welton in her arms. Anna's eyes are closed, her mouth tensely ajar. Sarah looks forward fearfully, tears welling up in her eyes as she clings to Anna and utters tensely and anxiously, "Mommy." Rain begins to drip from the sky. Anna holds Sarah Welton in her arms. Anna's eyes are tightly closed. She cradles her head against Sarah's. Sarah looks down hard, her eyelids half closed. Tears have come to her eyes. Sarah opens her mouth. Energy particles move around her. Ras Armethik suddenly appears and bends down on one knee in front of She's Belle Welton. Ras utters, "My lady, this may seem like an attempt at reassurance, but it seems Jamie is fine." She's Belle Welton replies, "Sir Ras." She's Belle Welton freezes in place and stares intently at Ras Armethik hopefully. There are tears in her wide-open eyes. Ras Armethik utters, "This is only an optimistic outlook, but he knows how strong Jamie is." Ras Armethik raises his head and looks intently at She's Belle Welton. Raz continues to speak. "The streams can be very dangerous. But once Jamie's magic returns, he'll get out of there just fine." Ras Armethik straightens up, says to She's Belle Welton with determination and confidence, "But he'll still go down. It won't be difficult for him to return in one piece." Ras Armethik clenches his fist tightly in front of him, showing his strength and determination. Ricky looks at Ras Armethik, feeling anxious and fearful for him. He clenches his fist tightly and says with tears in his eyes, "Brother." Jack O'Brien tensely pronounces to Ras Armethik, "These currents are very dangerous even for him." Ras Armethik stands before She's Belle Welton, clenching his fist tightly. Raz speaks, "3 hours, my lady. He will be back in exactly 3 hours." She's Belle Welton pronounces, "It will be dangerous even with the power of a holy marshal." She's Belle Welton froze in place, directed her gaze downward, lowering her head. She furrowed her brow, pondering aloud, but even knowing this, she would ask him. There are particles of energy moving around She's Belle Welton. She's Belle Welton's looks hopefully at Rasa Armethicus, tears coming to her eyes. She's Belle utters, "Please come back with her dear Jamie." She's Belle Welton holds out her hand to Ras Armetica. Ras Armetic holds She's Belle Welton's hand with his hand and directs his head towards her to kiss her hand. Ras Armethic closes his eyes and says decisively and confidently, "There is my lady. It shall be done." Down the gorge, underground, there is little light. Everything is in muted colors. The cave ahead goes far into the depths. There is an underground river running on the way into the cave, and there are blocks of stone and piles of rocks everywhere. Sharply sharpened rocks hang down from the top. Jamie Welton came to his senses, thoughtfully and tensely directing his gaze downward with his head lowered. Jamie Welton had his mouth ajar, trying to figure out what was going on. Jamie's face tensed. There are particles of energy moving around him. Jamie Welton is in the air, his arms spread out to the sides and shackled in magical chains that emit a glow. Jamie Welton's legs are hanging down, his head is down. Jamie tenses and anxiously ponders. Where is he? Jamie Welton lifts his head slightly, looking around. He tensely and anxiously ponders. What's going on? Who is it? Jamie Welton lifts his magically chained hands, trying to move them, flexing his fingers. There is a disgruntled voice addressed to Jamie Welton, finally awake. Jamie raised his head, froze, and stared ahead. His eyes are rounded. He is tense and surprised, mouth slightly ajar. In front of Jamie Welton, who is hanging on the magical chains, stands a girl. She is wearing a white short dress, high-waisted sandals. Her long hair is braided into a braid. Horns are twisted upward from her head. She asks Jamie grudgingly, "Is he a dragon?" Jamie Welton hangs from magical chains in the air, from which bright lights and streams of energy emanate. Jamie tensely says, "Does he look like one?" The girl stands across from Jamie, looks at him, and answers, "No." The girl stares intently at Jamie Welton with her eyebrows lowered and her hands at her sides. She says to Jamie in a serious tone, "It wasn't until she saw him that she realized he was a long way off, but that doesn't mean anything." Jamie Welton stares at the girl across from him, puzzled, tense, and anxious. Jamie's eyes are rounded, her face tense. Jamie mentally reasons. Now he sensed a kind of hostility. Jamie Welton hangs in the air on magical chains. The girl stands opposite, looks at Jamie carefully, and says, "How does he, an ordinary human, have such potential? And the shape of his mana, its use is very reminiscent of dragons." Jamie Welton tenses and wonders, does his body's breath sound like a dragon's? Jamie recalls his being in the room, sitting on the bed and crossing his legs. A flame of mana emanates from his chest, spreading in streams through space. The girl stands across from Jamie Welton and utters, "Human mana breaths are terrible. They are stupid and weak, so they are unable to imitate dragons." Jamie is infuriated. Imitate? Weak? Those damn brats would be walking on thin ice being around him. Jamie Welton hangs in the air on magical chains and pitches his body and head forward, glaring angrily and aggressively at the girl. He grits his teeth and utters, "It's her fault he's stuck here. So answer me. Why the hell would she want to do that?" The girl looks at Jamie Welton intently with her face lifted and her eyebrows lowered. She asks him puzzled, but he's different. Is he from the elf tribe? No, even the higher elves don't compare to dragons. The girl irritatedly and angrily says to Jamie Welton, just look at him. How dare he have the guts to remain arrogant while being chained up? The girl grits her teeth and looks at Jamie carefully, frowning her eyebrows. Jamie Welton says aggressively, "Oh no, it would be better to ask why on earth she's so oppressive and arrogant. Mistook an innocent man for a dragon and kidnapped him." The girl steps toward Jamie and utters, "Kidnapped." Jamie Welton pronounces to the girl, "A sudden downpour, lightning striking near the carriage." Jamie remembers when their carriage was traveling down a dirt road on rocky terrain. A sudden lightning strike that sent the carriage flying above the ground. Jamie Welton goes on to tell the girl, "And finally, the manna burning. This is far from being a mere fluke." Jamie recalls promptly falling backwards down a cliff without the ability to use the magic of flight. The girl turns her back to Jamie Welton, closes her eyes, moves her hand aside and says, "Well, you have to admit, he's right. She only wanted to drag him here to see for herself." Jamie hangs from the magical chains and shouts indignantly, "What?" Jamie Welton hangs from the magical chains, shackled arms pointing out to the sides. Jamie feels anger and irritation, pitches his body forward, mouth wide open, yells to the girl. Because of her antics, his sister is with his mom. Jamie is thoughtfully silent. Jamie Welton, dumbfounded by the thought, froze in place. He mentally pondered, wait, why is he so angry? His eyes rounded, his mouth slightly open. Jamie pondered his state of mind, not understanding his reaction. Jamie Welton hangs on the magical chains and says disgruntled to the girl, "Hell, I don't care." Still doesn't know in his heart who she is. The girl stands in front of Jamie, resting her arms at her side and turns her head thoughtfully in his direction. Jamie Welton hangs on the magical chains, turns his head to the side and looks at the girl with interest. Jamie says, "Okay, he won't bother her with stupid questions. Just please take off the shackles." Jamie is feeling tense and annoyed. The girl stands in front of Jamie Welton, looks at him and says, no. He looks very funny in that position." Jamie Welton hangs from the magical chains and irritatedly utters back, "And why is that?" Jamie Welton hangs from the magical chains, feeling irritated and angry, aggressively loudly yells back, "What?" The girl replies with a smile. And now this expression is even funnier, so it's almost reluctant to release. Jamie Welton tensely mentally ponders. Her character, because of which she likes to make fun of people, must be. Jamie thinks about it for a moment and utters, "The blue dragon of Maitreya. That's her, right?" The girl looks at Jamie Welton thoughtfully. Blue dragons are the gentlest of all. They are especially kind to humans. It's comparable to human sympathy for cats or dogs. If instead he had met a red or black dragon, which are known for their cruelty, or a famously cunning dragon. Jamie Welton mentally ponders. It turns out he's just really lucky. Jamie hangs from the magical chains, frozen, and stares intently at the dragon Maitreya. Jamie utters, "Why did she kidnap him if she mistook him for a dragon?" Dragon Maitreya stands still and says angrily, "Well, to send him to the other world." Dragon Maitreya's eyes are blackened, pupils burning blue. Her face tensed, showing aggression and anger. She raised her hand in front of her, spreading her long nails. Jamie Welton hangs from the magical chains, squinting his eyes and smiling tensely. Jamie mentally ponders, "What's with all this bloodlust?" Jamie asks the dragon Maitreya, "You'll let go now, won't you?" The dragon Maitreya decisively answers, "No." Jamie Welton is hanging from magical chains. He feels the tension and confusion of the dragon Maitreya's answer. He remains silent for a while, staring in front of him. Jamie Welton says anxiously, "But why?" The dragon Maitreya stands in front of Jamie Welton, eyes closed and signing with her arms at her side. She smugly utters, "Because she can afford to do it." Jamie Welton indignantly utters, "What do you mean? What?" The dragon Maitreya looks at Jamie Welton intently. She utters, imagining herself as a blue dragon. If she uses him as an ingredient, she will get to make a masterwork Sparta, an artificial life form created with dragon power. Jamie Welton stares at the dragon Maitreya, feeling tense and anxious. Jamie tensely mentally ponders, a master? Would it be beyond that? If Jamie had such a valuable specimen, then... Jamie abruptly stopped his musings. Jamie Welton thoughtfully mentally ponders. No, wait. What is he even thinking about? Being on the cusp of being sent to the other side of the world. Jamie Welton put his head down in frustration, pressing his lips tightly together and closing his eyes. Jamie Welton hangs from the magical chains, propping his legs up at the knees. He asks with an embarrassed smile, "But Nuna, why does she want to send dragons to the other world?" The dragon Maitreya replies warily, "Why would she want such treatment? And it's none of his business." Jamie Welton looks down intently at the dragon Maitreya while in the magical chains and pitches his body forward. Jamie Welton says in a calm tone with a smile, "Maybe it's because of her love for the human." Dragon Maitreya extended her hand forward, bending her fingers palm downward. The hand hangs in the air. A bright white light emanates from it, illuminating the space around it. Blue streams of energy moved around the hand. Instantly, Jamie Welton falls to the ground, freeing himself from the magical chains on his hands and sighing heavily. He rests his hands on the ground with his head down. The Maitreya dragon stands in place in front of Jamie Welton and watches him. Dragon Maitreya tenses and looks at Jamie Welton in a puzzled manner, pointing the fingers of her hands at him, from which a magical light emanates. She utters menacingly, "If he blabs something like that again, he will find himself neither alive nor lifeless." Jamie Welton raises his head thoughtfully and tensely looks at the dragon Maitreya with his eyebrows lowered, mentally pondering, "I knew it." Jamie Welton asks the dragon Maitreya, "The others of her race didn't accept him, did they?" Jamie Welton goes on to say, "And she betrayed her race to save his life, yes?" Dragon Maitreya feels irritation and tension from Jamie Welton's words. She grits her teeth and utters, "So what?" Dragon Maitreya aggressively and irritated shouts to Jamie Welton, "What does he even understand?" She stands in front of Jamie Welton. Under their feet in a circle, magical streams begin to swirl, rising up and lighting up the space. The magical streams of energy swirl Jamie Welton. He cries out loudly in fright. She had no intention of ruining him or turning him into a Spartoi, did she? Things would have been much simpler if she had used brainwashing magic, but she didn't. A magical stream of energy swirls Jamie Welton, splashing to the sides in droplets. Jamie's head sinks gradually inward. He closed his eyes and cries out loudly in fright, "She's kind." So much so, I can't even believe she's a dragon. The dragon Maitreya recalls the image of a man, dark-haired, hair falling over his face. He lowers his head and with a smile on his face, he calmly says, "She is kind. So kind you can't even believe she's a dragon." The dragon Maitreya froze in place, her head lowered. She tensed her facial muscles, looking down thoughtfully, feeling anxious, bitter, and regretful. Dragon Maitreya gritted her teeth as she heard Jamie Welton's words that plunged her into memories. Dragon Maitreya raised her hand in front of her, pointing 2 fingers upwards, magical light emanating from them. She tensely looks at Jamie Welton and utters, "This is his last chance. There will be no other." The dragon Maitreya stands in front of Jamie Welton and watches him. Jamie is on the ground, resting 2 hands on the ground and tilting his head down. A stream is pouring out of his mouth. Jamie tensely thinks, she's serious. She should hold her tongue. The dragon Maitreya stands in place above Jamie Welton, head tilted down and looking at him intently. She crosses her arms at her chest and says to Jamie thoughtfully, "He is a very strange man, just like him." Jamie Welton lifts himself up, wiping his mouth sharply from the stream that has spilled out of his mouth. Jamie tensely and unhappily looks at the dragon Maitreya, feeling annoyed, and asks her, "Him?" He doesn't understand who she is talking about. Dragon Maitreya explains to Jamie Welton, "The guy from the legends, passed down by you humans. The image of the guy is in the penumbra. He is wearing a long cloak with wide arms, a light-colored shirt and pants secured with a belt. On his feet are long boots above the knees, over a stone gorge with jagged, shoaled edges. At the bottom of the gorge, a dense blue fog trailing a stream moves through the air. Because of the dense blue fog, it is impossible to see what is below. Above the fog-covered gorge stands Ras Armatic. He has his arms down along his body. His head is pensively lowered, his gaze directed down at the ground. Ras Armatic ponders anxiously. The rain never stops. It is raining sharply and intensely. Ras Armatic is frozen in place above a gorge that is covered in dense fog. There is an intense, sharp rain coming down from the sky. Ras Armatic has his head down thoughtfully and anxiously, directing his gaze to the ground. Raz tensely thinks, "Jamie, where is he?" At the bottom of the gorge, where no sunlight reaches, There are blocks of stone in the shadows. Around them, particles of energy are moving. The dragon of Maitreya begins to tell, "It was 700 years ago. His name was Ganon. He was a dark wizard." Jamie Welton tensely says, "A dark wizard." Dragon Maitreya says sadly, "I know, it's rather odd that a creature of holy magic, a dragon, would fall in love with someone like that." Jamie replies thoughtfully, "Well, yes, a little. It's really surprising." The dragon of Maitreya utters, "He chose to use dark magic to learn the truth of this world. Being human but a masterful sorcerer, he managed to reach the 9th rank." Jamie Welton froze dumbfounded and thought, "What? 9th rank?" Jamie Welton says to the dragon Maitreya in surprise, "Wait a minute. In millennia, no human has ever managed to do that." Dragon Maitreya stands back, crossing her arms over her chest. She freezes in place, saddened, and says bitterly, "Now," Dragon Maitreya answers Jamie Welton. She will tell him why. Ganon began searching for answers long before he met her. She joined him, and after overcoming many obstacles through time, they fell in love. They had a good time together. The dragon Maitreya and Ganon stand side by side. Ganon closed his eyes with tenderness and warmth, a smile on his face. Dragon Maitreya squints her eyes, smiles, bares her teeth and holds her hands in front of her, from which a faint flame emanates. Dragon Maitreya and Ganon stand side by side. The dragon holds his hands in front of him, from which a faint flame emanates. This continued until the Dragon Lord gave the order. Their happiness and love split through no fault of their own. A male dragon with golden hair covering half of his face stares angrily in front of him with golden eyes and says, "Ganon, he is an evil that must be destroyed." On the man's forehead is a small and medium-sized horn rising upward. The dragon Maitreya continues to narrate. All the dragons obeyed and began trying to send her beloved to the other side. The Dragon Lord spread his wings, standing above the gorge. The other dragons circle over Ganon and Dragon Maitreya. Dragon Maitreya and Ganon have escaped, but their powers are not limitless either. Dragon Maitreya pronounces to Ganon, "Ganon, go! Not even the dragons will be able to get him there. You don't have to worry about her. She won't go to the other world no matter how much they punish her." It was a ruin with a strong restriction forbidding more than one creature from entering. Ganon took refuge there. The dragon Maitreya stands still, grieving and saddened. She covers her face with her hands. Ganon walks away from her. From this day forward, Maitreya is banished for 1,000 years. Such a period of time is nothing to a dragon. However, after a little over a decade, Ganon comes for her. He has already comprehended the truth of the world. Dragon Maitreya is shackled with magical red chains, pensive and saddened. A loud voice booms out, "Maitreya." Ganon stands beside Maitreya, shouting in exasperation, "How dare she continue to watch this? Are you definitely the beings at the pinnacle of magic, the strongest of all current beings?" Maitreya is shackled in magical chains, staring down detachedly. The Dragon Lord and the other dragon stand and watch intently as Ganon tries to convey the truth to Maitreya. The Dragon Lord utters, "He is mad." The other dragon replies, "This is a truth beyond the comprehension of the human mind." The dragon Maitreya continues to tell, Ganon saved her. They hid in this huge mountain to escape from pursuit. Maitreya reincarnated into a dragon and flies swiftly over the ground, spreading her wings wide. And then, Jamie Welton tensely pronounces, "Ganon has gone to the other world." Jamie Welton stares intently at Maitreya, pressing his lips together tightly. Jamie Welton feels pity and sympathy, tensely standing still. Maitreya lowers her head, directs her eyes thoughtfully to the ground, and says sadly, "She thought it would be better, he would be calmer." Maitreya experiences longing, sadness, and heartache as she remembers Ganon. Maitreya has lowered her head thoughtfully, her saddened gaze lowered to the ground. Maitreya forcefully bites her lower lip with her teeth, feeling bitter and despairing. Maitreya's hair falls in waves on her shoulders. She tensely utters, "But..." Maitreya continued to speak. Her brethren began to erase everything that had anything to do with Ganon. All records of him, and even sent people who had met him to the other world. The memory of Ganon is being shattered into tiny particles. Jamie Welton froze in place, feeling tense and anxious. He stares thoughtfully before him, furrowed brow, tightly pressed lips together, and mentally ponders, "The truth that was meant to be hidden, is this really it?" Maitreya stares intently ahead at Jamie Welton. Her mouth is slightly open, sharp little fangs sticking out. Her pupils are burning a light blue color. Maitreya replies decisively, "Therefore, to protect the remaining memory of Ganon, It will remain here. A bright light from above falls on a small green hill. On it stands a wooden cross, reinforced from below with stones. The cross is secured at the top with a rope. A small piece of jewelry hangs from one part of the cross, emitting a purple light. Jamie Welton stares thoughtfully in front of her. She stands frozen in place and mentally tenses. So the dragons really did it. Now it makes sense why nothing about Jamie's past life has been preserved. After realizing his rebirth, the first thing Jamie did was to look for anything related to him. Diablo Wolfear. Jamie Welton sits in his armchair, studying the book, and thinks, you can forget about the records. There is nothing in them at all. No folk tales or folk tales. Jamie Welton thoughtfully lowered his head, compressed his lips, and tensely mentally ponders. It all makes no sense. It was as if someone had deliberately erased all traces of his existence. They had carefully erased all mention of Ganon as well, just as they had done to him. The 12 gods? No, the dragon god Brahman and his kin did it. Ganon is a sorcerer who has raised his level of magic to the 9th level to find the truth of this world. He has come this far, and for what? Ganon remained only in the memories of Maitre. Jamie Welton looks at Maitre carefully. Jamie asks her, could this be where Ganon's tomb is? Jamie's eyelids are slightly lowered. Jamie's incredulous gaze is focused. Around him, particles of energy move in the air. Maitre looks at Jamie Welton carefully, surprised by his question. And in a calm, thoughtful tone, he says, why? Maitre doesn't understand what Jamie needs Ganon's tomb for. She froze in place, not averting her gaze. Jamie Welton looks down thoughtfully and tensely. Jamie pronounces Maitre as a man associated with magic. He would like to salute him. Around Jamie, particles of energy move in the air. Maitre froze in place and stares intently at Jamie Welton after the words he said. Maitre pressed her lips tightly together, keeping silent for a while. Her long blue hair flutters in the air. Maitre tells Jamie Welton to follow her. Maitre walks forward and leads Jamie behind her. They come to a brightly lit green clearing with a tree with a cross under it. Maitre pronounces, this is the place. This is where Ganon sleeps. Jamie Welton freezes in place and stares dumbfoundedly ahead. His gaze is focused and attentive. Jamie Welton feels tension, anxiety, and wonder. He mentally ponders, feeling confused. Is this it? Jamie Welton mentally says, feeling confused. His bracelet. On a wooden cross hangs a bracelet with a bright purple stone that emits a brilliant light. The sun's rays fall down on the clearing. Absolute immunization, a perfect cell. One of the 3 divine mechanisms created by Diablo Wolfear to oppose the 12 gods, an artifact endowed with the ability to ward off all diseases and curses. Jamie didn't think he'd find it here. Jamie Welton froze in place, confused and bewildered. Jamie mentally pondered, so this is why Ganon sought the truth of this world. He learned of Diablo Wolfear's existence by wearing it. Jamie Welton looks thoughtfully at Maitre, feeling anxious and confused. Jamie Welton mentally tenses up. If he asks Maitre to return the bracelet, she'll send him to the other world, right? Maitre walks over to the cross under which Ganon sleeps and utters, Ganon, she's here. Maitre crossed her fingers, bringing her hands to her chest. She lowered her head down and closed her eyes tightly, experiencing sorrow and spiritual closeness. Jamie Welton looks closely at the bracelet that hangs on the cross and asks Maitre, what is this bracelet? Maitre replies, it is endowed with great power and belongs to Ganon. This thing has saved his life countless times. Jamie Welton stares forward intently, his eyebrows lowered. Jamie is tense. Jamie mentally ponders after hearing Maitre's answer. Emda, she even knows what it is. A treasure filled with purification and protection magic. Jamie Welton turns his head to the side, squints his eyes and says with a smile, is that all that's left of Ganon? Maitre looks at Jamie Welton carefully, pressing her lips together tightly. She thinks about what he said. Maitre stares intently at Jamie Welton, feeling tense, confused, and bewildered. Maitre tenses her facial muscles and angrily asks Jamie Welton, why such a question? Not realizing what Jamie needs. Jamie Welton is confused, squinting his eyes and raising his hand in front of him. He utters with a shy smile, no reason, just wondering. Ganon had realized the truth, she said, and Jamie wondered if there was any record of it. Maitre says thoughtfully and sadly to Jamie Welton, Ganon has a diary. Maitre casts her gaze downward, standing still. Maitre's mouth is slightly ajar. Maitre feels sadness, sorrow, and grief for Ganon. Jamie Welton embarrassedly asks Maitre, diary? May I see it? Jamie squints his eyes and smiles. Maya Trey crosses her arms across her chest, turns her head to the side, and closes her eyes and says, she doesn't feel like doing him that favor. Jamie Welton lowers his head and says hopefully to Maya Trey, then please tell him. Around Jamie Welton, particles of energy move in the air. Jamie Welton stands still, waiting for Maya Trey's response. Jamie Welton stands still and looks intently at Maya Trey. He utters, she knows, doesn't she? He is about the truth of this world. Maya Trey stands thoughtfully and tensely in front of Jamie with her head down. Her detached gaze is directed downward. Maya Trey raises her gaze to Jamie Welton. Maya Trey says to Jamie irritably and aggressively, this is getting out of line. This is not something that should be made known to someone like Jamie. Jamie replies, she's wrong. Jamie Welton goes on to tell Maya Trey, in his search for the truth, Ganon risked his life for the sake of humanity. Even though he failed, Maya Trey protected his legacy. Jamie Welton points to the cross with the bracelet. Jamie Welton pitches his body forward, menacing and assertive. Then why should it be left as a museum piece? Surely Ganon wanted it to be passed down to the next generations and used to carry out Ganon's will. Maya Trey turns his head and looks at Jamie Welton, incredulously, with a frown on his brow and a squint in his eyes. Maya Trey pronounces Jamie. He, the child, is bright. But he's wrong about one thing. She doesn't need any souvenirs. Maya Trey pronounces to Jamie Welton with warmth and longing because she remembers every little thing about him. In her reminiscence, a happy Maya Trey stands next to Ganon. Maya Trey crosses her palms in front of her, letting out a light glow. Jamie Welton stands still with his head down. His eyes stare absent-mindedly in front of him. Jamie is immersed in his memories, seeing Jane standing there with her back to him and saying, don't forget about her, Diablo. Jamie Welton says thoughtfully, he doesn't quite understand yet. Maya Trey turns his back to Jamie and walks away, saying, yep, because he's still young. Jamie Welton starts to move forward and pronounces loudly to Maya Trey, wait! Ganon's diary appears. Blue cover with gold inlays on the corners and spine. The front of the cover features a Star of David. Ganon's diary is inside magical chains that move around it. Maya Trey shifts his gaze to the side without turning his head and says, he convinced her, so she will show it, but doubts there will be any use. There's nothing written in it. Jamie Welton stands behind Maya Trey's back and looks puzzled at the diary. Jamie Welton reaches out for Ganon's diary, trying to run his hands between the magical chains. Jamie Welton asks Maya Trey, is that a seal? Maya Trey answers, that's right. It might be difficult for an ordinary person to remove it. Maya Trey turns her back to Jamie Welton and says, follow her. She will send him back from where? Suddenly, Maya Trey shifts her gaze to Jamie, who interrupts her. Just a second. An ominous energy moves around Jamie and Maya Trey. Jamie Welton turns his head to the side, shifting his gaze back. He looks carefully and intently and says to Maya Trey, whatever she sees now, don't be frightened. Ominous streams of energy begin to move in around Jamie Welton. Maya Trey looks puzzled at Jamie Welton, reacting to his words. What? She is tense, anxious, and perplexed to see the ominous streams of energy around Jamie. Her lips are tightly closed, her eyes rounded. Maya Trey tenses and puzzles mentally as she watches Jamie Welton. Dark Mage. Jamie Welton stands in front of Ganon's journal, channeling sinister streams of energy from which a bright light emanates. Maya Trey stares intently ahead. She tensely and anxiously mentally ponders as she watches Jamie Welton. Stop. What is this sinister power? He's on a completely different level. His mana wasn't that strong either. Jamie Welton has his head down and is staring intently at Ganon's journal. Jamie utters thoughtfully, he has broken the seal. Around Jamie Welton, magical streams of energy from Ganon's diary begin to move. Jamie Welton holds Ganon's diary in his hands, revealing it. Magical currents of magical energy begin to spread upwards from Ganon's diary, illuminating the space. Maya Trey looks up in surprise and scrutinizes the magical light. Ganon's diary records. March 16th, the 22nd year of the ancestral lunar calendar. He encountered a blue dragon. She called him Dirty because of his dark magic. The dark dragon stands on Ganon, staring at him intently. March 30th, the 22nd year of the ancestral lunar calendar. He doesn't know how it happened. They started exploring this world together. Thanks to Maya Trey, their journey turned out to be fun. She's definitely a dragon, right? April 26th, the 22nd year of the ancestral lunar calendar. Riding Maya Trey, he arrived at the place indicated on the map, the lands where man cannot set foot. That is why it occurred to him to call it the corrupted land. December 24th, The 23rd year of the ancestral lunar calendar. The Dragon Lord has given orders to his kin to send him to the other world. He can handle it. He's more afraid for Maitreya, because she betrayed her own kind for him. He wants to let her go, but he can't. He loves her. March 8th, the 41st year of the ancestral lunar calendar. What was the battle he fought in? The date is embossed on his tombstone. Ganon stands beside the tombstone, looking at it intently. 65,966 years ago. A stone tombstone among the trees with the date embossed on it. Ganon scrutinizes to whom it belongs. An intense, sharp rain falls from the sky. The 1st of May, the 41st year of the lunar calendar. They settled in some mountain. It's safe here. They can hide from pursuit for a while. Afterward, they will head north to Garmin. Ganon and Maitreya lie on the grass, clinging tightly to each other, in the place written at the bottom of his tombstone, though this land no longer exists. Ganon cradles Maitreya tightly against him and stares thoughtfully ahead. He is determined to continue on his journey in search of answers. Jamie Welton stares intently at the pages of Ganon's journal. His gaze is focused, his face tense, his lips tightly closed. Jamie thinks, there must be something there. From the open pages of the diary comes a magical light, traveling in streams. Maitreya stares ahead, standing behind Jamie Welton's back. Her eyes are wide open, streams of tears running down her cheeks. Maitreya holds her hands clasped to her chest and says pitifully, Ganon, Ganon, oh my love. Jamie Welton lifts his head up, thoughtfully directing his gaze forward. Jamie holds Ganon's journal in his hands and mentally ponders. Jamie thinks he knows what tombstone Ganon was writing about. In front of Jamie, magical streams of energy emanate from the diary. Jamie Welton is immersed in memories. Before the final battle begins, he, Diablo Wolfir, must pour out his sorrows of the past and hopes of the future here to strengthen his resolve. Diablo Wolfir guides his hand to the tombstone. Jamie Welton reflects, he wrote this 65,966 years before Ganon's time, and 700 years later he was born. 66,666 years have passed since then. Jamie Welton gets down on one knee and holds out Ganon's book to Maitreya with both hands. Jamie mentally ponders, but where is this Garmin? In front of Jamie, Maitreya sits on her knees with her hands covering her face, weeping and grieving for Ganon. Jamie Welton looks down pensively and mentally strains to think. Jamie has declared victory and left it at that. And he doesn't remember writing about Garmin anywhere. Did someone find the tombstone before Ganon did? Jamie Welton froze in place. He pressed his lips together, spreading them in a slight smile. Jamie Welton happily and quite mentally ponders. How wonderful particles of magical energy move around Jamie. Jamie Welton turns his head back and looks intently at the bracelet that hangs from Ganon's cross. Jamie Welton mentally ponders, with just one perfect cage, he was able to learn the hidden truth about the 12 gods. Jamie Welton mentally continues to ponder, may he have learned the truth about the enslavement of mankind by 12 gods 60,000 years ago. Gather. The people obediently extend their hands toward Janus's church. Diablo Wolfer in the body of Jamie Welton reflects, he came down to earth in this form to destroy the 12 gods. Humanity will one day be free again. Jamie Welton looks away thoughtfully. Maitreya looks warmly at Ganon's journal, tears streaming down her cheeks. Maitreya is sad and happy at the same time, she says with embarrassment. He said he loved her, even though he never said it in person. It also made him so mad when she clung to him. Jamie Welton lowered his head down, closed his eyes, and said with a smile, you realized it. Remember, Ganon will always live in your heart. Maitreya froze in place, looking at Jamie and listening to him intently. Maitreya froze in place, eyes wide open. There are tears in her eyes. She holds Ganon's journal tightly to her chest with her arms crossed. Jamie utters, always, as long as she remembers him. Behind Maitreya's back, Ganon's spirit rests peacefully against her back. Maitreya has lowered her head in embarrassment, her gaze directed downward, tears rolling down her cheeks. She holds Ganon's journal in her hands. Maitreya says sadly to Jamie Welton, he can say nice things too, even as a brat. Jamie Welton puts his head down, closes his eyes tightly, and says tensely to Maitreya with a smile, he's not a brat. Jamie Welton sighs. Around him, particles of magical energy move in the air. Maitreya lowers her head, closes her eyes sadly, and rests her nose on Ganon's journal. Tears roll down her cheeks. Maitreya says sadly, Wouldn't it be wonderful if it were possible to go back to those times? Jamie Welton lowers his head, closes his eyes, and says with a smile, such thoughts cross everyone's mind. He ponders tensely, though he's too far gone to think about it. Jamie reaches out a hand toward Maya Trey's head. Maya Trey raises her head sharply. Jamie Welton extends a relaxed hand toward Maya Trey, slender fingers downward. In a move, Maya Trey abruptly intercepts Jamie's hand and grips it firmly. Maya Trey pronounces Jamie to Welton thoughtfully, but Maya Trey looks at Jamie Welton carefully and thoughtfully, frowning his forehead. Maya Trey asks Jamie Welton, his black mana, what is it? Is he really a dark mage? Maya Trey tries to figure out who Jamie Welton is. Jamie Welton is confused, closes his eyes and says cheerfully, yes, it's just normal dark magic. Maya Trey stares at Jamie and says, cut the crap. Do you think she didn't try to use dark magic to break the seal? Jamie Welton is dumbfounded from hearing this and opens his eyes wide and tensely asks Maya Trey, what? She has dealt with such a thing. Maya Trey stares at Jamie with a look of annoyance and replies, are you crazy? Maya Trey closes her eyes contentedly, balling her hand into a fist, and embarrassedly says, she brought someone who is into it. Jamie Welton looks at Maya Trey carefully, tense and anxious, and asks, did she kidnap them? Maya Trey tells Jamie their views were quite similar, and if he didn't want to go to the other world, he had to go after her, so he was very cooperative. This is usually called a threatened kidnapping. The man in the cassock begged not to destroy. Maya Trey goes on to tell Jamie Welton, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break the seal. That was until Jamie Welton showed up with his mana. Ganon's diary continued to remain closed. Maya Trey thoughtfully continues to tell Jamie Welton, I hate to admit it, but it is true. The power he sought was not of this world. Jamie Welton and Ganon are similar in dark magic and their abilities. Jamie Welton tensed mentally. It didn't look like he could stand by. Then, Jamie stares forward concentratingly and says to Maya Trey, okay, he'll tell her the truth. He is the mage who grants Ganon's wishes. Maya Trey continues, all of Ganon's inheritance is here. How can someone who has never met him fulfill his wish? Jamie replies, even though they haven't had to communicate directly, they still managed to find out. They have the same goal in mind. Jamie Welton stands over Maya Trey, who is sitting on the ground with her hands on her knees, and says, so he's not exaggerating when he says he's granting his wish. Jamie clarifies by asking, Maya Trey. Maya Trey continues to sit on the ground, looking away and staring intently at the rocks. She asks Jamie Welton thoughtfully, without turning to him, then, is he going to fight the 12 gods too? Jamie Welton stands frozen in place, eyes wide, dumbfounded by Maya Trey's words, and says tensely, did Ganon mention something like that? Maya Trey answers Jamie, no, but with the help of the diary she was able to find out. Maya Trey puts her hands down holding Ganon's diary under her arm. Maya Trey tells Jamie Welton, Ganon was angry at the 12 gods and hated the dragons for cooperating with the former. If one pursues the same goal, he's in for it at the end. Jamie Welton sharply interrupts Maya Trey, saying confidently and menacingly, Maya Trey is right. He is going to defy the 12 gods. Jamie Welton looks at Maya Trey carefully, resolutely, and firmly clenching his fist at his chest. Maya Trey replies to Jamie Welton, that's impossible. She too hates the 12 gods and dragons, and soon he will be able to gain power comparable to a dragon's again. Maya Trey clutches Ganon's journal tightly in her hands, lowering her head to it. Maya Trey wrapped both hands around Ganon's journal in front of her. Maya Trey stands frozen in place, contemplating Jamie Welton's wish fulfillment. She pronounces to Jamie Welton, warning him, but there are not one, but 12 beings with similar powers. Maya Trey holds Ganon's journal in front of her, clenches her teeth, tenses her face nervously, and says, please live like a simple man, for your own good. Maya Trey earnestly pronounces to Jamie Welton, give up. Jamie Welton, frozen in place, stares intently at Maya Trey. He thoughtfully mumbled at Maya Trey's words, and calmly began to tell her, a long time ago, there was a man who defied the 12 gods. He had many followers, but they all either went to the other world or betrayed him. Diablo Wolfer was surrounded by bloody, lifeless bodies. At the end, he lost to the 12 gods and was sealed in the realm of eternity. Diablo Wolfer was rapidly flying downward into infinity. His clothes fluttered in space from the motion. Small, illuminating particles flew down with him. Diablo Wolfer was rapidly falling downwards. Tears protruded from his eyes. Diablo Wolfer utters, he will return, no matter what it takes. even if the opportunity presents itself in the distant future. But even in that moment, he didn't give up. Jamie Welton froze in place, looking thoughtfully at Maya Trey. Jamie Welton's pupils burned with a purple light. He utters decisively and menacingly, "This is why he cannot back down." Around Jamie Welton, particles of energy move. Maya Trey is frozen in place, looking puzzled and scrutinizing Jamie Welton with tension and anxiety. Her forehead is furrowed, her eyebrows raised. Hearing Jamie Welton's words, she says thoughtfully to him. Jamie Welton pronounces to Maya Trey, "Ganon and someone from longer ago, superior to him, and even those born after his acquittal to the other world. Their desires will continue until the 12 gods are destroyed." Maya Trey silently turns his back to Jamie Welton after his words. Maya Trey turns her head half sideways to him, looking at Jamie intently, and in a calm tone says, "Follow her." Maya Trey walks over to Ganon's cross, holding the purple bracelet in front of her in the palms of her hands. Maya Trey stares thoughtfully at the bracelet and says to Jamie Welton, "If this is it, I'm sure Ganon won't mind." Maya Trey reaches out and places the bracelet in Jamie Welton's open palm. Jamie Welton asks Maya Trey in surprise, "Can we really have it?" Maya Trey replies seriously, "Hurry up before you change your mind." Jamie Welton stretches his hand forward, putting on the bracelet that Maya Trey gave him. A bright purple light emanates from the stone in the bracelet. Jamie Welton says contentedly and embarrassed, he will be very careful with it. Jamie Welton stretches his hand out in front of him, flexing his relaxed fingers. A bright purple light emanates from the stone in the bracelet. Jamie Welton ponders in surprise. Come on, he's greeting him? That's right. It's been a while since they've seen each other. Maya Trey stands firmly in place and says firmly to Jamie Welton, if this moment comes, she will help him with all her strength. Maya Trey stares intently at Jamie Welton, resting one hand on his side. Jamie Welton says to Maya Trey cheerfully, with a smile, squinting his eyes quite a bit, "Thank you, Maya Trey." Jamie adjusts the bracelet on his other arm with one hand and mentally ponders, "The promise of a dragon is certainly a fine result." With a sharp movement of her foot, Maya Trey pushes Jamie Welton into the opening portal. She utters seriously, "Now get out." Jamie asks in surprise with a smile, "What, so fast?" Maya Trey replies, "Yep, be careful and all that." After sending Jamie Welton into the portal, Maya Trey freezes in place. She tries to calm herself, closes her eyes, opens her mouth, and peacefully holds the magical weightless flower in the palms of her hands in front of her. Maya Trey stands in a landscaped clearing with a tree near Ganon's cross. The sun's bright light streams from above into the clearing. Around Maya Trey, magical currents move in the air, she says thoughtfully, "Yes, Ganon." His dream continues to exist. Ras Armethic stands still, descending into the gorge. He lifts his head up and says observantly, "Ugh, it looks like rain." Above Ras Armetic's head, the sun peeks out and a blue sky with clouds appears. Suddenly, Jamie Welton interrupts Ras Armetic's thoughts about the weather and says, "What a meeting. What have you been up to?" Jamie Welton floats in the air. A wide smile appears on his face. Magical particles of energy move around. Ras Armethic looks up dumbfounded, raising his head at Jamie Welton. He says thoughtfully and in surprise several times, "Jamie?" On D. Racem floats in the air, Jamie Welton with a smile on his face. Magical streams of energy descend from his feet. Jamie Welton, while in the air, descends to Ras Armethic and extends his hand. Jamie Welton calmly says, "Let's go back." Ras Armetic hesitantly takes Jamie Welton's hand, lightly touching his fingers. Swiftly, Sheezbel Welton flies over to Jamie Welton, knocking him to the ground and enclosing him in her tight embrace. Sheezbel shouts loudly, joyfully and longingly, "Jamie!" Jamie Welton spreads his relaxed arms out to the sides in surprise. Ricky and Anna watch Jamie Welton joyfully. Ricky's eyes are rounded, tears welling up in them. With his mouth wide open, Ricky says, "He knew Jamie would come back." Tears welled up in Anna's eyes and she said, "Jamie's brother. What a relief." The Shadow Knights stand in front of Ras Armethic, clapping him, watching him intently. Jack O'Brien bows low to Raz and says, "They are forever in his debt. Accept their gratitude, Sir Ras." Ras replies, "No, he really hasn't done anything." Ras Armethic looks at the shadowy knights of the Welton family carefully with a smile on his face. He's feeling tense and confused. Ras utters, "Nothing really," and mentally ponders while exhaling deeply. He even used the power of the Saint Marshal. The Empire of Seldom is the county of Pierre Nesmond, a densely built stone city with a tall clock tower. Wide streets stretch along the low houses. Lined light-colored streets are lined with people walking between the houses. In the light-colored corridor of a brick building, there are people standing. Some are moving around the corridor, and some are standing, talking among themselves. The voices of conversations are heard. In the corridor, near the wooden door with patterns between the columns, is a table with flowers in a vase. Behind the door in the office, there is a loud sound, after which a girl with pink hair in a uniform falls backwards frightened. The uniformed guy next to her tensely deflects from surprise. There are white rats walking on the stone floor. The girl with two pink braids crosses her palms over her chest in frustration. Tears well up in her wide-open eyes. There are voices all around. Why isn't she holding it properly? Now catch it. Don't let it go. You can't let it get in here. An aggressive voice shouts, "Venna, you fool!" Venna begins to tensely and guiltily apologize. Sorry. Annoyed loud voices erupt. Ah, the rat ate the zombie drug. Don't let it bite you. Ah, his nose, his nose. Venna stands in the middle of the room next to the things, jars, and furniture lying on the floor. She sighs sadly, looks at the floor, rests her head on the mop and says, well, how much longer does she have to do this kind of nonsense? Venna froze in place. She opened her eyes wide with surprise, raised her eyebrows, and stares down intently. A disgruntled voice is heard. Venna overhears the conversation and hears, I wonder when that dumbass is going to disappear. There are two students standing near the table. The girl utters, she is shaken just by the mere sight of them. And why is the headmaster defending that dopey girl? The guy across the table supports the conversation and says, well, against her background, they seem to be geniuses. The girl answers the guy, agreeing he's right. She starts laughing. Venna, standing with her back to them, froze in place, eyes wide open. She tensely and frustratedly thinks, how rude of them, she can hear everything. A voice breaks out, hey, trash. A blonde-haired girl walks up to Venna, throws sheets of paper in front of her and says grudgingly, if you're done, bring everything on the list. They need to rerun the experiment because of her. Venna dumbfoundedly froze in place. Venna lowered her head, tensely looking down. Tears came to her eyes. Venna crosses her fingers of her hands in front of her and shakes. She utters, what? Why? The girl answers her, isn't it her fault what happened? Venna turns around to leave the room and utters with resentment, okay, she understands. Venna clenches her fist tightly with her arms stretched out along her body. She feels tension, resentment, and anger at what has happened. The guy and girl remain in place, escorting Venna with their gaze. They laugh loudly and say, did he see her face? That thing can't even say anything. She's no better than a lab rat. Venna slowly walks away from them. Venna has her head down, looking frustratedly at her hand, in which she clutches the piece of paper tightly. Streams of tears flow from Venna's eyes continuously. She feels resentment, anger, frustratedly saying, oh well, why is she always like this? Count Pierre's estate. A 3-story huge mansion stands on spacious grounds. Trees are planted in an even row around the perimeter of the grounds. There are lanterns along the paths. On the territory decorated with flowers and shrubs are fountains. Count Pierre is sitting at the head of a huge table with his hands on it. The table is set with various dishes. Count Pierre looks at the guests present at the table and says cheerfully, thank you for the journey. Count Pierre is a full man in uniform with blonde hair and a mustache. He squints his eyes and says contentedly, the chef has tried very hard to please with his dishes. Please enjoy it to the fullest and relax as you please. Rasar Medic and Ricky open their eyes wide and stare at the dishes. Ricky says enthusiastically, whoa. Raz keeps the conversation going. Such deliciousness. In his life, he could only dream of it. Anna utters contentedly, bro, that smell is divine. She's Belle Welton looks at Count Pierre and says with a smile, thank you for taking such care. Count Pierre replies, nothing. He is only worried that such a thing would not be up to the standards of the daughter of the great Bell family. She's Belle Welton replies cheerfully, oh dear, that's more than enough. Count Pierre utters contentedly, he is pleased to hear it. The nighttime streets of Count Pierre Nesman are quiet, not a soul in sight. The lights are out in the windows. Jamie Welton turns his head thoughtfully, standing in the night-empty street among the houses. He mentally ponders, there's nothing to see here. Maybe we should go back. If it's anywhere near here, I'm sure Ricky won't bother him. A little earlier. Jamie Welton puts his hood over his head and walks away. Behind him stands Ricky and opens his eyes wide with surprise. Ricky asks with interest, where is he going? Come on, tell me, come on. Jamie Welton doesn't respond to the questions. Jamie raises his hand up with the bracelet on it, looking at Black, who has appeared in the air almost invisible. Jamie utters, "Okay, okay. You want to enjoy a nice walk too, huh?" Black squeaks approvingly. Jamie Welton's hand is frozen in midair. A bracelet is attached to his wrist. The bracelet consists of a braided base and purple stones attached to it. Attention is drawn to the bracelet, and they say, "See it?" Behind the wall, two men in uniforms with hooded cloaks on top look out. A man with a long nose and a scarred cheek scrutinizes Jamie Welton and says, "That bracelet? Yes, it's an artifact." The man with the long nose says, "What a marvelous object. It shouldn't be in the possession of some punk." The man with the scar on his cheek says with a smile, "Isn't he a nobleman? I'm sure his parents gave him the bracelet without suspecting anything." The man with the long nose turns his head sharply and says with concentration and curiosity, "Do you think the headmaster will like it? He might even reward them." A snide smile appears on the man's face. He says confidently, "Yes, it's settled." Jamie Welton walks slowly through the nighttime town of Pierre Nesmond's County. A translucent black flies above Jamie, scrutinizes him in flight, and squeaks. Jamie stares thoughtfully ahead, realizing what Black is talking about, and utters, "Why?" Jamie Welton walks down the night street past houses. Jamie Welton says to Black without turning around, "Oh, I see. They're being chased by two men." Jamie Welton is followed by two men who have been watching him. A translucent black flies next to Jamie Welton and beeps questioningly. Jamie Welton looks in front of him with no emotion and says to Black, "What are you talking about?" He doesn't care at all why they came. Jamie Welton's face changes instantly. He turns his gaze to the side, straining his eyes and forehead. A snide smile appears on Jamie's face, and he says angrily to Black, "But with their help, he'll get rid of his boredom." Jamie Welton and Black have climbed to the roof of the building and watch from above as the two men who were chasing them down below stand still and talk irritably amongst themselves. "Damn, I bet he went this way. At this rate, they're going to miss him." Jamie Welton and the translucent Black are standing on the roof of a building. Jamie, in an elevated mood, says ominously, "Okay, let's have some fun." Jamie raises his hand to the side and snaps two fingers. Suddenly there is a sound and a small light emanates from the ground around the corner of the building below. A man with a long nose turns his head to the side in surprise, looking at the corner of the building, furrowing his brow and opening his mouth in surprise. The men abruptly jump up from their seats and say loudly, "This way! The guy is here! Now stop!" Jamie Welton rubs his palms together contentedly, looks ahead with a furrowed brow and says, "Come on, go on. Maybe we should have a trial?" Suddenly, a dark portal appears behind Jamie Welton's back, with red streams of energy traveling along the edges. Two arms extend out of the portal towards Jamie. Jamie freezes fearfully and stares in front of him. The hands from the portal reach forward behind Jamie Welton's back. A pink tail appears. Jamie feels tension and fear from the sudden appearance of the portal. Jamie turns his head, directing his gaze to the hands from the portal. A voice breaks out, "I'm sorry." The man who was following Jamie Welton looks tensely around the corner, scrutinizing what is behind him. The man furrows his brow, mouth ajar. He says thoughtfully and surprised, The two men in trench coats who had been following Jamie Welton froze in front of the dark corner and stare intently ahead. One of them says irritably and grudgingly, What a creep, got away." There is no one around the corner between the buildings. Jamie Welton and Venna have moved from the portal into the building room. Jamie Welton stands in front of the portal, which remains open, and pushes Venna forward. Venna promptly falls to the stone floor. Jamie Welton stares intently at Venna, pointing his hand forward from which magical streams of energy emanate. Jamie says angrily, furrowing his brow, "How dare she? He doesn't know who she is, but she doesn't have long to live." Jamie Welton stands and watches Venna, who is sitting on the floor. Venna is on her knees, resting one hand on the stone floor, the other clenched steelingly into a fist. Venna shouts loudly and fearfully to Jamie, "Wait, please listen." Jamie Welton stands in front of Venna and directs magical energy streams at her. He angrily says to her, "Not burning with desire." Venna sits on the floor on her knees, resting her hands on the floor, and stares intently at Jamie. Magical streams of energy move around Venna, wrapping around her body. The sinister energy begins to affect her. Venna wraps her arms around her head in sharp pain, tears welling up in her eyes. She screams loudly, "Kia!" Jamie Welton is frozen in place inside the building and stares intently at Venna. Jamie Welton's eyes open wide with surprise. Jamie is puzzled and tense, mentally pondering. Dark magic? Jamie Welton watches Venna, who is sitting on the floor. The impact against the wall after being affected by Jamie Welton's magic left a huge dent in the wall, cracks spreading apart. Venna put her head down, sighing heavily. Jamie Welton stands in front of Venna, looking at her intently. Magical streams of energy move in front of Jamie, intersecting with each other. Jamie pronounces, "She wields dark magic. Okay, tell me what that surprise attack was." Venna sits on the floor after hitting the wall. She has her head down, streams of tears running down her cheeks. She says quietly and frustratedly, "He's too cruel." Jamie Welton, hearing this, says in surprise, "What?" Venna has closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. She instantly raises her hand, running it down her cheek. Venna says frustratedly, "Even too much. She was only trying to save him. There would be trouble if he fell into the dark mage's clutches. That's why she wanted to help." Jamie Welton rolls her eyes grudgingly and irritatedly, mouth ajar. Jamie Welton thinks back to the men who were chasing him and tensely ponders, "So, wait, are these two also sorcerers?" Venna sighs loudly. Venna sits on the floor with her hands down. She squints her eyes, tears streaming out of her eyes with resentment and grief. She says, "And blamed. What did she do to deserve such an attitude? She hasn't done anything. She just wants some respect." Ven is overcome with resentment and frustration. She starts screaming loudly with emotion. Why? Why does everyone hate her? Why? Why? Jamie Welton stares intently at Venna's reaction and says irritably, "Yeah, he gets it. He gets it. Shut up already." Venna says in despair, "This world is so cruel that it doesn't recognize any kindness. It would be better if she just left." Venna holds the hanging knot with shaky hands. Jamie Welton aggressively says that she's already stopped this whole circus. Jamie Welton asks, "Is she from the same school as those guys? Is that why she saved him? By using the warp gate she stole from the school?" Venna answers, "Yes. His departure to the other world won't be easy if those two catch him." Venna tensely looks at Jamie and says, "Even if he is a child, it would be sad if he were experimented on." But now she's confused as to whether he's really as old as Jamie looks. Jamie Welton puts a finger up and says to Venna with a smile, "Sad? Oh, don't be ridiculous. She's a dark mage. That's just a guess." But Jamie Welton looks at Venna intently, gesturing for her to pay attention to his words. Jamie Welton says menacingly, "Hasn't she had to take part in violent research or something similar?" Venna stares dazedly in front of her, rounding her eyes. Tears are streaming down her cheeks. She opens her mouth thoughtfully. Jamie Welton stands over Venna and looks at her intently. Jamie says to her with a smile, waiting for an answer, "And just because she saved him, she asked to see her as someone who stands on the side of justice?" Venna froze in place. She stares puzzled and tense in front of her. Her eyes are rounded and filled with tears. She stammered out Jamie's answer to the question. No, she didn't want to become a dark mage. Jamie Welton leans over Venna, who is sitting on the floor. Jamie looks at her intently, reaching up to her head and resting his index finger on her forehead. He pronounces, "Don't bother making excuses. She's as much scum as they are." Jamie Welton rests his index finger on Venna's forehead. Venna's dazed and frightened eyes open wide, staring intently at Jamie, and she utters, stammering, "No, she's not like that. She doesn't like condemning living creatures to torment." Venna tenses and utters to Jamie Welton in despair. Can she even imagine how much pain she's in, looking at what's happening? Each time, smearing her hands in blood, it feels like cutting her heart out of her chest. Jamie Welton turns her back to Venna, getting ready to leave. Jamie pronounces her, she gets it. Listen carefully." Venna sits on the stone floor in despair, head down and not answering Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton pronounces to Venna he doesn't care about this. Venna freezes in place, dumbfounded at hearing the words from Jamie. Her eyes are wide open, streams of tears running down her cheeks, dripping down her chin. Venna's mouth is pensively ajar. Venna stands up abruptly from the floor, clenching her fists down along her body. Her body slightly bent, she looks down and says to Jamie Welton, "That's it, right? If so, goodbye." Jamie Welton turns his back and walks away. Venna starts forward and bumps her head sharply. Her arms are up in the air. From the impact, Venna's body is pulled back, eyes wide open, teeth clenched. Venna utters, surprised and perplexed, "Gah!" Venna is on her knees on the floor, resting her hands on the floor. Her body is shaking, her head is down. There is a magical glow around Venna in an even streak. Venna utters, "What now?" Jamie turns to her and asks, "What do you mean, what?" "It's a wall." Vienna is kneeling on the floor with her hands resting on the floor. She has raised her head and is looking puzzled in front of her. A magical glow has appeared in front of Venna, an invisible wall. Venna mentally ponders, a magical wall. Jamie Welton stands still, watching Venna behind the invisible wall. A snide smile appears on Jamie Welton's face. He says gloatingly to Venna, he has many more questions. Particles of magical energy move around Jamie. Jamie Welton says sadly, and where is she in such a hurry to escape to? Venna sits on the floor, fingers crossed, raising her arms at her chest. Wenna's body is shaking, tears have come to her eyes. Wenna looks at Jamie and tensely utters, "Please, have mercy." In a tiled office with a carpet on the floor, two men stand in the office talking to each other. A representative man in a suit and trench coat pulls his hands back and says, "Tombs, pies, have you seen Vienna?" The man opposite replies, "Oh, haven't seen it." The headmaster is Garb, a man with long gray hair gathered in a ponytail at the back. Garb turns around, turning his head to the side and directing his gaze back. He says thoughtfully, laughing, "And where could she have gone? There's not much time left until completion." At that moment, there is a harsh and irritated voice outside the window of a building, with the lights in the windows turned off. What is this nonsense? Outside the window, it is deep night. Night clouds have covered the sky. Jamie Welton looks at Venna and asks her, "And these are the ones she's loyal to, right? To people like them?" Venna sits on the floor on her knees, tearfully uttering, "He wouldn't understand at all. No matter how evil they are, she spent the pain of 10 years with them." Jamie Welton stares intently at Venna. His pupils burn with a violet light. Ominous streams of energy move around Jamie. Jamie says menacingly, "There is no other way. He will proceed with the tried and tested methods." Wenna is frozen in place, staring intently ahead. Her pupils reflect Jamie Welton's hand as it approaches her. Venna's eyes are wide open, streams of Jamie's sinister energy moving around her. Venna fearfully utters, "Black mana?" Venna stares intently at Jamie Welton's hand. Venna says fearfully, "Nonsense. How is that possible?" Jamie Welton replies, "There is no peculiar discomfort or soul-destroying feeling spoiling life from such black magic." Jamie Welton reaches out his hand with streams of sinister energy toward Venna's head. Venna lifts her head up, looking at Jamie's hand. Venna relaxes, thinking, how could black mana awaken such blissful sensations? Jamie Welton stands over Venna, holding his hand near Venna's head and channeling ominous streams of energy. Jamie utters, "If you change your mind, let him know." She understands, doesn't she? If anything goes wrong, her brain will turn to mush. Venna froze in place, feeling the ominous currents of energy affecting her. She calmly and relaxedly says to Jamie Welton, "This black mana, how did he manage it?" Jamie holds his hand up to Wenna's head and utters, "What?" Jamie holds his hand up to Wenna's head, directing ominous streams of energy at her. His hand is tense and focused. At that moment, Venna abruptly wraps her hand around Jamie's wrist and utters, "She wants to understand." Jamie Welton instantly pulls his hand away from Venna's hand, clenching his fingers. Jamie feels annoyed and displeased. He pronounces to Venna, "What is she doing? Does she think he'll let her go if she acts like this? If she doesn't want to be left without the ability to think, then..." Venna stares intently at Jamie Welton. Her eyes are wide open, streams of tears rolling down her cheeks. Venna crosses her fingers and says loudly, interrupting, "Please take her as an apprentice." Jamie Welton looks at Wenna, puzzled after the words she said. Jamie feels displeased and annoyed by Venna's request. He froze in place, furrowed his eyebrows angrily and with a surprised expression. "Huh?" Venna sits on the floor, head down obediently. Venna crosses her fingers, holding her arms against her chest. She hopefully utters to Jamie Welton, "Please take her." Jamie Welton looks intently at Venna and abruptly interrupts her. "No." Instantly, Venna grabs Jamie Welton's cloak with her hand, pulling it to her side. All around, particles of magical energy move in the air. Jamie Welton notices Venna abruptly grabbing his cloak. Venna, with a sharp movement, wraps her arms around Jamie Welton's torso, pulling him against her. Jamie Welton pulls his arms out to the sides from Wenna's abrupt movement, his body being pushed backwards. Jamie says, perplexed, "What is she doing?" Wenna hugs Jamie Welton tightly, tears flowing from her eyes. Wenna cries out pitifully, "Please." Her parents went to the other world 10 years ago because of a catastrophe, so she had to become a dark mage. There was no other choice. Wenna recounts with horror. The experiments in which living creatures are sacrificed were horrible. The guys judged her for her pity and treated her like scum. Insignificant Venna. Stupid girl. Wenna continues to narrate, but even after that, didn't have the guts to run away. She knows she's a snot and a hypocrite, but help end it all now. She really wants to end it. Jamie Welton listens intently to Venna. Venna sits on the floor and stares intently at Jamie Welton. Jamie tilts his head looking at Venna. He tensely and irritably says to Venna, trying to figure out, "So, what does this have to do with learning from him?" Venna stares intently at Jamie Welton, eyes wide open. Tears have come to her eyes. Venna says hopefully to Jamie, "His dark mana. She was not created by sacrifice. She needs that kind of power." Jamie Welton stares intently at Venna. His lips are tightly closed, his face relaxed. Jamie Welton contemplates rather mentally. She was not created by sacrifice. Yes, sometimes the purest darkness can sprout into existence. Jamie Welton swiftly lowers herself to Venna, uttering above her ear, "She is wrong, and more importantly." Venna sits on the floor, frozen in place, staring intently ahead. Her eyes are wide open, her hair fluttering behind her from the air current. Jamie keeps talking. He's not burning with desire. Jamie Welton keeps his hand on Venna's forehead. Venna stares intently upward at Jamie's hand. Streams of tears flow from her wide open eyes. She utters pitifully, "Please take me, please." Jamie Welton stands on the roof of the tallest building in the city, the Chapel Tower, on a dark night and stares out in front of her. Streams of wind move around, fluttering Jamie's clothes. Jamie says thoughtfully, "Apprentice." Jamie Welton recalls moments from Diablo Wolfier's past life. Diablo Wolfier's apprentice is a blonde-haired girl wearing a white shirt with a smile on her face. The phrase in Jamie Welton's head is, "Teacher, take a look." The phrases in his head continue. She got it first. She has created a new magic. In front of Diablo Wolfier, a blonde-haired girl shows a piece of paper with images, holding it up with two hands. She has a joyful smile on her face. The phrases in her head continue. "Please fight us." Moments of a past life appear in Jamie Welton's mind, showing a red-haired girl. She is screaming loudly, opening her mouth wide. The phrases in his head continue to play. "Teacher, teacher, please, go to the other world in our place." A red-haired girl stands in front of Diablo Wolfier, pointing a knife at him. Droplets of blood splattered in different directions. Jamie Welton froze in place, remembering moments of Diablo Wolfier's past life. Jamie pondered thoughtfully. According to Venna's memories, her school has over 20 students, and Principal Garb's specialty is curses. Jamie Welton stands on the roof of the chapel on a dark night with her head down, hidden in her hood. Jamie says thoughtfully, "And now, while he's been gone, I wonder how much has accumulated." It's time for a peek, isn't it? The girl's head dips into the water, releasing air bubbles upwards. Her face is tense, veins protruding, her skin color taking on a lifeless look. Tears protrude from her open eyes, staring upward. She gasps for breath, begging for help. Two guys stand in front of a large container of liquid in which the girl's head is placed. They stare and discuss. Isn't it beautiful? They are usually begging to be sent to the other side of the world. Does the reversal of the curse affect her speech as well? Two guys talk to each other while in an office with various containers filled with various liquids and creatures. Huh? He doesn't have any more body parts left? Well, they've been doing a lot of experiments lately. Jamie Welton listening to the conversations around him, especially since they'll have a lot of new test subjects pretty soon. Sounds like they're going to have some great experiments, Jamie thinks. They've got a lot of nerve doing dark magic within the walls of the academy. Jamie Welton listens to the students talk. Experimenting on people is so cool. Everything else pales in comparison when you watch the speed and quality of the results. What's he talking about? He's doing it for laughs. No. Beside Jamie Welton in the hallway, the gleeful laughter of students erupts. Jamie Welton looks down thoughtfully, presses his lips tightly together and tensely ponders. Now he realizes how low dark magic has fallen. Jamie Welton thinks back to Diablo Wolfier's past life and ponders. In the past, he sacrificed countless lives to defy the 12 gods, and so he has no right to judge them. Jamie Welton continues to ponder. However, what was dark magic designed for? If one doesn't delve too deep, it's obvious: to destroy the gods. A bloody knife, around which energy streams move, tears a sharp part of the image. Diablo Wolfier has abandoned his humanity and borne all sins. Diablo Wolfier lowered his head down, closing his eyes and tightly closing his lips. On his head, tightly wrapped around his thorns. Around Diablo is blood and streams of energy. Jamie Welton is in the hallway of the school, staring pensively in front of him. There are ominous streams of energy emanating from Jamie. Jamie is tensely reasoning. If you want to sacrifice lives, you must be prepared for such a fate. Jamie Welton is on the school grounds with Black. There's an ominous energy flowing from Jamie. Jamie says, "Now there's something else that needs to be done." Black looks at Jamie and makes a questioning sound. Jamie Welton looks away from Black and says, "If the seeds he sowed have sprouted and turned into monsters, then I guess that's what he needs to do. He should reap them himself." Black flies next to Jamie and squeaks questioningly. In the academy, the students move freely, talking amongst themselves and spending time together. The first floor of the academy has a red carpet on the stone floor of the corridor. The second floor passage is wooden, with a wooden railing. Venna stands in place in the academy corridor, crossed her fingers of hands at her chest, closed her eyes and says worriedly and tensely, "And where did he go? We need to find him and get him out." There are particles of energy moving around Vina. Suddenly, a hand grabs one of Venna's braids, clutching the braid tightly in a fist, and pulls it towards her. Venna cries out, frightened at the sharp, unpleasant pain. "Kaya!" Venna did not expect to see a man grabbing her tightly and viciously. Vienna cries out fearfully, "Hilla!" One eye of Venna squints. The other eye looks at Hilla. Tears of pain have appeared on Venna's face. Hilla looks at her angrily and says, "Where the hell has she been that she can barely walk?" Hilla clutches the scythe tightly and pulls it towards her. Hilla holds Venu's scythe and says, "She's fast enough for a throwback. So did you do it?" Venna pulls her hands back, trying to break free of Hilla's grip, and tensely utters, "Sorry, she forgot." Hilla looks at Wenna angrily and hatefully, frowning her forehead, gritting her teeth, tensing her face. Hilla clutches Vienna's braid tightly and pulls it sharply over herself. Hilla grins and says, "So you say you forgot, that's how." Hilla grips Venna's braid tightly with her fist, pulls it to her and looks intently into Venna's face. Hilla says angrily, "Hasn't she been a little too relaxed lately?" "Huh, Wenna?" Venna tensely looks at Hilla. In the academy room, Hilla strikes Venna once again. In the academy room, the lights are dimmed. No one can be seen. The light falls on the floor in shadows. Venna makes a loud sound from Hilla's sharp and unexpected blow. "Kaya!" Hilla is standing in the academy room above Venna. The room is filled with wooden barrels and mesh grills on the walls. Hilla utters, "Does he look like a clown?" Venna sits on the floor with her hands resting on her arms and says, perplexed, "Why would he do that?" Hilla spreads his fingers from which streams of energy emanate. Hilla looks at Venna angrily and hatefully, clenches her teeth in a snide smile and says, "Well, at least once you have to crush such a pathetic little bug to behave properly." Venna sits on the floor and stares intently at Hilla. Venna's eyes rounded fearfully, pupils dilated, eyebrows lowered. Venna's body is shaking with fear. Wenna anxiously utters, "Stop it, forgive her, Hilla." Hilla angrily and hatefully utters, "Shouldn't you get rid of the trash that harmed him?" Hilla stretches her fingers upward, tensing them, releasing sinister streams of energy and uses the pain trial spell. Hilla stands over Venna, directing sinister streams of energy in her direction. Venna is on her knees, resting her elbows on the floor, crossing her fingers and saying pitifully, "Please forgive her. This is the last time. She will never forget her words again." Venna lies on the floor with her head down. Venna's eyes are closed, tears have appeared on them. Venna's body is shaking with fear. Venna utters pitifully, "Please." Hilla's ominous streams are heading towards Venna. Suddenly a voice is heard. "What's wrong with you, huh?" Venna lies on the floor with her head down. Venna's tear-stained eyes open abruptly wide upon hearing the voice. Hilla's ominous streams of energy are directed towards Venna. Venna froze in place, staring at the floor. Suddenly Jamie Welton appears in front of Venna. He stands confidently in place, looking forward. Behind Jamie's back, Venna is on the floor, kneeling and resting her elbows on the floor with her fingers crossed. A surprised question rings out. "How did he get here?" Jamie Welton stands still and says in a calm voice, "Venna." Jamie Welton stares in front of him, feeling confident and empowered. Particles of magical energy move around Jamie. Jamie Welton turns his head to Venna, standing with his back to her, and calmly asks her, "Is she seriously afraid of someone like him?" Wenna freezes in place, looking dumbfounded at Jamie, and hesitating anxiously says, "But she is." Jamie Welton looks at Wenna carefully. Jamie Welton's pupils burn a bright purple color. For a while, Jamie watches Venna. From Jamie Welton, ominous streams of energy move through space. Jamie Welton speaks seriously and menacingly to Venna. "Stand up." Wenna freezes in place, looking forward frightened and dumbfounded. Wenna's eyes rounded, pupils dilated. Tears came to her eyes. She silently gritted her teeth. Jamie Welton's head turned toward Wenna. Jamie menacingly and seriously asks Venna, and how much longer is she going to put up with this? Jamie is not happy with what is happening. Particles of magical energy move around Jamie. Venna slams her hands sharply into the floor, spreading her fingers. A dent is left in the floor under her hands, cracks spreading across the floor. Wenna hesitantly and thoughtfully says, answering Jamie's question, she doesn't know. Hilla grits her teeth in a snide smile and says, pointing her finger at Jamie Welton, he doesn't know who he is, but he's clearly not smart. No, that's even better. I didn't think Venna would bring a stranger here. Him he'll send to the other world afterwards. Jamie Welton menacingly and seriously says to Venna, Venna, choose. Wenna froze in place, staring thoughtfully in front of her. Tears run down her cheeks, dripping down from her chin. Venna hesitantly utters, she didn't. Hilla stares forward, focused and aggressively. His eyes are wide open, forehead furrowed, eyebrows lowered. Hilla opens his mouth wide and shouts loudly and angrily, pitching his body forward. Go to the other world! Instantly, Hilla thrusts his hand forward, applying a swift and powerful stream of sinister energy towards Jamie Welton and Venna. Jamie Welton stands still, watching the approaching stream of sinister energy. Venna hesitantly utters, she doesn't want to. She then stands up abruptly, clenching her fists, shouting angrily and hatefully. There is not the slightest desire to be part of a society that has room for people like him. A powerful release of energy emanates from Venna. Venna says confidently and loudly, she will change. Jamie Welton looks away puzzled and stares intently, watching Venna's reaction. Jamie Welton has his mouth ajar and mentally tenses up. Is that it? Venna shouts confidently, she doesn't want to live like this anymore. Hilla is frozen in place by Wenna's unexpected reaction. He feels tense and perplexed. Hilla opens his mouth wide and shouts loudly, what did she just do? Venna turned her head, looking at her hand. She says joyfully and tensely, huh? Magical fiery streams of magical energy emanated from Venna. Venna opened her eyes wide, a smile appearing on her face from the unexpected abilities in her body. Hilla stares at Venna angrily and intently, tensing her face and furrowing her brow. Hilla utters, I don't care. He doesn't know what just happened, but she should be prepared for what will be done to her if she so much as lays a finger on him. Jamie Welton stands still, looking intently at Hilla. Jamie says seriously to Wenna, Wenna, she has made the first move. Hilla stands in front of Jamie, stretching her arm forward, spreading her fingers with ominous streams of energy emanating from them. Jamie Welton stares at Hilla in a focused and aggressive manner. Jamie lowers his eyebrows, tensing his facial muscles. Jamie raises his hand in front of him, linking two fingers together. From Jamie Welton emanates ominous streams of energy forward. Hilla froze in place, looking puzzled and frightened at his hand. Hilla's eyes rounded. He clenched his teeth, feeling tense and anxious. Hilla utters, what? The streams of energy from Hilla's hand fade and begin to disappear. Jamie Welton turns his head to Venna, looks at her carefully and says seriously, the first step is the hardest, but the second one won't be anymore. Ominous streams of energy move around Jamie Welton. Hilla looks fearfully and tensely at Jamie Welton. Hilla's eyes are wide open, face tense, forehead furrowed, lowering his eyebrows. He shouts loudly to Jamie, stop! Who is he? What's that strange mana he's got? Jamie Welton stands still, staring calmly and focused forward. Jamie's lips are slightly ajar. Ominous streams of energy emanate from Jamie Welton, traveling through space. Jamie casts a spell, Erasure. Vienna sits on the floor, frozen in place and staring intently ahead. Her eyes are wide open, her teeth clenched. Venna has her palms crossed over her chest, clasping her hands together. She took a thoughtful, deep breath, watching Jamie's ominous streams of energy. Academy Headmaster Garb abruptly stops dead in his tracks as he stands at his desk, resting his hands on his arms and directing his gaze in front of him. He says cheerfully, at last. Garb's wide desk is littered with maps, open books, and folded textbooks. Principal Garb froze in place and stares intently ahead, feeling joy and anticipation of future changes, a smile appearing on his face. Principal Garb speaks thoughtfully. Venna, the Valkyrie has awakened! Director Garb recalls Vienna, frightened, standing with a bloody knife in her hands. Garb tensely pronounces, the situational conditions necessary for personality control are too excessive, and so he feared she would never wake up. Director Garb is in his office, dark night outside the window. In his hands, Garb holds a rod with a wicker smooth top. Principal Garb says curiously, so he doesn't need to be in this boring place now either. Valkyrie's power is now his. In the academy room, Venna sits on the floor on her knees, joining the palms of her hands in front of her at her chest. Jamie Welton turns around to her and looks at her intently. Jamie Welton says calmly, Venna. Venna sits on the floor, kneeling in front of Jamie Welton, joining the palms of her hands in front of her at her chest. Venna squeezes her eyes tightly shut, feeling tense and anxious. Venna says pitifully and guiltily, Forgive her? Jamie Welton watches Venna, feeling annoyed and stressed by Venna's behavior. Jamie rolled his eyes and opened his mouth. Jamie Welton utters surprised. And why is someone so timid, a Valkyrie? A Valkyrie is a high-ranking angel known as a battle angel. Their immense power is enough to battle the gods. However, this led to their extinction. Fortunately, they managed to avoid extinction and hid in places beyond the reach of the 12 gods. Jamie Welton mentally pondered, this must be the work of that garb. To make her easier to handle, he suppressed her personality for a long time. Venna says fearfully and anxiously, What's his look? What has she done wrong? Jamie Welton carefully observes Venna, who is standing in front of him. Jamie tensely thinks, the Valkyries are a race of terribly unruly creatures. This must have been done so that she could be easily restrained upon awakening. Venna looks at Jamie, watching his reaction carefully. She says to Jamie anxiously and puzzled, She doesn't understand what's wrong, but I'm sorry. Jamie turns his head sharply toward Venna and says irritably, He doesn't like it. Venna anxiously turns her head to the side. Venna utters, Red alert. They must have realized he's an intruder. Jamie Welton looks at Venna and replies, He has the name Jamie. Either way, he's not the one they caught. Venna turns around and stares dumbfounded in front of her, eyes wide with surprise. She says in surprise, Huh? A voice booms out loud. A mission for everyone. Bring Venu to him. Permission to do some minor damage. Venna, dumbfounded and worriedly, lifts her head up, listening to Principal Garb's loud voice. Venna tensely utters, Principal, what is he for? Jamie Welton stands nearby, looking ahead and pensively pondering. He knew it. The students of the academy abruptly begin a quick movement from their seats, heading out to find Wenna, in order to bring Wenna to Principal Garb. The students move around the corridor. One of the disciples indicates the movement by pointing his hand to the side. A student with dark curly hair that falls over his face opens his mouth wide and yells loudly, trying to alert the others. He heard something. A student stands still in the academy hallway, eyes rounded. Jamie Welton asks Venna seriously, So what's she going to do now? Venna froze in place, her eyes downcast, remembering all the difficulties of being at the academy. Tears, resentment, forgiveness, and disappointment. He said thoughtfully, She? Venna cries out sharply and loudly, opening her mouth wide. She is different now. Tears have come to her wide-open eyes from the emotions overtaking her. She feels tension, hatred, and anger. Fiery streams of energy emanate from Venna. Jamie Welton turns his head slightly, directing his gaze to Wenna and calmly says, Yes, that's right. Jamie Welton is focused and calm, not making any unnecessary movements. Around Jamie, particles of energy move in the air. In the academy room, particles of energy begin to hover in the air. Magical streams of energy move, swirling from bottom to top before entering the room. Bright light emanates from the magical energy streams. Jamie Welton and Venna stand in the academy room, looking forward. The magical energy streams that Jamie Welton is channeling swirl in the air, heading forward. Venna utters a surprised expression, Wow. Jamie Welton extends his hand in front of him, directing magical streams of energy from his fingers. Jamie turns his head towards Venna, shifting his gaze to her, and calmly says, He told you, didn't he? Jamie Welton says seriously to Venna, The second step won't be as difficult. Jamie Welton stands confidently in place and stares forward with a focused gaze, directing magical energy flows. An apprentice appears from around the corner, running swiftly forward. Jamie Welton and Venna stand together in the academy room. Across from them, the academy students have appeared and want to deliver Venna to Principal Garb. Angry voices of the students are heard. She dares to resist? Get over here now. Wenna. Opposite Jamie Welton and Wenna stands a student with dark curly hair. He opens his mouth wide and starts shouting loudly and angrily, V. He's interrupted by a magical ball that surrounds the apprentice's head. An ominous energy moves around. Jamie Welton stares forward in concentration, tense and surprised. He utters, Tsitsi, she's been brainwashed. Venna interjects, puzzled. Brainwashed? Jamie Welton raises 2 fingers up, from which a magical light emanates. Suddenly, the 2 students promptly fall down. Jamie Welton and Venna watch this happen. Jamie makes no reaction, Vena stares ahead puzzled. There are ominous streams of energy emanating around the two falling students. Jamie Welton utters, pointing to the curly-haired student. She has no will of her own. Perhaps long ago, she was the principal's errand girl. A girl with no signs of life, blood dripping from her eyes, red-black streams coming from her ears. When hearing Jamie Welton's words, lowered her head and looked down thoughtfully. She froze in place, puzzled by this information, and utters, frustratedly stammering, means. Vena is immersed in thought. Vena utters, reasoning, that's right, the way they treated her was ordered by the headmaster. Headmaster Garb is contentedly, with a gloating smile focused forward, crossing his fingers of his hands near his chin. One by one, the students of the academy begin to use spells and direct them towards Vena. The student crosses his arms at his chest. A projection appears in front of him. The disciples recite, Curse of Stiffness, the Curse of Migraine, Curse of Vomiting. One by one, the academy students begin to use the spells and point them towards Vena. A student crosses his fingers of his hands in front of him. A projection appears in front of him. The disciples utter, Sneeze Curse. Jamie Welton instantly uses the spell, returning curses. The students in front of him who are using the curses to attack Venu begin to sneeze loudly, vomiting on the floor, their bodies shaking with discomfort. Jamie Welton turns his head to the side, directing his gaze back at Venu. Jamie says to Vena in a serious and focused voice, Pull yourself together. Vena is behind Jamie's back, sitting on the floor on her knees, folding her arms in front of her and lowering her head worriedly. Jamie Welton stands confidently and looks forward. Behind Jamie Welton's back, Vena sits on the floor on her knees, clasping her hands to her chest. She has her head down, thoughtfully and uncertainly saying to Jamie, But she is so. Vena lowered her head, directing an embittered gaze in front of her. Her eyes rounded, tears welling up in them. Vena gritted her teeth tensely, lowered her eyebrows menacingly, and uttered, Angry. She had to endure all this for so long without realizing anything. Jamie Welton turns his head toward Vena, shifting his gaze back. Jamie says with a smile, Really? Then, Jamie Welton mentally tenses up. Her true nature is slowly beginning to show. Jamie Welton stretches his leg forward and pushes Vena forward with a sharp movement, saying sadly to her, Go and fight! Vena looks forward in surprise and puzzlement, opening her eyes wide and saying, Ga? With a sharp movement of his foot, Jamie Welton directs Vena forward, towards the academy students who are frozen in place, waiting to attack Vena. Vena fearfully and puzzledly utters, Wait! Vena turns her head towards Jamie Welton during her swift movement. Her eyes are wide open. Tears have appeared on them. Vena tensely and anxiously utters to Jamie, opening her mouth wide, She doesn't know. Vena doesn't know how to fight. Vena stopped in front of an academy student who has his legs spread wide, both hands raised and his index finger pointing upwards, from which a bright magical light emanates. Vena turned around in a puzzled manner. The academy student in front of whom Vena is standing raises his hands up. Ominous streams of energy move around him. The disciple angrily gritted his teeth while opening his mouth. His aggressive and malicious gaze is directed at Vena. While Vena froze in place in front of the academy disciple who intends to direct magical energy streams at her. She looks at him in a puzzled and frightened manner with her eyes wide open. Tears have appeared in her eyes. Her mouth is slightly ajar. The academy disciple stares angrily forward, extending his arm in front of him, holding it with his other hand. From the arm, the student directs sinister streams of energy, which Vena begins to dodge, arching her body backwards. Vena arches her body backward, dodging the magical strike by the ominous stream of energy that is rapidly traveling above her. Vena looks up in surprise intensely and utters, Did she manage to dodge? Behind Vena's back as she dodges one blow aimed in her direction, the next academy student extends his arm forward, using projection, and utters loudly in an angry voice, Toothache Curse. Vena notices the academy student in motion, directing the toothache curse at her. She turns her head in his direction and looks at him fearfully and tensely, eyes wide open. Vena utters, N. In a move, Vena abruptly wraps her two hands around the academy student's arm around her wrist, squeezing it tightly. The hand of the student who channeled the toothache curse is stretched forward, fingers tense and pointed to the sides, bending slightly. Vena throws aside the academy student who channeled the toothache curse with a sharp movement, her arms stretched forward, releasing the arm around her. Vena squinted her eyes, lowered her head, and shouts loudly, No! The academy disciple who was directing the toothache curse at Venna swiftly flies forward from Venna, who threw him away. His body instantly powerfully hit the obstacle with his back. His body weakened from the impact. His head slumped downwards. Venna's eyes opened wide in surprise, not expecting himself to have such abilities. Venna stares forward intently, feeling tense and anxious. She opens her mouth wide and says in joyful surprise, "Huh?" Jamie Welton directs streams of sinister energy forward, from which a bright purple light emanates. Jamie turns her head towards Venna and shouts loudly to her, "This is her power, Venna. Believe in yourself and fight." The next academy students who are about to strike Venna stand aside. One of them extends a finger and angrily says, "Thinks one brute force is enough? Will she still remain nothing but a pathetic Wenna?" Venna froze in place and looks puzzled at the academy student who points his finger in her direction and directs the blindness curse at her. Around Venna, fiery streams of energy move in space. Venna abruptly snaps out of her seat and begins to rush forward. Her feet forcefully push off the floor, picking up speed. Venna tensely and anxiously ponders, not realizing what is happening to her. Her body is going where she wants it to go. The two academy students froze in place, raising their heads and watching Venna intently. Venna took a light and sharp leap upwards, flying over their heads. They discuss amongst themselves, "When is she? What? Defend yourself." Venna tensed and wondered, as if it didn't belong to her at all. Venna lands on the floor, heading resolutely forward with her head down. Falling past her are the academy students whom she struck momentarily. Jamie Welton stands still, turning her head towards the remaining unhurt academy students, looking at them intently. Jamie Welton is calm and focused. He utters, "That part is done with. What are you guys going to do?" Jamie Welton stands confidently and looks at the remaining students of the academy. There are ominous streams of energy moving around Jamie. He says, "It looks like you finally realized the difference in power. It's not just newbies like them here, is it?" Jamie Welton stands still, emitting ominous streams of energy from himself in different directions. His face is covered by a hood. He says seriously, "Well, that's not the point. He has long since agreed to harvest all the crops he has sown." Jamie calls out to Black. Above the academy, students who were left untouched by Venna in the air hovered Black, spreading his wings and making a loud sound. "Eek!" The academy students lifted their heads up, tensing and glaring angrily at Black, clenching their teeth. Jamie Welton stands still, squinting his eyes contentedly and smiling widely. Jamie raises his hands in front of him and asks Black, "Is he done tagging all the newcomers?" There are particles of energy moving around Jamie. Black is in the air with his eye down and looking at the projection appearing in front of him. Black's tail is bent, and the arrow on the end is heading towards the projection. The projection in front of Black as a target glows brightly with purple light. The students of the academy stand puzzled on the spot. The same projection as the one in front of Black has appeared on their chests. They look down questioningly, not understanding what's going on, gritted teeth, hands raised in front of them. Jamie Welton stared forward with a concentrated look. Jamie's eyes narrowed, teeth clenched, a wicked smile on his face. Jamie's eyes burn with a bright purple light. Jamie puts his palms together around his chin and says, "Since that's the case, let's start the reaping." Jamie Welton casts a spell, Violet Riot. From top to bottom, magical streaks begin to crumble, piercing the space and the students. The students begin to cover their heads with their hands in panic, screaming in panic at the pain. Jamie Welton stands in the middle of the room with Venna. Jamie observes what happened after the spell was used. All around Jamie and Venna lie the bloody bodies of students with no signs of life. Jamie Welton does not turn his head towards Venna and stares calmly ahead. His head is covered by a hood covering his face. Venna freezes in place and looks at Jamie puzzled, saying thoughtfully, Her eyes are wide open. Suddenly a voice is heard, menacingly saying, "What is this?" All his children have been sent to the other world. In the room of the academy where Jamie Welton and Venna are located, a sharp blow with force with a wand is heard against the floor. The rod is blue in color with an iron tip. In the room of the academy where Jamie Welton and Venna are, the headmaster of the Garb School appears. In his hands, he clutches the rod tightly. Headmaster Garb stares forward concentratedly and utters, "It's a pleasure to meet you. He is the owner of this place, Garb." Principal Garb stands in front of Jamie Welton and says contentedly, squinting his eyes, "Judging by his skills, his looks are deceiving, aren't they? Or does he have some sort of chronic illness?" Jamie Welton replies, "What if that's true? Principal Garb squints his eyes and says thoughtfully with a smile, I see, so that's the role. Principal Garb's long gray hair is pulled back into a ponytail and tied with a blue bow. He holds a staff in front of him. Jamie Welton looks at Principal Garb carefully. Jamie Welton's eyebrows are furrowed, and a snide smile appears on his face. Jamie tensely mentally ponders, a role? There are particles of energy moving around Jamie. Principal Garb looks at Jamie Welton and says to him, since he's so powerful, how about working for him? Jamie Welton listens intently to Principal Garb and answers him, what can he offer him? Principal Garb looks at Jamie Welton intently, squinting his eyes slightly. His face is tense, and his forehead is furrowed. Principal Garb replies to Jamie Welton, well, he has a plan. If he succeeds in it, then... Director Garb goes on to say, it wouldn't be hard to destroy an entire nation. Jamie Welton says thoughtfully, really? Jamie shifts his gaze to Venna, who is standing behind him. Venna is frozen in place, staring ahead puzzled. Jamie Welton looks closely at Director Garb and asks him, does he have any special methods? Jamie Welton feels tension and disdain for Director Garb. There are particles of energy moving around Jamie. Principal Garb stands in front of Jamie Welton and Vienna, surrounded by the bloody, lifeless bodies of the Academy students. Principal Garb says disgruntledly, addressing Jamie, he's greedy enough, and they haven't even had a chance to shake hands. Jamie Welton tensely looks at Principal Garb, frowning his forehead. Jamie mentally ponders irritably, this is all for the sake of a nation. Jamie Welton says back to Principal Garb, nah, he's not interested. Principal Garb looks at Jamie Welton carefully. A snide smile has appeared on his face. His face is tense. Principal Garb utters with a smirk, what a pity. Director Garb shows calmness and dislike. Wenna opens her mouth wide and shouts loudly to Director Garb, Director, why did you order them all to bring her to him? Wenna's eyes are wide open and tears have appeared in her eyes. She is feeling angry and confused. Director Garb responds admiringly to Wenna, oh, she's incredible. She has an inconceivable amount of life force. Venna looks forward anxiously. She crosses her fingers in front of her chest. Around Venna are fiery streams of energy. She utters, Director? Director Garb has closed his eyes, lowering his head down. He utters to Venna, right, she wants to know, right? Director Garb thoughtfully continues to say, all right, Venna. There are particles of energy moving around Principal Garb. Principal Garb angrily utters to Venna, he wanted to collect the fruits of his endeavors after her awakening. Venna froze in place, staring dumbfoundedly ahead. Her eyes rounded with tension and anxiety, her fingers crossed in front of her chest. Principal Garb tells Wenna, does she have any idea how many problems he had when she fell on his shoulders? Principal Garb remembers Venna as a child. He carries her in his arms on the school grounds. Wenna is unconscious. Principal Garb looks at Wenna in his arms in exasperation. Principal Garb tells Wenna it took a lot of effort to suppress her true nature, and how she will awaken in the form she wished to see her in. Principal Garb stands in the middle of the school premises, surrounded by the bloody, lifeless bodies of the school's students. Principal Garb has lowered his hands, holding his staff in his hands, and says loudly, he created this school for her personally. Wenna listens to Principal Garb and stares at him sparingly. She says to him pitifully, resentfully, every time they bullied her, he came to comfort her. Venna tensely lowers her eyebrows. Streams of fiery energy moved around her. Venna lowered her head frustratedly, streams of tears pouring down her cheeks. Streams of fiery energy move around her. Venna says thoughtfully, but now that he remembers it, he never stopped them. Principal Garb turns his head, pitching forward and looking intently at Venna. He says to her with a smile, and once she was stripped of her essence, shivering with fear and hiding in corners, he was beyond happy. Venna sits on the floor on her knees with her hands down. Her head is lowered down. Venna, sinking into her thoughts, utters a few times, streams of fiery energy begin to move rapidly around Venna, lifting her hair and clothes in the air. Director Garb, watching Venna, waves his hand, pointing it forward, palm up. Director Garb utters, and now she has just awakened from the anger he has nurtured in her for the past 10 years. Venna sits on the floor on her knees with her hands and head down. Venna is silently frozen in place. Around Venna, fiery and ominous streams of energy begin to move in the air, rising upwards. Principal Garb utters in a puzzled manner, huh? Venna raises her head, her detached gaze directed upwards. Tears have appeared in her slightly ajar eyes. Currents of air develop her hair. Venna opens her mouth and relaxedly utters, ah. Venna does not show any emotion. Venna falls to the floor without strength. Venna's relaxed body lies unconscious on the floor. Her legs are slightly tucked up, her hands lying together in front of her face. Around Venna, particles of energy move in the air. Venna's mouth is ajar. Jamie Welton looks at Principal Garb. Jamie's head is hooded, covering her face. Jamie Welton utters, "So that's how it really was." Behind Jamie Welton's back, an unconscious Ven lies on the floor. Jamie Welton looks intently at Principal Garb. A smile appears on Jamie's face. Jamie asks with interest in Director Garb, "But now what?" He just erased all the anger directed at him. "Principal Garb," answers Jamie Welton incredulously and tensely. "Bullshit, you can't get rid of something like that easily." Principal Garb furrows his brow in bewilderment and tension. Jamie Welton gloatingly replies, "No." Jamie Welton looks ahead gloatingly and replies to Principal Garb, "He has no idea how easy it is." A smile appears on Jamie's face. Jamie feels his power and superiority. There are particles of energy moving around Jamie. Jamie Welton looks at Principal Garb calmly and relaxed and says, "Ah, yes." It might seem impossible to him, because no matter how hard he tries, he's still just a pathetic piece of shit who hasn't reached the 7th rank, right? Principal Garb, after hearing the words from Jamie Welton, shouts loudly, insulting Jamie. With raging anger and aggression, he strains his face, narrowing his eyes and lowering his eyebrows, channeling his strength into shouting. Fiery discharges of energy emanated from Principal Garb. Dark Magician Garb couldn't reach the 7th rank. If anyone brought it up in any way, Director Garb would immediately deal with them. Principal Garb is frustrated and saddened, looking forward at the ajar doors. Having held the title of Master of Curses, having risen to the top in the study of the dark arts, a wall has appeared in front of him, leaving him stuck at rank 6. Principal Garb is kneeling, staring intently at the bright light from the ajar doors. Principal Garb, after hearing the words from Jamie Welton, shouts loudly, "How are you?" With raging anger and aggression, strains his face, narrowing his eyes and lowering his eyebrows, channeling his strength into screaming. Fiery discharges of energy emanate from Principal Garb. Principal Garb instantly strikes his staff with force, gripping it tightly with his hand, clenching his fist. The principal nervously and angrily shouts to Jamie Welton, "His suffering will last forever." Principal Garb intends to throw a punch at Jamie Welton. Principal Garb points his hand forward, holding the rod in it. The rod begins to burn with a bright fiery light, fiery streams of energy moving through the air from it. Principal Garb says angrily, and despair will not leave him. Principal Garb directs a spell at Jamie Welton. Burning Snake Hydra. A fiery snake begins to coil around Jamie, coiling around his body and squeezing him tightly. Ominous fiery streams of energy move around. Jamie is puzzled and surprised. Principal Garb looks down thoughtfully, tensing his facial muscles. He is in a large, spacious room in shades of green with columns. Around Director Garb are containers in multicolored shades, various glowing elements. Principal Garb sits in the spacious room on a chair with his hands on the table and his head down thoughtfully. There is a long green table with various colored containers spread out on it. In front of Principal Garb, a creature stands at the table and speaks. "Dean?" In front of Principal Garb stands a creature with various images of eyes arranged chaotically across its body. The creature speaks thoughtfully to Director Garb, directing its gaze at him. This time they need new test subjects for the new drug. The creature thoughtfully and calmly replies to Director Garb. "Thank you very much." Director Garb looks closely at the creature standing before him and says thoughtfully, "Interesting." He crosses his arms, resting his elbows on the desk. Director Garb wraps both hands around his staff and slams it to the floor in a sharp motion. Director Garb lowered his head in concentration and squinted his eyes. Streams of ominous energy spread around Principal Garb. Jamie Welton looks at Principal Garb with a concentrated gaze. A caustic smile appears on his face. Jamie Welton pronounces to Principal Garb, "And he's cruel. It must be like the savage pain of having his skull cracked open." Principal Garbu furrows his brow, lowers his eyebrows, and stares menacingly and intently at Jamie Welton. Principal Garb holds his staff in front of him and answers Jamie Welton. Despite his appearance, he is a master of curses. Jamie Welton opens his eyes wide and stares intently at Principal Garb. Jamie Welton raises his hand above him, focusing an ominous stream of energy under his palm. Jamie says angrily, "So be it," but he shouldn't let his guard down. Director Garb stands focused, head down, immersed in his thoughts and feeling his power. He wraps both hands around the staff that stands on the floor. All around Principal Garb is pitch blackness. Principal Garb says to Jamie Welton, Pretty funny and very interesting. Who would have thought he would fall victim to mental magic? More, show him more. Principal Garb stands surrounded by ominous streams of energy. Jamie Welton responds ominously to Principal Garb. Well, how could he not? Principal Garb freezes in place, lifts his head up, and watches as a bright glowing eye opens above his head out of the darkness. A blinding light emanates from the pupil. Director Garb looks down intently, squinting his eyes slightly. He says, thoughtfully, He has a gloating smile on his face. Streams of sinister energy emanate from Principal Garb's hand, and a projection in the form of a target appeared on his hand. Principal Garb froze in place. He lowered his head thoughtfully and calmly, leaning his forehead against the staff. Director Garb squinted his eyes and closed his lips tightly, tensing his facial muscles, trying to focus without reacting to outside stimuli. Jamie Welton watches Director Garb closely. Jamie Welton mentally ponders, I wonder if he is trying to show by his actions that he can influence his own mind. His skills are impressive, but they are completely useless. Jamie Welton instantly raises his hand, pointing his index finger upwards. Jamie looks forward, ominous streams of energy rapidly starting to move. Jamie Welton casts a spell, the Curse of the Dark Spear. Principal Garb stands centered in place with both hands clasping the staff in front of him. Toward Principal Garb, Jamie Welton's sinister streams of energy are swiftly channeled to strike. Principal Garb's cloak develops from the movement. Principal Garb stands focused in place, waiting for the ominous streams of energy directed by Jamie Welton to approach. Director Garb calmly and angrily utters, "This is enough." In front of his face, Principal Garb holds up his wand. Suddenly, the ominous streams of energy that were rushing towards Principal Garb change their trajectory and instantly pierce through Jamie Welton's body. A spray of blood erupted from his back, his body falling backwards. Jamie Welton hangs onto the ominous streams of energy piercing his body and sighs heavily. Jamie looks up puzzled and anxious, his gaze frozen on one point. Jamie tensely ponders, a counter curse. That's hard enough dark magic. Jamie Welton's arms relax and hang loosely down along his body, dropping down sharply. Jamie Welton's fingers are slightly bent, not moving. Particles of magical energy move around Jamie Welton's hand. Principal Garb stands in front of Jamie Welton, looking at him intently, bringing his hand up to Jamie's chin. Principal Garb utters, and he's holding up pretty well. However, he managed to get out of the abyss Jamie created quite easily. Principal Garb looks at Jamie Welton, feeling his strength and confidence. Principal Garb angrily and arrogantly says to Jamie Welton with a smile on his face, gritting his teeth, and now he will completely destroy his mind. Principal Garb's staff begins to release fiery, ominous streams of energy that begin to spread through space. Principal Garb points the rod towards Jamie Welton and utters, "The aesthetics of slowness." Jamie Welton stands still with his gaze downward. Jamie's gaze is detached and languid. Jamie Welton's mouth is ajar, streams of blood flowing from it. There are particles of magical energy moving around Jamie. Principal Garb stares at Jamie Welton with an embittered look. His eyebrows are furrowed and his teeth are clenched. Principal Garb utters, "From now on, he will live an eternity in a single instant. 1 second will become a tenth of a second, then 100th, and after that 1,000th. What kind of experience will a person have? An increase in all the powers of perception, being in a state where it seems to him that nothing will ever end. Will he be able to cope with even 1 second that lasts indefinitely?" Director Garb points a rod of fiery streams of energy toward Jamie Welton. He grins evilly as he says, "This is the best thing that was ever created by him. There may have been a gulf between ranks before, but..." Jamie Welton interrupts Garb and says angrily, "But what? Huh?" Jamie Welton stares forward intently, his pupils burning with a purple light. In front of Jamie's face, Principal Garb holds up a rod with streams of fiery energy. Principal Garb stares forward dumbfounded, not understanding how this could have happened. His forehead is furrowed, his eyebrows lowered. He is tense and perplexed. Principal Garb utters, "He? How?" Jamie Welton swiftly points his hand forward. Jamie Welton swiftly moves towards Director Garb and knocks him down, his hand resting on his face. Principal Garb stretches his arms forward in surprise, unable to fight back or realize what is happening. Jamie Welton turns his head to the side and stares intently, mouth ajar. Jamie Welton's face is tense, eyebrows furrowed and lowered. Jamie, being in motion, casts a spell. Explosion. Jamie Welton instantly created a projection in front of him, which threw Principal Garb backwards with a powerful blow. Principal Garb moves swiftly, moving away from Jamie. Jamie stands in front of the projection, waving his arm. Director Garb is swiftly moved backwards by Jamie Welton's powerful blow. He opens his mouth wide and utters a loud thud, choking on blood. Blood spurts from his mouth, discharges of energy traveling around him. Jamie Welton extends his hand out in front of him, flexing his fingers. A bright, fiery light emerges from his palm, sending discharges of energy into space. Jamie Welton says in a focused and menacing voice, hopefully it's strong enough. Principal Garb, in a swift motion from the blow delivered by Jamie Welton, lifts his head up, opening his mouth wide and shouting tensely and perplexed. How was he able to break his curse? Principal Garb's face is stained in blood. Jamie Welton pronounces to Principal Garb, well, he's made up his mind now, hasn't he? Jamie uses spells, magic arrow, stone crusher, stone wall, chain whip, spark bomb. Jamie glares menacingly at Principal Garb. A powerful stream of magic, along with ominous streams of energy, rush forward. Jamie Welton voice spells are sent towards Principal Garb for a powerful strike. Principal Garb lies on the floor with his arms and legs stretched out straight. Beneath him is a huge dent in the floor from the powerful strike. Principal Garb lies unmoving. Jamie Welton walks over to him and watches him closely. Principal Garb lies motionless on the floor, exhausted. His gaze is upward, his eyes slightly ajar. There are drops of blood running down his face, abrasions from the blow. Director Garb utters exhaustedly, how did he free himself from the aesthetics of slowness? Jamie Welton points to his hand and utters angrily, he has an artifact of absolute immunity. Director Garb lies on the floor, unmoving. Director Garb shifts his gaze to Jamie Welton's hand to see the artifact. Jamie Welton bends his hand in front of him, flexing his finger slightly and turning his hand to reveal the artifact. The stone of the bracelet glows brightly on his wrist. Jamie Welton says gloatingly, perfect cage. Director Garb stares intently at the artifact on Jamie Welton's hand, feeling tense, anxious, and frightened. Principal Garb says thoughtfully and gravely, absolute immunity. How could something like that even exist? Jamie Welton lowers his head down and looks at Principal Garb intently. A smile appears on his face. Jamie Welton calmly and confidently says to Director Garb, the world has never been known for logic. Principal Garb lies motionless on the floor on the rubble of the floor. There are multiple abrasions on his face, blood dripping from his mouth. Principal Garb looks up and says wistfully, damn, he was the ruler of this world. Jamie Welton kicks Principal Garb in the chest with a sharp kick and says menacingly, this is stupid. Principal Garb lies on the floor and from the momentary pain his body rises slightly, making a loud noise. Jamie Welton stands over Principal Garb with his head down. He stares at him with an embittered look and says, did he really think he would go to the other side of the world just like that? Well, no. Jamie Welton stands on Director Garbom, resting his foot against his side. Jamie Welton speaks. The door of rebellion against the divine. Given the sins committed out of his own greed, being the one who sowed the seeds, Jamie is destined to reap them. Jamie Welton continues to speak angrily to Principal Garb. He will continue to exist as a sinner, unable to live normally or go to the other world. The gates open, sinister streams of energy surge forward into infinity. Jamie Welton continues to angrily tell Director Garb, though every moment he will have a savage urge to give up the ends. Principal Garb's bloody arm is encircled momentarily by magical chains, wrapping around his wrist. Jamie Welton continues to angrily tell Principal Garb, he will become a creature unable to go to the other world. Principal Garb's bloody leg is encircled momentarily by magical chains, wrapping around several times. Jamie Welton continues to angrily tell Principal Garb, he has the fate of becoming his servant, who will follow his every order. Around Principal Garb's neck, magical chains are wrapped around his neck momentarily. He looks away fearfully and tensely. Jamie Welton stands over Principal Garb in the middle of an empty room of the academy. A soul emerges from Principal Garb's body lying on the floor, bound Z-neck and arm by magical chains that pull it to the side. Principal Garb lies on the floor and stares intently at the soul emerging from his body. Principal Garb shifts his gaze to the side. He feels anxious, fearful, and confused. Principal Garb tensely utters, his soul. Principal Garb's soul has lowered its head with sadness and sorrow and looks down at Principal Garb's body. Drool drips from the soul's open mouth and drips down its chin. A faint light emanates from the soul. Particles of energy move through the air. Jamie Welton angrily utters, serve him forever. Principal Garb looks fearfully at Jamie Welton. Tears are streaming from his eyes. Principal Garb tensely and anxiously ponders, no, he can't die like this. At least let his soul rest in peace. Jamie Welton looks at Principal Garb with a focused look and says menacingly, his name from now on. There is a brief pause. Jamie Welton raised his hand in front of him, pointing two fingers upwards and releasing ominous streams of energy. Jamie Welton, after a brief pause, utters, "Nebro." From now and forever, Principal Gaber's soul walks away from Principal Gaber's body and Jamie Welton, who remains behind her. Soul frustratedly puts her head down and looks down. Principal Garb, now referred to as Nebro, tensely and anxiously cries out, "No!" She watches his soul leave behind the ajar doors. The soul stares thoughtfully ahead. Jamie Welton's ominous streams of energy move through space. In the academy room stand Jamie Welton and Nebro, who stands nearby on a large crack in the floor. Away from them on the floor lies Venna unconscious. Nebro is wearing a cloak, with a long hood pulled over his head. Venna lies on the floor and slowly begins to come to her senses. Her eyes are slightly ajar. Venna directs her gaze upwards, not realizing what is going on around her. She says in a puzzled and confused manner, "Huh?" Venna has raised herself to her knees, resting her hands on the floor. She looks ahead at Jamie Welton and Nebro, shouting loudly and tensely, "Dean?" Jamie Welton stands still, unresponsive. Nebro stands next to him. Jamie Welton looks at Nebro calmly and carefully and says, "Since he is his servant, introduce yourself properly." Jamie opens his mouth slightly. Around Jamie Welton, particles of magical energy move in the air. Nebro stands in front of Jamie Welton and an ominous voice booms out, "Greetings to the greatest. His name is Nebro. He is the first lich he has created." A skeleton stands in front of Jamie Welton, wearing a cloak with a hood. Jamie Welton turns his head to Venna and asks her, "How is she feeling?" Remember, these are the words of the man who gave her 10 years of hell. Venna freezes in place and stares intently ahead. Standing next to Jamie is Nebro. Venna lowers her head thoughtfully, directing her gaze downward. Venna is silent for a while, after which she answers Jamie Welton. She doesn't know. Venna experiences emptiness, confusion after waking up. Jamie Welton looks at Venna and asks her, "What will she do now?" Venna stands across from Jamie and says thoughtfully, "To be honest, she has no idea." Behind Jamie's back, Nebro abruptly disappeared. Venna rounded her eyes, crossed her fingers of her hands in front of her, tensely and pitifully shouting to Jamie Welton, "Please take her as your apprentice." Jamie Welton abruptly interrupts her and replies seriously, "No." Venna looks at Jamie Welton carefully. Tears have come to her eyes. She lowers her eyebrows, opens her eyes wide. Venna feels tense, desperate, and depressed. She shouts loudly to Jamie Welton, "Huh? But why?" Jamie Welton turns his head, looks intently at Venna, and calmly answers her, "Because she is a Valkyrie." Particles of magical energy move around Jamie Welton. Jamie feels regret. Jamie Welton tells Venna, "Valkyries are an ancient race of angels." Jamie Welton recalls his past life in the body of Diablo Wolfear. Diablo Wolfear stands still and has his head up thoughtfully, gazing intently. Jamie Welton continues to tell Venna about the Valkyries. They are brave, never backing down, and they fight to prove a point. Sadly, the race was once extinct. Diablo Wolfear stands before a dragon. Above him, a girl hovers in the air. Jamie Welton looks down and says, "But he can't imagine how their blood has survived to this day." Jamie Welton suggested that Venna might be the last of her kind. Venna cries out desperately and indignantly to Jamie Welton from her overwhelming emotions. And how is her ancestry preventing her from becoming his apprentice? Venna clamped her eyes tightly shut, on which tears protruded. Jamie Welton calmly looks at Venna, answering, "That fact." Jamie Welton calmly replies that Valkyries cannot use magic. Venna dumbfoundedly froze in place after hearing Jamie's words. Her eyes rounded, her eyebrows raised. Venna stares intently ahead. Jamie Welton turns his back to Venna and says tensely, "It won't do any good if he takes it upon himself to train her." Venna stands behind Jamie's back, looking out and utters devastated, "Huh? Really? Really?" A white carriage pulled by two horses moves swiftly through the woods on a dirt road. Around the carriage, in front and behind, move riders, accompanying the carriage on its journey. It is sunny, clear weather. In the carriage, Anna and Sarah Welton are doting and squinting their eyes at the carriage in front of them. Sarah says admiringly and joyfully, "Wow, that's so cute. It's pink." "Vi," Anna interjects, joyfully, excitedly. "Really? It can touch?" Sarah Welton and Anna look ahead, sighing enthusiastically. In front of them in the carriage, a squirrel stands on the back of the seat, eyes bulging and looking fearfully at Sarah and Anna. Her body shaking with fear, she stammered out, "Master." Jamie Welton watches with a smile on her face as Anna and Sarah Welton stretch the squirrel, grimacing. The squirrel tensely and irritably utters, "Be thankful he knows how to use dark magic." Otherwise, there would be no chance at all. Anna and Sarah Welton stretch the squirrel in different directions. The squirrel is puzzled and tensely rounded his eyes, finding himself puzzled by what is happening. The squirrel utters to Jamie Welton, "Sir, please save her." Jamie Welton sits at the window, resting his head on his arm. He has closed his eyes peacefully and quietly, not reacting to the squirrel's request. Jamie Welton says contentedly with a smile on his face, "What beautiful weather." The carriage moves swiftly through the wooded area on a dirt road. There are sudden and loud movements and noises in the carriage. A squirrel shouts loudly and pitifully to Jamie Welton, "Master!" The carriage pulls into Afton's father territory. At the Bell family home near the large window, She's Bell Welton runs up to her daddy and clings tightly to his chest. She joyfully utters, "Daddy." Daddy stretches his arms forward, closes his eyes, and says with warmth, "It's been 9 years, She's Bell Welton presses her face against Papa's chest. Tears have appeared in her closed eyes. She says regretfully, "Daddy, she's so sorry. She feels so stupid for not being able to visit him in all this time." "Daddy, she's." Bell Welton lowered his head, closed his eyes warmly, and with a smile on his face says, "It's okay. Now she's here, he's glad." She's Bell snuggles up to Papa. Daddy is a blonde-haired man with a mustache and a small beard. Jamie Welton and Sarah Welton stand off to the side and watch She's Bell Welton meet her daddy. Jamie watches intently with a smile on his face. Sarah stares perplexed and tense, eyes wide open with tears protruding. Jamie Welton looks down, a smile frozen on his face. She tensed and anxiously mentally pondered. Still, he didn't understand. Jamie immersed himself in his thoughts, distracted from what was going on around him. Jamie Welton is immersed in his memories. Images from what has happened to him since his rebirth appear in his mind. Jamie is a little boy being stroked on the head. She lowered her head in embarrassment and squeezed her eyes shut. Jamie Welton is immersed in memories. Images from what happened to him after the rebirth appear in his mind. Jamie in the arms of She's Bell Welton and Sarah. Even after rebirth, these so-called emotions seem useless. Jamie Welton is immersed in memories. Images of what happened to him after his rebirth appear in his mind. Rebecca Ballou hugs Jamie tightly, pulling him close to her. She closed her eyes warmly. Jamie Welton is immersed in memories. Images from what happened to him after the rebirth appear in his mind. Dragon Maitre, holding Ganon's journal, streams of tears flowing down her cheeks with longing and sadness, remembering Ganon. Jamie Welton is immersed in memories. Images from what happened to him after his rebirth appear in his mind. Jamie Welton is not happy. Ricky spread his arms wide, standing over Jamie and covering him from a powerful punch. Jamie Welton froze in place, staring intently at the clasped hands of She's Bell Welton and her father. Jamie was not pleased with himself. She's his father says warmly, "Wipe away the tears. It's all right now." She's replies, "She's really sorry." Jamie Welton recalls his past life in the body of Diablo Wolfear, who suffered defeat. He had to wait an eternity for revenge. He still thinks emotions are unnecessary. They drive people to madness. Sarah Welton looks worriedly and fearfully at She's Bell Welton. Her eyes are rounded, tears have come to her eyes. Sarah tensely cries out, "Mommy, don't cry." Jamie Welton watches perplexed. Father Sia says puzzled, "Is that her daughter?" Sarah Welton looked up, tears welling up in her wide open eyes. Sarah lowered her eyebrows angrily. She shouted fearfully and angrily at She's Bell Welton's father, "Grandpa is bad. She made Mommy cry." She's Bell Welton tensely and anxiously looks at Sarah Welton, who is worried and frightened, screaming at her grandfather. She tries to calm her down by saying to her, "Sarah, it's not like that. It's not his fault." C.S. Bell Welton's father froze in place and looks away dumbfounded upon hearing Sarah Welton's words. A smile appears on his face. He tenses and utters. He never thought he would hear such a thing from his granddaughter. Sarah stands in front of She's Bell Welton, looking at her fearfully, tears welling up in her wide open eyes. She says something concernedly to She's. Jamie tenses and wonders, yes, he really doesn't understand human emotions. She's father, Bell Welton, stands next to Jamie Welton, turns her head to him and tensely says, "Hey," she seems to hate him now. Jamie turns to him and utters, "Sarah will come around soon enough. She's pretty kind." Sheesh. Bell Welton's father looks at Jamie Welton carefully and says with a smile, "And he is Jamie, is he?" He was looking forward to meeting him. Jamie squints his eyes and replies with a smile. He was looking forward to seeing him too. Bell Welton's father looks at Jamie Welton and says, "Oh, at least he doesn't hate him." Jamie closes his eyes, spreads his arms out to his sides and says, Well, you didn't give him a reason to. He is, after all, his grandfather. Jamie Welton's grandfather instantly grabs Jamie in his arms and holds him close. He is happy, squinting his eyes joyfully, and says to Jamie, "Ah, grandson." He is so happy to finally meet him. Jamie is tense. Jamie Welton in his grandfather's arms says, "Yes, him too. He's so happy." Jamie tensely and irritably thinks, what to expect from Belle's family, they're all so pissy. Outside the window, it's a deep, dark night. There is a full moon in the sky, illuminating the expanse of land, the light falling on the trees. The sky is studded with stars with night clouds. A conversation is taking place in Belle's house. Jamie is really an amazing boy. Indoors at Belle's house, tea is being drunk at the table, placing the cup on a saucer. A conversation takes place, discussing Jamie Welton's abilities. Despite his strength being at a 4th grade level, he has managed to catch a glimpse of the power he possesses. In the living room, C.S. Belle Welton's father sits on the red couch at the table, cross-legged and with his hands on his knees. He pronounces, "Soon the kid will be at the center of the world, and he's not even about their kingdom right now." She understands what that means, doesn't she? She's Belle Welton sits across from her father, looking down thoughtfully and sadly. She pronounces, "Yes, she and her husband are perfectly aware of everything." Father pronounces, "Exceptional talents will arouse the self-interest of the people around him." Father Belle Welton says firmly, "As long as she and the Earl of Welton are together, they will be able to stop them, but their abilities will not last forever." Jamie Welton stands confidently surrounded by shadows, envious and watching him. She's Belle Welton utters, "So he gives them this thing?" Her father answers her, "Yes, even though she may not be able to stop everything that could happen. However, he is sure she will definitely be useful." Father looks at She's carefully. She's. Belle Welton lowered her pensive gaze down, staring intently at one point after her father's words. She says with care and warmth, she is relieved at the thought of being able to protect her son. She's Belle Welton anxiously and worriedly utters to her father, but she's worried about the Earl. She's asked her father, "Heard that the Earl crossed Janice's church, right?" She's recalls the Earl of Argeno Welton. Father stares at She's Belle Welton intently, tensing his facial muscles with anger, crossing his arms in front of him. He says thoughtfully and menacingly, "These monsters with warped morals, they get away with nothing and no one." She's Belle. Welton sits across from her father in the living room. There are mugs of tea on the table in front of them. She's asks her father, "Is it that serious?" Father crosses his arms in front of him and answers, "Yes, Pyro's church was in danger because of them." Father She's Belle Welton has lowered his head and thoughtfully directs his gaze downward, staring at one point. Father tensely continues to ponder. It seems that Janice's church is trying to finally destroy their patrons. Suddenly, sharp and wide into the dark room, a door opens. A white door with gold inlays and carved patterns. Light-colored baseboards are inset below the ceiling, with patterns pointing downward. The walls are decorated in dark colors. Jamie Welton stands still and stares intently ahead. Jamie feels annoyed and angry, biting his lip tensely. Jamie irritably kneads his hands, crossing his fingers. Jamie says thoughtfully, Jamie Welton is furious and irritated as he watches Venna sleeping soundly with her arms spread apart. Venna snores, mouth ajar in her sleep, sticking her tongue out. Jamie Welton releases a stream of energy towards Venna. Jamie Welton squeezed his eyes shut irritably and disgruntled, head down. Jamie crossed his fingers tightly in front of him, directing a magical energy stream towards Venna. Venna finding herself in the dense magical flow and screaming fearfully. Jamie Welton stands beside the bed, clenching his fists irritably and angrily and saying sadly, "Didn't he tell her not to assume her true form? Wenna stands on her hands and knees on the bed with her head down and sighing heavily. Wenna looks at Jamie Welton tensely and anxiously. Streams of tears pour from her wide-open eyes. Wenna says pitifully, "But can he even imagine how unpleasant it is to be in transformation?" Jamie Welton says angrily and irritably to Wenna, "What will she do if she gets caught?" Jamie furrows his brow and lowers his eyebrows, staring intently at Ven. Jamie points his index finger at Venna. Venna says pitifully, "Well," disgruntled voices erupt. "Ah, that lousy girl is using dark magic. Who would have thought she'd be hiding by turning into a rat?" Jamie says, "He had nothing to do with it." Wenna screams frightened, "Teacher!" Venna is bound tightly with a rope. Images of people standing on the precipice of a high mountain, Watch intently as one of them throws tightly bound Venna down the precipice. Venna has her eyes wide open, perplexed and dumbfounded by what is happening. Wenna is standing at the base of the cross, tied tightly to it from her feet to her chest. Venna has her eyes wide open, frightened and tense as she watches the flames of the fire rising upward in front of her. Venna shouted loudly, "Teacher!" Venna froze in place from what she had just seen in her head, dropping her hands down. Her eyes are rounded, staring intently ahead, lips tightly closed and downward. Venna is feeling anxious, fearful, and bewildered. Jamie Welton stands in the middle of the room feeling annoyed and tense. Jamie looks toward Venna and says through clenched teeth, "What is it? Turn back now. Outside the window it is a deep, dark night." Wenna hears Jamie Welton's threatening words and lowers her head and says sadly, "Okay." Tears have come to Wenna's eyes. She feels the tension and distress of not being able to be in a human body. Jamie Welton stands by the table and notices a pendant on it, with a clear stone in the shape of a drop. Jamie reaches out to it, touching the gaitan. Jamie says in surprise, "What is it?" Next to the pendant on the table is a Ven squirrel. Jamie Welton froze in place, lowered his head, and stares thoughtfully at the pendant H that lies on the table. Jamie opens his mouth slightly and utters, Jamie doesn't understand where this pendant came from or what it is. Jamie Welton is standing by the table, holding the pendant in one hand by the gaitan. Jamie is furious, turns his head irritably toward Squirrel Venna, who's on his shoulder, and says angrily, "She didn't hear the question, huh?" Squirrel Venna wraps both hands around his head and says to Jamie Welton angrily and indignantly, "Stop hitting her on the head. She'll be brainless at this rate." Tears came to Venna's wide-open white eyes. A bump appeared on her head. Jamie Welton looked tensely and irritably at Squirrel Venna and said angrily, "Does she even have any?" Jamie furrows his eyebrows, lowering them and gritting his teeth tightly, feeling tense and furious at Venna's behavior. Jamie Welton holds the pendant in his hand, showing it to the Squirrel Vienna, and tensely says, "Sure, this thing is an artifact, but what an effect it has." Jamie pensively ponders. Honestly, he wonders about it himself. Jamie Welton froze in place, staring dumbfoundedly ahead, eyes wide and eyebrows raised. Jamie Welton tensely and anxiously ponders. An incredible amount of energy, Jamie anxiously senses. Jamie Welton instantly rushes out of the room and swiftly heads forward. Jamie stares intently in front of him, tense and anxiously utters, intent to send to the other world. "It's coming from where Mom is now." Jamie Welton runs swiftly down the hallway in his pajamas and house slippers. He moves his feet quickly, taking wide strides. Jamie stares focusedly ahead, tensely and anxiously pondering. A stealth attack? Jamie Welton stares forward intently, tense and anxiously pondering. Jamie tensely ponders. "No, we must hurry." Jamie rushes forward, a bright magical light emanating from his body. Jamie Welton moves swiftly and with a sharp jump tries to land downwards. A bright magical light emanates from Jamie Welton's body. Jamie focuses his feet downward, clenching his fists tightly and gritting his teeth. Jamie Welton stares forward concentrically with aggression and anger. Jamie has his lips tightly pressed together, his eyebrows tense and menacingly lowered, and he thinks, "Here he comes." A bright magical light emanates from Jamie Welton's body. Jamie Welton stares intently at the man who has his back to him. Jamie tensely and anxiously ponders. Only this man is too strong. He won't be able to defeat him. In front of Jamie is a dark-haired man with a huge, powerful sword. Jamie Welton tensely and anxiously ponders as he assesses the strength of the man in front of him. In that case, we'll grab his mom and take his legs away. Jamie starts forward swiftly, pointing his hand in front of him, with streams of energy emanating from it. The dark-haired man that Jamie Welton is heading towards notices the movement in his direction and turns his head slightly. The man's mouth is ajar. There are particles of magical energy moving around him. Father Sheesbell Welton sits on the couch and notices Jamie Welton's swift movement towards the man. Father Shees stares intently to the side, perplexed by what is happening, mouth ajar and frozen in place. Jamie Welton promptly runs towards the man who is standing in the middle of the room. The man stands still, noticing Jamie and waiting for him to approach. Magical streams of energy emanate from Jamie Welton to the sides. Jamie Welton approaches the man and stretches his arms out in front of him, directing a powerful stream of magical energy forward. Jamie Welton casts spells, mixed magic, wiping discharge. The bright light from the magical strike illuminates the space. Jamie Welton stares forward in concentration, frowning his eyebrows downward and biting his lower lip. Jamie directs the magical energy streams forward and tensely ponders. So, okay, take a chance and save his mom. The man instantly extends his hand forward, pointing it towards Jamie Welton. The man's fingers are slightly bent and tense. During the swift movement of the man's hand, Jamie has no time to react. The man's hand grabs Jamie Welton's clothes in a sudden movement. Jamie opens his eyes wide at the man's sudden movement, feeling anxious and confused. Jamie tensely ponders, not a bad trick. The man looks at Jamie Welton carefully and thoughtfully, grabbing him firmly by his clothes and lifting him up in front of him. Jamie Welton wraps his arms around the man's hand, irritated and tensely contemplating, "Damn it." Jamie Welton, who is held tightly in front of him by the man, looks down at him angrily and tensely, squinting one eye. Jamie Welton's body begins to shake. He irritably and nervously utters, "Let him go." The man holds Jamie Welton tightly by his clothes. Jamie Welton tenses and anxiously thinks he has no choice, even if he has to use dark magic. Jamie grips the man's arm tightly and lets out ominous streams of energy. Suddenly there is a voice, Jamie. Jamie turns his head to the side and says in surprise, "Mom?" Jamie sees his mother and grandfather standing off to the side, staring at them dumbfounded, eyes wide and frozen in place. Jamie Welton utters surprised, "Mom?" Standing off to the side are Belle Welton and her father. Their eyes are rounded at what is happening, mouths ajar, hands down. They watch anxiously and tensely, frozen in place. Belle Welton's father stands still. After what he has seen, he squints his eyes and opens his mouth wide in amazement. He happily and enthusiastically says, "Wow, his grandson's abilities are truly astounding." Belle Welton is sitting on the couch with Jamie Welton, she says in a frenzy, sharply pointing his head downward. It seems that the future of their family will be so dazzling that you can't open your eyes. Jamie pronounces guiltily, "Thank you." Belle Welton is furious, yelling menacingly at Jamie Welton. How did he get it into his head to do such a thing to someone he doesn't even know? What did she teach him? She's frowned irritably, lowering her eyebrows. Jamie Welton says guiltily she's got it all wrong. Belle Welton uses a sharp hand to guide Jamie's body downward and says menacingly, "What did she get wrong? Does she make such a bad teacher?" Jamie replies, "I apologize." Jamie Welton guiltily and frustratedly says, "He's a total disappointment." The man Jamie Welton was trying to hit says, "Please stop, She provoked this situation herself." Belle Welton looks closely at the man, eyes wide open, and says in surprise, "What do you mean, Sir Beryl?" Furrowed her eyebrows in bewilderment and opened her mouth, not understanding what he meant. Jamie Welton has his head down, feeling annoyed and angry. Jamie thinks, "This is really unfair," the man utters, and he said he heard the successor of the Welton family has exceptional abilities, so he decided to give him a test. The man Jamie Welton tried to attack is Beryl Onyx, nicknamed the Storm Swordsman, one of the 5 swordsmen of the Seldom Empire, a black-haired man with a cross-shaped scar on his cheek. Belle Welton sits on the red living room couch, looking puzzled and pensive at Beryl Onyx with her eyes wide open and her mouth ajar. She hesitantly utters, "What are you talking about?" She doesn't quite understand. Beryl Onyx stands in front of Belle Welton with her arms down along her body. Beryl looks at carefully and tries to explain to her. He slightly showed his presence to this child, adding a note of hostility. Belle Welton stares at Beryl Onyx intently, rounding her eyes and frowning her eyebrows. She yells at him loudly and angrily, "Sir Beryl!" Feels annoyed, angry, and indignant at his words. Marcus Bell tensely with a smile says, "Calm down. It's not like he was really threatening anyone." Marquis waved his hand, raising his outstretched fingers upwards. Marquis squinted his eyes, furrowing his brow. Belle Welton looks menacingly and irritably at Beryl Onyx, furrowing her eyebrows and saying, "If you do this to her son again, she will not let it go." Jamie Welton sits next to him and watches Sheez's reaction in surprise. Beryl Onyx, after what Belle Welton said to him, casts his eyes down thoughtfully, feeling tense, awkward, and confused. He regretfully utters to Belle Welton, "I apologize." Belle Welton places her hand on Jamie Welton's shoulder and utters, "I'm sorry, Jamie, Mommy got it wrong." Jamie says tensely and irritably, "It's okay. No one knew, because he only directed that energy at him." Jamie Welton ponders Beryl was able to perfectly target a specific person and make his presence known. How powerful the creature must be to not be affected by the wiping discharge. Must be terrifyingly powerful. Jamie Welton looks at Beryl Onyx, points his index finger at him, and asks, "Is he a sword master?" Beryl tensely answers Jamie, "That's right." Next to Jamie sits Belle Welton, irritably closing her eyes. In the living room of Belle's house, Marquis Bell sits on the couch with Beryl Onyx and pronounces, It looks like their Jamie has a diamond eye. His name is Beryl Onyx. Sitting across from them on the couch are She's Belle Welton and Jamie Welton. Marquis Bell introduces Beryl Onyx. He's a master swordsman nicknamed the Swordsman of the Storm. Beryl Onyx sits on a couch, staring calmly ahead with his arms crossed over his chest. His lips tightly closed, Beryl Onyx shows no emotion. The Seldom Empire is famous for its 5 sword masters. Since none of them have fought each other, it's hard to determine the strongest. But everyone believes that Swordmaster Terex, known as the Royal Sword, is the most powerful. Following him is Earl Welton, and in third place is Beryl Onyx. Beryl Onyx sits on a chair, pensive gaze directed downward, lips tightly closed. He has his arms crossed over his chest. On the back of the couch, Beryl has placed his huge and powerful sword. Jamie Welton rises from the couch opposite Beryl Onyx and bows low, clasping his hand to his chest, his other hand drawn back. Jamie Welton lowers his head and says respectfully, "Honored to meet him. He is Jamie Welton." Swordmaster Beryl Onyx looks intently at Jamie Welton, who stands before him in a bow. Beryl is tensely silent, not answering Jamie Welton. His eyebrows are furrowed, his facial muscles tense. Jamie Welton stands in a bow before Beryl Onyx. She's Belle Welton stands up abruptly, slamming his hands on the table with force, shouting aggressively and irritably to Beryl, opening his mouth wide. "Sir Beryl, what are you going to do?" Beryl Onyx sits on the couch across from She's Belle Welton and Jamie Welton. Beryl Onyx raises her head and shifts her gaze to She's Belle Welton, calmly and thoughtfully answering her, "Teach him how to wield a sword." Jamie Welton is in a bow to Beryl Onyx. His head is lowered down. After Beryl Onyx's words are spoken, Jamie stares dumbfoundedly at the floor with his eyes rounded. Jamie mentally muses thoughtfully and surprised. With a sword? In the living room of Belle's house, Marquis Bell sits on a couch with Beryl Onyx. Across from them sit She's Belle Welton and Jamie Welton on the couch. She's pronounces to Beryl, "Did she not hear that? Jamie is learning magic." Beryl Onyx looks confidently and carefully at She's Belle Welton and pronounces to her, "He knows." But beyond that, he thinks Jamie will excel in this area of combat as well. Beryl straightens up, sitting on the couch. Beryl Onyx pronounces, "Since he has Earl Welton's blood running through his veins." The Earl of Welton straightens up, looking forward with a concentrated look, frowning his eyebrows, bending one arm behind his back. The Earl of Welton is serious and determined. The Marquis of Bell sits on the couch, stares forward carefully and focused, and pronounces, he would agree with him, for if the master of the sword says it, it is so. But Jamie's talent for magic is simply unheard of. Beryl Onyx sits on the couch next to Marquis Bell, closed his eyes thoughtfully, and answers Marquis. Yes, he knows that Jamie is someone who can become a rank 9 mage. Believe me, I've heard of such a thing more than once. The source of the rumors is Marquis Rinmol, who met Jamie Welton at the Welton Manor. Marquis Rinmol pronounces, "Jamie will continue to improve his skills, even if it's just by breathing." Beryl Onyx sits on the couch in the living room, looking intently at She's Belle Welton. Beryl Onyx took a cup of tea in his hand and held it in front of him. Beryl freezes in place and calmly says, "But the sword is a different story." Beryl Onyx continues to say to She's Belle Welton, "This art will be difficult to master if you miss the right moment." Jamie Welton has lowered his head thoughtfully and stares at the floor, tensely contemplating sword. Jamie Welton tensely mentally ponders, "It would be nice to know how to use it, but regaining his strength comes first." Jamie Welton introduces Diablo Wolfear. To return to his former form, he needs his powers. Jamie Welton looks at Beryl Onyx carefully and says to him with a smile, right now, he wants to focus on magic. Jamie raises his hand and begins scratching his head, feeling confused and uncomfortable. Beryl Onyx slowly places the white cup of tea on the white saucer, alternately releasing his fingers from the handle of the cup. The cup is tilted slightly, the unfinished tea spilling over from one side to the other. A spoon rests on the saucer. Beryl Onyx abruptly removes his hand behind his cloak, covering the cloak with his other hand and holding it up. One of Beryl's legs is thrown over the other. Beryl closes his eyes thoughtfully and says in a calm tone, "Really? Well, he gets it." It is a deep, dark night. A large full moon illuminates the expanse of land. Stars are sprinkled in the sky. The grounds of Belle's estate are silent. In front of the entrance to the castle, a body of water arcs along the entire building. There is a fountain in the garden and landscaped flower beds all around. Jamie Welton walks at night on a wide, tiled road. Jamie is dressed in his pajamas. He mentally ponders, He supposes that's why the Bell family garden is so magnificent. It's well managed. Squirrel Ven tensely and fearfully stands on the table with tears in her eyes and asks, "Has he met the Swordmaster? Is he here to take her away?" "What is it to be, Master?" Jamie says irritably as he walks away from her. "Just go to bed." Jamie Welton is in the garden and is relieved with a smile as he says, closing his eyes and lowering his head, "It's quite nice here, and more importantly, it's quiet." Jamie Welton feels the tension of what is happening to him on this day. Jamie Welton thinks back to the first time he met Beryl Onyx. He felt like there was a huge wall in front of him. He was lucky enough to recover his breathing technique and the orb of life. He also regained his perfect element. Jamie Welton stares intently and thoughtfully at his bracelet on his arm. Jamie flexes his hand, clenching his fist tightly. Jamie tensely ponders, but it's not enough. Soon he will begin to tread on the ground. Rank 7. At this rank, a person is called an Archmage. It cannot be achieved by skill training alone. When a magical item mastered by the mage himself reaches its limit, the door leading to the path of the Archmage is opened. This is called admission to magic. Jamie Welton tensely ponders. Achieving this was quite easy for him, given the knowledge from his past life. However, Jamie thinks about it and slowly walks down the road towards a body of water with grass growing on its banks. Jamie Welton tensely ponders. He won't be able to overpower those unpleasant individuals by acting in the same way. It was because of those strategies that he failed. Jamie stands beside a body of water, looking at his reflection and seeing Diablo Wolfear in it. Jamie Welton sits down on the grass near the pond, stretching out his legs and putting his head down. Jamie looks down pensively and thinks intensely, and he realizes all this very well. That's why he needs to become even stronger. Jamie Welton sits on the grass, looking down thoughtfully and feeling anxious. Jamie thinks of Beryl Onyx and mentally ponders, but what do he and his mother have in common? In that moment, Beryl Onyx is so put out. Jamie Welton is sitting by a body of water, stretching his legs out on the grass. In front of him, there's a sudden movement of water between the rocks and the body of water. Jamie Welton notices it and stares ahead, puzzled, and says, "Huh?" Suddenly, a creature bursts out of the water, towering high above the body of water. The huge fish-headed creature opens its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth. The water rushes upward in a rushing stream. Jamie Welton starts to fall backwards, startled. The stream of water from the creature's sudden appearance is directed towards Jamie Welton. Jamie looks forward fearfully, sitting on the ground. Jamie utters loudly and tensely, "Shield!" The shield rapidly dome around Jamie, stopping the flow of water. Jamie Welton instantly extends his hand upward, clenching it tightly into a fist. Magical streams of energy rapidly emerge from Jamie Welton's hand, traveling through space. Jamie feels confident in his power. Jamie Welton stares forward with his teeth clenched angrily, his forehead furrowed and his eyebrows lowered sadly. Jamie Welton's eyes are squinted. Jamie says angrily, "How dare he disturb his rest?" Streams of energy move around Jamie. Jamie Welton sits on the ground and looks up at the creature. Jamie Welton has a magical shield around him, protecting him from the creature's attack. The creature rises above the water, spreading its tentacles and opening its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth. Jamie Welton sits on the ground with his legs outstretched and his hand pointing upward. Jamie has his head up, staring upward tensely and puzzled. There's a magical shield around Jamie Welton, protecting him from the creature's attack. Jamie Welton sits on the ground, pointing his hand upwards. Jamie stares upward tensely and puzzled, watching. Around Jamie Welton is a magical shield, protecting him from the creature's attack. There is a swift movement above Jamie. Jamie Welton sits on the ground with his head up and watches as a man rushes up above him. The white-clothed man points his sword upwards and strikes the creature with a sharp motion. Blood splatters to the sides. Jamie Welton sits on the ground with his head up and watches the man above him swiftly upward strike the creature. Jamie's face and clothes are stained with the creature's blood. Jamie tenses and puzzles, thinking, is it? The foot of the man who has suddenly appeared in front of Jamie Welton abruptly steps on the bloody creature, which has been struck down and is lying motionless. The toe of the man's boot points upward, the foot pressing the creature's body down hard. In front of Jamie Welton is a man stepping a foot on a bloody, lifeless creature. The man is wearing a white shirt, dark pants, and long boots. He rests the bloody sword on his shoulder and asks with a smile, "Is he okay?" The man with white hair, ponytailed at the side, squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "I heard that they had important guests from the Welton house." but due to busyness, I couldn't meet them properly. Jamie Welton tensely and sadly looks at the man in front of him and mentally reflects. He destroyed such a huge monster in a second. Even though his strength doesn't compare to Baril's power, but he's still not a miss. The man in front of Jamie Welton squints his eyes and says with a smile, I apologize for the late introduction. His name is Sable, and he holds the position of Marquis Bell's aide. Sable tucks his sword away in the scabbard in front of him. Jamie Welton sits on the ground with his legs stretched forward and frozen in place. Jamie stares intently at Sable and mentally ponders in puzzlement. Such a strong sidekick? Jamie Welton's face is stained in the monster's blood. Sable stands in front of Jamie Welton, squints his eyes, and says with a smile of joy, there is no need to fear him. He swears he is his grandfather's faithful servant, young Mr. Jamie. Sable's white hair is tucked back, one strand in the front, secured with a barrette. Jamie Welton sits on the ground, puzzled and looking at Sable. Jamie asks him, does he know his name? Sable stands in front of Jamie Welton and answers with a smile. He is the Marquis's assistant, after all. There are traces of blood and pieces of the monster's body scattered around on the ground. Jamie Welton sits on the ground, turning his head to the side, looking at the pieces of the monster's body. Jamie asks Sable, puzzled. In that case, maybe he can explain to him why such a huge monster appeared here. Sable, hearing Jamie Welton's question, says tensely and embarrassedly, squinting his eyes and smiling broadly, well, it's a hobby of the Marquis. Sable stands in front of Jamie Welton, holding his sword in his hands, leaning it against his shoulder. Jamie Welton, hearing Sable's reply, tense and irritated, looks at Sable. He pauses for a moment and says, what? Jamie sits on the ground, frowning his forehead, sadly lowering his eyebrows, waiting for an answer from Sable. Marquis Bell sits in the manor's study on a red-paneled chair and stares intently ahead. Marquis Bell tensely and thoughtfully asks, waiting with interest for an answer, so any progress? Sable stands in front of Marquis Bell, holding his sword and leaning his sword against his shoulder. Sable, hearing the question, squints his eyes and answers Marquis with a smile. He found a supposedly group of demons, but unfortunately missed them. Marquis Bell sits at his desk with his head turned downward. He utters, to think that the followers of the Demon King would show up again. Sable stands in front of the desk and replies, there are still rumors that they are on the borders of their territories. Sable continues to tell Marquis Bell, but he pauses thoughtfully, pausing for a moment. A busy city street is lined with people. They stand in groups, chatting amongst themselves, the rest of the people quietly passing by. After a short pause, Sable continued to tell Marquis Bell, the only place where mass departures to the other world have occurred is Afton. There are bloody footprints on the map of Afton, showing mountains, forests, and settlements. Marquis Bell sits in a chair at his desk, crossing his fingers and resting his hands on the armrest. Marquis Bell casts his gaze downward, irritated, and says thoughtfully, well, I didn't think this would happen. They seem to be back. About half a century ago, well or more, Marquis Bell's father had sent the Demon King to the other world. He tried to make them pay for their actions with their lives. The symbol of the Demon King is snapped in half with a sharp movement. Sable stands in place, straightened, putting one hand behind his back. His other hand holds his sword with his fingers and leans it against his shoulder. Sable stands silently in front of Marquis Bell, having heard the story from him. Sable's eyes are squinted, lips closed in a slight smile. Marquis Bell stares at Sable with a focused and serious look, frowning his forehead and lowering his eyebrows. Marquis Bell yells loudly and menacingly, feeling aggression and anger at the events taking place in Afton. Sable. Sable stands in front of Marquis Bell, calmly reacting to his shouting and menacing tone. Sable holds his sword in his hands, leaning it against his shoulder. Sable squints his eyes, responding calmly and placatingly with a smile. Listening, Marquis. Marquis Bell, with a sharp movement, violently and angrily slams his fist on the map that lies on his desk. From the strong blow, the card bounced above the table. The Marquis angrily utters, the demons will be wiped out again by the hands of the Bell family. Sable listens carefully to what Marquis is saying. Sable lowers his head slightly, squints his eyes, and says to Marquis with a smile on his face, he awaits further orders. Sable holds the sword in his hands, leaning it against his shoulder. Marquis Bell sits in his office at his desk with a lit floor lamp above him. The Marquis pronounces to Sable, let's stop here for now. Sable stands in front of the Marquis's desk and replies, in that case, he will go. Sable continues to stand in front of Marquis Bell's desk with his legs spread confidently. Sable continues to say to Marquis, I completely forgot. Marquis couldn't tell you this before, but today he met young Mr. Jamie on his way here. Marquis Bell looks at Sable carefully, focusing his attention on his words. The Marquis crosses his fingers, resting his elbows on the table, and asks Sable, who did he meet? Where has he seen him at this late hour? Sable stands across from Marquis Bell, squints his eyes, and replies with a smile, Pfft, he was attacked by a big lake monster. Sable raised his hands, clenched his fists. Marquis Bell froze in place and stares intently at Sable while talking about the water monster. The doors to Jamie Welton's room closed tightly, tall white doors with a clear highlighted pattern and recesses, decorated with gold elements and gold handles. Light falls toward the doors, giving shadows to the walls. Suddenly, with a sudden sharp movement, Bell Welton opens the doors wide with both hands. She rushes swiftly into Jamie's room, staring focusedly ahead, shouting loudly and tensely, Jamie! Sheez's eyes are wide open, her eyebrows furrowed. Jamie turns her head dumbfounded at Sheez and says in surprise, Mom? Bell Welton promptly runs up to Jamie Welton, grabbing his hands. Sheez looks at Jamie fearfully and tensely and asks, Is he okay? Not hurt anywhere? Bell Welton stands in the room beside Jamie Welton. Jamie grudgingly utters, Sable saved him, he's fine. At this moment, Marquis Bell and Sable appeared in the doorway. They squint their eyes and watch with a satisfied look. Bell Welton tensely lowers her head and says to Jamie Welton, She was so worried. If he goes out alone again, he'll get it. Marquis Bell turns her head towards Sable with a satisfied look and watches him. Jamie Welton stands in front of Bell Welton tensely and irritatedly says, Okay. Sheez glares at Jamie, clenching her fists in fury, and replies to Jamie, Don't answer her like that. Marquis Bell squints his eyes, frowns his eyebrows, and says anxiously and tensely, Though he thought he told the men not to let anyone on the grounds, he believes they made a mistake. He's very sorry. Bell Welton yells aggressively at Marquis Bell. Is he still doing this monster collecting nonsense? Didn't he and his mom talk about how dangerous it is all the time? Marquis tensely interrupts her. Sable, come in and greet everyone. Sable enters the room and bows to everyone, lowering his head forward and leaning his hand on his chest respectfully. Sable squints his eyes and says with a smile, he is honored to meet them. His name is Sable. Bell Welton looks at Sable with delighted surprise, opening his eyes wide and saying, Bell, I heard he saved her Jamie. She is very grateful. Thank you very much. Bell extends her hand towards Sable. Sable lightly takes Bell Welton's hand by the fingers. Sable squints his eyes and says to Shiz with a smile, I'm sure he would do just fine on his own. He was lucky to see his abilities with his own eyes. In the middle of the room, Bell Welton stands across from Sable, conversing with him. Standing next to them is Marquis Bell. Jamie Welton watches them, tensely mentally pondering. And he is a decent enough man, strong and savvy. Jamie Welton watches Sable, remembering their first meeting after the huge monster battle. Jamie tensely ponders. A very different aura emanates from him today. Suddenly, Jamie's thoughts are interrupted by an aggressive voice. Jamie. Bell. Welton abruptly starts pushing Jamie Welton downward in the back. She's aggressively and menacingly shouts to Jamie. He thought she was done talking to him already. Jamie utters, Isn't she? Feeling irritated and disgruntled. Marquis Bell. I think my grandson is going to get an upset stomach before he has a chance to eat anything. Oh, come on, Sheez. You want to go with him, huh? In Afton, people walk along the streets between the tall stone houses. There's an alley of trees between the sidewalks. Jamie Welton walks down the street of Afton, wearing a dark cloak, hood over his dark-colored head. Jamie watches carefully, turning his head to the side and utters, Barely made it out of there. But why isn't there a soul in the street? Jamie Welton stops a woman in a long dress, with a cape over her shoulders and a hat on her head. Jamie pronounces to her, Excuse me? How do I get to the Church of Pyro? A woman passing by said in surprise, Huh? The woman turns to Jamie Welton. Squinting her eyes and feeling anxious and tense, she says, You need to go in that direction. The woman extends her index finger, pointing her in the other direction away from herself. Jamie Welton looks at the woman in front of him carefully and incredulously, pointing the way to the Church of Pyro. Jamie squints his eyes slightly, furrows his brow, and lowers his eyebrows. Jamie is in anticipation of asking another question. The woman turns her back to Jamie Welton and lowers her head and walks away, saying tiredly, Have a nice day. Jamie Welton looks at the woman carefully and says, Excuse me, just a moment. Suddenly, from somewhere, there are frightened and terrifying screams. Ah, 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 departure to the other world. Demon, demon. Jamie Welton turns his head sharply to the side, looks puzzled and tensely ponders. A trip to the other side? A demon? Jamie Welton watches as people, the citizens of the town of Afton, pile up to the side. The townspeople are frozen in place, staring intently ahead. Outside, in the open area near the houses, a crime has taken place. Jamie Welton breaks through the pandemonium of people, catching them with his shoulder. Jamie lowers his head down, squinting one eye and looking away. Jamie says loudly and menacingly, "Excuse me, let me through." Eh? Jamie Welton watches as a blonde-haired man lies on the ground wearing armor. The man, with no signs of life, lies motionless on his back. There are blood spatters scattered on the ground, clothing, and on the man's face. There are two guards heading in the direction of where the man with no signs of life is. They are dressed in uniforms, with a cross on their chests, iron helmets on their heads. The guards run and shout loudly to the people around them. "Please stand back! Everyone move aside!" The guards stand near a man who is lying bloodied on the ground. Jamie Welton watches carefully as the guards discuss among themselves. Another lifeless body without a heart? And which one is this already? He will report it to the Marquis. Good. The people in the square begin to discuss amongst themselves. Thinks it's the work of a demon. How awful. He's uncomfortable even walking down the street. Jamie Welton thinks tensely. Hearts are commonly used in rituals to summon demons. Jamie Welton ponders. No wonder the adults in the house are uncomfortable. They probably think he hasn't noticed anything, though. Jamie recalls walking down the hallway. Marquis Bell, she's Belle Welton, and Sable tensely discussing something. Jamie Welton recalls Sable's gaze being directed at him. Sable stands still without turning his head, slightly squinting his eyes, watching Jamie Welton intently and with interest. Sable opened his mouth. Jamie Welton, walking past the window with a book in his hands, turned his head towards Sable, tensely and anxiously focusing his gaze to the side. Jamie opened his mouth thoughtfully, watching the conversation going on in the room. Jamie Welton pondered. Their goal was most likely revenge for the Portsmouth incident, or, more specifically, revenge on Belle's family. Jamie Welton lowered his head down, locking his lips tightly together and directing a thoughtful gaze forward. Jamie Welton froze in place, pondering the place of Belle's family. A sudden thought struck him, after which Jamie raised his index finger upward and said sharply, "Ah!" Jamie's head is lowered thoughtfully downward. Jamie Welton froze in place, tensing. He directed his thoughtful gaze forward and mentally pondered. That means that the Church of Pyro is also on alert. No wonder we haven't heard from them. Jamie Welton remembers Raz Armethic, Ricky and Sarah bidding him farewell as they head through the stone gate. Raz Armethic says with a smile on his face, "He'll be in touch, Jamie. Sarah, good luck." Ricky runs off happily. Jamie Welton froze in place, closed his eyes and pronounces, "Looks like he needs to step in again." Seriously. Jamie raises his hands in front of him, interlocking his fingers together and utters, "Invisibility," within which a bright glow occurs. Jamie Welton uses the next spell, Flight. Instantly, with a swift movement, Jamie Welton lifts himself off the ground and flies upwards. Streams of magical energy move around Jamie Welton's body. Jamie Welton flew to a tall branching tree and stood on the branch. Jamie Welton utters, "Is this here?" Jamie looks ahead carefully and sees a huge area in front of him, with buildings standing densely on it. Jamie Welton freezes in place and stares intently ahead. Jamie's eyes are wide open and his lips are tightly closed. Jamie Welton is puzzled and tense, thoughtfully observing what is happening on the property below. Under the branches of a tree, Ras Armitic and the white-robed ministers of Pyro's church walk along a road tiled in a large pattern. The men walk in rows of two in a long line, walking forward in a concentrated manner. Jamie Welton sees the minister of the Pyro church below. The man's short blonde hair is tucked behind his ears, and his robes are white with a gold collar and tassels on his chest. Jamie senses an incredible holy energy in him. Jamie Welton watches from the tree as church ministers Pyro and Raz Armitic stop in place. Jamie tensely ponders, the Archbishop? Jamie has heard there are only 3 of them, an incredibly powerful force. Does that give you the creeps? Jamie Welton is in the tree, watching the Archbishop and Ras Armethic closely. They're having a lively discussion. Jamie Welton, because of his remote location, does not understand the dialogue between Ras Armethic and the Archbishop. Jamie Welton stands on a thick tree branch with his back against the trunk. Jamie turns his head to the side and mentally reasons. It's Ras. What are they talking about? Jamie tries to understand the dialogue between Raz Armetic and the Archbishop. Suddenly, the Archbishop looks away, having heard a sound. The Archbishop turns his head thoughtfully and warily with his mouth ajar and says, perplexed, "Hmm?" The Archbishop doesn't realize where the sound came from. The Archbishop stands still and raises his head up sharply, examining the branches of the tree. The Archbishop tries to realize where the sound came from. Ras Armatic notices the Archbishop looking up and asks, "What is it?" The Archbishop lowers his head and turns to Ras Armatic and says, "Nothing. Probably some kind of squirrel." Ras Armatic looks at the Archbishop in surprise and puzzlement and says to him, "The Marquis is expecting him." The Archbishop, after Ras Armatic's words, calmly and peacefully closes his eyes and says, "Well, let's hurry. And by the way, it's been a long time since he's seen the young miss." The Archbishop stands still and ponders. Jamie Welton sits on a tree branch, feeling irritated and angry. Jamie nervously ponders, and where did he get such good instincts from? Jamie grits his teeth tightly and directs an angry and aggressive look downward. Jamie Welton directs his gaze downward, pressing his lips together tightly. He pensively and tensely contemplates as he sits on a tree branch. Is he going to the Marquis family? That's even better. Now that there are no strong men here, Jamie can sneak in. Jamie Welton has a wide view of the Church of Pero in front of him, a huge area filled with various passages, arches, and staircases. The church building itself has a high dome, with turrets on the sides of the building. In the spacious hall of the church are several rows of benches where Ricky and Anna are sitting. On the edges of the hall are huge square columns. The room is lit from the ceiling by sunlight. There is no one else in the room but them. Anna sits on the bench behind Ricky, head down, and says to Ricky thoughtfully, "Appa, what is it?" Ricky sits on the bench with his hands down and thoughtfully directs his gaze forward. Ricky presses his lip tightly together, then reacts to the question, "Huh?" Suddenly, Ricky starts laughing loudly and gleefully, covering his mouth with his fist. Ricky squeezes his eyes shut, lowering his head slightly. Anna sits on the bench behind Ricky, folding her arms in front of her on her legs and silently lowering her head. Anna, not expecting to hear Ricky's loud and gushing laughter, asks him thoughtfully, "Did something good happen?" Anna raises her head, her eyes tightly closed. Anna's face is calm, the glare of sunlight falling on her head. Ricky slowly gets up from the bench, resting his hand on the back of the bench in front. Without turning his head toward Anna, Ricky mumbles to her, "Yes, he supposes so." Anna warily turns her head toward Ricky, feeling tense. Ricky tensely stands up from the bench, turning his head slightly towards Anna. Ricky squints his eyes, and with a satisfied and happy look, with a smile on his face, says to Anna, "Anna, rest for now. He'll be back soon." Ricky sighed. Ricky headed for the exit, opening the tall, dense doors wide. A bright light emanated from the doors, illuminating the space. Anna, who remained seated, calmly said, "This is her territory. There is nowhere to hide." Ricky runs forward swiftly, moving his arms in a sweeping motion. Ricky looks carefully ahead, smiling loudly and saying, "Jamie." Ricky feels the joy and excitement of seeing Jamie Welton appear within the walls of Pero Church. Jamie Welton entered the church grounds feeling tense and anxious. Jamie thoughtfully surveys the church, carefully directing his gaze forward. His lips are tightly pressed together. Off to the side of Jamie, a man stands near the altar. Jamie Welton stares intently at the altar of the Church of Pero. Jamie tensely ponders. He senses something coming from there. Is it some sort of sanctuary? A place where God is praised? Inside the altar, Jamie observes the sacred streams. Jamie Welton stands still, looking thoughtfully away, turning away from the altar of the Church of Pero, and mentally ponders, in that case, Jamie, who used magic, is invisible. He raises his hands in front of him, interlocking the fingers of his hands. Jamie Welton stands still near the altar of the Church of Pero and feels movement behind him. Someone's hand comes up, suddenly approaching Jamie Welton's shoulder, relaxedly guiding his fingers. Jamie Welton abruptly tenses and opens his mouth, shifts his gaze back, feeling someone's hand coming closer to touch him. Jamie Welton feels anxious and worried, trying to figure out who it is. Jamie Welton turns sharply, instantly raising his hand, spreading his fingers to use magic. Magical particles begin to hover in the air. Jamie Welton points his head to the side and speaks menacingly. "Who is that?" Ricky tenses and anxiously with a smile says to Jamie Welton, Ricky raises his hand in front of him, gesturing for Jamie Welton to stop and reassure him. Ricky looks at Jamie, standing beside him. Jamie Welton turns towards Ricky and looks at him puzzled. Jamie raises his hand in front of him and freezes in place with surprise. Jamie Welton tensely and worriedly opens his eyes and says to Ricky, "You?" Ricky stands in front of Jamie Welton, tensely closed his eyes and says with a wide smile, he wanted to scare him, but it's really not easy. Out of embarrassment, Ricky raises his hand and holds his head from behind. Jamie Welton tensely and irritably looks at Ricky, focusing his gaze and frowning his eyebrows. Jamie pronounces to Ricky, pointing his hand at him and extending his index finger forward. "Ricky, you." Jamie didn't have time to finish his sentence. Instantly, Ricky runs up to Jamie Welton and covers his mouth with his hand. Ricky squints his eyes and says with a wide grin, "Shh, he's not supposed to get caught, right?" Jamie Welton furrowed his eyebrows irritably, looking at Ricky and trying to say something. Ricky squinted one eye, the other looking intently at Jamie. He extends his index finger in front of his mouth and says with a smile, "Follow him. He knows a place." Jamie utters when he said he knows a place. Jamie Welton stands in the middle of the room across from Ricky and says irritably, "Did he mean the Archbishop's office?" Ricky props his arms to his side and replies to Jamie, "He's a nice man, so he probably wouldn't mind." Jamie Welton stands in the Archbishop's room across from Ricky, looks at him carefully and asks, trying to figure out, will he tell him what happened? How did he manage to appear behind his back without revealing himself in any way? Ricky stands across from Jamie Welton, looking at him tensely and asks, Did he not come here because he missed him? Isn't he happy to see him at all?" Jamie shouts irritably and angrily, "Answer his question?" Ricky utters to Jamie Welton, answering his question. "It's simple. This territory is under the jurisdiction of the goddess Pyro, even though he has not yet reached the full power of an apostle. But here he is, gradually approaching it." Ricky thoughtfully raises his head, directing his gaze upwards, leaning his index finger to his chin and saying, Maybe it would be more accurate to say that this place enhances his abilities. Jamie Welton thinks, what? Has he become omnipotent in church? Jamie Welton stands still, thoughtfully shifts his gaze to the side and mentally strains to think. He doesn't feel any lifeless power from it at all. Jamie didn't expect the apostle's powers to grow so much in him. Jamie Welton ponders, believes he is now in control of some powerful tricks. Ricky cheerfully pronounces, he's just in time. The goddess is looking for him. Ricky drops to a knee and says, he will now deliver a message from her. Jamie Welton says to Ricky in a puzzled voice, "What? Wait!" Instantly, powerful divine streams of light begin to emanate from Ricky, who is kneeling with his head down and fingers crossed in front of him. Jamie raises his hands, covering his face. The powerful divine light begins to illuminate the space around them, traveling through the air. Ricky directs a pensive gaze downward, pupils glowing brightly. Divine particles of energy move around Ricky. Jamie Welton stares puzzled and intently at Ricky, from whom powerful divine streams of light are emanating, illuminating the space around him. Jamie tensely thinks, this is quite different from last time. Ricky is floating in the air, emitting powerful divine light. Ricky, dressed in white with gold elements on his suit, has his hands down, clenching his fists. Jamie Welton thinks, part of her unity is right here. Ricky floats in the air, emitting a powerful divine light from his body. Particles of divine energy move around him. Ricky tensely utters, a hideous demonic energy awakens. Jamie Welton froze in place upon hearing Ricky's words. Jamie Welton is puzzled, tense, and anxious as he stares forward with a detached gaze, lips tightly closed. Jamie is perplexed, not understanding what Ricky is talking about. Ricky floats in the air, looking at Jamie Welton and extending his arm forward, channeling streams of divine energy. Ricky explains to Jamie, the dark forest. That's where it's going to start. We need to stop it before it spreads any further. Ricky floats in the air in front of Jamie Welton and continues to say, if it isn't stopped in time, her area here will fall. Jamie hears Ricky's words, tensely and menacingly shouting towards Ricky, frowning his forehead, "Hey!" Ricky hovers in the air above Jamie Welton, head down and looking at Jamie Welton carefully. He must go into the dark forest, hoping not to lose anyone or anything along the way. Around Ricky, particles of divine energy move. Jamie Welton stands across from Ricky and silently watches him. Ricky has lowered himself to the floor in his previous form. His arms are down, his body relaxed. Ricky's head is pointing upwards and powerful sacred energy flows out of it. Ricky is sitting relaxed on the white couch in the Archbishop's office. Ricky's arms are down, his head rests on the back of the couch, and a stream of drool flows out of his ajar mouth. Ricky tensely and anxiously utters, he's finally feeling better. Jamie Welton stands across from the couch where Ricky sits, watching him. Jamie furrows his eyebrows and irritably asks Ricky, "What was that? How dare she have the nerve to demand something and walk right out?" Ricky sits on the couch, coming to his senses. Ricky squints his eyes in embarrassment, raises his index finger to his cheek, and grits his teeth and says to Jamie Welton with a smile, "Please forgive her. Goddess is not in the best shape right now." Ricky explains to Jamie Welton while looking at him. When she had to go down during their last encounter, it did far more damage to her than expected. Jamie listens irritably to Ricky, looking at him tensely. Jamie Welton stands across from Ricky, looking at him intently, and says, "Anyway, why did she ask for his help? There are a bunch of worshippers in the church." Jamie tensely ponders. He never thought God would ask a man for help. Ricky sits on the couch, looking intently at Jamie Welton. He points his index finger at Jamie and says, "It's simple. He's the only one who can do it. The goddess said that he, as that man's successor, is given to understand." Jamie Welton stands in the Archbishop's room across from the couch where Ricky is sitting and asks him, "Could there be more to it?" Ricky looks at Jamie Welton with his legs spread on the couch and answers, "She's not connected to him right now." Jamie Welton turns his back to Ricky, frowns his eyebrows, closes his eyes and says disgruntled, "How selfish." Ricky sits on the couch, straightening his back, and looks at Jamie in surprise and asks him, "Is he leaving?" Jamie Welton walks over to the open window, stops beside it, and says to Ricky without turning to him, "He needs to leave before the owner of the room returns." Ricky silently follows Jamie. Jamie Welton, standing by the open window, turns abruptly to Ricky, looks at him thoughtfully and says, "See you later." Jamie Welton is tense and disturbed from what happened recently in the Archbishop's room. Instantly, Jamie Welton flies upwards, leaving streams of magical energy moving away from him. Ricky walks over to the open window, holding up his hand and watching intently as Jamie Welton swiftly moves away from him. Ricky stands near the open window in the Archbishop's room. Ricky's head is lifted up. He squints his eyes, grits his teeth in a smile, tense and anxious, saying, "Goddess, his friend will be fine, won't he?" Bell Manor. The glazed dome of the building is illuminated by bright sunlight amongst tall, thickly growing green trees. The sky is clear with light white clouds. The estate building is dark-colored with tall windows. Jamie Welton landed abruptly after a flight on the balcony of Bell Manor. The tiled balcony has a red carpet with yellow stripes on the sides. Jamie Welton has returned from his conversation with the goddess Pyro. Jamie Welton walks across the room, lowering the hood from his head. Jamie squints his eyes and says with a satisfied smile, "Well, he doesn't think he's too late." Suddenly, Jamie is interrupted by a serious voice. Assumes he was going somewhere, right? Jamie Welton turns his head sharply toward the voice that asked the question addressed to him. Jamie stares dumbfounded, trying to figure out who it is, furrowing his eyebrows and opening his mouth in surprise at the appearance of someone in the room. Jamie Welton watches near the door to Sable's balcony. Sable heads in his direction, propping one arm to his side, the other hand holding his sword on his shoulder. Sable squints his eyes and turns to Jamie with a smile. Jamie Welton turns around to Sable, feeling tense and anxious. He says confusedly, Just a minute, just thought I'd take a walk." Jamie shifts his gaze to the side. Sable stands across from Jamie and listens intently. Jamie Welton stands still, tense and annoyed at Sable's abrupt appearance in his room. Jamie continues to look away. Sable stands across from Jamie and looks at Jamie intently. Jamie Welton stands in front of Sable, feeling tense and irritated by his presence. Jamie turns his head in the other direction and shifts his gaze there. Jamie utters, "He doesn't feel well somehow. What's wrong?" Sable stands in the room across from Jamie Welton with his arms at his side and answers him. "An important guest is coming today. It's the Archbishop of the Church of Pyro, Mr. Saphira." Jamie stands and listens intently to Sable. Sable stands across from Jamie Welton, squints his eyes and says to Jamie Welton with a smile, "Mrs. Shees was looking for him." Jamie Welton feels tension and embarrassment as he replies with a smile, "Amazing man." Jamie Welton looks intently at Sable, feeling tension and irritation. Jamie furrows his eyebrows and says with a smile, "As expected." Sable, hearing Jamie Welton's words, is surprised and asks, "What?" Jamie Welton and Sable, while on the red carpet spread out on the floor of the room, continue their conversation. Jamie replies, "Nothing, but Sable, where has Sir Onyx gone? Can't see him anywhere." Sable pronounces, "No idea either." Sable walks behind Jamie Welton, squints his eyes and says with a smile, "Young Mr. Jamie." Jamie turns his head sharply towards Sable, looks at him intently upon hearing his address and replies, "Yes." Sable seriously pronounces to Jamie Welton, "He better not be interested in that man." Jamie asks in surprise, "Why is that?" Sable squints his eyes, grits his teeth in a smile, and replies, "He says it's for his own good." Sable pronounces Jamie to Welton. He hopes he is well rested. He will pick him up when Mr. Saphira arrives. Jamie Welton froze in place and tensely stares at Sable with his lips tightly pressed together and his eyebrows furrowed. Sable instantly turns his back to Jamie Welton, standing motionless and staring thoughtfully ahead. Sable calmly pronounces to him, "Ah, right. If you're going out for a walk, don't go in the direction of marine forest." Sable turns his head slightly to the side and directs a sly and focused gaze at Jamie Welton. A caustic smile appears on Sable's face. Sable pronounces Jamie Welton in a serious tone, "An extremely dangerous place. A deep, dark night has fallen upon the land. In the sky, languid night clouds drift through. Grass and moss-covered stone hills rise into the terrain. Twisted trees and shrubs sprouted between them. The deep darkness of night has sunk into the land. A light mist moves over the ground among the trees. Green, thick grass grows on the ground among the scattered thick trees. The trees drop their shade on the ground. There is silence and tranquility all around. On the ground is a maroon, egg-shaped, scale-covered object. There are thin, flexible tentacles wrapped around it, extending out to the side. The human's feet are very close to the object, positioned next to the tentacles. Standing next to the egg-shaped object are two men in dark cloaks. One of them has a hood over his head. The man who stands closer to the object lowers his head and says with a smile, "Stay there a little longer, child. Soon he will be able to get out of there." The man feels elation and joy. He lowered his head down, gazing intently at the egg-shaped object containing the child. The man opens his mouth wide and says with a smile, "The day of his awakening." The man slowly and carefully placed his hand on the burgundy egg-shaped object the child is in. Inside the egg are the blood branches of the vessels that nourish the child. There is a sharp jolt from the egg. The man speaks menacingly as he continues his speech. "Will be the moment when they complete their call." The egg contains an embryo in the developmental stage. The embryo floats in the red liquid inside. Veins protrude along its body, red eyes open. In the room, Sheesbelle Welton and Sarah Welton are sitting at a table on the couch, with Jamie Welton sitting across from them in a chair. Jamie turns to Shees. "Mom?" Shees replies, "Yes, son?" Jamie continues to ask, "Can he ask her something?" Sarah Welton cheerfully replies to Jamie, "Ask her." Sheesbelle Welton squints her eyes and says with a smile, "Sure, anything." Jamie Welton tensely looks at Sheesbelle Welton and Sarah Welton. Jamie Welton asks Sheesbelle Welton, "What's her connection to Uncle Onyx?" Sheesbelle Welton, after Jamie's question without uttering a word, froze in place, mouth slightly open, head lowered thoughtfully. Jamie Welton sits across from Sheesbelle Welton, looking at her carefully, watching her reaction. After a long silence from Sheesbelle Welton, Jamie thoughtfully interjects her, "Or can't she tell?" Sheesbelle Welton, after Jamie Welton's repeated question, calmly closes her eyes, lowers her head slightly and answers him with a smile, "No, not at all." She's trying to find the words, thoughtfully adds, "Where to start?" Sheesbelle Welton begins to tell Jamie Welton, answering his question. She was 7. She's a little girl with long blonde hair, stares forward, surprised and enthralled, eyes rounded and mouth open. Sheesbelle Welton saw a dark-haired boy in front of her, looking thoughtfully and sadly sideways at her. This boy, Beryl Onyx, pressed his lips tightly together, squinting his eyes slightly. Shees pronounces, "When they first met." On a sunny, clear afternoon, a conversation is taking place outside the tall window in the room of Bell's Manor. A surprised voice pronounces to Beryl Onyx, who is there, "No, well, look at him, Beryl. He's grown so big." Beryl Onyx freezes in place, looking anxiously to the side, and says thoughtfully, "Aha." Next to him stands a dark-haired man, his father, who says with a smile, "Is it because of his daily sword training that he is not used to being in society?" Beryl Onyx's father closes his eyes and says disappointedly, "He's worried that he hasn't been able to find a good teacher for him." The Marquis of Bell sits across from him and says sadly, "God, shouldn't we help him with his search?" Beryl Onyx's father replies to Marquis Bell, "He would be most grateful if he could find someone." Suddenly, a small, childlike hand firmly grasps the fabric of the garment and pulls it towards itself, clenching it into a fist. Beryl Onyx turns his head to the side, feeling tense and uncomfortable at the unexpected grip on his sleeve. Beryl peers questioningly as Sheesbelle Welton holds onto his sleeve and looks up at him. Sheesbelle Welton cheerfully and enthusiastically raises her head, stares intently at Beryl Onyx, eyes wide open, and says with a smile, There are a lot of butterflies out there. Beryl tensely and puzzled answers her. Huh? What? Marquis Bell squinted his eyes, and with a smile on his face, he happily pronounces to Beryl Onyx. Looks like his little girl is interested in him, Beryl. Beryl Onyx's father tensely shifts his gaze to Beryl and says, and that's right. Go take her for a walk. Beryl Onyx tensely and anxiously shifts his gaze sideways to She's Bell Welton, mouth ajar and eyebrows furrowed. Without turning her head, Beryl replies to her father, ah, all right. Beryl's long hair develops in the air. She's Bell Welton reaches her hand up, plucking a round, large red apple from a tree branch. She holds it firmly in her fingers, pulling it down. A green strap is attached to She's Bell Welton's outstretched hand, tightly around her wrist. She's Bell Welton stands on the branch of a large, thick tree. She squints her eyes happily, lowers her head and says with a smile, look at that. She's holds an apple in one hand, her other arm stretched out to the side for balance. Beryl Onyx is standing on the ground below with his head up, watching intently as She's Bell stands on a tree branch. Beryl opens his mouth wide and calls out to her in a loud, menacing voice, She's! Beryl tensed up and rounded his eyes fearfully and tensely. She's Bell Welton stands on the tree branch with her head down. She carefully wide open her eyes, looking down on Beryl Onyx from above. She's answers Beryl with a smile. Huh? She's makes a prolonged sound, eh? Beryl Onyx fearfully and tensely shouts to She's Bell Welton, watch out! Suddenly, She's foot, which is wearing white high shoes, slips off the branch and She's begins to fall backwards before she can hold on. She's Bell Welton is in the tree and begins to fall backwards, lifting one leg up, arms flailing in the air. She's screams loudly in surprise. Ouch! Beryl Onyx stands on the ground watching She's and shouts fearfully, She's! She's Bell Welton falls from the tree down onto Beryl Onyx. She's arms are stretched forward, the apple falling out of them. There are leaves from the tree left in She's hair. Beryl lies on his back, spreading his arms out to the sides and sighing heavily with fright. She's Bell Welton lifts She's off the ground, opening her mouth wide with joy and enthusiasm. What fun! She's eyes are wide open, her face covered in abrasions from falling out of a tree. Beryl Onyx tensely and irritably asks, what? She's Bell Welton stands near the tree, leaning on it with one hand. She's joyfully and enthusiastically shouts to Beryl Onyx, let's do it again. Beryl Onyx looks at She's with a focused and menacing look of tension and anger and utters, no. She's Bell Welton cheerfully and animatedly says to Beryl Onyx, coaxing him up the tree, come on. Beryl Onyx tensely and irritably replies to She's, you can't, please. She's and Beryl stand under the trees in the garden. Beryl Onyx instantly breaks a large red apple into two pieces. Beryl Onyx's hands are wrapped in bandages up to his fingers, leaving his fingers free and bare. Beryl holds the shoestring apple slices tightly in his hands. Beryl Onyx holds out the half apple in his hand to She's Bell Welton and says to her, hold it. His arms are bandaged from elbow to finger. She's Bell Welton sits across from him, looking at him intently and confused, saying with a smile, how nice. She's Bell Welton stands beside a table on which a pile of red apples rests. She's rests her hands on the table and enthusiastically says to Beryl Onyx, do that again for her. Beryl tensely replies, where did she manage to get so many apples? Near the red apples that lie on the table in a common pile, a conversation between She's Bell Welton and Beryl Onyx takes place. Beryl's tense sigh at the request to break the apple again, and She's delight at this. Wow. Day after day, the change of day and night when the full moon and sky studded with stars changes to a clear sunny day with white clouds. She's Bell Welton confidently says to Beryl Onyx, okay, she's made up her mind. She's Bell Welton confidently and decisively pronounces, she will learn the art of the sword. She's clenches the wooden sword tightly in her fist. Beryl Onyx, hearing She's Bell Welton's words and demonstration, is surprised to say, what? She's Bell Welton stands in front of Beryl Onyx, clenching her hand tightly into a fist and holding the wooden sword in her other hand. She squints her eyes and says with an embarrassed smile, he will be her mentor from this day forward. Beryl Onyx sighs heavily. She's Bell Welton, holding the wooden sword in her hands, strikes the bushes with a sharp motion, sending leaves flying off to the sides. She squinted her eyes contentedly and embarrassedly and gritted her teeth in a smile. She's Bell Welton looks at Beryl Onyx with embarrassment and asks cheerfully, how does he like her skills? Beryl tensely and unhappily looks at She's and utters, oh, don't even get me started. She has no talent. She says in surprise, what? And laughs loudly. 3 years later in the study, a man's hand strikes the desk near the open book sharply with force, joining tense fingers together and resting on the desk. The man shouts irritably and angrily, "Him!" The man is not happy with what is happening. In the study, Marquis Bell stands up abruptly from the desk, pushing back his chair. The Marquis rests his hands on the desk and with his head down he says angrily, "He was told to stay away from the gold mine. He has repeatedly said it's too dangerous." Beryl Onyx's father stands across from the Marquis of Bell, looking at him intently, tense and desperate. He pronounces to Marquis Bell, he had no other choice. He could not tarnish their family's honor. Marquis Bell abruptly interrupts Father Beryl Onyx, shouting loudly and angrily in his direction with his mouth wide open. If they lose their family, there is no point in honor. While shouting, Marquis stares forward with a focused frown on his eyebrows. Beryl Onyx froze in place, lowering his head thoughtfully and feeling anxious and worried. Beryl bites his lower lip hard and remains silent. Shees Bell Welton stands beside him and looks at him pitifully with regret and says everything will be all right. But suddenly Beryl Onyx is urgently called out, "Young master, the head of the family." Beryl runs swiftly across the room towards the bed and cries out in a loud, frightened voice, "Father!" On the bed lies Beryl Onyx's father, bloodied, with his hands joined on his chest. Beryl Onyx cries out fearfully and anxiously, "Father, please get up, father." On the bed, wearing a white shirt, lies Beryl Onyx's father. His mouth is ajar, blood dripping down his cheek onto the pillow. His clothes and everything around him is stained with blood. After the head of the family committed suicide, the Onyxes fell. Beryl Onyx stands near a stone monument with a cross, in the cemetery under which Beryl's father is buried. Beryl looks sadly at the monument, with his hands down. Beryl Onyx stands still, looking sadly at the monument where his father is buried. Marquis Bell comes up behind him, looking at Beryl with regret and pity, touching his shoulder with her hand. The Marquis utters, "Beryl, from now on, be with your family." Shees Bell Welton stares forward, eyes wide with tears. She's feeling bitter and regretful, bites her lower lip, mournfully saying, "Oh no." She's hand was taken by Marquis Bell's. Beryl Onyx froze in place, head down and mouth pensively ajar. His detached and lost gaze is directed downward. His hair falls over his face, covering his eyes and temple. Beryl is confused and overwhelmed by what is happening. The Marquis of Bell holds tightly to Shees Bell Welton's hand, trying to support her. The Marquis' scuffed, abrasion-covered hands encircle Shees's delicate little hand. Marquis Bell says thoughtfully to Shees, "It's all right, Shees." About a year later, Beryl Onyx is in a winter forest. Snow is falling in flakes on the ground and on the trees, forming drifts. Beryl Onyx is practicing intently, swinging his sword in the air, putting effort into making heavy sounds loudly. Not far away from Beryl Onyx under a tree, Shees Bell Welton sits on the ground. She has her legs stretched out in front of her, bending slightly at the knee. Not far away from Beryl Onyx under a tree, Shees Bell Welton sits on the ground. She has her legs stretched out in front of her, bending slightly. 2 years later, not far from Beryl Onyx, Shees Bell Welton sits on the ground under a tree. She has her legs stretched out in front of her, arms crossed in front of her, gazing wistfully at the ground. Beryl practiced making various sounds. Hop, ha! Beryl has become obsessed with practicing his sword art in the name of revenge. Beryl Onyx stretches his hand forward, spreading his fingers. His other hand is wrapped back and holds his sword tightly. Beryl stares forward in concentration, frowning his eyebrows. Beryl Onyx continues his training in the same place he always did. Outside, it is getting evening and the sun has set, lightly illuminating the sky. There is no one near the tree where Shees Bell Welton used to sit. The autumn forest has turned yellow. The leaves have fallen from the trees. Beryl Onyx stretches his arm forward during the practice and, without turning his head, shifts his gaze to the direction where Shees Bell Welton used to sit. Beryl Onyx stares pensively with his mouth twisted to the side. Beryl Onyx freezes in place with his hands down. He stares forward, perplexed and thoughtful, saying, "Shees?" Beryl Onyx doesn't realize where Shees Bell Welton has gone. She was no longer in place under the tree. So 4 years passed. Evening has come. A large, full moon rises in the sky, amongst the studded stars and night clouds, illuminating the sky and the expanse of earth. In the bright stone castle, a bright light burns in every window on every floor. In the castle, where light is burning everywhere, there is lively communication. The noise of conversations among themselves is heard everywhere. Women in lavish festive dresses decorated with bows and ruffles are in the hall with tables laden with food and drink. Sheesbell Welton stands opposite a tall man in the middle of the room of guests. The man stares intently at Shees, letting saliva out of his mouth, and says, "You seem to be alone. How about taking a walk with him?" Shees tensely replies, "Thanks, she's fine as she is." Beryl Onyx is standing near the door, his back to the hall with the guests present. Beryl listens irritably to the conversations from the hall, biting his lip. "Wow, what a beauty. Good luck, Tommy." The men in the audience are watching Sheesbell Welton with admiration. Beryl Onyx froze in place at the words heard from the audience about Sheesbell Welton. Beryl tensed and angrily bulged his eyes, staring down intently. His face tensed, veins protruding on his cheekbones. Beryl says angrily, "How dare you?" Beryl Onyx stands over the man who is lying on his back on the floor. Beryl presses his foot into his chest, lowers his head with his hands in his pockets, and utters, "Shut up." Nearby, two more men lie motionless on the floor. There are drops of blood everywhere on the floor. Beryl Onyx stares down at the man he has knocked to the floor in anger and hatefully says, "If I separate their tongues, they won't be able to fool around with Shees anymore." Beryl's gaze is focused and aggressive. The man whom Beryl Onyx has knocked to the floor and is kicking forcefully in the chest lies on his back and looks up at Beryl fearfully. The man's body is shaking with fear. Tears are streaming from his eyes, and his teeth are clenched tightly. There are abrasions all over the man's face. Sheesbell Welton suddenly appears. She tensely and anxiously shouts to Beryl Onyx, opening her mouth wide, "Oraboni!" which means addressing the older brother in a formal setting. Sheesbell rounds her eyes, staring intently at Beryl. Beryl Onyx is standing on a night street with buildings standing around him. Beryl tensely and anxiously turns his head and directs his gaze towards Sheesbell Welton with his mouth ajar. Beryl Onyx says thoughtfully and quietly, "Shees." Sheesbell Welton stands in front of Beryl Onyx, raising her head and directing a worried look at him. Shees crosses her palms over her chest, anxiously and fearfully, saying to Beryl, "Oraboni?" Shees pondered. He was not at all the man she knew. On a clear day, a carriage pulled by two horses moves in Afton. The carriage moves slowly along the tiled road. There are locals everywhere, socializing, going about their business. His name is Arjuna Welton. He has recently become the head of the family. He wants to rely on her advice, Marquise. Arjuna Welton is a young guy, wearing a dark uniform and black short gloves. Arjuna straightened up, standing still and clasping his lowered hands at his feet. Sheesbell Welton sat on the red couch. At Arjuna Welton's greeting, she squints her eyes and replies with a smile. Sheesbell. She is honored to meet the head of the Welton family. Please make yourselves comfortable." Sheesbell Welton sits across from Arjuna Welton. She squints her eyes in embarrassment and contentedly, locking her lips together and spreading them in a welcoming smile. Shees's hair is adorned with a golden chain. She's wearing a dress with the sleeves down, exposing her shoulders. Arjuna Welton sits across from Sheesbell Welton. He is tense, embarrassed, and awkward. Count Arjuna Welton frowned his eyebrows down, lowering them, his eyes squinting slightly. He closed his lips tightly together, nudging his lower lip. In the living room near the table, Arjuna Welton, Marquis Bell, and Sheesbell Welton are seated on red couches. The Marquis pronounces, "The Earl of Welton is quite famous for his sword skills. It is rumored that he will soon become the next master." Earl Welton looks at Marquis Bell with a concentrated look and says seriously, "Those are exaggerations. He is too busy trying to learn the family's weapon technique." The Marquis replies with a smile, "No one here doubts that he will become a master swordsman." Count Welton tensely and embarrassedly stares forward, slightly squinting his eyes, frowning his forehead and lowering his eyebrows sadly. Earl Welton opens his mouth wide and utters, "Come on." The Earl of Welton says thoughtfully, pausing, Him. In front of the Earl of Welton sits Sheesbell Welton. She squints her eyes confusedly and contentedly, pursing her lips and stretching them out in a welcoming smile. Sheesbell Welton is radiant with happiness and joy as she looks at Earl Welton. Earl Welton sits across from Sheesbell Welton and abruptly drops his head face down on the table with force. The Earl of Welton embarrassedly utters, "He is honored." Sheesbell Welton watches Earl Welton intently and sighs tensely. There is a quick movement in the wide, spacious hallway of Bell Manor. Along the entire corridor is a red carpet with light-colored stripes along the edges. A formidable and nervous voice thunders down the hallway. She's... Beryl Onyx follows She's Belle Welton, who is moving swiftly down the hallway. Beryl anxiously utters, "She's, let's talk." She's closes her eyes and replies menacingly, "They have nothing to talk about." Beryl Onyx at Bell Manor, angrily and irritated. "She's going to meet that creep again, isn't she?" She's Belle Welton replies to Beryl unhappily, "He's the head of the Welton family. Don't you dare talk about him like that." Beryl Onyx stands in the room of Bell Manor, anxiously and confusedly looking at She's Belle Welton frozen in place. Beryl Onyx utters thoughtfully, she doesn't like him, and yet she had only ever looked at him before. She's Belle Welton walks down the corridor, turns her head to the side and says irritably, "The man she treated like a brother didn't behave like that. He doesn't listen to her anymore and he's trying to tie her down." Beryl Onyx froze in place, staring intently at She's Belle Welton, who walks away from him with no desire to talk. Beryl says confused and anxiously, "Please, enough already." Beryl stops, pausing for a moment. Beryl Onyx abruptly grabs She's Belle Welton's hands, squeezing them with force. Beryl stares intently at She's and loudly rages, "Does she even know how he is?" She stares dumbfounded at Beryl, eyes wide open. Beryl Onyx gripped She's Belle Welton's hands tightly, trying to say something to her. She's Belle froze in place in front of Beryl. Suddenly, Beryl Onyx was grabbed by Count Welton's wrist, trying to stop him. Count Argino Welton angrily and irritatedly shouted with his mouth wide open, "What on earth is he doing?" Count Argino. Welton furrowed his eyebrows, lowering them down, squinting his eyes angrily, staring intently at Beryl Onyx. Beryl Onyx, after Count Argino Welton tries to stop him, turns sharply towards him, tensing his facial muscles with a tense and angry stare. Beryl Onyx shouts aggressively and angrily, "Go away!" Count Argino Welton stares at Beryl Onyx with a focused look, lowering his eyebrow and clenching his teeth. Count Argino Welton pitches his body forward, feeling angry and annoyed. Count Welton utters, "Can't afford it." Count Argino Welton squeezes Beryl Onyx's wrist with force, trying to relax his hands. Beryl Onyx's hand relaxes, releasing She's Belle Welton's hands. She's Belle freezes in place in front of Beryl Onyx. Beryl Onyx instantly begins to shout loudly, aggressively, and angrily at Count Argino Welton, insulting him. Beryl Onyx pitches his body forward, opens his mouth wide, and angrily lowers his eyebrows, glaring intently at Count Welton. Count Argino. Welton holds Beryl Onyx's wrist firmly. Count Welton demandingly utters to Beryl, "Apologize to Miss She's right away." She's Belle Welton froze in place, looking forward frightened and upset, tears appearing in her eyes. Beryl Onyx grits his teeth tightly, mouth ajar, and looks towards Count Argino Welton. Beryl Onyx feels irritation, anger, and hatred towards Count Argino Welton. The muscles of Beryl Onyx's face are tense. Beryl Onyx angrily says to Count Argino Welton, "Welton, he challenges him to a duel." Count Argino Welton grits his teeth, aggressively lowers his eyebrows, tensely and angrily looks at Beryl Onyx, perplexed by his words. She's Belle Welton froze in place upon hearing Beryl Onyx's words. She's Belle had her mouth ajar, staring forward detachedly. Tears came to her eyes. She's Belle Welton lowered her hands down, feeling anxious and confused. Count Argino Welton stands in front of Beryl Onyx in the middle of the corridor, confidently holding him tightly by the wrist. Count Argino Welton looks at Beryl. Beryl Onyx has his head down, bending forward slightly. Count Argino Welton froze in place, looking at Beryl Onyx in a focused and menacing manner. Count Argino Welton frowned, lowering his eyebrows down and squinting his eyes. Count Welton confidently and angrily says to Beryl Onyx, "Challenge accepted." Bell Manor stands in the rays of the setting sun. A fiery sunset dazzles the sky, setting behind the hills. The hills stand behind Bell Manor, towering high above the ground. A surprised voice breaks out. "Is this what happened?" She's Belle Welton has come into the Marquis Bell's study, stands before him and loudly strains, "Father, please calm this couple down." She's opened her eyes wide, staring intently at Marquis, frowning her forehead. She's as worried and tense. Marquis Bell is across from She's Belle Welton at the desk, frozen in place, looking down thoughtfully and tensely pondering with his mouth ajar. He doesn't want to lie, She's, but he was thinking of passing her off as Beryl. Marquis Bell sits at his desk, head down and both hands on the table. She's Belle Welton stands across the desk and says to the Marquis tensely, "No way! He's an Oraboni she's known for quite some time." She's Belle Welton continues to speak. "And well, believe me, Beryl is either a sword-wielding demon or a man who was only following her to see if she was seeing another man." She's lowered her head frustratedly and crossed her fingers in front of her. Marquis Bell sits at the desk in his office, looking intently at Shees Bell Welton, who is disturbed by the events that have transpired. Marquis Bell says thoughtfully and calmly, he just loves her. Shees Bell Welton instantly places her hands on Marquis Bell's desk, standing across from him. Shees Bell Welton rests her toes on her hands and pronounces to Marquis Bell, feeling anxious and tense, "That's not true at all." Shees Bell Welton rests her hands on Marquis Bell's desk, standing across from him. Shees Bell Welton's hands begin to shake from the feelings of frustration and sadness overwhelming her. Tears from her eyes drip onto the table next to her hand. Shees Bell Welton anxiously and disappointedly says to Marquis Bell, "That kindness and care of Beryl's past. They are gone." Shees Bell Welton slightly lowered her head, clenched her teeth tightly, mouth ajar. Streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. Marquis Bell sits pensively at his desk, head down, and stares intently in front of him. Marquis Bell pauses and tensely says to Shees Bell Welton, "Shees, does she happen to know about the Earl of Welton?" Shees Bell Welton stands in front of the Marquis Bell's desk, leaning back with her hands. Ona lifts her head and says confusedly, "Pardon me?" The Marquis rises from his chair and replies, "Not the point." He realized what she wanted to talk about, so asks her to leave.